nominate somebody else going into the convention. But after that, you have the actual nominees, and that's who essentially the parties are going to nominate. It's going to be very interesting.
Good morning, and thank you so much for waking up with us here on Live Now from Fox. I'm Jeanne Francine here with you on this Monday morning. It's the first of the month, July 1st, and we have a lot of breaking news headlines, top stories, and of course, those live events to share with you. We begin this Monday morning with breaking news, giving you a live look at our XRAD system, and you can tell very compelling and dangerous storms underway out there in the Atlantic. Now, the situation in the Caribbean is becoming more dire as residents are being warned to finish preparations as soon as possible ahead of Hurricane Beryl. The storm rapidly intensified and strengthened into a Category 4 hurricane, and it could unleash catastrophic destruction across populated island nations starting early this Monday morning. And as we work to keep you weather ready, we're going to check in with our content partners over at Fox Weather.
Haiti, the Dominican Republic, and possibly Jamaica. There's a lot of questions to the track and also the strength of this storm as we get closer to midweek. Right now, though, we know that Beryl's already in the record books. In fact, it was the earliest Category 4 on record in the Atlantic Basin and the only Category 4 storm ever recorded in the month of June.
And of course, it comes with the risks of heavy rainfall. You talked about some of those winds, destructive hurricane force winds, damaging storm surge as well, huge waves, rainfall totals 3 to 6 inches as well. In some cases, water levels going to 6 to 9 feet above their normal tides. There's a live picture of Barbados, which, by the way, is also under that hurricane warning. But those hurricane warnings extend all the way down to Trinidad and Tobago. These are going to be a day where we've got, now that we're moving closer to it in the coming hours, strong winds, and the rips and the surf is pretty intense as well. We're watching this one closely where we have these hurricane warnings in effect for Barbados, St. Lucia, St. Vincent, the Grenadine Islands, Grenada, and Tobago as well. And Beryl's passage, it's going to get right close to the Windward Islands. Got to watch this one closely, Britta, in the next several hours and where it goes beyond that as well.
Yeah, look at how dark those skies are. So that is Beryl that you see off in the distance in that live look from Barbados. They're under the tropical storm force wind field of this storm. And when you're looking at the wind field, this is a very compact storm, and that makes a huge difference for what some of these islands will be feeling. So here's the latest if you're just kind of waking up, wanting to know what happened in the overnight hours. Beryl's now a Category 3 hurricane. The winds are at 120 miles per hour, and it's going under an eye wall replacement cycle. So that's why at the end of the satellite, the eye feature that we look out for so often in major mature hurricanes, it almost looks clouded over, right? As we go throughout the next couple hours, what we will see is a re-emerging new center eye wall, and it will start to clear out. At that point, most likely to go back up to Category 4. These are all very small, minute details. What the reality is that we have many islands that will be impacted by life-threatening winds and storm surge, and this is all happening right now. The conditions going down dramatically over the next couple hours. In fact, the core of this storm most likely crossing over the island chain over the next 2 to 4 hours. We do have hurricane warnings that extend up towards St. Lucia and also Barbados. Most likely they will not be impacted by those hurricane force winds, though. The warning is there. It's there for folks to prepare. But the hurricane winds only extend about 30 to 35 miles out from the center. Craig, I was doing a little bit of diving on geography here. The spacing between some of these islands, for example, Grenada to St. Vincent, you're talking 60 to 90 miles, which isn't much. But when you take into account that the wind field is 30 miles, that means that if you got really lucky, this hurricane could actually thread through the islands, making the tropical storm winds a bigger deal, but possibly sparing them from the 120-mile-per-hour punch. That would be best case scenario.
Right. No kidding. And when you talk about that 60-mile, if it threads right between, let's say, 30 miles north or south, you're talking about a couple of the islands being impacted quite a bit. You talk about the storm surge as well, and all of the energy in the ocean. That's going to be a concern for some of these islands as far as the water coming through. Britt, I was looking at some of the elevations here, some of the higher elevations, right about 4,700 feet or so with some of these islands. So we'll see a lot of that rain just getting wrung out and sent to the lower lying areas. So flash flooding will be a concern here as well.
Yeah, you think about an island like St. Lucia. Yes, they might be spared by the strongest winds, but the rain, it's going to be a huge impact. You have mountainous terrain, and then to your point, mudslides, landslides continue to be a large threat. So there's a look at the wind field. Right now, we have winds gusting at 56 miles per hour. So we have bona fide tropical storm force wind gusts being reported across parts of the islands. Of course, those numbers will be going up significantly. There's a look at the chances of hurricane force winds. Again, the largest potential of hurricane force winds will be on Grenada, St. Vincent, the Grenadines. That's where we're going to be closest to the core of this. So we may or may not get official landfall. Again, landfall has to be literally the center of the eye, but that doesn't matter. That's an academic benchmark. Landfall really is what we're going through right now. It's the impact that real people feel as storms come in and then they start to move out. The going in process is happening as we speak. You just saw the live shot from Barbados. So the winds are kicking up, the waves are kicking up as well. There's a look at the forecast track. Again, we have big questions of what's happening for Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. So for this part of the track, quite honestly, I would stay tuned. Central America, that's going to be a huge ticket item because heavy rain is just crippling for that part of the world. But there is a possibility that this could get into the Gulf of Mexico. There's also a possibility that it goes into Central America and it's no longer an issue and won't be something that we're tracking for the U.S. We got to be prepared for both.
Yeah, and when you talk about, you see Kingston on there. Let's give you a live shot right now as we're looking out over Jamaica. And Jamaica, look at how massive the just intense with the waves are coming through, a lot of just rough surf. Jamaica, you may be feeling the impacts of this even more so by the time we get into Wednesday evening.
And this storm is hundreds of miles away from Jamaica.
Yeah, it hasn't been gone through the Windward Islands just yet.
Look at the water conditions.
That's how far the energy travels, right, with these waves, and that's a concern for you. Oh, like that massive breaker coming on through here. So again, the impacts being felt throughout the week, and by Wednesday night, maybe closer to you when you look at that track. Let's talk more about some of the tropics, because outside of Beryl in the Caribbean, we have a few more areas to watch. You'll see Chris on the map there right over Mexico, making landfall overnight while you were sleeping perhaps in Mexico. The second storm now, first tropical storm Alberto, now Chris. And then we have Invest 96L, and look at the percentage. It has a 70% chance of development within the next 7 days, and it has a pretty decent chance of development in the next 2 days. It's interesting when you look at the paths, and a lot of these continue in the same area. Of course, we've got an area of high pressure just to the north of there helping to direct these. We do have some dust that's coming in with Invest 96L rather, but nonetheless still has a chance for some development. Here's a look at Chris. Will continue to bring more heavy rain to portions of Mexico. Had maximum sustained winds at 40 miles per hour when it made landfall at 11:50 p.m. Central Time. Moved through some very warm waters. Just happened quickly, and then boom, bringing more in the way of the intense rain and some strong winds all the way to Veracruz and just to the north of there. Remember, Alberto was making landfall just close to Tampico, so two spots that have been dealing with the first two impacts of these two storms. Now we look at Invest 96L, which has a really good chance of development, 40% chance in the next 2 days, 70% chance in the next week. Having said that, if it does, Debbie would be the next name on the list. It is moving out through the main development region as well, and we've got some very warm waters for it to contend with. Those warm waters are well above average, just like last year, Britta, and we talked about heat. Heat equals energy, and boy, does it have a lot of energy to work with. It's almost like a bowling alley, again, to the Windward Islands. So while we're talking about Beryl now, we watch this one because there's probably not a lot of time before the next one comes through with impacts for the Windward Islands yet again.
Yeah, the number one thing on our side for this particular area of interest is going to be the dust. You can tell that we have a big plume coming off the coast of Africa. It's going to have to drive right through that. Now, there is this little space that's kind of created by Hurricane Beryl where there's more moisture at play across the Caribbean. But is it able to get to that spot to capitalize on development? We'll see. You know, it's too far out. But it's so interesting, Craig, to me, to see this far south push of our track that is set up. I mean, it definitely is a concern for the Caribbean islands. I would say for anybody that has travel in the Caribbean islands, of course, big deal for Beryl, but I would also continue to watch this next big thing. After that, you can tell that the computer models kind of go quiet. I think the plume of dust will be winning out at that point, and then we'll get a little bit of a lull in the action. Hopefully, we can make that last for more than 5 to 7 days. Let's take you back to land, shall we? The lower 48 has an issue when it comes to storms. There is a live look at Omaha, which right now doesn't look too bad. But if you take about a 60, 90-mile drive along I-80 out to the west, you're going to run into some big-time thunderstorms. And guess what? They're on the way to Omaha. That's going to be your morning round, and then we'll have another round later this evening. We have a 2 out of 5 alert for severe weather across the Central Plains today. And then later tonight, all this kind of drifts towards Minneapolis and eventually towards Madison, Wisconsin. So overnight concerns for Minnesota and also Wisconsin with these thunderstorms that we'll still be tracking on radar. The tornado risk, it's minimal for folks that live across the Dakotas, but central parts of Nebraska along I-80, you have a 2 out of 5 alert for tornadoes. We will have to monitor the storms this morning. Thankfully, as I take a quick look up at our Fox Weather Alert Board, we're looking pretty good. We have one severe thunderstorm warning that has popped, but not tracking any significant tornado warnings that have popped up. As we take a look at the morning round crossing over Interstate 80, just look out for Omaha. Then as we go into the afternoon, we have reignition happening in western Nebraska and parts of the Dakotas. That sets us up for what will be happening for the rest of the evening. So 7 to 11 o'clock tonight is busy. These thunderstorms will produce strong winds, possibly over 60 to 70 miles per hour, and then everything kind of dwindles, but holds together enough that if you live in Minnesota and Wisconsin, it's going to be a loud night. If you have a dog that doesn't do well with thunder, please keep that in mind. Your kiddos are probably going to hear this as well. Here's a look at the timing for Omaha. Yes, the morning round, which right now is still in central portions of Nebraska. Then we kind of kick up our heels, but then later tonight we get hit again. So after about 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock this evening, Omaha will have a second round of thunderstorms that could produce severe weather moving through before we quiet things down. Looks like the morning commute tomorrow will be nice and quiet after a pretty loud night with thunderstorms moving through.
And as we continue with the travel alert, well, guess what? 4th of July, it's just 3 days away. We're going to bring you the very latest on everything Beryl. How could it impact some travel conditions as well as what's going on around the country? If you're headed somewhere for the big day, we're monitoring some storms, maybe impacting your travel plans. If you head out today, maybe even tomorrow. Stay with us. We'll tell you where and when we come back. This is Fox Weather First.
And we appreciate our content partners over at Fox Weather working to keep us weather ready. And as you could see, a lot to follow this Monday morning, tracking Hurricane Beryl, now a Category 4, also a tropical storm out there named Chris. So a lot going on. And of course, for the latest headlines, weather-related headlines, you can get those with foxweather.tv, also right here on Live Now from Fox. Now at 6:10 on the East Coast, let's go to our first 2-minute commercial break of the hour. When we come back, continuing with your breaking news headlines, giving you a live look. Southern Israel looking into Gaza. We'll be checking in with national security expert Ken Gray for the latest details. We'll be right back in just 2 quick minutes. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Jeanne Francine, giving you a live look. Southern Israel looking into Gaza as we transition to discuss the very latest of conflict in the Middle East. We are following breaking news at this hour. According to our content partners over at the Associated Press, a Palestinian health official says Israel released 55 Palestinians on Monday whom it had detained from Gaza. Now, this includes the director of the territory's main hospital. Israel accuses Hamas and other militant groups of sheltering in hospitals and using them for military purposes. Palestinian health officials saying Israeli raids have forced several hospitals to shut down or dramatically reduce services. They say this is endangering civilians. Hospitals can lose their protection under international law if they are used for military purposes. Joining us live this morning for this breaking news alert, national security expert with the University of New Haven, Ken Gray. Good morning to you, Ken. Happy Monday.
Good morning, Jeanne. Happy Monday to you, too.
Thank you. So happy to have you. So, Ken, learning this breaking news, very alarming. 55 Palestinians released by Israel this morning. But of those 55, the territory's hospital director, I know from the very beginning we were learning of those tunnels that Hamas was using and those tunnels going through schools and even hospitals. Paint this picture for us and provide this perspective. I'm sure it does lower morale to learn that hospital officials could potentially be aiding in terroristic things.
Sure. The person that was released that is of the most concern is Mohammed Abu Salmiya. Salmiya was the director of the Al-Shifa Hospital. And you will recall that the Al-Shifa Hospital had both hostages being held there at one point and had been a base of operations for Hamas. Also had an entrance into tunnels beneath the Al-Shifa Hospital. And so this was a big revelation that Hamas was using these hospitals, and the director was detained for allowing this to happen. He was one of a number of detainees from the Gaza Strip that were released on Monday morning there in Israel due to the fact that the detention facility was running out of room. The Shin Bet Security Service is responsible for holding these detainees. And the Shin Bet had been requesting additional funds to expand the detention facilities that they were using to hold detainees like this. And that request for additional funds was denied or had been tied up in bureaucracy. And therefore, their facility, which was only supposed to be a short-term detention facility used to hold detainees only for a short period of time, had too many people in it, and it was considered to be unsafe for that many detainees being held in that facility. So they had to conduct a threat assessment, determine who was the least threatening of the group being detained there, and release those that were the least threat. They also were holding West Bank detainees that they were concerned that if they released them, they would return to the West Bank and start their activities against the IDF again. Therefore, the director of the Al-Shifa Hospital was one of the ones who was released. However, because of the fact that the Al-Shifa Hospital was being used by Hamas, this has caused a large number of Israeli officials to start pointing fingers at one another as to who was responsible. Ben-Gvir is the minister that directs these operations. He called for the firing of the Shin Bet Security Service. Shin Bet points their fingers back at Ben-Gvir, saying that he had not responded to their request for additional funds. Prime Minister Netanyahu and the Defense Minister Yoav Gallant both say this is not our area of responsibility. This is between Shin Bet and the head of that. And so there's a lot of people calling for heads to roll over the release of these detainees. But in actuality, these detainees were considered to be less of a threat than those others that were detained, continued to be detained there at this facility.
Absolutely. And there's also frustration from many of the Israeli people that this release happened. Meanwhile, some of their relatives are still in Hamas captivity. They were hoping that this would kind of be used as a bargaining tool to get those Hamas hostages released.
Yes, the efforts to try to release the hostages are still ongoing. Egypt has renewed their efforts to try to get those talks to restart again. But again, Hamas and Israel are very far apart over some of the details. One such detail is the total ceasefire versus a temporary ceasefire in military actions there. Hamas says that they will not release anyone unless there's a total ceasefire and the removal of IDF from the Gaza Strip. On the other hand, Israel says that they are going to continue their pursuit of neutralizing Hamas and that they will only call for a temporary ceasefire for the release of hostages, and then they will resume their activities in chasing down and neutralizing Hamas. And so I don't think this deal will actually ever go through, just simply because the two sides are very far apart and it's not in their interest to come to an agreement as far as the long-range goals go.
Ken Gray, always a pleasure having you join us bright and early for these breaking news alerts. We know that the conflict with Israel and Hamas isn't the only one. Hezbollah, that conflict also increasing this morning. Before we let you go, are there any additions you'd like to bring to the table for the conflict in the Middle East?
I would like to point out that on Friday, Iran held their elections for a president. Nobody won more than 50% of the votes, so there is going to be a runoff. The runoff is going to be between the reformist lawmaker Masoud Pezeshkian and the former IRGC member Sayed Jalili, who is an ultra-conservative, and he was a nuclear negotiator, and he's considered to be a really hardliner. So he got 38% of the vote, and Pezeshkian got 40% of the vote. And so there's going to be a runoff between those two as to who's going to be president. But in actuality, it's the Ayatollah Khamenei that makes all the real long-term decisions for Iran.
Ken Gray, always a pleasure. Thank you so much for those updates, and we'll definitely be keeping a close eye on that because many people don't realize that those elections, they also impact U.S. relations right here in America. Thank you so much for joining us this Monday morning. You enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you.
As we continue to discuss conflicts in the Middle East, giving you another live look, southern Israel looking into Gaza, several conflicts on the rise this morning, as Ken Gray just shared. The time now 6:21 on the East Coast. Let's go to our second 2-minute commercial break of the hour. But when we come back, giving you a live look out in Jerusalem, Israel. We'll be heading out there, getting the very latest from Fox News correspondent Trey Yingst. He has more from Israel about a freed Israeli hostage. We have the details in just 2 quick minutes. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, giving you another live look out there in Jerusalem, Israel. As we further discuss conflict in the Middle East, we know that former Israeli hostage Noah Argamani spoke out for the first time since she was rescued from Hamas captivity. In a video address, she said that her biggest worries during those horrendous 246 days was her parents. She went on to remind the world not to forget the hostages that remain in Gaza. Fox News correspondent Trey Yingst has more on this story from Tel Aviv.
270 days into the war, one former hostage who was rescued earlier this month in a daring operation is speaking out. Noah Argamani was taken captive by Hamas from the Nova Festival on Black Saturday, October 7th. She was held in a civilian home until Israeli special forces were able to save her in a joint operation that led to the rescue of 3 other hostages. In her first public address since that day, Noah is calling for the release of her boyfriend and the other 120 people being held inside Gaza.
Although I'm home now, we cannot forget about the hostages who are still in Hamas captivity, and we must do everything possible to bring them back home.
This statement comes as Israel continues to operate inside Gaza. Fierce battles are unfolding in southern Gaza and also once again in the suburbs of Gaza City. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu met with the country's cabinet and said this today.
As for the sacred task of freeing our hostages, there is no change in Israel's position regarding the release outline that President Biden welcomed. And today, everyone knows the simple truth. Hamas is the only obstacle to freeing our hostages.
Inside Gaza, Palestinians held funerals today for civilians that were killed in the Israeli bombardment of Rafah. Dozens of people were killed and injured in recent days by the Israeli air campaign as the casualty numbers inside the Strip continue to rise. As we follow new developments out of Gaza, all eyes remain on northern Israel. Amid new attacks from Hezbollah, there are major concerns in the region about a broader war erupting between the Iran-backed group and Israel. In Tel Aviv, Trey Yingst, Fox News.
Trey, thank you so much. And as we continue to discuss conflict in the Middle East, we'll be heading out to Geneva, Switzerland right after this third 2-minute commercial break, checking in with UNRWA to get their latest findings on the conflict in the Middle East. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, taking you out to Geneva, Switzerland right now as we further discuss conflicts in the Middle East. The United Nations Relief and Works Agency, commonly known as UNRWA, they held a briefing. Let's listen in. And of course, I'll pop up some boxes on your screen of other top stories we're following this Monday morning.
over the world, be they refugees or women or the environment or the situation in Gaza. We've seen students having solidarity marches and needing the world to protect them against retaliation. So my first report is on civil society and international solidarity, and it underscores the various measures that are taken against groups acting in solidarity, which is not just in the physical space, but also in cyberspace. So we had a whole chapter on digital solidarity. And my next report then will focus on AI and international solidarity. Further reports will address indigenous peoples and solidarities, and this is because my first country visit was in Denmark and Greenland. So I was able to visit with the Inuit communities and realize how they were impacted by unresolved issues regarding the age of colonization and the denial of equal rights in the areas regarding discrimination, both in public places and in private places. But this led me to understand that there's a need to see how solidarity is interpreted by indigenous communities in marginalized areas and how they relate from the north to the south, as they're both pressured by companies seeking extraction of natural resources and a need for attention to these issues. And the final report I will report on in the General Assembly will be on corporations, because we see that many of the rights affecting solidarity actors are infringed by corporations that haven't created transparent mechanisms of communication. So these are the key areas I'll be looking at, and I look forward to your questions.
There you go, you heard it. Thank you very much indeed, Cecilia. I'm looking for questions in the room. I see one from Robin, AFP. Good morning.
Good morning. Why the focus on AI, and how do you feel? Where do you feel that solidarity plays into this this quite sort of tech issue? Thank you.
It came because in the call for information from civil society, they started complaining that they are lacking access to infrastructure. They can't get online, or algorithms are used against them when they're trying to send solidarity messages. So my report actually calls for the UN to create a digital solidarity platform where we can bring civil society groups to exchange solidarity ideas and maybe meet company representatives, state representatives, in order to have a safe forum for exchange of those messages.
Thank you. I see no further questions. So many thanks for coming to give us this briefing. And maybe, David, you'd like to give us an update on the Council's activities today.
Yeah, thank you, Daniel. Thank you, everybody. Good morning, and thank you for your interest also on the work on the Council. Just a quick update on the 56th session on the Council. We are finishing the second week, and today the Council holds its annual full-day discussion on human rights women. We will have two panels. One is already started in the morning and one in the afternoon. And this year, both panels have an economic theme. And details have been shared with you on the media daily update, including the name of the panelists. The chair of the working group on violence against women and girls will continue her interactive dialogue at noon after the panel. And at 5 p.m., the Council will hear from Gina Romero, the new special rapporteur on the rights of freedom and peaceful assembly and the rights to association. After a hopefully sunny and restful weekend on Monday, and as we're at the doors of the next Summer Olympic Games, we will begin the week with a panel discussion on the human rights and the Olympic ideal, with the participation, among other speakers, the president of the International Olympic Committee, Mr. Thomas Bach. And we will conclude Monday with the panel discussion on climate change, where we'll hear from the new special rapporteur on climate change, Elisa Morgera. You have any questions?
I'm looking. Thank you, David. I see none from the room or virtually, so I think that was comprehensive. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Daniel. Thank you.
Okay, have a good weekend. Right, so with luck, we will have Louise Wateridge from the UN Relief, excuse me, UNRWA, you know what it is, who is joining us online from Central Gaza. There you are. Very good to see you, Louise. Thanks for sharing your time with us today. I know you have plenty of things to do. So without further ado, please give us an update on the humanitarian situation that you've encountered after arriving back just yesterday, I believe.
Thank you, Daniel. Yes, arrived back in the Gaza Strip yesterday. The last time I was here was 4 weeks ago, so things had significantly changed and moved. From entering, even you can see we have no access to Rafah anymore. The last time I was here, we were all based in Rafah. This is the UN and all NGOs. Everybody was down there, and now there is absolutely no access at all. It's very limited movement for us. There is no fuel on the ground. Today we are in the guest house as well because we don't have fuel to be able to go out and do these missions. I think one of the most shocking things I'm seeing is just about 150 meters away from where we're staying, there's around 100,000 tons of waste piling up. And this is really the case now across the Gaza Strip. There is no waste distribution. There is no solution to the waste distribution. And so it's incredibly difficult for the population of Gaza here to continue. The living conditions are extremely dire. And as you can see, perhaps across even the video, it's extremely hot here. There's very few resources. There's very limited water. So even just the case of a few weeks, it is significantly deteriorated. And with the ongoing siege and with the lack of access restrictions, there seems to be no solution that we need. And we are desperate for any kind of support and any kind of ability to do our work, because that's why we're here. There's hundreds and thousands of UN and NGO staff here, wanting to provide treatment, wanting to help the population. And with the current situation, it's just incredibly difficult.
Thank you very much, Louise. You're coming through loud and clear. And thanks for those opening comments. I see Emma Farge is online, and unless there are any questions in the room, I think, Emma, can you hear me? If you can, please go ahead.
Thank you. Just wanted to get a little bit more detail on some of the things that you raised. Why don't you have any fuel, and how long has that been the case, and how can you continue your work without it? And secondly, on the sewage, that really sounds awful. Can you say why it can't be cleaned up, and what are the consequences of this? Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. So on the fuel, this has been a reoccurring issue since the war began. There has never been enough fuel, enough diesel received in the Gaza Strip. There's always been either access limitations from the Israeli authorities into fuel and diesel entering the Gaza Strip, but also we have extreme restrictions once the fuel is received to then distribute it across the Gaza Strip. There are checkpoints all around. As you're very well aware, Rafah is now a very dangerous and highly militarized area. So receiving and moving fuel in this area is extremely difficult. I know over the last few days, there's been a continued back and forth to try and receive fuel safely and get fuel to where it needs. And we have not done this. So we really need more coordination and less access restrictions to the fuel. Fuel is part of the reason that we can't just, clear the sanitation, because of course the trucks, everything that we do here requires fuel, whether it's hospital generators, any kind of distribution we're doing, it all requires fuel. So without the fuel, the humanitarian response really grinds to a halt. But in addition to that, there's also access restrictions to the landfill sites. Our colleagues have, applied almost on a daily basis to have movement from the Israeli authorities to access the landfill sites where we can safely remove some of this solid waste. And these are always denied. These movements are denied. So what we have is temporary landfill sites, and this is really among the community. When I look outside now, like I said, 150 meters away, there is a huge landfill temporary site, but there are also tents around it. The population is living among it, and these are just the temporary sites. You have to understand they're also between the makeshift shelters. It's not coherent. It's not like there's just one place where all this trash is going. It's among the population and it's building up, and without anywhere to go, it just keeps getting worse. And with the temperatures rising, it's really adding misery to the living conditions here. We can smell this pile of trash from just a few meters away. People are living among it, people are living around it. It's a very, very difficult situation here right now because of the heat, because of the summer. Also, these makeshift shelters, people are living under plastic sheetings. Therefore, the temperatures inside the plastic sheeting is even higher than it is outside the plastic sheeting. It's unbearable. It's really unbearable for people to live in these conditions.
Thank you, Louise. I think that answered it. I don't see a follow-up from Emma. Jamie also had his hand up. Jamie from AP.
Thank you, Ms. Wateridge. It sounds positively terrible. Could you just give us an update about what you're expecting in terms of aid deliveries that may be coming in, what's in the pipeline, and particularly whether or not you're expecting any movement from the pier that the U.S. has put in place off the coast? Thank you so much.
So the U.S. backed pier, that's something that I believe the other UN agencies have tried to work, because as we've always said, we will take any aid that can come into the Gaza Strip. It's very welcome. UNRWA, the agency I work for, has not been working with or towards this pier. We continue to insist and to advocate that the best way to get any aid into the Gaza Strip is through the trucks. It is absolutely most important that we use the entrances and we use the borders that we have, and that Israel allows and facilitates the all of this aid that needs to be distributed into the Gaza Strip through these border crossings. It's the safest way for aid to be received. It's far more safe. It's far more cost efficient than any of the airdrops proposed or the pier that's proposed. And we really are advocating now more than ever. We just need to get more aid in. We do receive some food, but the problem that we have when we do receive these supplies like medicine, like food, it's very unpredictable. We don't know when it's going to come. We don't know how much is going to come. We don't know until it is actually in our distribution centers what we're going to have to give to the population. We cannot plan. You might think tomorrow we're planning for so many trucks of food to come in, but until they are actually here, it can be delayed after days, after days, after weeks. And we just can't plan on that. So when you have an entire population needing absolutely everything, it's very difficult without these access, all these access restrictions that we face, for our colleagues to be able to do their jobs.
Thanks, Louise. And that underscores what the spokesperson for the Secretary General said yesterday. Very little is coming in terms of fuel. Generators are running low, and the Kuwaiti field hospital reportedly had to shut down a generator earlier this week. So they have to be cut for a number of hours, and it impacts hospitals, desalination plants, and the UN is obviously trying to get more fuel in, but we're not getting enough. So that is basically the simple truth of it. A question now from Robin Millard from AFP.
Thank you. Two questions from me. Firstly, on the trash that's building up, what would normally happen with that? What would be the normal procedure? Where would that normally go, and how would it normally be dealt with? And secondly, you have no access to Rafah at the moment, you said. What does that mean for you practically? What is the difference that makes for you that you're not able to go there?
I'll start with the Rafah question. So, just a few weeks ago, I arrived in Gaza around May 22nd, and the entire humanitarian response was being run from Rafah. The humanitarian agencies were based there for several months. Rafah is actually a very small area itself. There was around 200,000, 250,000 people there before the war. And as you may remember, it got up to 1.4 million displaced people who were forcibly displaced and then sheltering in that area. So already Rafah was overwhelmed, but nonetheless, the humanitarians were based there. It was very near the border crossing. There was never enough aid. Never has there been near enough aid entering the Gaza Strip throughout this war. But there were systems in place. People were getting food. People were getting water. There was a daily rhythm to people's survival. If you go to after May 6th, it became chaos. It was absolutely chaos. 1.4 million people forcibly displaced from that area. Again, many of them for multiple times. And for the humanitarian operation, you can imagine, if we're already set up in this area, everyone is working out of this UNRWA health center. We have systems in place. We have processes in place. All of that needs to start again. All of that moves. And your next question may be, well, where does that move? It's a great question. Gaza Strip is destroyed. You go back to Khan Yunis. I was shocked going through Khan Yunis yesterday, because the last time I was in Khan Yunis, the buildings are skeletons, if at all. Everything is rubble. And yet, people are living there again. I've seen nothing like it. When the last I was there, it was a ghost town, because People had fled for their lives from Khan Yunis. There is nothing there. There's no water there. There's no sanitation. There's no food. And now people are living back in these buildings that are empty shells of themselves. You can see where the walls have been blown out and blasted out. There are, sheets in place. There's blankets in place. People trying to protect themselves from the sun. So, when you talk about the humanitarian response and how it's moved from Rafah, we're in the same position. I've learned from my colleagues that in Jabalia camp, one of the biggest health centers that we had there was completely torched some months ago, and now they're already going back in there trying to rehabilitate the situation and rehabilitate the facility so that we can once again use it as a health facility. This health facility was absolutely scalded, rubble everywhere. There's nothing left. There's hardly any walls. And so we're also in the desperate situation similar to the population where we are just trying to move from place to place and make best of what we can. Temporary health centers, when I left, there were permanent health facilities in Rafah. Now there are none. There are more temporary facilities in the middle areas and in other areas. But emphasis on the word temporary. These are temporary solutions to a war that keeps changing, and people keep doing whatever they can. We keep adapting the humanitarian response. But we need, ceasefire. We need humanitarian pause. We need supplies. We need so many things. We need safe access. We need all of this to make this happen. Your question on the trash, before the war, there were sanitation officers. UNRWA itself, the largest agency in the Gaza Strip, had a whole sanitation unit. We have sanitation workers. We have truck drivers. We would, clear all the trash and rubbish from the refugee camps. And we had a safe process for doing this. There are landfill sites that we used to have access to remove this trash. Now, all of that, once again, is gone. I went to a sanitation office in April, and one of the trucks was blasted into the office wall. So once these trucks are gone, we don't have anything. There are no supplies coming in. I talked to my colleagues about the water wells in Jabalia. There's 3 now working. We don't have the materials. We don't have the supplies. We don't have the mechanical equipment to repair what has been damaged. And all of this really prevents any kind of humanitarian response. Excuse me.
Yeah, thanks. That was pretty comprehensive and plenty of questions now. Lisa Schlein, Voice of America.
Yes, sorry. Good morning, Daniel. Good morning. Sorry, don't have your name. Anyway, I would like to ask you what the health impact of having so much trash all around. There must be a lot of disease, perhaps, which is occurring. I know you have some people from WHO there. They could perhaps flesh out some of that afterwards in terms of the health impacts. How many people actually remain in Rafah? A fair number of them have left, and I'm wondering how many are remaining actually in the area. And when you say no supplies are getting in, I assume that means that no food is also getting in. So what is the situation, if you know, about people starving, whether people are actually dying, whether you're getting closer to a famine if you're not already there? Thank you.
Yeah, so there was a recent IPC report that said 96% of the population are actually facing acute food insecurity. And you're really seeing that, you're experiencing that. This has knock-on effects. If there's no food, if there's very limited food coming in, people are hungry, people are starving, people are malnourished. And this isn't something that's happened overnight. This is now around 8 months of people with food insecurity. So when you see people, when I see my colleagues, when I see my friends here, they're visibly unrecognizable because having such unsustained food, access to food for so long, you start to age, you look unhealthy, your skin changes color. So you have an entire population who are suffering from this long-term problem. This is not something that started from the Rafah invasion. Of course, it was heightened by this, but through the entire duration of this war, it has been very, very difficult for people to have access to sustained, healthy food, fresh fruit and vegetables, all these things that people need. Very, very limited through the borders. So you'll have to remind me of the follow-up question.
Yeah, I was asking about the health impacts of having so much trash around where the people are falling ill and
if I may,
diseased.
we do have the World Health Organization online. Maybe Tarek, Christian, Louise, if you may, might you defer to them for the health aspects?
Yes, please go ahead.
Hi, thank you very much. I mean, it's a really difficult combination of not having access to clean water, having garbage all around, and basically having the high temperature. So what can it can lead to a number of communicable diseases appearing, and for several reasons. First is water contamination. So when you have a hot weather and you have a lack of clean sanitation, the water sources can become more easily contaminated, and that will bring more diseases like diarrhea. Diarrhea can be caused by a number of pathogens. You have also the issue of food that can be spoiled much more faster, and that can bring foodborne diseases. You will have more mosquitoes and flies, especially in a warm weather, and mosquitoes and flies obviously can spread diseases. And then there is also issue of a heat that brings dehydration and heat stroke. And then obviously people who are already having a problem of accessing food and having a proper nutrition, having a heat stroke, that can aggravate the situation. We have recorded a number of diarrhea cases. There's 470,000 cases of diarrhea since the beginning of the war, and majority of those were happening because of the lack of clean water and sanitation. Now, when it comes to children under 5, this combination of malnutrition and lack of proper food together with diarrhea can be lethal. Over for me.
Thank you very much, Tarek. I hope that answered your question, Lisa. So I see that Emma Fudge has a follow-up.
Thanks. Just a quick one. Louisa, if you could just clarify the pile of waste that you described near you that was shocking, was that human waste or trash or a combination? And also a hybrid question for you and WHO. Is there any update on medical evacuations? I understood some cancer patients finally would be getting out somehow. Has anything moved on that really important issue this week? Thank you.
So on the trash, the pile I can see outside is visibly trash. But what I will say is, with all these people, all these displaced people moving back to these areas, back to these buildings that are rubble, there's no bathrooms. There's absolutely no bathrooms. So people are relieving themselves anywhere they can in the corner of rubbles, in areas. There's no bathrooms available. The facilities are absolutely unbelievable. So at this point, there's really not a lot you can say about how awful it is. I feel like we have been communicating the duration of the war, how dire the situation is, how it's getting worse. And you know, sitting here today, it has to be the worst it's ever been. And I don't doubt that tomorrow, again, will be the worst it's ever been. Every day that we're here, it's the worst it's ever been. It's never getting better. The situation is never getting better. And the people are suffering. They're suffering so much. I will defer to WHO on the medical evacuations, because I believe they were involved in this.
Go ahead, Tarek.
Hi, thanks. So you've seen the tweet from Dr. Tedros, but also from our regional director. So yesterday there was an evacuation of 21 children with a cancer. This is obviously welcome. This evacuation has been led by St. Jude Cancer Hospital. Now, there are more than 10,000 people who need to be evacuated and receive medical care outside of Gaza. 6,000 of them having trauma injuries, more than 2,000 of them also having chronic diseases, and they need this treatment. Since the closure of Rafah, we did not have any medical evacuation until yesterday, and these 21 children with cancer. We need to reopen Rafah, and any other border crossing to get these people out so their lives can be saved. So really more than 10,000 people are waiting to receive medical care, and it's not available in Gaza to be evacuated to Egypt, to West Bank and elsewhere. So we really need to advocate for resumption of medical evacuations. This is welcome what happened yesterday, but more needs to be done.
If I may add to that, just to say also, you know, my colleague Abdullah, he was injured in a strike. He had his legs amputated. This was at the end of February, and he sat in a medical tent for 2 months, 2 entire months. For 2 weeks, he was in Al Shifa when it was under siege, and he wasn't evacuated. It took 2 months for the arranged medical evacuation, and multiple times he very nearly lost his life. This was pre-May 6th, so even before the border crossing, you know, which has changed so much since May 6th and is not functioning anymore. But even before this, for a UN staff member and my UN colleague, 2 months sitting waiting, you know, some days waiting for death. I visited him at the end of April, and the doctors gave, you know, horrific diagnosis for him, and my colleague who was with me, who happened to be the same blood type, donated her blood on the spot to him to keep him alive. This is the situation that people are facing. It is not acceptable for people to be experiencing this and be treated like this. Medical evacuations for these thousands of people need to happen. They need to happen now. Thanks.
Thank you, Louise. Thank you very much, Tarek, indeed. And yes, it was good news on the medical evacuations. John Zarakostas. John, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good morning. Yes, good morning, Louise. Thank you for the briefing. I was wondering if you could give us some update on the number of children in Gaza that are receiving life-saving treatment because they're suffering from severe acute malnutrition. And secondly, if you have data from your organization on a number of children who have been amputated to date. The other day, Mr. Lazzarini was telling us because of lack of reliable data, they were not collecting, for instance, amputation of hands, but only of legs. Thank you.
Yeah, so we currently don't have this data, but I'll be able to get something to you. I can find you in the chat for this and find you the most information that we have at the time.
If you're just now tuning into Live Now from Fox, on the left side of your screen, we are in Geneva, Switzerland. A very compelling conversation underway. UNRWA holding a briefing on Gaza and other concerns. On the right side of your screen, other top stories of the day. That top right box, a live look out in Gaza as the Israel-Hamas war rages on. In that bottom box, we are following breaking news this Monday morning as Hurricane Beryl is now a Category 4 hurricane. We're going to go ahead and go to our final 2-minute commercial break of the hour. And when we come back, more top stories and live events of your Monday morning. Good morning to you if you're just now tuning in, and welcome back if you've been here for a while. I'm Jeannie Francine here with you on this Monday morning. It is July 1st, the first of the month, and we are following breaking news, giving you a live look at our XRAD system, tracking the chaos going on out there in the tropics. Beryl now recognized as a Category 4 hurricane. And as we work to keep you weather ready this morning, right now we're going to check in with our content partners over at Fox Weather.
Rainfall totals could reach 6 inches in some cases, and that could bring some flooding, especially where we have elevation on many of the islands. And the Windward Islands, well, we've got some hurricane warnings in effect from Barbados to St. Lucia, St. Vincent, the Grenadine Islands, Grenada, Tobago, all included in that. Beryl's passage near the Windward Islands of Grenada and St. Vincent and the Grenadines, should it return to a Category 4 hurricane, well, that would make it the strongest there since Hurricane Ivan in 2004. And boy, when you think about Ivan, the impacts that had.
Yeah, eventually went into the Florida Panhandle in 2004, changing the building codes for Florida. You know, we have plenty of time to talk about what will or will not happen farther down the line. But to be quite honest, we have to get through today. There's a live look at Barbados, which, to be honest, is actually the best it's looked in the last 3 hours.
Yeah.
We've seen conditions go dramatically downhill. Now we're getting a little bit of a pause, but notice the strong wave action and how far up this water is rushing up. Barbados is over 100 miles away from the actual core of Hurricane Beryl. There is a hurricane warning in effect for the island of Barbados, but those hurricane force winds will likely not reach the island. Important to have the warning up so residents could prepare, and preparation time was really yesterday. But the strongest winds, our bigger concern is going to be for the island nation of Grenada, also St. Vincent and the Grenadine Islands. That's within reach of the hurricane force winds, and these winds are really strong. Right now, this is a Category 3, our first major hurricane of the season, with winds at 120 miles per hour. Important thing to note with the satellite is that notice in the overnight hours, it kind of clouds over and then the eye reemerges. What's going on here? This is an eye wall replacement cycle. And Craig, I want to bring you in for this conversation. This process was happening overnight. And when you go through an eye wall replacement cycle, which only happens with mature major hurricanes, you see a change in the wind field.
Yeah.
And we see the evidence of that. Between the 2 a.m. and 5 a.m. advisory, the hurricane force winds go from 30 miles outward from the center to 35 miles. And also the tropical storm force wind field has increased by 10, 15 miles in diameter. So that means that there's a farther outreach of the wind field, and for a compact small storm, that's a big deal breaker. There's a look at the data from the Hurricane Center. You can actually point out the eye right there. So this drop in the data where all of a sudden it looks like the wind speeds just drop out, that's the eye of the hurricane.
Pretty cool, right?
Yeah, it's really cool to see it in the data. Awful to go through the eye wall, which the eye wall is going to be these other points on either side, those spikes. Those are the strongest winds within the hurricane, what's happening on either side of the eye wall. But interesting to note that the intensity of the wind is the same on either side of the eye wall when we're really analyzing this data. That means that this is a formable storm, and when they went through the pass of this eye wall, they saw that it was reformed and there after that eye wall replacement cycle.
And now you can see where the path is and where they are now, and you can see some of the stronger winds now, hurricane force winds. Of course, that Category 3 is considered a major hurricane, already reached Category 4 status. And taking a look at this, Britta, when we talk about all of the islands and where this goes, maybe going between a couple of the islands doesn't really matter. You're going to have a lot of these winds in place, a lot of the surf kicking up, and that's going to be a concern here. We've got these hurricane warnings from St. Lucia, Barbados there, even Trinidad with tropical storm warnings. When you look at the path, again, don't focus in on the path, focus in on the impacts. That's going to be a major concern. Places like the southern coast of Haiti and the DR under tropical storm watches at this point, this far out. And a lot of this is going to bring not only the chance for some heavy rain, but a lot of the elevation in some of the islands up to about 4,000 to 5,000 feet. Easily could cause some flash flooding, even if these storms move through relatively quickly, but dropping a lot of rain in that short amount of time.
Yeah, as early as tomorrow evening, Haiti and the Dominican Republic could be dealing with tropical storm conditions. Jamaica is not officially under a watch or warning, but just to give you an early heads up, that is a potential. In fact, Jamaica would be one of those islands that I would say if you have travel there this week, I would be watching this forecast like a hawk because quite honestly, there's a lot of change that is possible in the track once we get past Tuesday. If it's farther down to the south, that's a better scenario for Jamaica, but a lot of the computer models do suggest that Jamaica is at play. And I wouldn't be shocked if we have watches that go up later today to allow for that preparation time for folks on Jamaica.
Yeah, no kidding. It's not highlighted right now, just to the left of Haiti there, so we'll watch that one as well because, boy, what a day. And as we watch for the latest information coming in, it's not the only area that we're watching. Okay, so here's a live shot of Jamaica. It's frozen right now.
Which is hundreds of miles away from Barrel.
Hundreds of miles away. And you talked about, we could see this maybe Wednesday night, Britta. It is frozen at this time. No surprise, because you think about the impacts. It was live earlier, and there was a lot of the sets coming on in. And this is hundreds of miles away just now. When we look at the tropics, and you're looking at 3 areas here, we've got Barrel, which we've been talking about. We've got Tropical Storm Chris, yes, and Invest 96L in the main development region of the Atlantic, just behind Barrel. So we want to start first off as we look at some of these storms. Well, number one, let's talk about what's been going on in portions of the Gulf of Mexico. All of these have been going in almost the same direction based on the steering patterns and what they're tapping into. Here's a look at Chris. It made landfall at 11:50 p.m. Central Time, and the amount of rain bubbling up over Mexico and some of the mountains here will cause a concern for flash flooding. At impact, had 40-mile-per-hour winds, and this is the second system to make landfall in Mexico. Tropical Storm Alberto not long ago, about a week and a half ago. Now Chris. It moved over some very warm waters, helped fuel the storm, and as it moves over the land, it loses its intensity. It needs the warmer waters over the Mexico. Now it's just going to wring out all of the rain and bring some gusty winds all the way down to Veracruz, and this is not far from where Alberto made landfall. Let's look at 96L because this one has great potential to maybe organize about a 70% chance in the next 7 days, 40% chance in the next 2 days. If it does make it to that point, we will be talking about Debbie. So we're going through the list quickly. It is in the main development region, the areas where you see that deep red, very warm water to work with. One thing that it is maybe struggling against might be some of the dust coming off of the coast of Africa. Water temperatures, they are way up there, well above average, just like we saw this time yesterday. The red line you see is where water temperatures are on average. The blue line, last year's, and then the yellow line where those water temperatures are right now. Now, when you look at the track, and a lot of the forecast models do take it, again, to the Windward Islands. So there won't be a whole lot of recovery here as far as what happens with this, as far as waves, wind, and rain. After that, it seems to be a bit of a question again. These storms will open up after they get closer to Jamaica. But for the next several days, we'll watch what happens with the Windward Islands. Britta, when you're talking about an area for development, one thing that's working against it is perhaps the dust, which maybe suppresses that from towering up, also could create an inversion, which stops those storms from bubbling up in height. And there's a little pocket where maybe it's got some oomph, but there's a lot of dust that just kind of fills in at the same time.
Yeah, the path for this invest between the Central Atlantic and the Caribbean islands, a lot of dust in that path.
Yeah.
The opportunity to capitalize on is when we get into this zone on our computer models, so Thursday morning into Friday and Saturday.
No.
Is there enough moisture in the Caribbean to allow for development? We'll see, because you can tell that the outskirts are still very dusty and dry. So, you know, it's going to definitely have more markers on our side going against development in comparison to what we're tracking with Beryl. But we'll see if it's enough, because quite honestly, the water temperatures, sometimes it's really hard to get past that characteristic. If it's warm enough, it's warm enough. Even if you have dry, dusty air, you can get a little bit of a circulation, but maybe not have the intensity of the storm. storm. Keep in mind, Beryl right now just has nothing but everything on its side. So that's why we have a Category 4 hurricane. Can we get enough of a hostile environment to build over the Western Atlantic and the Caribbean to hold back, Debbie? That would be awesome. We'll see what happens. But first, we have to get through today, and Beryl's a huge impact for the Caribbean today, and then we'll have to look out for interests down the line for Central America and also the Yucatan. Meanwhile, back here in the lower 48, we have our own basket of issues that we're waking up to. So we got some thunderstorms rolling through Nebraska. This is a live look east out of Omaha. So the incoming storms are actually at our back. And you can tell that sunrise looks awesome. You just need sunglasses. Yeah. If we flip the camera, you'd probably see some more ominous looking skies. We have a little time to play with, but the storms are on the way. If you live in Omaha, get ready for this. You're going to have a morning round, and then we'll have a round later this evening, probably after 8, 9 o'clock at night. You'll notice that the thunderstorm chances stay really high for the next 3 days. Wednesday during the day is our quietest day, but then we have another replay of Wednesday night storms. So if you are spending your 4th of July holiday in Omaha, well, embrace the forecast. Get out while you can. So when can you actually get out today? You want to get to the pool. You want to do something with the kids. You're going to have to really kind of stay in place for Omaha as we get later this morning. Those thunderstorms moving in from the west will move through. They can't produce severe weather, but so far this morning we've done fairly well. Then we get a break, and then the next round is after 9 o'clock. This is a snapshot of what our computer models suggest will be happening at 11 p.m. We're going through that second round. So most likely going to be a deal while you were sleeping tonight. Good idea to maybe bring in the couch cushions from outside. Anything that you have out during the day, I would make sure that you tuck away in the garage before you go to bed tonight. There's a look at the overall risk, because again, it's not just Omaha. It goes across Interstate 80 into Nebraska and then stretches up into the Dakotas. And then as we go to bed tonight, they continue to move out towards Minneapolis. The highest potential for tornadoes, which is a low-end threat, a 2 out of 5, but something that you should pay attention to in Nebraska, is along I-80. So be very careful with travel. This is a big travel day. If you're hopping on I-80, let's say you're traveling from Colorado out towards Iowa, you want to focus on the middle part of the day because the bookends are not great. And you want to make sure that you have a safe way to find shelter. And anytime after 5 o'clock, it's going to get dicey across parts of Nebraska. And the last thing that you want is that you're driving around I-80 and you have to get off to a gas station or a shelter or some sort like that. It's better to avoid the situation if you can. So road travel today is going to be a little dicey for folks across Nebraska.
And coming up on Fox Weather First, we've got a travel alert. We'll bring you the very latest on everything Beryl. And the 4th of July, just 3 days away now. Shots of Atlanta and Philadelphia airport where they had some delays, even at Philly yesterday, and all the way through New York. Now, Fox Weather correspondent Katie Burns, she is in Pennsylvania. She's going to have a live update in just moments. And so if you're headed somewhere for the big day, we're going to monitor the storms, where they could have an impact on travel plans if you're headed out perhaps today or tomorrow. Stay with us. We'll give you the very latest when we come back. This is Fox Weather First.
And we appreciate our team over at Fox Weather keeping us weather ready this Monday morning. Don't forget, for your latest weather-related headlines, you can get those at foxweather.tv. Also right here on Live Now from Fox. Now it's 7:11 on the East Coast. I want to give you all another live look at our XRAD system. We're going to go to our first 2-minute commercial break of the hour. But when we come back, checking in with the National Hurricane Center as they have an update to share with you about Hurricane Beryl. The details in just 2 quick minutes. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Jeanne Francine. As we continue with your breaking news headlines this Monday morning, the National Hurricane Center releasing the latest information on Hurricane Beryl, also other tropical storms that they are tracking. Let's listen in now.
This is Mike Brennan here at the National Hurricane Center. It's just after 5 p.m. Eastern Time on Sunday, June 30th, coming on this afternoon to talk about the extremely dangerous situation that's unfolding for the Windward Islands. It's going to play out overnight tonight and early Monday morning with the extremely dangerous Category 4 Hurricane Beryl moving quickly towards the Windward Islands, moving west-northwest at 18 miles per hour with maximum sustained winds of around 130 miles per hour. Right now, Beryl is centered about 250 miles to the southeast of Barbados and also 350 miles to the east-southeast of St. Vincent. We have a hurricane warning in effect for Barbados, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Grenada, and St. Lucia. We're expecting multiple life-threatening hazards with Beryl as it moves through the Windward Islands. We have the potential for catastrophic wind damage with the eye wall of a major hurricane moving through the area, especially between St. Vincent and Grenada, including the Grenadines. That's the area we're most concerned about on Monday morning for the eye of Beryl to be moving through. In that region, near and to the north of where the eye passes through, we are expecting 6 to 9 feet of storm surge above normal tide levels, along with devastating wave action on top of that. So that could produce life-threatening storm surge in these island areas. So if we look at the key messages, sort of the things we're most worried about right now, extremely dangerous Category 4 hurricane as Beryl moves through the Windward Islands overnight tonight and early Monday and then into the Caribbean Sea. You really just have a few hours left if you're making preparations on Barbados, St. Vincent, the Grenadines, Grenada. You want to be in your safe place by tonight, and a safe place where you're going to be able to ride out this major hurricane all the way through the day Monday morning. Again, I talked about the potential for catastrophic hurricane force winds, life-threatening storm surge inundation, also the potential for very heavy rainfall, especially in the mountainous areas of places like Barbados and St. Vincent and the Grenadines as well. And then Beryl is expected to remain a powerful hurricane as it moves across the Caribbean Sea and could threaten other areas that we'll talk about in just a minute. But first, our focus is going to be in here in the Windward Islands where we have that hurricane warning in effect. This is the wind field currently of Beryl. We have hurricane force winds extending out about 30 miles from the center. Tropical storm force winds extend outward more than 100 miles from the center. And this wind field is going to move quickly west-northwestward toward the Windward Islands over the next 12 to 18 hours. This is the chance of hurricane force winds over the next several days. And you can see the highest risk of those is between Grenada and St. Vincent, including the Grenadines. That's where we're most concerned about the eye wall of Beryl moving through early Monday morning. Time of arrival of tropical storm force winds in Barbados is going to be in the late evening to early morning hours tonight and into Monday morning, and then very early Monday morning in the Windward Islands. So again, preparations need to be complete by nightfall tonight at the latest and be in that safe place overnight tonight and through the day on Monday. Rainfall, I talked about, we're looking at widespread rainfall totals of 3 to 6 inches across Barbados, the Windward Islands. Isolated amounts could reach 8 to 10 inches in places like Barbados and the Grenadines, 6 inches in Grenada. That could produce localized flooding, especially in areas of high topography and in more sensitive locations to flooding as well. Let's zoom out, talk about where Beryl is going to go as we go through the week. It's expected to remain a powerful major hurricane as it moves through the Windward Islands and across the eastern and central Caribbean Sea. While the center is expected to remain south of Hispaniola, tropical storm conditions are possible along portions of the southern coast of the Dominican Republic and the south coast of Haiti. Tropical storm watches have been issued for those areas. It means there's tropical storm conditions possible there within the next 48 hours. Beryl could move near or over Jamaica as we go through the day on Wednesday, and then move into the northwestern Caribbean, passing near the Cayman Islands, and then approaching the Yucatan Peninsula, Belize, Mexico, perhaps even western Cuba as we go from Thursday into Friday. So Beryl is going to remain a hurricane through most of the week. We could see some weakening as it interacts with land and encounters somewhat less favorable conditions over the western Caribbean, but still expected to be a powerful storm for the next several days. In terms of the timing of arrival of those tropical storm force winds in Hispaniola, we'd be looking at them to arrive sometime during the day on Tuesday, potentially in Jamaica by early Wednesday morning, the Cayman Islands by Wednesday evening, and then reaching the Yucatan Peninsula by Thursday evening. So we'll be watching Beryl as we go through the entire week. I want to briefly touch on a new tropical depression that's formed in the southwestern Gulf of Mexico. We've been monitoring this system for the last couple of days. It's become better organized. The main threat from this system, as we've talked about, is going to be heavy rainfall. And we are expecting to see flooding across portions of eastern Mexico with mudslides possible in areas of higher terrain. We could see some isolated rainfall amounts as high as 15 inches. We do have a tropical storm warning in effect for portions of the Gulf Coast of Mexico, and we are expecting the depression to become a tropical storm briefly before it makes landfall just later tonight and overnight. But again, the main story with this system is going to be the heavy rainfall, so please pay attention to that. We're watching one other feature out across the tropical Atlantic. We have an area of low pressure here just to the southwest of the Cabo Verde Islands with a high chance of formation as it moves west-northwestward across the tropical Atlantic over the next several days. We are expecting another tropical depression or tropical storm to form this week, perhaps to the east of the Lesser Antilles, and it could, in fact, affect some of the areas that are going to be affected by Beryl tonight and Monday. So we're going to keep a very close eye on this. But for those you in the Windward Islands, we're going to get through Beryl over the next 12 to 18 hours. Again, very worried about the potential for catastrophic wind damage, life-threatening storm surge, especially in St. Vincent, the Grenadines, and Grenada as we go through tonight and tomorrow morning. So find your safe place, get those preparations rushed to completion. We'll have more information throughout the night and into Monday on hurricanes.gov, and we'll be back with you with more later. Thanks for joining us. I'm Mike Brennan at the National Hurricane Center.
And we appreciate the National Hurricane Center for giving us that update. And again, when they have more updates later today, you'll get those right here on Live Now from Fox. Now it's 7:20 on the East Coast, going to our second 2-minute commercial break of the hour. When we come back, transitioning to your top headlines as it relates to the Supreme Court of the United States. More details in just 2 quick minutes. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Jeanne Francine. As we continue with your Monday morning headlines, the Supreme Court nearing the end of another momentous term. One of the biggest rulings still awaits on today when the court will decide whether former President Donald Trump is immune from prosecution for his role in that January 6th Capitol riot. Fox News correspondent Madeline Rivera joins us now with a closer look.
There are at least 3 decisions that the Supreme Court has yet to release, but the case involving former President Trump's claim of presidential immunity is the most anticipated one. This stems from his D.C. election interference indictment. Last August, former President Trump was charged with 4 federal felony counts related to the allegations that he interfered with the 2020 election. Trump's lawyers argued Trump cannot be criminally charged for any official actions he took as president. Special counsel Jack Smith, meantime, says no person is above the law, including the President of the United States. In December, a federal judge refused to dismiss the charges against the former president. And in February, a U.S. appeals court unanimously rejected Trump's claims that he cannot be prosecuted. During arguments in April, the court appeared skeptical of embracing Trump's proclamation of absolute immunity, but some justices seemed open to granting some level of protection for former presidents. The proceedings, though, have diminished the possibility that Trump will stand trial on this case before the November election.
The expectation is they may come up with a nuanced view and send this back. Now, that's important because if they send it back, it may be for the trial court to determine what here was part of an official function. That will take time, and the clock is ticking.
The Supreme Court is also expected to hand a ruling on Monday, which could impact how social media platforms regulate the content posted by their users. In Washington, Mallory Rivera, Fox News.
All right, Madeline, thank you so much for that detailed report. And of course, those SCOTUS opinions expected to come down around 10 o'clock this morning Eastern time. And once they do, you'll get that right here on Live Now from Fox. We're going to go ahead and take our third 2-minute commercial break of the hour. And when we come back, heading out to Brussels, Belgium for a live event as the European Commission. They held a press conference on daily issues. The details right after this quick 2-minute commercial break. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. As promised, taking you out to Brussels, Belgium, where moments ago the European Commission wrapped up a press conference on daily issues. Let's listen in together, and of course I'll pop up some boxes on your screen of other top stories we're following this Monday morning.
Thank you. I just would like to get something on camera about this Meta preliminary view issue. And I also, this perhaps might not be competition related exactly, but It seems that the EU is going at quite a fast pace because the Digital Markets Act came into force March. We've already had 3 probes. We've now had 2 preliminary views. I'd like to know, does the EU itself feel it's going fast? And also, some have criticised the EU regulation will hurt innovation, including Meta's Nick Clegg. So I'd like to just get some commentary on that as well. Thank you.
So the first is for Leah, and we'll see whether there are other questions on that, and then the second we will come to later. Yeah, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for the question. So indeed, we have sent preliminary findings to Meta today on a non-compliance case that we opened on 25th of March. So the preliminary findings concern the compliance of Meta with the DMA provision on combining personal data from several core platform services and other services for the purpose of showing personalized ads. So what the DMA requires the gatekeepers to do is to ask the users whether they consent or not to this combining of personal data. If they consent, they will be offered a personalized ad service, but if they do not consent, they would need to receive an equivalent but less personalized option of the service. So Meta had introduced a pay or consent model, which indeed then covers the consent option where the user would say yes, and they would get the fully personalized version. And then the second option that the user can go for is to pay and then not see any ads at their service. So at this stage, we take the preliminary view that actually Meta has not shown this equivalent alternative to the end user who says no to the personal data combination, and indeed now we have sent our preliminary findings, and then the next step is for Meta to reply to these, to have a look at our file, and then we see what the next steps are, but we have until March next year to finalize this investigation.
Thank you. Any other questions on this specific file for Leah? No, you wanted to add something?
No, I just wanted to say, and then...
Oh, hold on, because you're not on. Go ahead.
Sorry. You had a question on, about the DMA and how it is enforced. I think with... is in charge of enforcement. I think we are doing this at the usual pace. The gatekeepers had six months to comply, which of course expired in March this year. And since we have really been engaging with them throughout the year before, I find it quite a usual pace in terms of enforcement that we are advancing. But maybe I leave to Thomas to reply.
I had understood that it was as much on the DSA, your question was on the DMA, but perhaps I didn't hear well. Both. Okay, Thomas, you want to add something on the DSA?
Thank you, Ratia, and good afternoon. Well, on the DSA, what I can recall is there is no specific deadline, of course, to close an investigation that we have opened. We have opened 8 of them. They're currently ongoing, and we'll continue our investigation and communicate them in due course. Maybe on innovation more generally, because this was also one of your questions, I think it's important to get one step a little bit back here. And of course, we're talking about technologies, platforms that evolve extremely fast in the EU market and everywhere in the world. Simply, and one example could be artificial intelligence that is developing extremely fast. What we wanted and what we have done during this mandate, I think, is to put in place the legislative framework where we want these technologies, these platforms to operate, and then within this legislative framework, we of course want to innovate. This is also what we have done on artificial intelligence, for example, where President von der Leyen has announced to open up our supercomputers to startups. So we're trying everything we can, of course, to remain competitive, and we will remain competitive. But we want, of course, these technologies to respect EU values and fundamental rights. And this is here what is at stake as well. So we're trying to find the right balance between regulation and innovation.
a human-centric approach, if you wish. Any other questions on this or on other digital issues for Thomas? No, thank you very much. Any other questions for us today? I have quite a few hands raised on Interaxios, so we'll go to Tommaso.
Good morning, many thanks for the, good afternoon, many thanks for the floor, Tommaso Galavotti in Kronos Italy. It's a competition question. It's just about ITA Lufthansa, because we are on the 1st of July. I wonder if you have any news to announce about the judgment on the deal, or if we should expect something, shortly. Thank you.
So the answer to your first question is no, and the answer to your second question is yes. I hope that was very clear. All right, let's move on from that to other issues. Tamara.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can hear you, but we would need to see you as well.
Yes, I know. Just a second. Something's not right. Just give me a second.
It's Monday morning, so we all need a bit of time to get into the move. If not, what we will do, Tamara, is we will come back to you once you've been able to sort out your point.
Okay, thank you, Eric.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you. Rafael.
Go ahead. Sorry. Thank you, Rafaela Scheidrath for the Austrian broadcaster ORF. Yesterday was the deadline for member states to submit the national energy and climate plans. We know that Austria did not submit, or failed to submit, and is seeking an extension. So I'd like to know how many member states submitted on time, which plans, what kind of plans from which member states are still missing, and maybe what are the next steps concerning those member states who did not submit. As we know, there might be the threat of an infringement procedure. Thank you.
Thanks, Rafaela. Thanks. As you know, the governance regulation requires member states to submit their final national energy and climate plans by the end of June. So yesterday, we've received just 4 plans so far, from the Netherlands, from Denmark, from Finland, and from Sweden. The Commission obviously is strongly urging all other member states to submit their final plans as soon as possible. The timely submission of these plans is going to help to trigger the necessary investments to meet our 2030 targets, to help with the decarbonisation of European industry, to ensure secure, affordable and sustainable energy supplies for Europe. So, we've worked very hard to set these targets into legislation with the European Parliament and the Member States, and it's now for national authorities to finalise these plans and to put into place this legislation so that citizens and industries across Europe can see the benefits of our green transition. Now, in terms of the next steps, as I said, it's a legal obligation for member states to submit these final plans. We will be raising this as a matter of urgency at 2 informal councils which are taking place this month. So you have an informal energy council and an informal environment council. So we will be raising it there with the member states. And wherever necessary and appropriate, we of course have legal instruments to follow up further. So that's what I can say for now in terms of the next steps.
Follow up?
Yes, please. Thank you, Tim. Concerning the extension Austria is seeking, can we assume that the other member states who did not submit so far are also seeking an extension? And what are the criteria in case the Commission will agree on this extension? How does this work? Thank you.
So the situation with Austria is a little bit different, as you know. So Austria has not even submitted a draft NECP. So we already launched an infringement procedure in December last year against Austria for the lack of submission of this draft. And we've still not received the draft plan. So that's what we need to receive, first of all, from Austria. This is an iterative process. So you need to receive a draft plan, the Commission then issues its recommendations, and then you need a final plan. So that infringement process is ongoing, and we hope to receive a draft from Austria as soon as we can.
Thank you. Any other climate or energy related questions? Yeah, David.
Yeah, so if I got it right, it's just 4 out of 27 member states have submitted their plans. Is that worrying, you know, that so few member states have actually submitted their plans? I can't remember, was it when the last deadline previously for NECPs, there was also an issue with member states not submitting. Is it more worrying this time? And then are there any sort of, is it too early, or on the basis of the draft NECPs, do you have any conclusions about how we're proceeding towards 2030? Thanks.
Yeah, so I'm not going to get into sliding scales of when we're more or less worried. We have an obligation to receive 27 plans. We only have 4, and we're urging the member states that haven't submitted them to do so as soon as possible. In terms of the assessment, as you will understand and appreciate, I think we need, you know, a critical mass of plans to come in before we can look at the cumulative contribution towards that target that we're aiming for. We published an initial assessment back in December based on the 21 plans we'd received by then, showing that there is a gap of a couple of percentage points to our 55% emissions reduction target. It's an iterative process. We've issued the recommendations of how member states can get on track, but based on only 4 plans, you know, I can't give you, the Commission can't make at this stage an analysis, but we will do that as soon as possible, as soon as member states submit their plans.
Thank you. Tom, on this.
Is there any other country that asks for an extension like Austria?
No, so the Austrian case is specific to the infringement procedure. So there was this infringement procedure which was launched on the draft plan. Austria asked for a little bit more time to reply to that infringement procedure. So that's the situation there. We haven't had requests from member states for an extension of the deadline. The deadline is there. You know, we need member states to now submit.
Any other questions on climate or energy for Tim? No, so I go back to Tamara. Thank you, Tim. Tamara, let's see if you've managed to sort your camera issues. Yes, go ahead.
Yes, I have. Thank you, Eric. Just regarding the Belgrade and Pristina dialogue, so can you confirm that tomorrow will be a new meeting on the level of chief negotiators? What will be the main topic of the dialogue, and in what format will the dialogue be held? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Peter Stano, who is actually on holidays, is nevertheless gracing us with his presence from his holiday resort. If we can connect. Peter. I hope it works. If not, we will have to come back to you. I hear him.
I'm here, yes. I hope you can hear me.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm here.
Go ahead.
Can I go ahead?
Yes, go ahead, Peter.
Okay, if you hear me, then yes, sorry. I mean, the connection is a little bit like breaking, but still I heard the question. So yes, I can confirm that tomorrow there will be a meeting of the Belgrade-Pristina dialogue at the level of chief negotiators, as announced by High Representative last Wednesday after the high-level meeting of President Vučić and Prime Minister Kurti. And the priority, of course, and the agenda actually is determined by the top urgency of starting the implementation of the agreement on the path to normalization of the relations between Kosovo and Serbia.
Voila, so this is quite exceptional. Don't get used to it. Nabila will be back on Wednesday, at which time we will be able again to answer all your questions in detail on foreign affairs. We have the slight logistical issue today and tomorrow. Mose, is it on this? Go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Eric. I would like to ask also Peter clarification about last week's high-level meeting in this dialogue, which didn't take place in the form of a trilateral meeting between with the two leaders from Serbia and Kosovo. And the question is, about the issue of recognition of Kosovo. And we know that there are 5 member states which not yet have recognized Kosovo. We know that it's also the competence of member states are supposed to decide on their foreign policy. But in this case, is that really consistent with, let's say, spirit or goal of this normalization agreement, which should result in the mutual recognition by Serbia and Kosovo of their independence? Thank you.
I'm not sure I understood your question, Mose.
Thank you, Mose.
Peter did. Go ahead, Peter.
Indeed. Mose, the objective of the dialogue between Belgrade and Pristina is normalization of the relations. So this is the tasking that was given to the EU as the facilitator to work in helping both sides to achieve the normalization of the relations. So there is no recognition in there, but of course a logical consequence of normalization would be recognition. But this is something way ahead in the process, and the 5 non-recognizers among the EU member states will make their decisions based on whatever they see as necessary and relevant, but this is not an issue being dealt with in the framework of the EU facilitated dialogue. The task, once again, is the normalization of the relations, whereas the definition of normalization at the very end, when we get there, or better said, when the parties get there with our assistance, will be defined by themselves. What they understand under normalization, and what would be the consequence of the normalization. But once again, the mandate of the dialogue and for the EU is to work on helping Kosovo and Serbia to normalize their relations, and this is what we are doing.
Okay. Any other further question for Peter on foreign affairs? Anna.
Thank you. I have a question to Peter on upcoming NATO in Washington, because the European Union is mentioned apart, and my question is, taking into consideration close cooperation that Madam von der Leyen had with NATO Secretary General Stoltenberg, and between 2 organizations, is she going to attend this NATO summit in Washington in person? If not her, will Mr. Borrell go there, or any high-ranking diplomats will take part? And follow up just immediately, are they going to sign any declarations or other documents during that important summit?
Yeah, that's actually more a question for me. Thank you very much. Look, we would announce any EU-level participation in due time. We haven't reached that moment in time yet, so you have to wait before we answer your... Yes, Anna, follow up.
Eric, and what you find the relevant timetable when you expect this news to...
In the press room, you know that we announce the President's agenda the Friday the week before, normally. That's our usual schedule. If there are any announcements that we have to take one way or another, it will either be on that day or at another point in time that we consider appropriate before the event. Okay, I think I saw one last hand raised on foreign affairs. For Peter, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. This is Daria from Financial Times. I was wondering if you have any response to the first round of elections in France over the weekend, and whether the Commission is concerned at all that a possible paralysis in French decision-making could affect EU work. So,
last time I checked, France was still a member state of the European Union, just to be clear, so this is not a question on foreign affairs. As a Frenchman who thinks he's still the national of the EU. And no, I mean, joke aside, no, we never comment on elections in member states, and will therefore not do so in this case either. Okay. Any other questions on other subjects for us today? Rafael.
Thank you, Eric. It's a question on logistics, also for our planning. It concerns the college trip to Budapest, which is foreseen Thursday, Friday, if I'm correct. I heard there might be some scheduling problems and the trip might not take place. Are these just rumors, or could you just please clarify? Thank you.
So we have never announced a date for the trip to Budapest. You never heard me here say that we were going to Budapest anytime this week. We are in discussions with the Hungarian authorities for an appropriate date, which I believe will most probably take place after the summer break. Mose, you had a question on another issue.
But that's also linked to Hungary taking over the presidency from today. We know that there were Article 7 procedures going on against both Poland and Hungary, and the one against Poland was closed during the Belgian presidency, but the presidency held a hearing about Hungary, and the file has not been closed, I understand. So I wonder, and it could be perhaps revived by a member state. My question is whether also the Commission has a legal right, let's say, to revive this file on the Article 7 procedures against Hungary. Thank you.
Christian.
Yes, thanks, Mose. I'm sorry, but I'm not sure I fully understood the question at the end. So what right does the Commission?
To revive the Article 7.
Oh, to revive the, okay, sorry. That was just an acoustical problem for me. Look, obviously the question of how the Article 7 procedure is handled in the Council is a question for the Council. You know that the Article 7 procedure was triggered in 2018 by a recent proposal adopted by the Parliament. Meanwhile, there have been 7 hearings in the Council on Hungary, and the seventh hearing took place on the 25th of June, actually, in the last General Affairs Council, where Vice President Vera Jourova represented the Commission. So this is where we stand. Otherwise, I would point you to our clear position on the rule of law on Hungary in our rule of law reports.
Okay, any other questions on rule of law issues for Christian? No. Tommaso, you had another question, I believe. We go back to you. Seem to have a connection issue. You need to press speak, connect your camera, etc.
Yeah. Pardonnez-moi. C'est seulement une question de calendrier.
Just a question on timing.
Je me demande si vous avez une date fixée pour la présentation
if a date has been set for Mario Draghi's presentation on competitiveness.
Par juillet, mais
I think it was supposed to happen in July, but we don't have a date for that. Do you have a date? Thank you.
Johanna.
Thank you for the question. We don't have an exact date for this report yet, but the mandate runs until the end of July. So that's the timeline that we're working towards.
Thank you. We will announce the date when we have one. Anything else for us today? If that is not the case, thank you very much and see you tomorrow.
So that European Commission briefing on daily issues wrapping up there in Brussels, Belgium. And on the right side of your screen, other top stories we're following this Monday morning, ranging from the very latest of the Israel-Hamas war to that Category 4 Hurricane Beryl that is continuing to cause chaos out there in the Atlantic. Now at 7:53 here on the East Coast, we will go to a final 2-minute commercial break. And when we come back, continuing with your breaking news headlines of the day. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, and good morning to you if you're just now tuning in. I'm Jeanne Francine. As we continue with your Monday morning headlines, I want to transition to some breaking news we're following at this hour, giving you a live look at our XRAD system. And the situation out in the Caribbean is becoming more dire this Monday morning. Residents are being warned to finish preparations as soon as possible ahead of Hurricane Beryl. The storm rapidly intensified and strengthening into a Category 4 hurricane. It could even unleash catastrophic destruction across populated island nations starting as early as this morning. As we work to keep you weather ready and informed today, we're going to check in with our content partners over at Fox Weather as they have some updates. Also tracking another tropical storm named Chris and also another storm out there along the Atlantic. So a lot of weather-related headlines this Monday morning. We're going to check in with them now.
Welcome inside Weather Command. I'm Stephen Morgan.
And I'm Marissa Torres. Joining us this morning, we also have Britta Merwin and Craig Herrera.
It is Monday, July 1st, a new month and new urgency now due to this young Atlantic hurricane season. Let's get right to it. No, Britta and Craig have been following it this morning. Exactly 1 month into the Atlantic hurricane season, we have a historic hurricane closing in on the Windward Islands. The season doesn't look young at all, that's for sure. Hurricane Beryl is poised to break even more records.
It rapidly intensified from a tropical depression to a major Category 3 hurricane in just less than 48 hours. Beryl is the first major Category 3 on record east of the Lesser Antilles during the month of June. It is also the Atlantic Basin's earliest Category 4 hurricane on record.
The core of this extremely dangerous major hurricane, it's passing over the Windward Islands. Right now, it's expected to unleash life-threatening winds as well as dangerous storm surge. People are hunkered down after gathering critical supplies. The highest risk of the core expected in St. Vincent, the Grenadines, and Grenada. Barbados has shut down the water system island-wide to protect critical infrastructure. The Prime Minister of St. Vincent and the Grenadines said emergency shelters were opening last night. We get into the latest, and actually this is the most important component. Britta and Craig, I know you guys were talking about this to end the 7 o'clock hour Eastern time. We got a new advisory that's in, and that new advisory is a significant one because we have now regained Category 4 strength.
Yeah, I'm not shocked by that.
No.
Craig and I were watching the storm overnight. It was very apparent that it was going under an eye wall replacement cycle. You saw the eye cloud over, thunderstorms kind of forming a new ring around it. And during that process, of course, we kind of lose a little edge, but then ramp back up on the other side. So now we're on the other side of this cycle. We have visible satellite coming up. So what we'll notice over the next couple hours is that the eye will start to clear out yet again, and you get that defined eye that is so indicative of a major hurricane.
And looking at this thing, Marissa, I mean, we have the storm itself with that eye wall replacement cycle happening. There were questions: would this be complete before it reached the Windward Islands? How would this evolve? And sure enough, we're seeing it, and even that pressure dropping just a little bit per the latest advisory.
I mean, at this point, the designation of category was minor in terms of impacts. We already knew the impacts were going to be pretty detrimental in through the Windward Islands. So a small adjustment there, but even then, yeah, to make landfall for many of these islands as a Category 4. This is a significant storm. The pressure drop, we're getting also that real-time data as we had hurricane hunters NOAA investigating this actively. Yeah, this is a strong storm that's had nothing but all the ingredients it's needed to really strengthen and quickly.
Craig, your thoughts on this, because as we were looking at the storm itself and watching how this was overall evolving, there were concerns that this could reach the status. It has already broken so many records. Marissa had mentioned the strongest Atlantic hurricane on record in the month of June. Beryl becoming the earliest Cat 4 on record for the Atlantic. With an eye wall replacement cycle, Britta alluded to it, this wind field's going to expand some too.
It already has.
Yeah, it has. Yeah, exactly. It has. And you take a look at the wind field cycle at these tropical storm force winds extending 115 miles or so, but it's been fluctuating within that. Being so compact, those stronger winds as it moves over portions of Grenada up and through just south of St. Lucia will be a big concern. And you can see where it is right now. Some of the hurricane force winds extending 30 miles. So it went from 30 miles to 35 earlier, now back to 30 miles per hour. So pretty compact as far as where those stronger winds are from the center of the storm. You can see how just well defined it is by that orange color, not extending real far outside of Grenada, but it's the tropical storm force winds that extend quite a distance. You think about the rain bands as well. In fact, this morning, some of those were making it all the way to the island of Guadeloupe. Here are the elevations, about 4,800 feet with some of the higher terrain. So right in through there, they were dealing with some strong, heavy rains and some strong winds as well. You think about the flooding impacts of this, not only the storm surge and the winds coming through here, but the amount of rain that could be coming through here. This island, it looks like a butterfly, and you can probably heard that before, French island, Guadeloupe. And take a look at the heaviest rain hitting those elevations at 4,800 feet, causing some localized, potentially some life-threatening flooding as well. That's on the northern fringe, well out of the areas that are warned for tropical storm force winds, or right in through here. They're not even in the warning mix.
Exactly, and that's the thing with, I think, the warnings, breaking them down, Marissa, for where we have the hurricane warnings in effect. It doesn't mean that we're going to see hurricane force conditions, but it's very likely. You have to prepare accordingly. Grenada under it, Grenada has had brushes with with hurricanes in the past. Not quite as strong as what we dealt with, well, since Ivan. And Ivan was a catastrophic hurricane for Grenada.
Yeah, we talked about Ivan. It claimed the lives of several people, and then it continued on into the U.S., making landfall around Louisiana. That's just one example, and that was several years ago. When you talk about the impacts now, a lot of these places, and Britta, I heard you say it this morning, yesterday was the day to prepare, now is the moment to hunker down. And you have a lot of folks across the islands that have now sheltered in place. They have shelters set up for these very vulnerable communities. As we know, these intense winds are already starting to approach the outer bands. So things have really deteriorated since yesterday and through these overnight early morning hours at this point. And you can see right there, here's our very well-defined eye wall at this point, heading right towards St. George's, one of them, and then up towards the islands. We're going to continue to see these spread out.
Yeah, so right now on a lot of our buoys and also our recording gauges, we're getting bona fide tropical storm force winds. That's just because the storm core isn't quite there just yet. We'll unfortunately get to that point. Interesting to check in on this buoy. So this is really far removed from the storm itself. We're talking 100 of miles off to the north and west, but we have 8-foot seas and also wind gusts of 34 miles per hour. We've been watching the cameras in Jamaica this morning, and conditions are pretty rough. Of course, we're hundreds of miles away from the storm, but that's important to note because it's such a big travel week for Americans. A lot of Americans are traveling to the Caribbean islands, and you're going to be dealing with the impacts. Then, of course, our family and friends that live in the area as well. So there's a look at some of the buoy wind gusts. Of course, the strongest winds being located by the storm itself. That gives you a good idea of where that buoy is particularly located, which is far off to the northwest of the storm. But that swell and also the strong winds, they extend far out from the center itself. Once we get past this morning, then we have to have the conversation of where is this going? And this storm is a hard one to nail down because it's small. Small storms are hard to find resolution on, and we tend to have more error in the forecast farther down the line. So we know what's happening today. It's hard. It's really heartbreaking what's going to be happening on some of these island nations today. Once we get into Wednesday, this storm is going to be somewhere in the central Caribbean with a lot of wind shear. How strong is the storm at that point? How much of an impact is the wind shear having? That's going to determine where it lies in this track. Because the weaker it is, the farther south it's going to be. The stronger it is, the farther north it's going to be. And right now, the Gulf of Mexico exit plan is still an option that is possible. Also, the possibility of this moving into Central America and becoming a flood disaster is a real reality as well.
It's one of those things that we're happy that with Climo, when you look in the month of July and really throughout much of the season, the Caribbean does have a hostile environment, one that's not always conducive for tropical cyclones to strengthen. And even the ones that are here late in June really shouldn't be strengthening to a Cat 4 in the first place. But the official forecast still through tomorrow morning has a Beryl as a Category 4. And with that eye wall replacement cycle, the Windward Islands are probably not going to do much to disrupt the core of Beryl. So we consider that. We know with the eye wall replacement cycle that wind field, while it has grown, will continue to grow. And what happens and what comes of the storm. I mean, we've got uncertainty between Cuba and the Yucatan. There are some indications that this storm could move right through it. The break, I can't remember what that passage is called, but nonetheless, as we see it emerge into the Gulf, perhaps that's a possibility. Remember, the cone here only tracks the center of it, and 70% of the time, about roughly, it's in that cone. Otherwise, it can move throughout. But we have plenty of time to watch this thing. Nonetheless, the Windward Islands, this is something, Marissa, that is more common in August, September, October. They are prone to hurricanes. They see this.
If you're booking a vacation for St. Lucia, you probably would have picked end of June, beginning of July. This would have been your target time.
You bet on the Caribbean. And that's what we were talking about. We were comparing it to Hurricane Audrey back in 1957. That was something that formed out of the Bay of Campeche. That did graduate and intensified into a Category 3 hurricane eventually. This is something that developed out of the main development region. By the way, Stephen, it's the Yucatan Channel.
The Yucatan Channel.
Yeah.
Okay.
And you do notice it starts to weaken as it approaches the Yucatan Peninsula. It is expected to encounter more of that shear to weaken it, but still it's going to be bringing, as you mentioned, all that moisture, all that rain, and still a significant threat with still some damaging
also, the computer models are struggling big time. Yesterday, all of the initialization, which is the beginning of a computer model, had the strength of this storm not on marker.
Much weaker.
Exactly.
Yeah.
They were starting off with a weaker solution than reality.
Yeah.
If you go into a solution with not correct information, the errors can be larger down the road.
Yeah. Yep.
So if you're looking at concerns for Jamaica, Belize, and the Yucatan, just know that it's good to prepare and keep this in mind. But honestly, we need to find more answers before we have a fine-tuned idea of what's going to be happening Thursday and Friday, in particular with this storm, because of the setup that we have.
One thing is for certain, the main development region, which is typically a zone of the Atlantic Basin that hits snooze these first couple of months of hurricane season, hasn't done so. We have more activity that we're watching. In fact, let's continue because there's one right behind Hurricane Beryl. It's known as Invest 96L, and it's moving through the main development region. We've got odds of this to increase and strengthen over the next 7 days. These tropical weather outlooks, they're issued 8 o'clock, 2 o'clock, a.m. and p.m. We just got the newest info from the National Hurricane Center about 96L. We still have a medium chance of this thing develop, a 60% chance. It is on the same path, the same course toward the Windward Islands. I can't help but think folks who suffer from Beryl will be dealing with, at the very least, more winds and some heavy rain associated with this.
And after Category 4, any impact following that is a big deal, even if it's a thunderstorm.
Yeah, and I do wonder, you know, we talked about you get upwelling. Now, granted, a tighter knit storm, will it be enough? I don't know.
Well,
I mean,
and with the heat content in question, I think it would be minimal.
It'd be minimal. It is warmer there. We talked about some of the possible upwelling coming out of the southern part of the Gulf, the Bay of Campeche, and there was some upwelling, and it did cool it down a little bit. However, this is a much warmer area that we're looking at, and I don't know how much impact it would make. Some of the models suggesting maybe this one is a little bit weaker, but again, it's still too early to tell. Either way, as Britta mentioned, any thunderstorm is going to be detrimental to any community that took a hard hit from Beryl at this point. So there's Invest 96L. That one also has started to organize relatively quickly. Coming out of the weekend, by the way, on Friday, Beryl wasn't even a depression Friday morning.
We were waiting on it to become TD2.
It happened very, very quickly. And so, yeah, so the focus on Invest 96L and how quickly that'll continue to get its act together, organized.
You can make the argument it's even where the position of it right now is slightly farther to the south than where Beryl is. I mean, it's rare to get on the southern tip of the Windward Islands, these tropical systems. I mean, as we had mentioned, the island of Grenada has not seen direct impacts. I mean, Hurricane Ivan, you have to go back to 2004 with Hurricane Ivan. So it's rare to see them and certainly this time of year. We just don't experience them. However, with what we have, 96L, we might have some struggle for this thing to organize just a little bit. A little bit of Saharan dust could impede, mitigate its development if it gets involved. If it stays far enough to the south, though, much like Beryl, it will be protected from that. But this is one that bears watching as it moves through. It's another one of those tropical waves that we've seen push over. Britta, the at least threats that we have with 96L, they're going to be overshadowed certainly by what we have with Beryl. But we talk about July and this next wave that we're watching. It's the main development region, which isn't normally active. I can't help but go back to the winter when all the headlines were, we've got
It's the water temperature.
Yeah, high sea surface temperatures. And
that's the
what's
only
going to
reason
translate.
why we're sitting in this position is because the water temperatures are so extraordinarily warm. Right now, the latest track with our sea surface temperatures, we're pretty much on mark from where we were this time last year, maybe just slightly ahead of that. But to your point, Stephen, if we go back to what was happening this winter, we were like record breaking. It felt like July in the middle of the Atlantic water temperature wise in January. So that wild displacement makes this a hotbed at a different time frame. I always say when it comes to weather patterns, we have our benchmarks of what we see typical times of year because we're humans. The atmosphere doesn't care. It goes off of what the ocean is like, what the atmosphere is like. And right now, it actually kind of feels and looks like it would be end of July into August, not June into early July. So, you know, as we take a look at the path forward here, I think dust is probably our biggest, you know, buddy here for this invest on the heels of Beryl. I think that it's going to have a tough time with the dust. I don't think we can really put our hat too much on upwelling. Maybe we'll get lucky. I'm with you, Marissa. I'm in for any sort of silver lining that you can find in this type of a scenario. But I think dust is probably the biggest one. Once we get past Invest, though, Invest 96L, that is, look at the computer models. They kind of go silent for a little bit. So, you know, I think we'll have a little bit of a lull just because the next plume of dust coming off of Africa is farther south. And Marissa's highlighting that zone for you. That was kind of missing, and Beryl and this Invest took advantage of that missing component this past week.
So we are grateful.
And we appreciate our content partners over at Fox Weather, as this is a very dangerous situation. And always, for those latest weather-related headlines, you can get them at foxweather.tv. Also right here on Live Now from Fox. Now at 8:14 on the East Coast, going to our first 2-minute commercial break of the hour. But when we come back, giving you a live look out at the White House. Checking in with Fox's Lucas Tomlinson, also political analyst Dr. Larry Walker. We'll be right back in just 2 quick minutes. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Jeanne Francine. Now at 8:17 here on the East Coast, giving you a live look there at the White House. And as you all know, the race to the White House is on this morning. But if we look back in time, President Biden's family reportedly keeping the faith at a retreat over the weekend at Camp David. They're urging the president to keep going, even as some major voices on the left are calling for him to end his campaign after last week's disastrous debate performance. Fox's Lucas Tomlinson joins us now with the details.
The White House is calling this family retreat to Camp David Sunday pre-planned, including a photo shoot of everyone for a magazine. But there are reports that the Biden family will be discussing the president's future, something the White House denies. On the Sunday shows, Democratic lawmakers said they're in lockstep with President Biden. Not one has called for him to step down.
I think he's the only Democrat who can beat Donald Trump. And let me tell you, we had the single best day of grassroots fundraising after the debate. The first poll that we saw after the debate showed Joe Biden gaining ground on Donald Trump.
That whole abandon Biden thing, that's the dumbest I've ever heard. I mean, if you are more inclined to vote for a Democrat or be a Democrat, if you're willing to walk away from Joe Biden, you're by defecting helping Trump.
Also on Fox News Sunday, Ohio Senator J.D. Vance, who's on Donald Trump's shortlist to be his running mate, offered this assessment of the debate.
That's ultimately what the debates really showed, is that we have two candidates, one who can't do the job, one who has failed to do the job, and that's Joe Biden, and Donald Trump, who both could do the job but has already done it successfully.
The New York Times editorial board has called for Biden to step down. Quote, the confidants and aides who have encouraged the president's candidacy and who sheltered him from unscripted appearances in public should recognize the damage to Mr. Biden's standing and the unlikelihood that he can repair it. Here's Biden's senior advisor, Anita Dunn, who says the president isn't going anywhere.
The conversation that we had is, okay, what do we do next? Okay, that is, if there was one thing that we're about, it's, okay, as Barack Obama said, bad debates happen. We had a bad debate. What do we do next? And, you know, the president, above all, is focused on what do we do next? What do I need to go do? And I think you saw in North Carolina, he knew exactly what he needed to do.
The Biden campaign has announced it's raised over $33 million since the debate Thursday night. At the White House, Lucas Tomlinson, Fox News.
Lucas, thank you so much. And joining us live this morning for further analysis, political analyst and professor at UCF, Dr. Larry Walker. Dr. Walker, good morning. Truly a pleasure to have you here this morning.
Good morning. Thanks for having me.
So I want to go back in time to Thursday night, that debate. I'd love to hear your reaction. What did you think about both sides' performance?
So it obviously was a uneven performance by both candidates. I'm trying to be kind here, and so I think the concern that you hear, obviously you just played the package and discussing President Biden and his family, perhaps having a conversation about him staying in the race. I think the first thing is related to current President Biden is the idea that he would drop out. This is not consistent with reality. That there are a number of timelines you have to meet for each state, and we're way past that, and just a few weeks out from the actual DNC convention. So the idea that President Biden could drop out at this point is not realistic. We saw just a few weeks ago a lot of the challenges dealing with and getting on the ballot in Ohio. So imagine that across all 50 states is not reliable. But we have to recognize that he had a lot of struggles as it relates to the debate. But we also have to acknowledge that former President Trump ran into some challenges, particularly his comment about black jobs, which did not go over very well in the black community. So both performances were uneven, and both candidates have a lot of work to do to instill confidence in voters. And obviously President Biden, in terms of his struggles, there's some work that needs to be done.
Absolutely. And before we get into the back and forth that happened Thursday night, I want to ask you, we're learning this morning from Fox News that President Biden, they are putting the blame on his debate from those top advisors with his camp. There are calls for them to step down. Do you think it's his team's fault for his debate performance, Dr. Walker, or would you say he would take the blame for that?
No, he's the person at the top of the ticket. And the key thing here is, President Biden is not some neophyte. It was just new and just out campaigning and running for president of the United States. He's had decades of experience, not only before he even became, VP as chairman of the Foreign Relations Committee and leading a number of really important legislation throughout the U.S. Senate, and then becoming VP and obviously, then being elected president of the United States. So the idea that his advisors could be responsible for some of the challenges he had, just a few days ago, in my opinion, was not realistic.
Now to that back and forth, Dr. Walker, people still talking about it, still putting it on X. It's been trending for the past few days. The back and forth from President Biden and former President Donald Trump. There were a lot of one-liners, you could say, that are still sticking with people this Monday morning. President Biden telling the former president he had the morals of an alley cat. Former President Trump saying that black jobs were being taken away. Just a lot of back and forth. We can start with what you mentioned, the black jobs. What is a black job? Is it you being a professor? Is it me being here on LiveNOW? What did the former president mean by that?
I'm not really sure what he meant by black jobs, but as you said, it's been trending on X. And also I've heard a lot about it from, family members as it relates to his comment relating to black jobs. He's also Hispanic jobs. But, and and I haven't heard the campaign really put out a clear explanation about what that meant, but it did not come across really well to members of the Black community. And it feels like in many ways it energized, Black people who were interested in supporting, current President Biden. So the Trump campaign really has to kind of do it. He has to do a really clear job of explaining it, because it came across as somehow their only job specifically for members of the Black community. And keep in mind is that, as we talk about a lot of topics, over the last several years, that Black people have encountered a great deal of racism in America since for the last 400 plus years, and had to overcome significant obstacles to have the first Black president of the United States, VP, enter corporate America, academia. We could keep going on and on. So we've had to encounter a number of obstacles. So this idea about Black jobs has really caused an issue with members of the Black community.
And I'm sure it's no secret we knew those federal cases were going to come up in the debate, and there was some back and forth between former President Trump and current President Joe Biden. And, Biden was responding and kind of mumbling, and Trump was, petty about it, saying, I can't understand a word he's saying, hit that low blow. And then that low blow coming right back from President Biden when he was discussing those federal charges with the former president related to Stormy Daniels, and saying that he had the morals of an alley cat. There were some people confused about what he meant by that, Dr. Walker.
Yeah, I mean, alley cats are considered strays. They kind of, work their way around a neighborhood and, engage in troublesome behavior. So it wasn't a compliment. It was certainly what we described as kind of an old school statement to describe somebody's behavior. But the bottom line is there was a lot of back and forth, and obviously they clearly don't like each other, which is not unusual in a presidential debate. Individuals represented the two largest parties, but I would hope that the second debate is there's more cordial. There's more of a focus on the policies that Americans care about.
Absolutely. And let's not forget, so glad you mentioned that there is another debate that is coming up in a few months. What do you think it'll take both sides to stand out for this debate to be a lot better than what we saw Thursday night?
Yeah, well, for President Biden, it's showing up and be able to speak clearly and not obviously cough and deal with some of the other issues, troubling voice issues he was dealing with. And to stand up there and he's obviously, there's a lot of, legislation he's helped support, infrastructure bill, et cetera, to push forward. And he needs to be able to clearly articulate that. And for former President Trump, he once again, he was president for 4 years. He's really got to talk about the policies that he helped push through also, and what he plans to do and to make sure the lives of Americans improve.
Dr. Walker, always a pleasure talking all things politics with you. Thank you so much for joining us bright and early this Monday morning. Is there anything else you'd like to add before we let you go?
I think that we all had a big shock of the system a few days ago, but I would note that, we have several months to go before the election in November. So everyone just strap in.
Dr. Walker, thank you so much again. You enjoy the rest of your Monday.
You too. Thank you.
And as we continue with your Monday morning headlines here on Live Now from Fox, the time now 8:27 here on the East Coast. We always appreciate you getting all of your breaking news alerts, top stories, and live events from us here on Live Now. We're going to go to our second 2-minute commercial break of the hour. But when we come back, transitioning, giving you a live look there outside of the Supreme Court of the United States, as we are just hours away from a blockbuster ruling. We'll be checking in with Fox News correspondent Doug Luzader, also getting further analysis from trial attorney Jeremy Rosenthal. The details after this quick 2-minute commercial break. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Another live look outside of the Supreme Court of the United States here at 8:30 on the East Coast, transitioning to another top story this Monday morning. As we're learning, the U.S. Supreme Court, they're only hours away from that blockbuster ruling that could alter the race for the White House. Justices are set to decide on a presidential immunity case. All of this as Democrats are still reeling after last week's disastrous debate performance by President Joe Biden. Fox News correspondent Doug Luzader joining us this morning from Washington.
Both President Biden and former President Trump are at these key inflection points right now with their political fates on the line. One has been playing golf over the weekend. The other was whisked away to Camp David. Trump today, no doubt fixed on the U.S. Supreme Court, set to decide what, if any, immunity presidents enjoy from prosecution, with his federal cases hanging in the balance. His critics saying the court is dragging its feet.
Everyone's trying to do this bum's rush on the court, saying, where's the opinion, where's the opinion? This line is critical in determining where Article 2 begins and ends on some of these issues.
That's because the high court could set a precedent that goes well beyond Trump.
By the way, I told you before, I'm happy to play golf if you carry your own bag.
Biden, meantime, may be weighing whether he stays in the race after a troubling debate performance last week that has spooked many of his allies, with a number of them questioning whether he can stay in the race.
There are very honest and serious and rigorous conversations taking place at every level of our party.
Even the New York Times editorial board now saying Biden should leave the race. Virtually all elected Democrats, though, are backing Biden still. But this Camp David retreat with the president and his family could lead him to reassess.
If he's going to, it's going to be in a setting like this, where it's with the people he trusts, his family members. We know how much his family means to him. And those are really the only ones who are going to have a say in this.
Politico, meantime, reporting that the Biden family is blaming not the president for his poor performance, but a group of top-level advisors saying they didn't effectively prepare him for the debate. In Washington, Doug Luzader, Fox News.
Doug, thank you so much. And joining us live this morning for further analysis, trial attorney Jeremy Rosenthal. Good morning to you, Jeremy. Thank you so much for being here.
Good morning, Jeanne.
So a lot to discuss, coming out of that debate now to this other hot topic, this blockbuster ruling from the Supreme Court as it relates to presidential immunity. For the viewers that are unfamiliar with the importance of this Supreme Court ruling, could you give us some background, please?
Well, you remember in elementary school or middle school, you learned about Marbury versus Madison. That is the ultimate separation of powers case. This opinion is probably the most important separation of powers case really since then. Basically, what we have to do is we have to decide what the president can and can't do in the furtherance of his job, and at what point is he subject to criminal prosecution. If on one end, we all would like to think that the president of the United States cannot take a bag of cash in the White House in exchange for a bridge or a defense contract, right? We know that that's bribery. We know that that's clearly illegal. On the other end, you've got other executive actions. The arguments that were raised in the Supreme Court were that President Kennedy, during the Bay of Pigs invasion, collaborated with Cuban nationals to overthrow the Cuban government. Probably in there might be a federal crime or two, right? When you read the federal laws, they're very broad. I don't know that he committed a crime or didn't, but the point is that one is clearly in his role as commander-in-chief and it would be in the United States' benefit to overthrow the communist regime of Fidel Castro. On the other end, where is that line between presidential power, presidential authority, and personal power and personal responsibility? So Donald Trump is arguing, and his lawyers are arguing, that he gets total immunity. They're not going to do that. I can't fathom a universe where the U.S. Supreme Court says, when you're the president of the United States, whatever you do is legal. That's just not what's going to happen. But probably what they're going to do is they're going to get their X-Acto knife out, and they're going to, in all likelihood, carve out some distinctions that for personal responsibility, personal criminal culpability versus, okay, this was in the role as the chief executive, this was in the nation's best interest, or the president thought it was in the nation's best interest. something like that. But this is, like you said, blockbuster. I think it may very well be.
Absolutely. I'm so glad you provided that perspective, Jeremy, because that's really the controversy that surrounds it. You see headlines, you see people that aren't really familiar with how court proceedings work, and they put out there, well, if you want to do something illegal, just become the president. When that's not really what this is going to allow. Nevertheless, that is the controversy that surrounds it.
That's right. And President Trump's argument was that, look, when you're the president of the United States, do you subject yourself to rogue individual prosecutors? I don't know that the Supreme Court can do anything about state liability or anything like that. But this very much impacts the future, right? And I think that what we have to do today is everybody who gets, when we get this news, I mean, the Supreme Court is either handing down this opinion or they're getting on their bench one last time and thanking all the court staff and throwing a big buffet. I think what they're going to do is issue this opinion. When they issue this opinion, we have to think about it. First off, we got to read it, and it's going to be more than one page, and there's not going to be any pictures on it. And a lot of times our first take is not the right take because these are very detailed opinions. And sometimes the lead story is on page 37 of these things. So it will take everybody a little bit of time to sort of decipher this. But also, we don't want to look at this through a result-based lens. You can insert the name of any president who you love or hate in the name of that executive. And that's going to be the rules by which they're going to have to conduct themselves for the next 50, 100, 150 years until the U.S. Supreme Court visits this again. It's been a long time since Marbury versus Madison, maybe a very long time until the Supreme Court decides something else like this.
Jeremy, we all know the phrase timing is everything. And thinking of the timing of when this could come down, we know that they are supposed to come together around 10 o'clock this morning Eastern time. But, you know, people were thinking this decision, this opinion would come down last week. We heard about social media, homelessness, reproductive rights, but not until after that first presidential debate of 2024 are we now getting a ruling in this. I want to ask you, with your expertise with, you know, court systems, was there a reason for the Supreme Court justices to wait for this decision?
I think so. My law professors who didn't think much of my legal analysis are going to be very proud of this. There is a book written by a constitutional scholar by the name of Alexander Bickel. It is called The Least Dangerous Branch. And what it says is that the Supreme Court does everything they can do to stay out of politics, because the rule of law means that we have to voluntarily follow the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court is the least dangerous branch because they don't have an army like the executive does. They don't have the purse strings like Congress does. We follow the Supreme Court and we follow what judges say because we believe them, because we follow the law in this country. So the first way for them to lose our attention is to inject themselves directly into politics. We had a big debate last week. I would think very strongly that the reason why the Supreme Court waited until now was because they wanted to at least get a little detachment from that. They're not in control of this, and I don't know that they knew when they took this case what the timing would be, and it wouldn't matter anyway. But that's why I think they're saving this one till last, and they're going to go on vacation and be done with it.
Jeremy, always a pleasure speaking with you here on Live Now. We thoroughly appreciate your expertise and perspective. Is there anything else you'd like to add before we let you go?
Just to reiterate, when we get an opinion from the Supreme Court, they're long, they're detailed. The nerds, we like to read all the way through the thing. And sometimes, like I said, sometimes the lead story is going to be on page 37 in this thing. So there's going to be a lot of flashbang. Oh, they're doing this. Oh, they're doing that. Give it a day, give it 2 days to soak in what it says. They're going to have to go back in all likelihood to, in Trump's case, back to the district judge, back to the trial judge, and they're going to have to sort of reassess in light of this opinion. So the process is going to go on. I think for Mr. Trump, I would be extremely surprised if any opinion just completely wiped out that prosecution for the January 6th case that he's facing.
Trial attorney Jeremy Rosenthal, always a pleasure. Thank you so much again for joining us this morning on Live Now from Fox. You enjoy the rest of your day.
You too.
Thank you. Giving you another live look outside of the Supreme Court of the United States here now 8:40 on the East Coast. And we know that the Supreme Court, they are supposed to come together this morning around 10 o'clock Eastern time. And as those decisions come down, my colleague Stephanie Quinn will actually be in the host chair at that time, giving you that full analysis, post-analysis, also helping you understand what's going on in real time. We're going to go ahead and go to our third 2-minute commercial break of the hour. When we come back, transitioning as we are following breaking news headlines related to the conflict in the Middle East, giving you a live look there. Southern Israel looking into Gaza. We'll be right back in just 2 quick minutes. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. As we transition now to other breaking news headlines this Monday morning, we now transition to the conflict in the Middle East as we're learning former Israeli hostage Noah Argamani spoke out for the first time since she was rescued from Hamas captivity. In a video address, she said that her biggest worries during those horrendous 246 days were her parents. She went on to remind the world not to forget the hostages that do remain in Gaza. Fox News correspondent Trey Ying's joining us now with the very latest from Tel Aviv.
Nearly 270 days into the war, one former hostage who was rescued earlier this month in a daring operation is speaking out. Noah Argamani was taken captive by Hamas from the Nova Festival on Black Saturday, October 7th. She was held in a civilian home until Israeli special forces were able to save her in a joint operation that led to the rescue of 3 other hostages. In her first public address since that day, Noah is calling for the release of her boyfriend and the other 120 people being held inside Gaza.
Although I'm home now, we cannot forget about the hostages who are still in Hamas captivity, and we must do everything possible to bring them back home.
This statement comes as Israel continues to operate inside Gaza. Fierce battles are unfolding in southern Gaza and also once again in the suburbs of Gaza City. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu met with the country's cabinet and said this today.
As for the sacred task of freeing our hostages, there is no change in Israel's position regarding the release outline that President Biden welcomed. And today, everyone knows the simple truth. Hamas is the only obstacle to freeing our hostages.
Inside Gaza, Palestinians held funerals today for civilians that were killed in the Israeli bombardment of Rafah. Dozens of people were killed and injured in recent days by the Israeli air campaign as the casualty numbers inside the Strip continue to rise. As we follow new developments out of Gaza, all eyes remain on northern Israel amid new attacks from Hezbollah. There are major concerns in the region about a broader war erupting between the Iran-backed group and Israel. In Tel Aviv, Trey Yingst, Fox News.
Trey, thank you so much for that breaking news update. Now at 8:45 on the East Coast, we're going to go to our final 2-minute commercial break of the hour. And when we come back, heading out to a live event in Tel Aviv, Israel, as the Israeli government, they're coming together for that daily briefing on the Israel-Hamas war, conflict in the Middle East with Hezbollah, also an update on those hostages still in Hamas captivity. We have the latest live event in just 2 quick minutes. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Jeanne Francine. Another live look. Southern Israel looking into Gaza as the Israel-Hamas rage is on. And as you all know, that's not the only conflict underway at this hour. Israel and Hezbollah have a conflict as well. Also, a lot going on out in the Red Sea with those Yemen Houthi rebels. As we work to give you the most up-to-date information right now, we're going to check in with the Israeli government as they are holding their daily Israeli government briefing on conflict in the Middle East. Also, an update on those hostages still in Hamas captivity. Let's listen in.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Shalom. I'm David Mencer, Israeli government spokesman. It's Monday, the 1st of July, day 269 of the October 7th war. A short update from me and then to your questions. Today, here in Israel, more than 1.5 million Israeli kids finish school and the summer begins. But not for our 120 hostages, though. Among them children, women and the elderly. Almost 9 months. Last week I reminded you about the child hostages Kfir and Ariel Bibas. Today I want to remind you that their mother, Shiri Bibas, aged only 32, is also a hostage. Are they together? Look at her, please. Say her name. Shiri Bibas. 269 days. An innocent family, hostages in the hands of a death cult. As the Prime Minister made clear yesterday, we will not rest until all 120 are brought home. Hamas are eliminated together with their terrorist threat to Israel. We will return our residents securely to their homes in the south, but also to the north. Now, sad news of the IDF casualties, 670 since the start of the war. Sergeant Eyal Shines was just 19 years old and from Kibbutz Afik near the Sea of Galilee. He was killed in battle in southern Gaza. Sergeant First Class Reserves Yakir Shmuel Teitelbaum was just 29 years old from Ma'ale Adumim, just outside Jerusalem. He fell in battle in northern Gaza, and Staff Sergeant Yair Avitan was aged just 20 and from Ra'anana. He too was killed in battle in northern Gaza. The Prime Minister said yesterday at the start of the weekly cabinet meeting, quote, "I send condolences to the dear families of our heroic fighters who fell in combat in the Gaza Strip and in Judea and Samaria in the past week. We embrace the bereaved families in their most difficult hour. We are committed to the testament of the fallen to continue to absolute victory over Hamas," end quote. You know, our fallen soldiers are and remain heroes in our heart. We say thank you to these soldiers and to their families for their sacrifice, and we honor what they stood for. May the memories of our fallen heroes be as a blessing forever. Now an update from Gaza. Just this morning, around 20 projectiles were fired from Khan Yunis. Some were intercepted and some fell inside Israel. The IDF struck the sources of the fire. So Hamas are not finished yet. As the Prime Minister said yesterday, quote, "Our forces are operating in Rafah, Shejaya, and everywhere else in the Gaza Strip. Dozens of terrorists are being eliminated every day. This is a difficult fight that is being waged above ground, sometimes in hand-to-hand combat, above and below ground." Next, an update from Kogat and their work coordinating aid into Gaza. Over the last 24 hours, 311 trucks carrying humanitarian goods went in yesterday, 273 via Kerem Shalom, 38 via Erez. That means that more than 5,000 trucks, that's 5,000 trucks in June alone, have gone into Gaza. But only 110 aid trucks were collected by UN agencies and the private sector. 1,200 aid trucks are still waiting to be collected from the Gazan side of Kerem Shalom. More evidence of inefficiency from UN aid agencies. 4 fuel and 6 gas tankers for essential infrastructure went in. Since the beginning of this war, over 38,200 trucks have been delivered, 716,000 tons of aid, 80% more food compared to prior to October the 7th. So that's the end of our briefing today. I will now take your questions, which you should put in the chat together with your news outlet. First question here from Joel Pollack at Breitbart News. Can you kindly respond to the message of anti-Israel groups at gay pride parades in New York and San Francisco who say that LGBTQ liberation includes a free Palestine? Thank you for that question, Joel. I've seen these sorts of displays, Queers for Palestine and the like, which reminds me of turkeys for Christmas or chickens for KFC. Absolutely ridiculous. Hamas are a genocidal Islamic fascist organization. Anyone with the slightest idea about geopolitics or any common knowledge would know that the first people they'll come for are anyone that does not subscribe to their Sharia lifestyle. So it's clear that that's an absolutely useless, ridiculous stand to be taking. You know, this country is extremely proud of the way in which it conducts itself when it comes to the rights of all the people living here in Israel. It's a badge we wear with pride, not just once a year, but 365 days a year. And that freedom which exists in this country are precisely why Hamas fight against us. They hate our freedom, they hate our democracy, they hate our way of life, they hate our open media, they hate the freedoms which exist to practice your religion safely, whatever your religion here in Israel. They hate all of those things, which is why they're fighting against us. It's an Islamic fascist type organization. People need to educate themselves, for heaven's sake. Next question from Joel Pollack. Why was the head of Shifa Hospital released if he ran an institution infiltrated by terrorists? Let me answer that question, Joel. Thank you very much. On the prisoner release issue, our office here, the Prime Minister's office, released the following statement, which I can share with you. The decision to release the prisoners followed discussions at the High Court in a petition against the detention of prisoners in the Sde Teiman detention facility. The identity of the released prisoners is determined independently by the security officials based on their professional considerations. That said, the Prime Minister ordered an immediate inquiry into the matter, end quote. Next question here is from Jim Williams of Zenga News. Will Israel be sending an Olympic team to France? And if so, will they have a security detail with them? Thank you very much for that question, Jim. I can't comment specifically about the security detail with Israel's Olympic team, but yes, of course, my latest knowledge is, of course, Israel will be sending an Olympic team to France for the Olympic Games. We remember all too well the Munich Olympics, where our athletes were brutally murdered by Islamic terrorists. The threat, unfortunately, against Israel is very, very real, and Israel will, of course, take all the necessary precautions to protect all of our people, and specifically our Olympic athletes. Okay, any other questions? No, that was the last question. So, in the meantime, my friends, do please stay safe. Thank you for joining us. We'll have another briefing this time tomorrow. And in the meantime, please do stay safe, and thank you very much. Bye-bye now.
So that was the very latest from the Israeli government, giving an update on conflict in the Middle East. Again, at one point, we were just focusing on the very latest of the Israel-Hamas war. But as you all have learned, more conflict than just that. We also have those Yemen Houthi rebel attacks on cargo ships out in the Red Sea, also conflict with Israel and Hezbollah. We are now approaching the top of the 9 o'clock hour. Good morning to you if you're just now tuning in. I'm Jeanne Francine here to bring you all of those breaking news alerts, top stories, and live events 2 minutes shy from the top of the 9 o'clock hour, now 8:58 here on the East Coast. And we are following breaking news at this hour, transitioning to give you a live look at our XRAD system, a very dangerous situation that we want to make sure you all are abreast on. The situation out there in the Caribbean becoming more dire at this hour. Residents being warned to finish final preparations as soon as possible ahead of Hurricane Beryl. The storm rapidly intensified and strengthened into a Category 4 hurricane. It could even unleash catastrophic destruction across populated island nations starting early this Monday morning. And you can see with our XRAD system, it's not just Hurricane Beryl. We also have a Tropical Storm Chris that's out there, also Invest 95L. So a lot going on. As we work to keep you weather ready this morning, we're going to check in with our content partners over at Fox Weather.
Center stage this morning, and exactly 1 month into the Atlantic hurricane season, we have a historic hurricane closing in on the Windward Islands. In fact, a special advisory just issued by the National Hurricane Center.
Yeah, just issued. We're expecting landfall this morning in through the Windward Islands. It's just off the coast there, islands like Grenada, as well as St. Vincent and the Grenadines that could take some of the hardest hits out of the storm.
The season is young, but it doesn't look like it, that's for sure. Hurricane Beryl is poised to break even more records.
It rapidly intensified from a tropical depression to a major Category 3 hurricane in less than 48 hours. That was back over the weekend. Beryl is the first major Category 3 on record east of the Lesser Antilles during the month of June, and it is also the Atlantic Basin's earliest Category 4 on record.
A lot of stats to keep track of with this storm, which has really faced some uncharted territory. The core of this extremely dangerous major hurricane is passing over the Windward Islands. And you heard with that special advisory, another location update will be provided at 10 o'clock Eastern, so we'll wait on that. But right now, it's expected to unleash life-threatening winds and storm surge. People are hunkered down after gathering critical supplies. The highest risk of the core expected in St. Vincent, the Grenadines, and Grenada. Barbados has shut down the water system island-wide to protect critical infrastructure. The Prime Minister of St. Vincent and Grenadines said emergency shelters were opening last night. All things considered, the worst of Beryl is about to move through the Windward Islands. Not really a silver lining here because the worst-case scenario has been realized this morning overnight as we were watching the presentation of Hurricane Beryl, Marissa. It was, the eye wall at least, looked like it was beginning to collapse. There was an indication, a signal that this was going through an eye wall replacement cycle. Well, we've seen that happen, and now that we've seen that happen, the wind field has expanded, but this thing has re-strengthened and started to re-strengthen.
I mean, powerful hurricanes tend to go through the eye wall replacement, and it does start to broaden it out a little bit, right? It's like loosening from a figure skater, right? You think you start to bring in your arms, you tighten up, you start to loosen up, you spread out. And you talk about the impacts to these islands. It did get that upgrade not too long ago to a Category 4. Pressure did drop, but at that point we knew, regardless of designation and overall category, Stephen, it was either going to be a high-end 3 or a low-level 4. And the destruction, the catastrophic winds, the storm surge, everything that came with it in through these islands was going to be seen.
This is going to be the worst hurricane that the Windward Islands has dealt with in quite some time. I know we've mentioned Hurricane Ivan quite a bit, but that was devastating for Grenada. I want to read the text from the special advisory that the Hurricane Center put out. And it's as we've said, landfall is expected within the next few hours near the Windward Islands or along the Windward Islands. A weather station in Barbados reported a sustained wind of 44 miles an hour with a gust of 60, and that 10 o'clock update will put this position different. But we see that through visible satellite, that clear eye that's went through that cycle, and it's tapping into some of the warmest waters that we've had. It is August-like in the main development region. It has shielded now itself from that Saharan dust. The shear environment's very low. Indications, I remember when we were talking about this, Marissa, on Friday, leading into the weekend, that as this storm would near the Windward Islands, there's that window that it could intensify and strengthen, and perhaps that's what we're seeing this morning.
You said worst case scenario. You know, and this one has really accelerated the type of strength. There are a lot of stats to put behind this, and the reason is because it's unprecedented. We've just never seen anything like this, historically speaking, with what Beryl's been able to accomplish. We talked about it intensifying over 42 hours over the weekend. We've never seen anything do that in the history of the Atlantic Basin. I mean, the earliest you typically see something like that strengthened into a major hurricane, Stephen, is September 1st. So I think when you think about the Caribbean islands, they prepare for hurricane season as they should, but typically this sort of threat doesn't come till later in the season. But it was able to scoop in that moisture from the south, avoid the Saharan dust, stay to the south. It's accelerating thanks to that ridge of high pressure to the north, and you can see how quickly it's been able to strengthen and really tighten up. A formidable hurricane nonetheless.
You see it Monday overnight, that 120-mile-per-hour wind. That's still a major hurricane, but that's as it was undergoing that eye wall replacement cycle. And this storm, as it even moves eventually into the Caribbean, is still going to remain a powerful Category 4 hurricane. That's the official forecast from the National Hurricane Center. Hurricane warnings that we have in effect, those remain Barbados, St. Vincent. We've got tropical storm warnings elsewhere. This is more on that eye wall replacement cycle too. But the warnings that we have so far south, Trinidad and Tobago, we have Tobago, we have hurricane warnings in effect. It looks as if too, not that this hurricane is lopsided, where the northern side versus the southern side, it really looks, this looks symmetric, and one that if that eye wall, that core, moves over any of these islands, which will likely be the Grenadines, it's going to be impactful.
Yeah, right here you can see the island. So coming in towards Barbados, down towards Trinidad Tobago again. It already deteriorates. It's begun to deteriorate. It's already, you have the outer bands. You can see some of the thunderstorms that are already starting to push through. So the winds have upped a little bit. The worst of the wind is going to be closer to that eye wall, closer to that eye there.
I think I'm using your telestrator here.
No,
I think that's
telestrator,
our telestrator. Yeah, this is Grenada, I believe.
So this is Grenada right here. So Trinidad Tobago would be further to the south.
Yep, farther to the south. And then the Grenadines, we have just
off to the north.
North. And it's going to be maybe one of those more remote islands, but seeing that this is moving in, the worst of the worst, I mean, it's miles away. Over the weekend, I think hurricane wind gusts, Marissa is producing weather this morning, weren't they just about 15 miles from the center of the eye? Just 15 miles.
So for hurricane force winds.
This thing has expanded too, because I think the latest update has them more than double that now, 30 miles or so from the center.
30 miles from the center. Tropical storm force winds extending over 100 miles at last check. So we're going to start to experience the worst of the storm in the next couple of hours. And there's a look at some of the wind field. So the yellow would indicate those tropical storm force winds. And also you can see right over and in the center here, Stephen, this kind of alludes to what you were talking about, the hurricane force winds that we'd see coming in over Grenada, the island.
The storm itself is and has had already a pretty long life. It has rapidly intensified, and it continues to show signs of maybe a little bit more strengthening as it makes its approach to the Windward Islands. As it moves into the Caribbean, it will continue to be impactful. Outside of the core, well removed, we have rain and some squally weather. Guadeloupe, Dominica, Martinique, St. Lucia. There have been some adjustments with the tropical weather alerts. Farther to the north, some have been dropped, but we still have that core, which is passing dangerously close to Barbados, but we're seeing those. It looks like the U.S., from a United States perspective, the U.S. Virgin Islands, the closest to the threat, St. Thomas, St. Martin. It looks, for the most part, aside from some squally weather, that's what we'll be dealing with, but there's Barbados.
I was going to say, you can see Barbados right now near the worst of Beryl at this point, and you can see just how rough the water is, and there are concerns in terms of storm surge and what we're going to see from the wind damage and the intense rain associated with that. St. Lucia, further off to the north, you know, here's St. Lucia here for perspective, not quite experiencing the worst of it yet, but another island that is, of course, starting to, well, I guess under tropical storm warnings and starting to prepare for that. The buoys are a really good indicator a lot of times of what we're dealing with out. And this is, if you notice, this is the buoy just to the north of the Windward Islands there. So this buoy talking about the winds that are increasing. So right about here, but then it looks like it goes down again. So right just under tropical storm strength.
Which is why, I mean, from this perspective, this thing's far removed from where the core of the hurricane's moving,
there you go.
You know? It's, the swells are marginally high. I mean, we're approaching 10-foot swells. This will be an important one to watch as the core moves just to the south. We'll probably see an increase. But where we have the worst of it, it's on the southern periphery of the Windward Islands. St. Thomas is on the northern edge of the Windward Islands, and then Jamaica. We're looking at Jamaica, too, because this is going to have a little bit of life to it. As it approaches, no alerts out yet for the island of Jamaica. For the Dominican Republic and Haiti on the South Shores, we have now tropical storm watches. Those are in effect. But for the most part, we're waiting on what's to come with Jamaica, but they're in the cone.
I say Jamaica, Hispaniola, Lesser Antilles, Cayman Islands. These are all places where we have to monitor closely. I think if you look at the cone from the NHC, it has it around Jamaica sometime Wednesday. So more than likely, we'll see some watches start to roll out today and perhaps some warnings in areas as Beryl continues to push off to the west-northwest.
We are keeping close tabs on Beryl. We have a couple of other things to watch, too. Invest 96L right behind Hurricane Beryl. The odds of this increasing for it to strengthen over the next 7 days. Over the weekend, we saw a high chance of this thing organizing. Invest 96L, you see where it's at, right along that train where we oftentimes see tropical waves emerge off the continent of Africa. This one, though, compared to what we saw yesterday, chances a little bit lower, maybe a promising sign. This is on the same course what's steering Beryl is essentially what's steering 96L. So watching what this could do, it'll be a 1-2 punch for these islands, the Windward Islands, regardless of where we see the direct impacts of Beryl. More moisture moving in at the very least.
Yeah, I mean, you know, you talk about just the analysis of what's happening and in a marginally conducive environment. It's still way too soon to write off what we could see form with Invest 96L. But regardless, following in the tracks of Beryl and potentially impacting some of the islands in some way or another, either way, I think is going to be detrimental to whatever recovery efforts we're going to see unfold in the next 24 to 48 hours. A little bit more disorganized, Invest 96L. I think when you compare it also to Beryl, Beryl just got itself together really quickly. Invest 96L, it did go down, right, from 70% to 60% for the latest advisory. But it's still a majority at this point saying it has a chance to be even a depression by maybe sometime this week.
Yeah, and this is, while the environment that it's moving in is going to be the same area, geographically speaking, the ingredients that we see that, in a way, Beryl was able to protect itself from might actually impact 96L. Saharan dust, we think. We're looking at the infrared, the components of it. It looks like there is some thunderstorm activity that's trying to get going around this broad area, this disorganized area of showers and storms. But we've got Saharan dust. And while Beryl's been able to protect itself, 96L might not be so lucky, and that could rob it of a lot of its organization and additionally any sort of moisture that it could maybe generate from the sea.
Yeah, it looks like the Saharan dust maybe a little further to the south, Invest 96L maybe a little to the north, and that could work in our favor. Either way, you talk about the Windward Islands that would have to prepare for some sort of impacts, even if it doesn't get the next name on the list, which would be our D name, because don't forget we have Chris off the coast of Mexico making impacts early this morning. You watch the forecast models, the consensus at this point, pretty tight-knit, you'll notice, as we approach the islands, and then uncertainty further up. But it's harder to track a system that hasn't fully developed yet, which is why it's too soon to write it off. There you go. Debbie would be the next name.
The next one. And yes, actually, quickly with Tropical Storm Chris, I mean, you blink and you miss it. It made landfall late last night, just 2 hours after it formed. The sustained winds were, it was a low-end tropical storm, 40 miles an hour, near Veracruz, Mexico. So we wait for Debbie to develop. Will it be? We'll have to see. Here's some of the video out of Cancun, the higher surf that we had as Chris was making landfall and folks preparing for it. But given the storm that we're dealing with, Hurricane Beryl, Chris is going to easily be forgotten. Nonetheless, that's where the C-name storm ended up. Much more to come here on Weather Command as we continue to track the tropics. The 4th of July, just a few days away. But it's not fireworks. It's going to make that evening loud. Severe weather is ramping up again today, especially on Tuesday through parts of the plains and Midwest. Today, we'll have to watch storms through the Dakotas and Nebraska. Destructive winds will be the biggest threat, but there's also a tornado risk. We'll have to see how this evolves. The risk shifts east on Tuesday with even greater confidence, too. See where that's at. Northern Missouri, southern Iowa, summer travelers have been snarled this week with delays lasting for hours, and that ripple effect of delays and cancellations will linger today. And if it's through the Midwest that folks are flying or driving, might have to deal with it. It's not common for us, though, to be following the tropics so closely this time of year. But here we are. Hurricane Beryl, the strongest Atlantic hurricane on record for the month of June, is poised to bring life-threatening winds and dangerous storm surge. Landfall, according to the National Hurricane Center, just hours away. St. Vincent and the Grenadines, as well as Grenada, are in the path of this major storm. Fox Weather, your Hurricane HQ. Stay with us on Weather Command.
So a very dangerous and severe situation this morning, and we always appreciate our content partners over at Fox Weather keeping us informed. I want to give you all another live look there. Our XRAD system, Hurricane Beryl, now a Category 4 hurricane, learning just moments ago from the National Hurricane Center. It is expected to make landfall this morning, hours away from making landfall. And right now we actually want to check in with the National Hurricane Center for their latest update on Hurricane Beryl and other tropical storms out there on the waterways.
After 5
5 p.m. Eastern Time on Sunday, June 30th, coming on this afternoon to talk about the extremely dangerous situation that's unfolding for the Windward Islands. It's going to play out overnight tonight and early Monday morning with the extremely dangerous Category 4 Hurricane Beryl moving quickly towards the Windward Islands, moving west-northwest at 18 miles per hour with maximum sustained winds of around 130 miles per hour. Right now, Beryl is centered about 250 miles to the southeast of Barbados and also 350 miles to the east-southeast of St. Vincent. We have a hurricane warning in effect for Barbados, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Grenada, and St. Lucia. We're expecting multiple life-threatening hazards with Beryl as it moves through the Windward Islands. We have the potential for catastrophic wind damage with the eye wall of a major hurricane moving through the area, especially between St. Vincent and Grenada, including the Grenadines. That's the area we're most concerned about on Monday morning for the eye of Beryl to be moving through. In that region, near and to the north of where the eye passes through, we are expecting 6 to 9 feet of storm surge above normal tide levels, along with devastating wave action on top of that. So that could produce life-threatening storm surge in these island areas. So if we look at the key messages, sort of the things we're most worried about right now, extremely dangerous Category 4 hurricane as Beryl moves through the Windward Islands overnight tonight and early Monday and then into the Caribbean Sea. You really just have a few hours left if you're making preparations on Barbados, St. Vincent, the Grenadines, Grenada. You want to be in your safe place by tonight, and a safe place where you're going to be able to ride out this major hurricane all the way through the day Monday morning. Again, I talked about the potential for catastrophic hurricane force winds, life-threatening storm surge inundation, also the potential for very heavy rainfall, especially in the mountainous areas of places like Barbados and St. Vincent and the Grenadines as well. And then Beryl is expected to remain a powerful hurricane as it moves across the Caribbean Sea and could threaten other areas that we'll talk about in just a minute. But first, our focus is going to be in here in the Windward Islands where we have that hurricane warning in effect. This is the wind field currently of Beryl. We have hurricane force winds extending out about 30 miles from the center. Tropical storm force winds extend outward more than 100 miles from the center. And this wind field is going to move quickly west-northwestward toward the Windward Islands over the next 12 to 18 hours. This is the chance of hurricane force winds over the next several days. And you can see the highest risk of those is between Grenada and St. Vincent, including the Grenadines. That's where we're most concerned about the eye wall of Beryl moving through early Monday morning. Time of arrival of tropical storm force winds in Barbados is going to be in the late evening to early morning hours tonight and into Monday morning, and then very early Monday morning in the Windward Islands. So again, preparations need to be complete by nightfall tonight at the latest and be in that safe place overnight tonight and through the day on Monday. Rainfall, I talked about, we're looking at widespread rainfall totals of 3 to 6 inches across Barbados, the Windward Islands. Isolated amounts could reach 8 to 10 inches in places like Barbados and the Grenadines, 6 inches in Grenada. That could produce localized flooding, especially in areas of high topography and in more sensitive locations to flooding as well. Let's zoom out, talk about where Beryl is going to go as we go through the week. It's expected to remain a powerful major hurricane as it moves through the Windward Islands and across the eastern and central Caribbean Sea. While the center is expected to remain south of Hispaniola, tropical storm conditions are possible along portions of the southern coast of the Dominican Republic and the south coast of Haiti. Tropical storm watches have been issued for those areas. It means there's tropical storm conditions possible there within the next 48 hours. Beryl could move near or over Jamaica as we go through the day on Wednesday, and then move into the northwestern Caribbean, passing near the Cayman Islands, and then approaching the Yucatan Peninsula, Belize, Mexico, perhaps even western Cuba as we go from Thursday into Friday. So Beryl is going to remain a hurricane through most of the week. We could see some weakening as it interacts with land and encounters somewhat less favorable conditions over the western Caribbean, but still expected to be a powerful storm for the next several days. In terms of the timing of arrival of those tropical storm force winds in Hispaniola, we'd be looking at them to arrive sometime during the day on Tuesday, potentially in Jamaica by early Wednesday morning, the Cayman Islands by Wednesday evening, and then reaching the Yucatan Peninsula by Thursday evening. So we'll be watching Beryl as we go through the entire week. I want to briefly touch on a new tropical depression that's formed in the southwestern Gulf of Mexico. We've been monitoring this system for the last couple of days. It's become better organized. The main threat from this system, as we've talked about, is going to be heavy rainfall. And we are expecting to see flooding across portions of eastern Mexico with mudslides possible in areas of higher terrain. We could see some isolated rainfall amounts as high as 15 inches. We do have a tropical storm warning in effect for portions of the Gulf Coast of Mexico, and we are expecting the depression to become a tropical storm briefly before it makes landfall just later tonight and overnight. But again, the main story with this system is going to be the heavy rainfall, so please pay attention to that. We're watching one other feature out across the tropical Atlantic. We have an area of low pressure here just to the southwest of the Cabo Verde Islands with a high chance of formation as it moves west-northwestward across the tropical Atlantic over the next several days. We are expecting another tropical depression or tropical storm to form this week, perhaps to the east of the Lesser Antilles, and it could, in fact, affect some of the areas that are going to be affected by Beryl tonight and Monday. So we're going to keep a very close eye on this. But for those you in the Windward Islands, we're going to get through Beryl over the next 12 to 18 hours. Again, very worried about the potential for catastrophic wind damage, life-threatening storm surge, especially in St. Vincent, the Grenadines, and Grenada as we go through tonight and tomorrow morning. So find your safe place, get those preparations rushed to completion. We'll have more information throughout the night and into Monday on hurricanes.gov, and we'll be back with you with more later. Thanks for joining us. I'm Mike Brennan at the National Hurricane Center.
And we appreciate the National Hurricane Center giving that update, as Hurricane Beryl is expected to make landfall soon, hours away from that happening. Getting that just moments ago from the National Hurricane Center. Now 9:20 on the East Coast, going to our first 2-minute commercial break of the hour. When we come back, transitioning to some breaking news headlines as it relates to conflict in the Middle East, giving you a live look there, southern Israel looking into Gaza. We'll be right back in just 2 quick minutes. Live now from Fox, I'm Jeanne Francine, giving you a live look, southern Israel looking into Gaza, as we transition to discuss the very latest of conflict in the Middle East. We are following breaking news at this hour. According to our content partners over at the Associated Press, a Palestinian health official says Israel released 55 Palestinians on Monday whom it had detained from Gaza. Now, this includes the director of the territory's main hospital. Israel accuses Hamas and other militant groups of sheltering in hospitals and using them for military purposes. Palestinian health officials saying Israeli raids have forced several hospitals to shut down, or dramatically reduce services. They say this is endangering civilians. Hospitals can lose their protection under international law if they are used for military purposes. Joining us live this morning for this breaking news alert, national security expert with the University of New Haven, Ken Gray. Good morning to you, Ken. Happy Monday.
Good morning, Janae. Happy Monday to you, too.
Thank you. So happy to have you. So, Ken, learning this breaking news, very alarming. 55 Palestinians released by Israel this morning. But of those 55, the territory's hospital director, I know from the very beginning we were learning of those tunnels that Hamas was using, and those tunnels going through schools and even hospitals. Paint this picture for us and provide this perspective. I'm sure it does lower morale to learn that hospital officials could potentially be aiding in terroristic things.
Sure. The person that was released that is of the most concern is Mohammed Abu Salmiya. Salmiya was the director of the Al-Shifa Hospital. And you will recall that the Al-Shifa Hospital had both hostages being held there at one point and had been a base of operations for Hamas. Also had an entrance into tunnels beneath the Al-Shifa Hospital. And so this was a big revelation that Hamas was using these hospitals, and the director was detained for allowing this to happen. He was one of a number of detainees from the Gaza Strip that were released on Monday morning there in Israel due to the fact that the detention facility was running out of room. The Shin Bet Security Service is responsible for holding these detainees. And the Shin Bet had been requesting additional funds to expand the detention facilities that they were using to hold detainees like this. And that request for additional funds was denied or had been tied up in bureaucracy. And therefore, their facility, which was only supposed to be a short-term detention facility used to hold detainees only for a short period of time, had too many people in it, and it was considered to be unsafe for that many detainees being held in that facility. So they had to conduct a threat assessment, determine who was the least threatening of the group being detained there, and release those that were the least threat. They also were holding West Bank detainees that they were concerned that if they released them, they would return to the West Bank and start their activities against the IDF again. Therefore, the director of the Al-Shifa Hospital was one of the ones who was released. However, because of the fact that the Al-Shifa Hospital was being used by Hamas, this has caused a large number of Israeli officials to start pointing fingers at one another as to who was responsible. Ben-Gvir is the minister that directs these operations. He called for the firing of the Shin Bet Security Service. Shin Bet points their fingers back at Ben-Gvir, saying that he had not responded to their request for additional funds. Prime Minister Netanyahu and Defense Minister Yoav Gallant both say this is not our area of responsibility. This is between Shin Bet and the head of that. And so there's a lot of people calling for heads to roll over the release of these detainees. But in actuality, these detainees were considered to be less of a threat than those others that were detained, continued to be detained there at this facility.
Absolutely. And there's also frustration from many of the Israeli people that this release happened. Meanwhile, some of their relatives are still in Hamas captivity. They were hoping that this would kind of be used as a bargaining tool to get those Hamas hostages released.
Yes, the efforts to try to release the hostages are still ongoing. Egypt has renewed their efforts to try to get those talks to restart again. But again, Hamas and Israel are very far apart over some of the details. One such detail is the total ceasefire versus a temporary ceasefire in military actions there. Hamas says that they will not release anyone unless there's a total ceasefire and the removal of IDF from the Gaza Strip. On the other hand, Israel says that they are going to continue their pursuit of neutralizing Hamas and that they will only call for a temporary ceasefire for the release of hostages, and then they will resume their activities in chasing down and neutralizing Hamas. And so I don't think this deal will actually ever go through, just simply because the two sides are very far apart and it's not in their interest to come to an agreement as far as the long-range goals go.
Ken Gray, always a pleasure having you join us bright and early for these breaking news alerts. We know that the conflict with Israel and Hamas isn't the only one. Hezbollah, that conflict also increasing this morning. Before we let you go, are there any additions you'd like to bring to the table for the conflict in the Middle East?
I would like to point out that on Friday, Iran held their elections for a president. Nobody won more than 50% of the votes, so there is going to be a runoff. The runoff is going to be between the reformist lawmaker Masoud Pezeshkian and the former IRGC member Sayed Jalili, who is an ultra-conservative. And he was a nuclear negotiator, and he's considered to be a really hardliner. So he got 38% of the vote, and Pezeshkian got 40% of the vote. And so there's going to be a runoff between those two as to who's going to be president. But in actuality, it's the Ayatollah Khamenei that makes all the real long-term decisions for Iran.
Ken Gray, always a pleasure. Thank you so much for those updates, and we'll definitely be keeping a close eye on that because many people don't realize that those elections, they also impact U.S. relations right here in America. Thank you so much for joining us this Monday morning. You enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you.
And as we continue to bring you these breaking news alerts, giving you another live look, southern Israel looking into Gaza as conflict in the Middle East rages on this Monday morning. A live look there now at 9:30 here on the East Coast. We're going to go to our second 2-minute commercial break of the hour. And when we come back, let me give you a live look there in front of the Supreme Court of the United States. A very big day today. A lot of anticipation as we are looking ahead to that presidential immunity that's supposed to come down after this quick 2-minute break. Checking in with expert Denny Karen. He's a managing partner at Karen LLC. He has a lot of other titles we'll share with you right after the break, but very important to get this perspective as we are looking ahead to the 10 o'clock hour when this ruling will come down. More details in just 2 quick minutes. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Jeanne Francine. As we continue with your Monday morning headlines, we transition to one story a lot of you all are keeping a close eye on. According to our content partners over at the Associated Press, we know in the last 10 days of June, the Supreme Court touched a wide swath of American society in a torrent of decisions on abortion, guns, the environment, health, the opioid crisis, securities fraud, and even homelessness. And with the court meeting for the final time today, an unusual push into July, the most anticipated decision of the term awaits. That's whether former President Donald Trump is immune from prosecution for his role in that January 6th riot at the U.S. Capitol. Well, joining us live this morning to share what we can expect and to provide some perspective is managing partner at Karen LLC. He's also a professor of law at the University of Michigan Law School and the Ohio State University College of Law, none other than Danny Karen. Danny, good morning to you. I hope I said all of your accolades there. I didn't want to leave anything out.
Yeah, you got them all in. Thanks, Jeanne. Nice to see you again.
Nice to see you. So look, a lot of anticipation. We know that this ruling expected to come down at 10 o'clock this morning Eastern time, but some wondering what's all the hype about. If you could paint that picture, why is this presidential immunity ruling so important? Hey, Danny, I think we're having some audio issues. The audio just cut out for some reason. We are going to work to.
Is this better?
Yes, there we go. There we go. I know you said a lot of great things and we didn't hear it. Yeah, if you could just provide that perspective for us, please.
Sure. Yeah, this is a big ruling. I mean, this is as big as the court has had in a long time, and certainly this term. That is for sure. Talk about saving the best for last. Now, this is unprecedented. We've never been down this road. When people say,
All right, Danny, I don't know what is going on with the audio. It keeps going in and out, but we are still rocking and rolling. As we know, this is Live Now from Fox. It is raw and unfiltered, so we are working to figure this out. We do know there is a lot of controversy. I do have you back now. I got you back now.
All right, I did a reroute.
Yeah, no, I appreciate you working with us. We know there's a lot of controversy surrounding this presidential immunity ruling. Some saying, well, I guess if you want to do something illegal, just become president if this happens. While on the other hand, a lot of Supreme Court justices are saying that's not even what this is about. We're trying to see, if a president is in office and he has to make a tough decision that could be seen as illegal in some parts, but it's for the betterment of the country. We want that president to be. Can you provide that perspective, please?
Sure. This is an unprecedented ruling. We've never seen anything like this. I mean, maybe Watergate, maybe this is worse, maybe not so much. Depends on your perspective, depends on your politics. But when we talk about unprecedented, this is the poster child. We are going to find out in probably about an hour whether the president can commit an illegal act, or he'll say it wasn't even illegal, in the course and scope of his presidency, or whether he can't. Now, Jack Smith is going to have some decisions to make based on what the court rules. I have some suggestions, some ideas, but it's going to be a lot of strategizing from this point going forward based on what we learned in about an hour.
We know with the controversy, you can see people, I provide that live look there outside of the Supreme Court, people already congregating there on the steps. We saw what happened on January 6th, so there is concern this morning of protests or things erupting. I did hear a perspective I want to ask you about, Danny. There were people found guilty because of what happened on January 6th, and they're saying if this presidential immunity comes down and it finds that, former President Trump is immune from what happened, could they potentially reopen their case from what they did on January 6th?
Oh, sure. That was Friday's ruling. And Friday's ruling was big if you're one of the rioters. There are about 52 of the 1,000 plus rioters who were convicted on a specific statute related to obstruction of an official proceeding. Now, the question there was whether a mere riot triggers that statute. Now, that statute was enacted back during the Enron scandal, part of the Sarbanes-Oxley legislation, and it had to do with securities fraud, securities violations. And the textual requirement baked into that statute is that you've got to do something in writing. You've got to do something more tangible, like tampering evidence, to be accused of having violated that statute. These rioters didn't. All they did was show up. They might have had some things in their hands, but they didn't doctor any records. That's why the Supreme Court, in an unusual 6-3 division, where actually Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson ruled with the majority, Amy Coney Barrett ruled with minority, and said, you know what? You can't put somebody in jail simply for showing up and rioting. They need to have done something more. Now, the prosecution in the Trump case, Jack Smith, says, you know what? President Trump did more. He had that whole fake electors scandal. That's doctoring, that's tampering. That triggers this statute. Now, the choice Jack Smith is going to need to make, depending on the contours of the court's eventual decision today, is whether to keep that count in and make it work or dump it because he has some other things he can pursue despite that. Why muck things up and create the potential for delay, for appeals, for more aggravation?
Definitely appreciate that perspective, Danny. And if we look ahead, a lot of people focusing on the former president and, immunity for the trials he is facing. But if we look ahead, this decision will impact presidents to come. If you could just explain the significance of that, please. I know when you were off the top, the audio went out, and I want to make sure the viewers understand that.
Of course. This decision is significant because it has to do with the contours and limitations of what a president can do while in office. Can a president break the law? Can a president have someone assassinated? Can a president effectuate a coup? These are illegal things, but are they okay because there's immunity from prosecution while done in the course and scope of the presidency, rather than ultra vires, we call it, outside the course and scope? And that's something we're going to be learning in about half hour, 45 minutes as to whether the president can or can't. And then the big question I'm curious to have answered is whether the court's going to decide whether President Trump did something wrong here or not, versus simply setting out the test and kicking it back to Judge Chutkan and having her conduct a bunch of additional hearings to decide whether he broke the law or not.
Well, a lot of eyes will be taking a look as this come down. Again, 10 o'clock Eastern time, my colleague Stephanie Quinn, you will be in the hosting chair. But of course, we definitely appreciate you setting the stage for us this morning, Danny, as we are anticipating this blockbuster event. Before I let you go, anything else you'd like to add? Anything myself and the viewers need to be keeping a close eye on?
Sure. If I had to guess, I'd say what the court's going to do is to say, you know what? There are certain requirements or elements or rules of the road here. Certain things that are considered legal and illegal, and whether President Trump committed illegality, like I said a second ago, is going to be left for the district court judge. Now, whether Jack Smith wants to pursue these claims or dump them in favor, I should say, this relates to last week's ruling. I'm segueing back. Whether the obstruction charges are something that that Jack Smith wants to maintain as part of combined prosecution, or whether he wants to slice it thin based on not just Friday's ruling, but today's ruling, and take a more surgical approach, if that is, any approach is even available after what we hear in about 45 minutes.
Danny, truly a pleasure speaking with you this morning here on Live Now. Thank you so much for your perspective and expertise on this topic. You enjoy the rest of your day.
You're very welcome. You too.
Thank you so much. And again, giving you another live look there outside of the Supreme Court. Cloudy conditions there this Monday morning, now at 9:42 on the East Coast. We're going to go ahead and go to our third 2-minute commercial break of the hour. But when we come back, transitioning as we are taking a look at that controversial and some would even call it disastrous debate last week. And we will also take a look at what some are saying for current President Joe Biden about his role as commander-in-chief. We'll have the very latest with Fox's Lucas Tomlinson right after this quick 2-minute commercial break. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Jeanne Francine. A live look there and some windy conditions there. A look there, Washington, D.C., the White House on your screen. As we continue with your top stories this Monday morning, President Biden's family reportedly keeping the faith at a retreat this weekend at Camp David. They're urging the president to keep going, even as some major voices on the left are calling for him to end his campaign after last week's disastrous debate performance. Fox's Lucas Tomlinson joining us now to break it down.
The White House is calling this family retreat to Camp David Sunday pre-planned, including a photo shoot of everyone for a magazine. But there are reports that the Biden family will be discussing the president's future, something the White House denies. On the Sunday shows, Democratic lawmakers said they're in lockstep with President Biden, and not one has called for him to step down.
I think he's the only Democrat who can beat Donald Trump. And let me tell you, we had the single best day of grassroots fundraising after the debate. The first poll that we saw after the debate showed Joe Biden gaining ground on Donald Trump.
That whole abandon Biden thing, that's the dumbest I've ever heard. I mean, if you are more inclined to vote for a Democrat or be a Democrat, if you're willing to walk away from Joe Biden, you're by defecting helping Trump.
Also on Fox News Sunday, Ohio Senator J.D. Vance, who's on Donald Trump's shortlist to be his running mate, offered this assessment of the debate.
That's ultimately what the debates really showed, is that we have two candidates, one who can't do the job, one who has failed to do the job, and that's Joe Biden, and Donald Trump, who both could do the job but has already done it successfully.
The New York Times editorial board has called for Biden to step down. Quote, the confidants and aides who have encouraged the president's candidacy and who sheltered him from unscripted appearances in public should recognize the damage to Mr. Biden's standing and the unlikelihood that he can repair it. Here's Biden's senior advisor, Anita Dunn, who says the president isn't going anywhere.
The conversation that we had is, okay, what do we do next? Okay, that is, if there's one thing that we're about, it's, okay, as Barack Obama said, bad debates happen. We had a bad debate. What do we do next? And, you know, the president, above all, is focused on what do we do next? What do I need to go do? And I think you saw in North Carolina, he knew exactly what he needed to do.
The Biden campaign has announced it's raised over $33 million since the debate Thursday night. At the White House, Lucas Tomlinson, Fox News.
All right, Lucas, thank you so much for that detailed report. Now at 9:47 on the East Coast, we're going to go to our final 2-minute commercial break of the hour. And when we come back, I'll be coming through the live feeds to see if we have any live events. And of course, if not, touching on those breaking news headlines we have for you this Monday morning. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, and good morning to you. If you're just now tuning in, I'm Jeanne Francine. A few minutes shy from the top of the 10 o'clock hour, now at 9:50 here on the East Coast. And right now I want to give you a round robin of some of the many stories we're following this Monday morning here on Live Now. You're taking a live look at our XRAD system, and Category 4 Hurricane Beryl continues to cause chaos out there on the waterways. We just learned about 30 minutes ago from the National Hurricane Center that it is expected to make landfall a few hours from now. So this is a developing situation. Of course, you can get the most accurate and up-to-date information right here on Live Now from Fox. We're also, of course, following the very latest of the conflict in the Middle East, giving you a live look. Southern Israel looking into Gaza, where you see the flags waving. That's Southern Israel, and then Gaza, that hazy area where missile strikes do continue at this hour. Also, of course, taking a live look as well. There you see the Supreme Court of the United States, people already congregating there on the other side of that barricade. A lot of controversy this morning as people are awaiting that presidential immunity ruling from those Supreme Court justices. That's slated to come down after 10 o'clock this morning Eastern time. And during that time, my colleague Stephanie Quinn, you will be in the host chair to, of course, give you all of the most up-to-date information. And, of course, post-analysis, she has some detailed interviews scheduled to give you the breakdown as that happens. So a lot going on. And, of course, we want to keep you informed right here on Live Now. So as we await right now, I actually want to show you a different look. You can see, I was saying in my interview with Jeremy Rosenthal earlier, also with Danny Karen, that there were going to be some protesters out, and there you see them in full force now at 9:52 here on the East Coast. And sometimes you'll actually hear from them. They will speak to the media, and if we get those interviews, we'll share them with you. So a lot going on, a very busy Monday morning here on Live Now from Fox. We also follow international relations as well. So right now I want to take you out as we know that in Brussels, Belgium this morning, the European Commission held a briefing on several topics and concerns. I'm going to play that for you. I'll also pop up some boxes on your screen of other top stories we're following this Monday morning.
You enjoy your time in Brussels and here in the European Commission. In particular, a warm welcome. That is all in terms of announcements for us today, so we can move to your questions. Yes.
Thank you. I just would like to get something on camera about this Meta preliminary view issue. And I also, this perhaps might not be competition related exactly, but it seems that the EU is going at quite a fast pace because the Digital Markets Act came into force March. We've already had 3 probes. We've now had 2 preliminary views. I'd like to know, does the EU itself feel it's going fast? And also, some have criticised the EU regulation will hurt innovation, including Meta's Nick Clegg. So I'd like to just get some commentary on that as well. Thank you.
So the first is for Leah, and we'll see whether there are other questions on that, and then the second we will come to later. Yeah, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for the question. So indeed, we have sent preliminary findings to Meta today on a non-compliance case that we opened on 25th of March. So the preliminary findings concern the compliance of Meta with the DMA provision on combining personal data from several core platform services and other services for the purpose of showing personalized ads. So what the DMA requires the gatekeepers to do is to ask the users whether they consent or not to this combining of personal data. If they consent, they will be offered a personalized ad service, but if they do not consent, they would need to receive an equivalent but less personalized option of the service. So Meta had introduced a pay or consent model, which indeed then covers the consent option where the user would say yes and they would get the fully personalized version. And then the second option that the user can go for is to pay and then not see any ads at their service. So at this stage, we take the preliminary view that actually Meta has not shown this equivalent alternative to the end user who says no to the personal data combination. And indeed, now we have sent our preliminary findings, and then the next step is for Meta to reply to these, to have a look at our file, and then, we see what the next steps are, but we have until March next year to finalize this investigation.
Thank you. Any other questions on this specific file for Leah? No, you wanted to add something?
No, I just wanted to say, and then...
Oh, hold on, because you're not on. Go ahead.
Sorry. You had a question on, about the DMA and how it is enforced. I think with... is in charge of enforcement. I think we are doing this at the usual pace. The gatekeepers had six months to comply, which of course expired in March this year. And since we have really been engaging with them throughout the year before, I find it quite a usual pace in terms of enforcement that we are advancing. But maybe I leave to Thomas to reply.
I had understood that it was as much on the DSA, your question, as on the DMA, but perhaps I didn't hear well. Both. Okay, Thomas, you want to add something on the DSA?
Thank you, Ratia, and good afternoon. Well, on the DSA, what I can recall is there is no specific deadline, of course, to close an investigation that we have opened. We have opened 8 of them. They're currently ongoing, and we'll continue our investigation and communicate them in due course. Maybe on innovation more generally, because this was also one of your questions, I think it's important to get one step a little bit back here. And of course, we're talking about technologies, platforms that evolve extremely fast in the EU market and everywhere in the world. Simply, and one example could be artificial intelligence that is developing extremely fast. What we wanted and what we have done during this mandate, I think, is to put in place the legislative framework where we want these technologies, these platforms to operate, and then within this legislative framework, we of course want to innovate. This is also what we have done on artificial intelligence, for example, where President von der Leyen has announced to open up our supercomputers to startups. So we're trying everything we can, of course, to remain competitive, and we will remain competitive. But we want, of course, these technologies to respect EU values and fundamental rights. And this is here what is at stake as well. So we're trying to find the right balance between regulation and innovation.
A human-centric approach, if you wish. Any other questions on this or on other digital issues for Thomas? No, thank you very much. Any other questions for us today? I have quite a few hands raised on Interaxios, who will go to Tommaso.
Good morning. Many thanks for the good afternoon. Many thanks for the floor, Tommaso Galavotti in Cross Italy. It's a competition question. It's just about ITA Lufthansa, because we are on the 1st of July. I wonder if you have any news to announce about the judgment on the deal, or if we should expect something, shortly. Thank you.
So the answer to your first question is no, and the answer to your second question is yes. I hope that was very clear. All right, let's move on from that to other issues. Tamara.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can hear you, but we would need to see you as well.
Yes, I know. Just a second. Something's not right. Just give me a second.
It's Monday morning, so we all need a bit of time to get into the move. If not, what we will do, Tamara, is we will come back to you once you've been able to sort out your point.
Okay, thank you, Eric.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you. Raphael.
Go ahead. Sorry. Thank you, Rafaela Scheidrath for the Austrian broadcaster ORF. Yesterday was the deadline for member states to submit the national energy and climate plans. We know that Austria did not submit, failed to submit, and is seeking an extension. So I'd like to know how many member states submitted on time, which plans, so what kind of plans from which member states are still missing, and maybe what are the next steps concerning those member states who did not submit. As we know, there might be the threat of an infringement procedure. Thank you.
Thanks, Rafaela. Thanks. So yeah, as you know, the governance regulation requires member states to submit their final national energy and climate plans by the end of June. So yesterday, we've received just 4 plans so far, from the Netherlands, from Denmark, from Finland, and from Sweden. The Commission obviously is strongly urging all other member states to submit their final plans as soon as possible. The timely submission of these plans is going to help to trigger the necessary investments to meet our 2030 targets, to help with the decarbonisation of European industry, to ensure secure, affordable and sustainable energy supplies for Europe. So, we've worked very hard to set these targets into legislation with the European Parliament and the member states, and it's now for national authorities to finalise these plans and to put into place this legislation so that citizens and industries across Europe can see the benefits of our green transition. Now, in terms of the next steps, as I said, it's a legal obligation for member states to submit these final plans. We will be raising this as a matter of urgency at 2 informal councils which are taking place this month. So you have an informal energy council and an informal environment council. So we will be raising it there with the member states. And wherever necessary and appropriate, we of course have legal instruments to follow up further. So that's what I can say for now in terms of the next steps.
Follow up?
Yes, please. Thank you, Tim. Concerning the extension Austria is seeking, can we assume that the other member states who did not submit so far are also seeking an extension? And what are the criteria in case the Commission will agree on this extension? How does this work? Thank you.
So the situation with Austria is a little bit different, as you know. So Austria has not even submitted a draft NECP. So we already launched an infringement procedure in December last year against Austria for the lack of submission of this draft. And we've still not received the draft plan. So that's what we need to receive, first of all, from Austria. This is an iterative process, so you need to receive a draft plan, the Commission then issues its recommendations, and then you need a final plan. So that infringement process is ongoing.
We are listening in to the European Commission briefing as it is speaking about recent concerns. However, I do want to head to the major story of the day as you're taking a live look at the Supreme Court right now. And shortly, we are expecting the Supreme Court to rule on former President Trump's immunity. And that could happen at any minute. I do want to bring in Seth Berensweig, who is an attorney, to talk more about what we can expect. And Seth, thank you for joining us. Again, this ruling is imminent. We are taking a look at the clock. We are taking a look at all of our live feeds. Before that ruling is handed down, can you break it down for our viewers on really what the justices are taking a look at?
Well, although the Supreme Court has issued very significant decisions this term, this is probably the most significant that's coming out any minute now. The key issue is how the court will apply the legal standard for the determination or weighing of whether then President Trump's actions during the time frame at issue was or is not an official act. If there were official acts that were taken during the relevant time frame, he would presumably be covered by executive immunity. And if it was outside the scope of an official act, if it was, for example, a political or personal act, he would not be afforded executive immunity. I really draw it akin to an employment law case, which sounds awkward because Obviously, this is the most important job in the land, but whether something is inside or outside the scope of someone's job is not an entirely foreign concept. That's really going to be where the lines are drawn. It's going to be really fascinating to see how the court draws that line today. It's also going to be interesting to see who's going to write the majority opinion. Let's look for whether Chief Justice Roberts is going to be writing for the majority, which I predict that he not definitely, but likely will, and the extent to which he was able to draw certainly a majority, but was probably hoping to get a unanimous ruling with respect to this. So we'll see. It's going to be coming out in a few minutes, and we're watching history happen right before our eyes.
And you mentioned it. This is truly a historic moment. Never really has there been a ruling like this. No doubt the justices understand the significance of that decision. When it comes to a unanimous decision or a split vote, and we've seen that happen before, what do you anticipate? What kind of message might that send?
Well, it's a great question. That's a tough one. Certainly, we believe that the liberal justices will be very skeptical of the claim of absolute executive immunity. And I think that it's probably reasonable to expect that there's going to be a very broad common denominator of the justices that will reject absolute executive immunity, because that's just inimical to the whole concept of separation of powers. As the argument was stated in the briefs and at the oral argument, if that was the case, then we would basically have a king rather than a president. I don't expect that to happen. But the thing that's going to be one of the most important aspects is the process. What is going to be the requirement procedurally that's going to be required by the justices on remand? Keep in mind that Judge Chutkan here in Washington in the D.C. District Court, the federal court, is waiting to see whether or not this is going to come back to her. It probably will. She said that she needs 80 to 90 days to be able, after the issuance of the decision, to have a trial. That means that if it comes back with relatively straightforward instructions and directions, then we can have a trial this fall. There's been a lot of talk about whether or not the Supreme Court's going to require it to be chopped up into a mini hearing as to whether or not it's an official act. My prediction is that I don't see that being necessary. I think that the more likely result and the cleaner result would be to just give us the legal standard and then just tee it up in a jury instruction, have the trial, get it done, put in a jury instruction that lays out the legal standard that's issued today, and then let the jury decide. So we're really just minutes away from seeing what will happen in this historic opinion.
And let's talk about the timing of this, because the court has decided today, July 1st, Monday, before recessing. Do you think that there's any strategy behind when they have decided to issue this ruling?
Well, that's something that is very hotly contested, because there are some that are a bit more suspicious from a timing standpoint that wonders why the Supreme Court took so long to do this and whether or not that was done purposefully for foot dragging and delay. I'm going to apply a good faith presumption to the Supreme Court. I think that one of the things that we can probably presume to a significant degree is, look, they need to get this right. They needed to make sure that they communicated, that they coordinated, and that they get this right. This is a decision for the ages. Yes, this is going to apply to President Trump, but this is going to apply to future generations as well. So I think that it's reasonable to presume that the court, although it certainly took its time, understands the significant import of this decision. Yes, it's going to have a very significant impact over the next few months and probably on the election, but it's going to apply into the future as well.
And you bring up a very important point in that this case, while it has former President Trump's name attached to it, it's not just about former President Trump. It's about all other presidents in the future in regards to what they can do and what they can't do. And in fact, Trump bringing that up during the first presidential debate because of that, because of the significant potential ripple effects and the impact this could have on future presidents and how they decide to act or not act. Do you feel as though legally the justices might err on the side of caution. When we were hearing their arguments, there was a lot of questioning about that, about presidents being able to act without fear of repercussion in a changing political climate.
Absolutely. That was a theme that was not only present during the Supreme Court's oral argument, but it also took place during a few very well-known moments in the D.C. Circuit Court of Appeals argument, talking about the infamous SEAL Team 6 exchange as to what would happen if a president decided to order SEAL Team 6 to murder his opponent. There's no question that the import of this decision has significant weight. And one of the things that we also have to keep in mind is that this is really setting the constitutional table in order. We have three branches of government. How does that balance? One of the arguments by Jack Smith is if you provide very broad or absolute executive immunity, does that put the office of the president above that of the judiciary and of the United States Congress? So if Congress creates a law that makes something criminal, can the president rise above that? So you're absolutely right. That was a major concern that was discussed openly in the Federal Court of Appeals, in the Supreme Court. No doubt the justices had to weigh that very heavily as they were refining the final language of the decision that we'll be seeing any moment now.
And no doubt that this decision will be viewed for centuries to come through that lens of history. And I'm curious to note when future generations take a look at this decision, really what is the major takeaway? We don't know what that decision will be, but the significance of this case in general.
Well, it's a fascinating question because although over time the power of the executive branch constitutionally has gradually broadened, if you look at the language of the Constitution, that article of the Constitution is actually the briefest. Congress is given much broader scope of authorities enumerated under the Constitution, yet the president's authority under the document has been very limited. However, as we go through time, we've seen a broadening of executive authority. So one of the things that will be for the history books is the extent to which the Supreme Court's pen is going to further broaden or bring in further restrictions with regard to the scope of that authority. And it's just amazing that we're really talking about this at a moment where we're moments away from this decision. So we're talking about things not only of political, but historic and constitutional weight.
Absolutely, Seth. As you mentioned, we are expecting any moment now the Supreme Court to rule on former President Trump's presidential immunity. What we're going to do is, as we await that decision, we are going to step away for a 2-minute break. After that, we're going to bring you back in as, again, we await this historic ruling. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, and we continue to follow breaking news as any moment now the Supreme Court will issue their ruling on former President Trump's presidential immunity. You are taking a live look outside the Supreme Court as protesters and supporters are already gathering for that imminent ruling. We are expecting that to happen at any moment. As we await that court's decision, we continue our conversation with Seth Behrensweig, who is an attorney, to talk more about this truly historic ruling that we are expecting to happen at any moment now. And I do want to ask you this. This is so unique because this is not just about presidential immunity, which is an issue that has not yet been brought before the court before, but this involves former President Trump. When we talk about the ruling, and again, we do not know exactly how the court will rule, but what type of impact might this have on his ongoing cases, as he does have a number of criminal cases still open in various courts?
So there are two federal cases that are currently pending against the former president. With respect to the Mar-a-Lago documents, the classified documents case before Judge Cannon in Florida, this decision will probably not have an impact upon that case because those are activities at issue that occurred after he left office. When former President Trump left office, he allegedly took certain classified documents with him. And since those were activities, the retention and the dissemination of documents occurred after President Biden was inaugurated, and since we're not talking about the application of executive scope and executive immunity after he was already out of the job, there would be no impact on that front. The big one, the big case that would have a huge and direct impact is with respect to the so-called election subversion case before Judge Chutkan down the road here in Washington, D.C. That cuts to the heart of the case because it relates to the extent to which former President Trump can be deemed to be subject to executive immunity for the actions that he took leading up to the counting of the votes and the delegates, and the alleged falsification of electors' certificates. So that's the case that will really have a major impact. It will, of course, have an impact substantively because the aspect and the litmus test that will be applied by the court today is going to then immediately go down to that case to determine whether or not the case can even go forward. I think it probably will. Former President Trump has asked for an immediate dismissal. I don't think that's likely, but that's the substantive perspective. From a procedural standpoint, it, of course, has already had a very significant impact on the case before Judge Chutkan because it's been frozen for months, and therefore he has had, to a degree, some immunity during the time of the pendency of this case. But that's the case that's really going to have a direct impact, and then we'll understand the nature of that impact within the next couple of minutes.
And this decision also comes during a presidential election year. Timing-wise, does that have any impact on how the justices might rule, as all eyes are on the court, especially, I would say, during a time when there has been a lot of controversy with a number of justices?
Well, that's true. And certainly Justice Alito and Justice Thomas have really been in the eye of the storm in terms of some of these conflict and credibility issues. I don't think that the court is going to approach the decision substantively in terms of the impact that it might have on the election, although frankly, I think that that impact has already been had to the largest degree because the case has been frozen for several months. But really, the next layer of impact that would occur is the extent to which the trial can occur at all. Now, of course, if it's too much of a delay and Judge Chutkan believes that the case can't go on, then that's going to be extremely significant for obvious reasons. If you take a look at the timing of what she said and how long it would take to go, in theory, the case would be able to happen. There's a lot of pundits that say there's just no way that can happen. I don't agree with that. I don't think that it's a definite that the trial will happen before the election, but I think it's certainly quite possible. But one of the things that is going to be a major feature of the trial, if it happens, is that there's going to be an airing of the evidence, and that aspect of the case is something that's going to really not only be tried in the court of law, but also in the court of public opinion. So how that will go and the road that it will be able to go down is going to be determined and guided by the substantive aspect of the court's ruling this morning.
Absolutely fascinating. And I do want to talk to you more about the timeline of what might come down the pipeline. We are expecting the Supreme Court to rule at any moment on former President Trump's presidential immunity. What we're going to do, Seth, and for our viewers, is we are going to take another 2-minute break as we are expecting that decision to happen any moment. Stay with us. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, and we continue our breaking news coverage as we are expecting the Supreme Court any moment now to hand down a ruling regarding former President Trump's presidential immunity. Joining us now to continue our conversation is attorney Seth Berenzweig. And Seth, I have a question for you. The court has already handed down at least one ruling. How long, for our viewers who aren't familiar with this process, how long might it take today before we do receive that decision?
Well, this is the fascinating aspect of when history unfurls while we're live on the air. It's literally going to happen within the next, I would say, 2 to 3 minutes. So what happens procedurally in the Supreme Court, and this is, again, a unique historic day because I can't remember the last time that they actually didn't finish the term at the end of June. So even the fact that we're sitting here on July 1st.
Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, and we continue our conversation with attorney Seth Berensweig as we are expecting at any moment now the Supreme Court to hand down a ruling on former President Trump's presidential immunity. And Seth, before that impromptu break, you were talking about when we might expect this, and you were saying really this is within the next few moments.
Yes, the Supreme Court had just issued the second of its numerous opinions that it will be issuing today. I believe that this one's coming up next. So the Supreme Court issued a couple of decisions. What the court does is it takes the bench and certain justices read excerpts of the decisions, and then they publish it in court, and then they publish it live on the website. So this is all happening as we're live on the air. So that's how we're going to roll this morning. We're literally going to read the opinion together as it comes hot off the presses. And I'll probably be having my colleague literally hand me the opinion as we're on the air so that we can read it together. So I'll beg your pardon in advance if I can just look down periodically to read the opinion, but it's literally going to be hot off the presses here any minute now. So we're just standing by for this historic development.
And that really is the power of live television. We are raw, we are unedited. We really want to give our viewers that behind the scenes view of how all of this is made. This is unfiltered. And so I love the fact that we will be reading, as it has been printed, the ruling of the Supreme Court justices. As you mentioned, it will be interesting to see who exactly issues that majority opinion, who authored that. That will be interesting. And also the breakdown of the justices. Will this be unanimous? Will this not be will this be a split vote? It will be very interesting to see exactly how all of this is handed down. This really has centered around a phrase, which is, and if you would, explain all of that when it comes to official acts. And that really seems where all of those arguments, when we were listening to the arguments here live on Live Now from Fox, what constitutes an official act? Can you explain the significance of that phrase?
Well, you would think that what constitutes an official act is something that would be relatively straightforward to define, but lately it feels like that's been asking the question of how many angels can dance on the head of a pin. And what constitutes an official act is something that we're going to get a refined answer to in the next minute or two. So that, again, is one of the interesting aspects of kind of running this on the fly. But generally speaking, something that occurs as an official act is an action that is implemented or taken by the President of the United States in furtherance of his official duties under the Constitution, versus a personal or a political act, which is not done in furtherance of the office, but done in furtherance of the person, the individual. Is it done in furtherance of the office and for the people of the United States of America, or is it a personal political act for the individual? And that really is the lens that's going to rise out of this opinion. That'll be literally coming and physically be coming into my office any minute now. So that really is the standard. And I really do say that this is akin to certain kinds of cases, like employment cases. There are many instances and times in the law where there's a question of whether someone acted within or outside of the scope of their authority. Of course, this is one of monumental constitutional significance. But one of the things that I found interesting about this chapter of our judicial history is that it really shouldn't be that complicated. And in fact,
actually, Seth, can I just interrupt you right now, because we have just received word that the Supreme Court has handed down that ruling. I was just given a copy, and I'm sure your colleague is going to hand you a copy right now. Again, we can read it together. This is raw and unfiltered. But what I do want to share, and I'll just read a first few words for you, and sentences rather, of federal grand jury indicted former President Donald J. Trump on 4 counts of conduct that occurred during his presidency following the November 2020 election. The indictment alleged that after losing that election, Trump conspired to overturn it by spreading knowingly false claims of election fraud to obstruct the collecting, counting, and certifying of the election results. Trump moved to dismiss the indictment based on presidential immunity arguing that a president has absolute immunity from criminal prosecution for actions performed within the outer perimeter of his official responsibilities, and that the indictment's allegations fell within the core of his official duties. The district court denied Trump's motion to dismiss, holding that any former presidents do not possess federal criminal immunity for any acts. The D.C. Circuit affirmed. Both the district court and the D.C. Circuit declined to decide whether the indicted conduct involved following acts. We're continuing to read it here. There is no immunity for unofficial acts. Under our constitutional structure of separated powers, the nature of presidential power entitles a former president to absolute immunity from criminal prosecution for actions within his conclusive and preclusive constitutional authority, and he is entitled to at least presumptive immunity from prosecution for all his official acts. And again, it continues. But again, that was just the first portion of this ruling. Seth, as we continue to comb through this, this is raw, this is unfiltered, hot off the presses, as you mentioned. You know, what do you make of that?
Well, and my hot off the presses copy will probably be here in about 90 seconds because my colleague down the hallway is printing it as we speak. But so far, that makes sense. So what the Supreme Court is opening by saying is they're kind of setting the table, if you will. They're saying that if there is an activity that occurred within the scope of the president's official duties, then he or she is entitled to executive immunity. That aspect is not surprising. But keep in mind, as we continue to digest this, and it'll probably take a few minutes to do that, that's really just the tip of the iceberg, because as what happens in these cases is there's rarely a clear evidentiary line. That's a logical place to start. If the Supreme Court says that if there are things that happen within the ambit or even within the outer reaches of an official duty, which is really just a fancy way of saying that it's within the official duty, then there is executive immunity that applies to that. So in terms of what we're reading on it so far, that makes sense. But again, as we continue to digest, the devil will be in the details there.
And part of this also says this case is the first criminal prosecution in our nation's history of a former president for actions taken during his presidency. We were talking about the historic nature of this. Can you explain more? Obviously, the justices also felt that weight of this historic moment. But can you talk more about just how landmark of a case this is and this decision?
Although this is not the first time that the Supreme Court has weighed in heavily on a matter of very clear, weighty significance in the history of presidential elections. See, for example, Bush v. Gore. This is the first time, as the Supreme Court is noting there, that we are looking at alleged criminal activities that took place prior to a president of the United States leaving office. He has been subject to indictment, frankly, more than one. But as far as at least the D.C. election subversion case is concerned, this is a first in history. And as we're speaking, I am also live on the air getting this opinion. And I'm going to be looking at it with you live on the air. Now that my colleague has provided it. So let's see here. And again, my apologies for looking down, but
no, not at all. Not at all. We're reading this together, Seth. And I did want to ask you, I'll let you read this for a little bit. But
sure.
What I find so interesting is that the justices say that a president, and again, this is any president, is entitled to at least presumptive immunity from prosecution for all his official acts. There is no immunity for unofficial acts. Can you break that down legally, what that means?
Absolutely. And the more that we're digging into it, the more this makes sense. So the law entails various aspects or different kinds of what we call legal presumptions. So, for example, if spouses have communications, there's a presumption of spousal immunity, but that is a rebuttable presumption. Here, it sounds like what the Supreme Court is saying is that the president the former president, is entitled to a rebuttable presumption that the actions that he took during the time that he held the office of the presidency was presumably an official act. And then it sounds like what the court is saying is that the prosecution then bears the burden of demonstrating by a weight of the evidence, and in this case by beyond a reasonable doubt, that the actions that are specifically at issue in the facts of this case rebut that presumption, and that therefore he did things allegedly that were outside of the outer perimeters of the scope. So again, you're reading things here that make complete sense and that are continuing to slowly get us down the path of understanding this historic moment.
So, Seth, what we're going to do is I do want you to take a look at this. We also have a live stream of a protest that seems to be happening just outside the Supreme Court. This is what we're going to do. We're going to let you read this ruling for a few minutes while we pivot and while we show our viewers what is happening outside the Supreme Court. We're going to then head back to you. Obviously, you're not going to be able to read all of the pages, but just so you get a better sense, we're going to pivot now while you read that. But for our viewers, I do want to share this. This is a live look outside the Supreme Court, and you can see that there are a lot of supporters and protesters as the Supreme Court has ruled that Trump is immune from criminal prosecution for official acts. I'm going to pot up the sound so we can listen in. Obviously, this is raw and unfiltered. If we should hear anything inappropriate, we're going to lower the sound down. But we did want to share this with you as our expert attorney, Seth Berensweig, is reading right now the ruling. And we're also hearing that the Supreme Court has decided that they are going to send this case back to the lower courts, again, as that definition of what constitutes an official act will likely be debated. So we're going to raise the volume on this live event happening outside the Supreme Court as that ruling has been handed down. Let's listen in.
Hold it if you want that. No. Hey, Chris, doesn't really do anything. Kind of a little bit of a confusing decision. Let's see. We'll see if anybody offered it. Yeah, concurring. Thomas, oh, I think all of them wrote something. Was it unanimous? Concurring. Oh, they dissented. So there wasn't. So it did get it.
Wait, today is the deciding day?
It's 119 pages. I think when Bill's notable.
Oh, thanks. Oh, I do nothing related to this insurance.
We did want to give you that live look as there are protesters and supporters outside the Supreme Court. This is another look at both the larger scope of this gathering and the smaller scope of that gathering, as the Supreme Court justices have now sent former President Trump's immunity case back to the lower court, where likely the definition of what constitutes an official act might be decided. We are going to head to another 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. We're going to continue to check in with our expert attorney, Seth Berensweig, as he is reading right now, raw and unfiltered, the court's decision right now. But after the break, we're going to head to our Fox 5 DC team as they also have continuing coverage of this historic ruling. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, and we continue to cover the breaking news as the Supreme Court of the United States has sent former President Trump's immunity case back to the lower court in its ruling, and I'm going to read the ruling for you right now. It says this: the president is entitled to at least presumptive immunity from prosecution for all his official acts. There is no immunity for unofficial acts. We're going to continue to check in with our expert attorney, Seth Berensweig, but before we do that, we do want to head to our Fox 5 DC team as they do have continuing coverage of their own. We're then going to bring back our expert to break this down even further. Let's listen in.
Because they were concerned about immunity. Today, the Supreme Court clearly saying those types of acts, official acts, dealing with national security, for example, are absolutely immune from criminal prosecution. I also would be remiss if I didn't mention that the liberal justices were in dissent. Today's decision was straight along ideological lines, with the chief writing the majority. All three liberal justices in dissent, and the opening of the dissent says that today's decision makes a mockery of our constitutional system, that no man is above the law.
You know, Katie, the last question for you. This is a total hypothetical, right? But for whomever the next president may be, whether it be Joe Biden, whether it be Donald Trump, is there anything, since we don't have a clear definition of what an official act is, can the president determine what they consider to be an official act or not? Until we get a ruling from the lower court.
I think right now the question is in the court's hands to determine, and really the only reason this would come up is if there is a prosecution, which of course has never happened in the history of the country. And if it were to happen again, as you point out, with the next president or a president in the future, the issue would only come up if there is a criminal prosecution. So presumably there would be a similar fact-finding requirement that the Supreme Court is now instructing the district court judge to do. So in the very unlikely event that this happens in the future, there would be a required fact-finding by the courts, not the president, of which acts would be subject to immunity and not.
Chief Legal Correspondent Katie Barlow down at the Supreme Court today. Katie, thank you very much. We'll see you, of course, throughout the afternoon and on our social channels as well. Thank you very much, Katie. You know, she was talking, Ari, about the justices pointed out, and this is one for the ages right here. Maybe it never comes up again. Maybe there won't be charges against a sitting president that will have to be determined. Maybe it will. We don't know. But your final thoughts as far as what we've seen play out in the last few minutes.
When the founding fathers were writing the Constitution, when Adams and Madison, when Jefferson and Franklin, when they were putting down their thoughts on paper, and they went to the Constitutional Convention. And by the way, this is July 1st. July 2nd is the day they voted on independence. July 4th is when they announced it. They got the signatures long later. They never thought there would be a day. I mean, you can read all the Federalist Papers. You can read all the writings by Jefferson and Madison on the other side. They never thought there would be a day that we're talking about a president committing such illegal acts that would have to go and have him convicted in a criminal court. We have an impeachment process for that. But that's for presidents who are still in the office. When you do something on your way out and there's not enough time to either impeach and convict you, or the Senate refuses to hold a hearing to convict you, then we have this constitutional crisis, A. And B, this is a very unique Supreme Court. We just saw on a 6-3 divide, they just voted on this sort of limited immunity for the president. We had the Chevron case the other day. Right. This is a very interesting Supreme Court. In terms of ideological consistency, though, if the Chevron case is now, you can sue federal agencies now because the federal government is going to have a lot less power, all of a sudden just gave any president a lot more presidential immunity. Does not make sense. On the one hand, a lot more immunity to the chief commander-in-chief and the chief executive. On the other hand, you're limiting federal agency powers. A little more political than ideologically balanced. But again, we have the rule of law in this country. We got to abide by the final arbiter, which is the Supreme Court. It's going to go to the to the district court, and the rest is history.
All right, and for all the attorneys out there, they're running through all the possible scenarios in their mind as well. Ari, one of them. Thank you very much for joining us for our coverage today. We're going to have much more, of course, online. We'll have the full breakdown for you this afternoon, and Katie's going to join us, our chief legal correspondent, Katie Barlow, throughout the day as well. But the bottom line is, the big question is, what was an official act versus what wasn't? The Supreme Court not making that definition today. They'll send that back down to the lower court here in Washington to decide, and we will find out. We just won't find out anytime soon. So we'll keep you posted. In the meantime, let's get back to Good Day at 10 a with much more.
L.C. Duncan, the man, the myth, the legend.
What is it exactly you want from me?
How much is the lives of your family worth?
So we are continuing our coverage as the Supreme Court has now sent former President Trump's immunity case back to the lower court. And I do want to share this live look with you. We were carrying some of our Fox 5 DC coverage right there as they were breaking down that analysis. They've now pivoted, it looks like, to some other information right there. But take a look at this. This is the outside of the Supreme Court as we continue to follow this breaking news. And we have been speaking with Seth Berensweig, who really has been continuing to break down all of that with us. But this is a live look outside the Supreme Court. And I do want to share this live look with you as well. As you can see that quite a number of media as well as protesters and supporters have gathered outside. We are expecting a lot of reaction from lawmakers, from advocates, from perhaps even former President Trump and President Biden themselves, as this is a very historic landmark case. Seth Berensweig right now, the attorney that we've been speaking with right now, is combing through this Supreme Court ruling as we continue to read it ourselves. But at the heart of it is this, and I am quoting the ruling right now: under our constitutional structure of separated powers, the nature of presidential power entitles a former president to absolute immunity from criminal prosecution for actions within his conclusive and preclusive constitutional authority. And he is entitled to at least presumptive immunity from prosecution for all his official acts. There is no immunity for unofficial acts. I am going to raise the audio, as we have been hearing a little bit from the crowd from time to time. After that, we're going to see if we can bring in Seth back for further analysis. But all of this happening in real time. You're taking a live look outside the Supreme Court in Washington, D.C., as crowds are gathering as this historic decision has been handed down. Let's listen in.
I'm here because every year on
I did want to raise the volume as you're taking a listen to the ambient noise outside the Supreme Court as we continue to cover this breaking news. This is another look of the Supreme Court building itself as crowds continue to build. If you're just joining us at this hour, it is 10:51 Eastern, 7:51 Pacific, and we continue to follow breaking news as the Supreme Court has extended the delay in the Washington criminal case against former President Donald Trump on charges he plotted to overturn his 2020 presidential election loss, all but ending prospects the former president could be tried before the November election. In a historic 6-3 ruling, the justices said for the first time that former presidents have absolute immunity from prosecution for their official acts and no immunity for unofficial acts. But rather than do it themselves, the justices have ordered lower courts to figure out exactly how to apply this decision to Trump's case. The outcome means additional delay before Trump could face trial in the case brought by special counsel Jack Smith. The court's decision is a second major Trump case this term, along with its ruling rejecting efforts to bar him from the ballot because of his actions following the 2020 election. And it underscores the direct and possibly uncomfortable role that the justices are playing in the November election. And we were reading from you the ruling from Chief Justice John Roberts, writing, quote, under our constitutional structure of separated powers, the nature of presidential power entitles a former president to absolute immunity from criminal prosecution for actions within his conclusive and preclusive constitutional authority. Also writing, and he is entitled to at least presumptive immunity from prosecution from all his official acts. There is no immunity for unofficial acts. Robert was joined by other 5 conservative justices. The 3 liberal justices dissented. And in her dissent, Justice Sonia Sotomayor wrote, quote, today's decision to grant former presidents criminal immunity reshapes the institution of the presidency. It makes a mockery of the principle foundational to our Constitution and system of government that no man is above the law. Sotomayor, who read a summary of her dissent aloud in the courtroom, said the protection afforded presidents by the court, quote, is just as bad as it sounds, and it is baseless. The ruling was the last of the term, and it came more than 2 months after the court heard arguments far slower than the other high court cases involving the presidency, including the Watergate tape cases. The former president has denied any wrongdoing, and former President Trump has said this prosecution and 3 others are politically motivated to try to keep him from returning to the White House. In May, Trump became the first former president to be convicted of a felony in a New York court. He was found guilty of falsifying business records to cover up a hush money payment made during the 2016 presidential election to adult film star Stormy Daniels, who said that she had a relationship with him, a relationship he denies. He still faces 3 other indictments. Smith is leading the 2 federal probes of former President Trump, both of which have led to criminal charges. The Washington case focuses on Trump's alleged efforts to overturn the 2020 election after he lost to Joe Biden. The case in Florida revolves around the mishandling of classified documents, and the other case in Georgia also turns on Trump's actions after his defeat in 2020. In just a number of minutes, we are going to be continuing our conversation with attorney Seth Berensweig as he continues to comb through this ruling. It truly a historic ruling, and we continue to follow all of the developments outside the Supreme Court. As I do want to show you another look at the crowds gathering there, and in fact, you can see some media, and you can also see what appears to be some signs right there. Again, supporters and protesters gathering outside the Supreme Court. As you can see, the photographer weaving their way through the crowds, and we're going to pot up the sound and listen in.
So when he decided his brave mind that he's president and he's doing whatever it is to do, having sex with a porn star or whatever it is that he's 7 years old, that's an official act. Because they delayed. They pushed this back. They had this case since February. They decided the Colorado case in like 5 weeks, right? Because they wanted him. They want the arm of the GOP and the arm of the RNC. They wanted him on the ballot in Colorado. They decided that in 5 weeks, the arm of the GOP and the arm of the RNC want him as president. So they delayed this shit. Like yeah, I'm out. From since February till now. The arm of the GOP. I'm sorry, I'm out.
So Chai went back, and he was in prison with them. Something. You got to see it. Stop the bear.
A wide shot of all the protesters.
And we continue to follow all of the developments outside the Supreme Court. I also wanted to share this with you as we now have reaction from former President Trump taking to Truth Social, his social media platform, reacting with this tweet or this social media post, quote, big win for our Constitution and democracy, proud to be an American. And this is the first time that we're hearing from former President Trump as this historic ruling came down just moments ago. We are continuing to follow all other reaction, including perhaps from President Biden. As of yet, we have not heard that, but we are continuing to follow all developments. And it does appear that we are going to be hearing from some speakers as we do have some live looks at some podiums Williams right here, but we're going to head for now back outside the Supreme Court building as we continue to follow this. We did want to share with you, though, the reaction from former President Trump as the Supreme Court of the United States has now sent his immunity case back to the lower court, determining that a president is entitled to at least presumptive immunity from prosecution for all official acts, no immunity for unofficial acts. So we head back now live outside the Supreme Court. We're going to raise up the volume. And in just 2 minutes, we're going to be speaking with attorney Seth Berensweig to break down further this analysis of this historic ruling. So as we take a live look outside the Supreme Court, we haven't seen any controversy yet, as it does appear that the crowds are being very peaceful right now. You can see some of them talking to the media right here. But to further break down this breaking news, I want to bring back in Seth Berensweig. And Seth, you know, you were being handed the same ruling that I was live on LiveNOW from Fox. This is raw. This is unfiltered. We are covering the news as it happens. We did let you take a look at this. So I want to know now, I mean, you've had just a few moments. It's a thick document, but from what you've been able to read, what have you gleaned from this?
Well, thank you for letting me have a couple of minutes. Reminds me of those old commercials in speed reading. I feel like I've got a pretty good handle on it. Now, of course, many constitutional scholars will be digesting this all weekend, but here's what I discern from the decision. First of all, from a high-level standpoint, it's very dense because the Chief Justice in a 6-3 decision provides the decision for the majority. And what he's basically doing is he's saying, look, there are certain zones of presumptive executive immunity, and you can think of it like playing darts in a bar, right? So you have the red target in the middle, and then you have things that kind of go out from that zone peripherally. What the Chief Justice did, which I believe is a big win for former President Trump, is he created a limited zone of absolute executive immunity. What he said is that if there are actions that a president takes that relate to communications within his executive lane, and specifically with the United States Department of Justice, those communications are going to be subject to executive immunity. You cannot attack those communications. You cannot admit evidence of those communications. You cannot go into his allegedly corrupt motive regarding those communications. There is a complete zone of court protection with regard to things that would fall within his communication lane. The problem with that, one could argue, is that under the allegations, President Trump didn't just go into that lane. He drove a bulldozer right down it with a plan of corruption. Again, we're just talking allegations here, of course. But what the court did, and what infuriates the dissent, is that they are providing a core zone of protection with regard to communications between the White House and the Justice Department, which is a win for the president. But in the essence of some constitutional baby splitting, what the majority then says is, as you go further outside of that red dot, out of that core red zone, and as you get further towards the periphery, for example, pressures placed upon the Vice President of the United States relative to the actions that he was going to take in the halls of Congress, and then even further outside of that zone, for example, communications with other officials who are state government officials in Georgia, for example, that certainly do not fall within the executive federal lane, then those are things that would not be subject to executive immunity. So what the court did is it created basically a varying bullseye, let's call it, where it provided some very slick constitutional baby splitting. Some things that are in the core, President Trump got a real big victory today. Things that slowly flowed outside of the core. What the court did then on page 28 of the opinion is it said that as you get further away, there has to be a determination on a remand to Judge Chutkan in the district court below for a determination of where to draw that line. And then I read very briefly in relevant part, the concerns we noted at the outset, the expedition of this case, lack of factual analysis by the lower court, and the absence of pertinent briefing by the parties thus becomes more prominent. We therefore remand to the district court to determine, in the first instance, with the benefit of briefing we lack, whether Trump's conduct in this area qualifies as official or unofficial. So what that means is, hey, Judge Chutkan, you're on. You're in front. You're back out on Front Street. This case is yours. We're going to vacate the Court of Appeals decision for not providing a more thorough analysis of getting into the weeds. We're going to remand it down to the district court. We're going to have briefing on what is inside and outside the core lane of executive power. And then that is going to lay the evidentiary lines and rules for a trial that can take place. And some lawyers would call that a motion in limine, by the way. This is not something that is very foreign. It's not unusual for lawyers to file briefs in advance of the trial to determine what's fair game and what's not fair game. So I would argue that there's a lot of this that makes a lot of sense because you have procedural certainty and clarity going in. I will grant you it's a very dense opinion, and the dissent is absolutely furious because they're saying you are creating a core zone of protection. He can do whatever he wants with the Justice Department. Give me a break. But we have a line. It's a little bit of constitutional baby splitting, but that is essentially the essence of what we have. We're going back live to Judge Chutkan in the district court. It is possible, not clear, but possible that she can get this case activated right after the 4th of July weekend.
So let's talk about that. The Supreme Court remanding this case back to the lower courts. That's the court that had the case initially. So what is it taking a look at now? Is it the very same issue? Is it a different issue? There were talks of the definition of what constitutes an official act. Is that what the case is now going to be focused on? And then what happens next? Because I would imagine that this might be before the Supreme Court once again in a different form.
Well, it certainly could, and there's no way to rule that out. But I think what's going to happen next as a very practical matter, and the reason why I like your question is that it really gets down to brass tacks, right? Because what's going to happen now is it's going to go back to the district court. The clerk's going to reopen the case. And what will probably happen is that Judge Chutkan will order briefing as to what allegations in the indictment are official and unofficial acts. There's going to be a briefing schedule. She's going to brief it probably pretty quickly. There's going to be opening briefs. There's going to be reply briefs, probably rebuttal briefs, and then there'll be a hearing. And again, there's a crack in my crystal ball. I'm kind of guessing what Judge Chutkan is going to do, but I'll get ahead of my skis here. Why not? It's Friday. Let's have some fun with it. I think that's what the judge is probably going to do, because the court here on page 28, which is really the only guidance that it provides, by the way, procedurally, a lot of it is really just a lot of, legalese fluff. They're saying that it has to go down for, and I'm reading down here, remanding in the first instance with the benefit of briefing we lack whether his conduct in this area qualifies as official or unofficial. So it'll probably be live next week. She'll have briefing, and then that will draw the evidentiary lines of what can go in and what is not allowed in. Think about this. This is really interesting. The court, in a win for Trump, said you cannot have any evidence with regard to communications with the Justice Department. So the Jeffrey Clark stuff is out. And the dissent is absolutely furious at that.
Yes, a pretty scathing dissent as we were taking a look at it ourselves. Now, the question is, now that this has been remanded back to the lower courts, is there any sense of of timeliness for the court to get the ball rolling, so to speak, as we do look ahead to November. There's a presidential election. Former President Trump is one of the candidates. He could become president once again. Is there any sense of urgency legally for this case to get underway and to be finished before that?
Well, I think the answer to that is absolutely yes. And I predict that Judge Chutkan will make that happen. Now, you will, of course, get immediate arguments back from the defense that says the Justice Department has a longstanding policy stating that there should not be overt acts from an enforcement context leading up to the couple of months prior to a presidential election that might have a material impact on the results of that election. However, that Justice Department policy relates to overt acts of investigation. So I believe that that does not apply. Let's be ready for that argument to come up, but I don't think that that's going to be a rationale for stopping what's going to be happening next. And what will probably be happening next is that there will be a trial. We don't know. It's possible that there won't be, but let's just take Judge Chutkan at her word. She said, we're going to need 80 to 90 days after this case comes back, if and when it does, to be able to start the trial. So today is the beginning of July, August, September. So I think that we're looking at a trial. If it starts right after Labor Day in September, and if the trial goes 2 months, you're going to have a run in September and October. You can have a jury verdict in October. So it is not definite, but it is absolutely possible. It just depends on Judge Chutkan. So now you have the fate and the weight of this historic moment going back to a federal U.S. District Court judge here in Washington, D.C., and what she does next is going to be under the microscope.
Seth, it is just absolutely fascinating. And again, you were just taking a look at this, just only having a few moments. Is there anything specific, though, in the verbiage that really stood out to you, or in the legal arguments that really stood out to you?
Yeah, I have to say that I am surprised, and I'm not going to say pleasantly or unpleasantly. I'm just going to say I'm surprised that they really gave President Trump a pretty big win by saying that you cannot go into the Justice Department alleged corruptive acts. That is something that is a big win for the president. So I know that we're talking about things that can be a little bit ethereal and a little bit dense, but if I was President Trump, and I'm sure his legal team didn't expect absolute across the board, absolute executive immunity. There was no way that that was going to happen, but he got some wins today. He didn't get huge wins, but he got tangible wins. And that's the part. There are two parts that I would point to. One, where the Chief Justice says, you can't touch that. You can't go into that lane, even regardless of whether that was done with corrupt intent. That's a win for former President Trump. And then it's fascinating to read the dissent, which I haven't fully read yet, but where the dissent is just absolutely furious. And it is interesting, by the way, if you look at the dissent by Justice Sotomayor, it says, we join dissenting. They often say in which we respectfully dissent. They just said that they dissent. That's kind of interesting. But then they go in and they say, relying on a little bit more than its own misguided wisdom about the need for bold action by the president, the court gives former President Trump all the immunity he asked for and more. Because our Constitution does not shield him from answering for criminal and treasonous acts, I dissent. I'll say that I think that's a little bit over the top, and I think that's a little bit of an exaggeration, but it is a really big deal. They are recognizing that there was a win inside of this dense opinion here for President Trump. Now we're up to a balancing act. We're going to be on briefing. We're going to be going through that. And Judge Chutkan is about to become one of the most well-known federal judges in the United States, because this is going back and she's catching this hot potato. And I can guarantee you that she's reading this opinion right now, just like you and I are.
Seth, I know that the Supreme Court needs to set politics aside, but I do want to ask you how politics possibly might have played a role in all of this, as well as the reactions that we are reading in the dissents. We're going to step away for a 2-minute break. We're going to continue our conversation after that. And for our viewers here on Live Now from Fox, stay with us. Much more in 2 minutes. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, and you are taking a live look at the Supreme Court after the Supreme Court has sent former President Trump's immunity case back to the lower court. We're going to continue our conversation with Seth Berensweig, who is an attorney, really has been breaking all of this down before the ruling came down, during all of that, and now we're talking about this. And Seth, it's so interesting because even though this really should not be about former President Trump, a lot of people making it the focus of all of this. Truly, as we are reading this, even though he is named, they're really talking about presidential powers themselves. But I'm curious, this is a presidential election year, a historic one at that. We have a current president who is campaigning against a former president who really was the center of this case right here. So do politics factor in at all? Does it matter whose name is attached to this? Because we are talking about presidential immunity. So I'm sure there is concern when you talk about future presidents, regardless of what party they're affiliated with, how this might impact them.
Well, you know, I think we'd all like to rely on the presumption of everyone's greater angels and to want to presume that the justices are coming at this like Lady Justice with, with a blinder on and just trying to do justice without any aspect of politics. But unfortunately, the world of reality doesn't allow us to do that because we know, particularly in light of some of the things that have happened within the last couple of years, that politics has become a part of the conversation. Now, maybe it's more fair to say that it's a part of the debate because I'm not certainly going to take a side on that at the moment. But when you have Justice Alito flying flags upside down and you have Justice Thomas's wife texting Mark Meadows from outside the Capitol as people are bursting in, it's just impossible to divorce yourself from the realities of the historic moment and gravity of the situation. So when you look at that, unfortunately, that becomes a part of the filter through which we view this part of American history. And then I go from that into digging more into the dissenting opinion, where I think that they're really taking that question that you've raised on steroids. And they're just basically saying, look, what's going on here? This is what Justice Sotomayor was saying. No matter how you look at it, the majority's official acts immunity is, quote, utterly indefensible. She also says in her dissenting opinion at page 10, in sum, the majority today endorses an expansive vision of presidential immunity that was never recognized by the founders, any sitting president, the executive branch, or even President Trump's lawyers until now. Settled understandings of the Constitution are now of little use for the majority of this case, so it ignores them. That is saying a point that goes back to Jack Smith's argument in the opening hearing that says there's no constitutional basis of authority that supports the expansive view of executive immunity that's being endorsed by the president. So I think the long and short of it is that that is something that blends into the filter of the history of this court and is part of the historic moment that you and I are looking at now. It kind of reminds me of a saying by the owner of the Washington Post that says newspapers are the first draft of history. Right now, you and I, in a way, are reading the last draft of this chapter of history because the Supreme Court has planted a flag that is now going to govern not only this moment of historic American significance, but also how this is going to affect the next few months, how this is going to affect the American election, and how this is going to affect the office of the presidency. So I know that we've got into a lot of details, but really just kind of taking this on a 30,000-foot flyby, it's just such a momentous moment, and that's why there's just such heated controversy and argument amongst the justices here in Washington.
And we truly are living this historic moment. And it's not just this moment. We have seen time and time again history being made when it comes to criminal cases, when it comes to the cases brought before the Supreme Court, when it comes to the presidential election itself, really from a historical perspective. And I know you're taking this from a legal perspective, but this is a momentous occasion that we are all living in.
Oh, it's just such an unbelievable moment, regardless of how you view the merits or the lack of merits of the allegations. Let's just choose the one case that's the most relevant to the moment, Judge Chutkan's case on alleged election subversion here in Washington, D.C. Regardless of the viability or the lack of weight, this is a moment that weighs very heavily in the balance of American history. And the fact that now the Supreme Court gets to come in and lay down this controversial standard, it really just creates such a richness of context for what's going to be happening next. And one of the ironies of this decision is that although it does a lot, it also leaves a lot up in the air. I think that you'll be hearing some criticism this weekend about how this is kind of reinventing the wheel that might not have been absolutely necessary. Yes, there are a lot of things in this that are a really big deal. But in a way, a lot of this is also just going back, and it foots back to the standard of whether something is or is not an official act. Now, of course, they weigh in on that in a way that I would argue favors President Trump in a pretty tangible way. But we are left with a middle ground. Maybe that's a good concluding point to say that maybe the Chief Justice of the United States found a way to split the baby in a way that provides an appearance of objectivity for the court to provide a middle ground that encircles the presidency in some kind of absolute immunity while not giving up the farm. And if that's one way to look at it, that might be, one could argue, within the spirit of American compromise and democracy. Don't ask Justice Sotomayor. She agrees with me on that. But now we've learned a lot more now than we did an hour ago.
And one last question for you. You went to law school. You studied landmark cases and how it has changed the course of history through the legal channels. When this is put into those textbooks, when this is taught in the classrooms, when this is used as an example for law students down the road, what do you think that general view will be when this is being discussed?
Well, I think that this will probably be presented as the modern version of Marbury versus Madison. In Marbury versus Madison, the Supreme Court demonstrated a flexing of its muscles to demonstrate for all time judiciary power and independence. This is going to be providing added muscle to the zone of unbridled discretion that the President of the United States has in his or her performance of that job and communications that the executive has. It's going to be controversial, but it's going to be a landmark decision. It's going to be taught in constitutional law. It's going to be taught really for many, many years to come, because this is something that's going to have a lot of weight. And unquestionably, we're living through a moment of history here. The Supreme Court has spoken, and now all eyes go to Judge Chutkan here in Washington.
Seth, before we let you go, any final thoughts as we continue to follow this breaking news? It is fresh. Again, the ruling, as you mentioned, is very dense, and we have it in front of us right now. But anything really that you would want to leave our viewers here with, whether it be perspective, whether it will be taking a look at how this might play out down the line? You know, it's been a fascinating discussion with you. As you mentioned, we are living history right now.
Yeah. What I would encourage people to do is to look at this moment in history and at this decision through a lens of respect. What I mean by that is the country is so polarized right now. The country is so divided, and even in the 6-3 decision, the 6 and the 3 are really bickering with each other. But I think that what the Chief Justice has done, and I could argue in an elegant way, is he has done some baby splitting, albeit controversially, to find a way to land in some kind of a middle ground where the president is in some manner protected, in some manner not necessarily protected, and allows the trial in theory to move forward. So I would encourage people to try to come together in the middle and apply a presumption of good faith, and to come together and really support the Supreme Court. It's a moment as Americans where we need to support the Supreme Court, we need to support the Constitution, and we need to let the judiciary do its job. And that means that we have to apply the same thing to Judge Chutkan in determining what she does, and just letting justice run its course.
Let justice run its course. Seth, it's been such a pleasure to chat with you over really the past hour and a half as we were awaiting this historic ruling during all of this and now after, as analysis does continue. We appreciate you taking the time to join us and join our viewers here on Live Now from Fox for truly some raw and unedited, unfiltered analysis. We appreciate it.
You bet.
And we do continue to follow this breaking news as the Supreme Court has sent former President Trump's immunity case back to the lower court. You are taking a live look at the outside of the courthouse itself, and we have seen crowds gathering there peacefully, we should say, as the Supreme Court just about an hour ago extended the delay in the Washington criminal case against former President Trump on charges he plotted to overturn his 2020 presidential election loss. This in a historic 6-3 ruling. The justices saying for the first time that former presidents have absolute immunity from prosecution for their official acts and no immunity for unofficial acts. But rather than do it themselves, the justices have ordered lower courts to figure out precisely how to apply the decision to Trump's case. We are going to step away for a 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. We have some other breaking news that we want to get to as a Trump ally, Steve Bannon, is now reporting to federal court in Danbury, Connecticut. He is speaking to crowds right now. We're going to head over there live in 2 minutes. Stay with us. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinu. Time right now is 11:28 Eastern, 8:28 Pacific, and we do continue to follow breaking news as the Supreme Court has now remanded former President Trump's immunity case back to the lower courts. We are continuing to follow reactions. The former president himself going on his social media platform calling this a win. But throughout the next few hours, we are going to continue to share reaction with you from lawmakers. As of now, we have not yet heard from President Biden. But of course, if we hear from him or his campaign, we will share that with you. Meantime, we have additional breaking news that we do want to get to right now, and that is a long-time Trump ally Steve Bannon is now reporting to federal court in Danbury, Connecticut, and we're going to head there live right now. Take a look at this. You can see that a podium has been set up, but he is scheduled to report to federal prison today to serve a 4-month sentence for contempt, and you can see that he's at the podium right now. Let's listen in.
I want to thank the non-supporters, right? That's your right to protest. Only two? We'll convert you guys.
She's paid. She's from D.C. She just comes and annoys people.
How did we get a congressman up here? Come up here for a second.
Yeah.
How did we get How did a congressman show up here in Danbury prison?
Well, I recognize what all the people watching at home recognize, that this is a war, and it's a political war, and it's a political persecution, and it shouldn't be happening, Steve. So I came here to support you, support the American people, the January 6th defendants that have been wrongly prosecuted, and President Trump.
Let's take we got some media that. First off, I want to thank everybody here for turning out today. We got your back. And remember that the show is going to be bigger and better than ever. We got all kind of co-hosts. Nothing's going to change. It's going to be incredible, right? Next man up. Right? Next man up. 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 It doesn't matter that I'm going to prison. If it took me going to prison, come here. If it took me going to prison to get the House of Representatives to reject J6 and now to actually start an investigation, it's a victory, right?
That is a victory, and that's what we have to do, Steve. We have to move the Republicans in the House of Representatives to act and actually do the job that the people voted for them and sent them to Congress to do. People didn't vote for Republicans to go to Congress and do nothing. They voted for Republicans to do their job. And sitting around and saying, "Oh, we're going to wait, we're just going to wait," that is not good enough. And they're going to hear from people all over the country. This is multiplying the war room posse by 10,000, Steve.
Thank you so much.
This is a Democrat
Hopefully
district.
10,000%.
Yeah, but look, this is a Democrat district, and where's the Democrats? Where are they? They're nowhere.
Look, folks, if it took me going to prison, girls, remember, the reason I chose Danbury, I asked for Danbury for a very specific reason. Back in the only other person that's ever been sent to prison for a congressional subpoena, not going to a House subpoena, for contempt, held in contempt, was Ring Lardner Jr. Back in the 1940s. During the House Un-American Activity investigation, Columbia Studio fired him, okay, because of his political beliefs. And then he was found guilty. They sent it to the DOJ. He was sent to prison. He was sent to this prison. That's why I requested Danbury, because there's no difference in his fight than in our fight. I'm a political prisoner of Nancy Pelosi. I'm a political prisoner of Merrick Garland. I'm a political prisoner of Joe Biden and the corrupt Biden establishment. And you saw on Thursday all the lies that they told, right? All the lies they told. Any group that would sit there and lie to you about the shape of the President of the United States with the national security element of that, lied about the 2020 election, they've lied about COVID, they've lied about everything that they've done to the American people, and they're not going to stop. Until we stop them, they're not going to stop. And the way you stop them is you do things like this. Hey, if they're going to send me to prison, it's not going to matter if we take this fight and take it up the next level, okay? Anybody from the press have a question? Is that Sarah Murray of CNN? I don't want to talk about my conversations with the president, but I think you can see on his Truth Social, he's very supportive. And remember, the most important thing, that was Sarah Murray, the great CNN reporter. Sarah, the most important thing to remember is President Trump is going to be sentenced to prison on July 11th. Me going here for 4 months is nothing. They're going in a very sham trial, totally illegal. They are going to sentence Donald J. Trump, the greatest president of the 20th and 21st century, to prison in a sham trial in New York on July 11th. So I know he supports us. Okay, it's very important. Sarah Murray asked, well, how can I influence the campaign? How can I do war room? You can't run a business from a federal prison. I have no intention of doing anything in the business. But I have a First Amendment right. I have a First Amendment right to have my voice heard. And my voice is going to be heard every day. And more importantly, their voices are going to be heard, right? You don't need my voice. We're a populist movement. We're a populist movement. When I say next man up, it's just not our other hosts. It's just not Congressman Green and Matt Gaetz and all the people that support the show. It's all these people. These are our co-hosts, right? That's why this is only going to get bigger. It's Nancy Pelosi and Merrick Garland that made me a martyr, right? But martyrs die, and I'm far from dead, baby. And this right here grows every day. Any other questions?
Steve, we have a priest here that was that sued New Jersey. Father Robinson sued New Jersey when churches were shut down because of COVID. So here's somebody at a persecution. And guess what? He also became an American citizen in 2018.
By the way, thank you. I am going to prison. I'm proud of going to prison. I am proud of going to prison today. I am proud to go to prison. If this is what it takes to stand up to tyranny, if this is what it takes to stand up to the Garland, corrupt, criminal DOJ, if this is what it takes to stand up to Nancy Pelosi, if this is what it takes to stand up to Joe Biden, I'm proud to do it. Father, can you say a few words?
I'm not authorized to talk to the media.
You're not? No. Well, thank you for coming.
I agree with your positions, and I'll be praying for you. I'm in the Saving Nations Retreat House, 15 minutes away.
You are?
Yeah, I'll get you whatever you need.
Father, don't pray for me. Pray for our enemies. Right? Pray. They're the ones that need the prayers. Thank you, Father.
Saint Michael the Archangel, defend us in battle. Be our protection against the wickedness and the snares of the devil. May God rebuke him, we humbly pray. And do thou, Prince of the heavenly host, by the power of God, cast into hell Satan and all evil spirits who wander through the world seeking the ruin of souls. Amen. Ave Maria Purissima. God bless you.
Thank you. Thank
you.
We'll
be praying for you.
Thank you, Father.
At your service.
Appreciate it.
Yours too.
How will you be heard every day?
Thanks for coming. You read all the trials, weren't you? You're from CBS News, ABC. You see, we have a representative of ABC. Did you like the way I bench pressed Jonathan Karl yesterday? Did you like the Jonathan Karl interview?
I know he asked me, but I wanted to ask. You were just standing with a priest and a congresswoman. Do you have any regrets about defying a congressional subpoena?
Come over here, I can't.
You were standing with a priest and a congresswoman.
Yes.
Do you have any regrets about defying a congressional subpoena?
Do I have any regrets? ABC News just says I have not only no regrets, I'm actually proud of what I did, and I felt terrible if I didn't do it. Yeah. I don't mind going to prison today, particularly if Congressman Green and Matt Gaetz and Anna Paulina Luna and other warriors in the House turn the focus on Nancy Pelosi. The J6 committee was completely illegitimate and set up. It's the reason it didn't have the impact of Watergate. It didn't have the impact of Iran-Contra because you had no ranking member, no minority counsel. They couldn't see the evidence, and they couldn't cross-examine witnesses. We need to reconstitute the J6 committee today. Yes! And we need to do it in the proper way. The Democrats should have a ranking member. Yes. The Democrats should have a minority counsel. It could be Goldman, it could be anybody. We need to get the evidence because I'm going to tell you, when we investigate J6, you're going to see that Donald John Trump was not just completely innocent. He was the one individual that wanted to protect the Capitol and wanted to protect Washington, D.C. You're also going to find out what is the federal government's involvement in this. DHS, FBI, Department of Justice. This was a Fedsurrection. And the way we should do it is to have a complete investigation and let the Democrats have a ranking member. Let them have a minority counsel. Let them cross-examine the witnesses. Let them cross-examine Ray. Let them cross-examine Bill Barr. Let them cross-examine the people that were doing the Secretary of Defense. The American people need that truth. If it takes me going to prison to get that, I would do that any day of the week, and that's what we're trying to drive here. Councilman Green, some thoughts?
No, I totally agree with what Steve just said. It's the lack of action in the Republican-controlled House that has been the problem all along. The fact that Steve did not obey that congressional subpoena was the right thing to do because the committee was illegitimate from the beginning. Nancy Pelosi broke her entire House rules. She broke her House rules when she created that committee. And then look at the two-tier justice system. She prosecutes Steve Bannon. They prosecute Steve Bannon. They prosecute Peter Navarro. But yet, who do they not prosecute? Others that they subpoenaed. Why pick two and not prosecute others that were subpoenaed for Congress? That makes no sense whatsoever. And then they're not prosecuting Merrick Garland.
Here's the bet that Nancy Pelosi and Merrick Garland, the Biden regime, has made. They think by prosecuting me, they're going to shut down one of the top advocates for President Trump. They think they're going to say any chance of me working on the campaign. They think they're going to shut down the war room as this massive platform for MAGA. You see this right here? Yeah. They're never going to shut it down. They're only making it bigger. These people aren't going to be shut down. The American people have learned one thing. When their voice is heard, change happens. And that is what the war room's all about. It's only going to get bigger. So Nancy Pelosi bet the wrong way. The show's only going to get bigger. My message is only going to get bigger. The platform's only going to get bigger. So I'm proud. If it takes prison to show the American people that they're prepared to put, in the first time in history, one of the largest hosts of one of the largest shows in the nation, that the line we've crossed right now, and if we don't stop it right here and right now, it's going to continue. So we got to stop it, and it's not going to stop until we stop it.
We have a question for Nancy.
No,
in the mic. Make sure you speak in the mic.
Are you ready? This exists outside. Are you personally prepared for?
I was on a destroyer for 4 years in the Navy. I am prepared for whatever prison has, right? Our prisons are run very well. The Bureau of Prisons does a great job. I'm prepared to do this. Whatever task I'm totally prepared, mentally, physically, everything for prison. I do it with gratitude to these people. If Nancy Pelosi and Merrick Garland are going to think that Steve Bannon and this little podcast is done from a basement in Washington, D.C. is so important that they will do something they've never done before and put a voice that supports an opposition to them in the run-up to the election, if they think that's big a deal, I will do that gladly. And whatever prison holds, prison holds. Look, I went to a military school. I served in the Navy. I've done the war room, so I'm prepared mentally and physically to go. But what's most important is that these people are empowered. If my going to prison empowers these people, I'll do it every day of the week.
How will you make sure your voice is heard every day? You said you were going to be heard every day.
Well, first off, the question is, how am I going to be heard every day? It's very simple. You know how I'm going to be heard every day? These people right here in our host. The show's not going to change. Hey, folks. One of the reporters wants to know, how am I going to be heard every day? And I say, it's you. We're a populist movement. President Trump, they're going to put in prison. Steve Bannon's going to prison in a few minutes. Alex Jones, they're trying to liquidate. The Gateway pundit, they're trying to put in bankruptcy. It's next man up. They can't stop this. This is our power. Our power is right here. Our power is an informed and empowered American people. It doesn't matter about me. It doesn't matter about me. It doesn't matter about anybody else. They're going to try to imprison President Trump. It's next man up. What the ruling class in this country has to understand, there's nobody they can imprison. There's nobody they can assassinate. There's nobody they can bankrupt. There's nobody they can deplatform to stop the MAGA movement. MAGA's on the rise. Look what happened in France yesterday, right? The people of France started to take back their own country from the globalists. In Germany, they're taking back their own country from the globalists. In England, Nigel Farage had a rally that was like Donald Trump. And Donald Trump, you saw Thursday night. What Thursday night showed you, the same people that lied about the 2020 election, right? Lied about Biden, would lie for 4 years and hide that. And that was on CNN in living color. We saw exactly what it was. So no, they're going to hear my voice every day.
You have a message for former President Trump.
For former President Trump, my message, thank you. What outlet are you with? CNN? I have two. I'm going to get two. The message of President Trump is very simple. Fight on. If we don't stop, if President Trump continues to fight, victory is going to be ours. We're going to win in a landslide. We're going to pick up the Senate with 55 seats. We're going to pick up 5 seats in the House. We could win in a landslide. Remember, if he doesn't quit, they don't win. President Trump's on the path to victory. And you saw last night on CNN in all its glory what they have hit, and he was a hero for doing that. He shouldn't have debated Biden until September or October. He did it for the country to be able to expose, and took all the rules that CNN gave, right? Every rule, and I disagreed with that, and I told him that. He did that for the country. And he wanted to expose the lies of the ruling elite in this country. You have a cadaver in 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue that is now a national security threat. Don't ask me. Ask Zelensky how he felt after that debacle, right? Ask Jerusalem what they felt about the debate with Netanyahu. Ask the people in Taipei what they felt after that debate.
We are continuing to listen to Steve Bannon as he is talking to supporters before he heads to federal prison, where he will spend and serve a 4-month sentence for contempt for defying a subpoena in the congressional investigation into the Capitol January 6th riots. We are going to step away for a 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. After that, we are finally now hearing from Democrats as they react to the Supreme Court's decision to hand former President's immunity case back to the lower courts. This is via a Zoom link, and we are going to air that live for you after the break. Stay with us. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinnew. Time right now is 11:48 Eastern, 8:48 Pacific. And we do want to share a Zoom link that is live right now as we are hearing from Democratic leaders as they react to the Supreme Court's decision to hand down former President Trump's immunity case back to the lower courts. So this is via Zoom. We're not seeing anyone's faces, but I did want to share with you because they do have exactly who is speaking, and I did feel that that was important. Biden headquarters is speaking right now. Let's listen in.
Philadelphia and Officer Dunn, who spoke in Atlanta this last week, driving home the stakes of the election in our democracy. And we're organizing and mobilizing our volunteer networks because Americans understand the threat that Donald Trump poses to democracy, and they're ready to take action. And this decision by the Supreme Court today is going to spur that even more. Last week alone, Team Biden-Harris hosted 1,500 organizing events across battlegrounds. Let me end by quoting Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson, who I will point out, by the way, is only on the court because Joe Biden put her there, who wrote a dissenting opinion today. She said, the majority of my colleagues seem to have put their trust in the court's ability to prevent presidents from becoming kings. I fear they are wrong. I fear they are wrong. We're talking about the Supreme Court handing the keys to a president to do whatever he wants with no responsibility or accountability. But here's the thing. We don't have to just fear that the court justices are wrong. We can do something about it. For the next 4 months, we're going to continue to remind people and underscore how dangerous Donald Trump would be in power, which became even more dangerous today. For the next 4 months, we'll continue to remind the American people that Trump is a fundamental threat to our democracy, and that's why they voted him out in 2020, and that's why they are going to turn out and vote to re-elect Joe Biden and Kamala Harris this November. And with that, I'll turn it back over to Lauren, and we'll be happy to take some Q&A.
Thank you so much, Button, and thank you to all our speakers. We are now happy to take questions. If you would like to ask one, please go ahead and use the feature to raise your hand. All right, first question will be Tamara Keith at NPR.
Thank you so much. I am wondering if this might result in sort of the tone that you're taking here. Is President Biden going to be, or the campaign, running against the Supreme Court, or at least running on the Supreme Court as an issue more now, particularly following the debate performance in terms of setting up contrast?
Well, thank you for the question. This is Quentin. Look, I think that today's ruling underscores the stakes of democracy. And I think if anything, it can be used as an amplifier, and the American people will see it as an amplifier to justify what we've been saying, which is that the fact that Donald Trump wants to be a dictator. He wants unchecked power. He put justices on the court who ripped away freedoms from Americans and then gave him the freedom to do whatever he wants today. And I find that very ironic. The other thing that I want to point out is that not only does Donald Trump know this, he's actively celebrating. On Twitter right now, or X, he is honestly celebrating because he knows that this is what he wants. And so I think our campaign is going to continue to make the case that the stakes of this election cannot be higher. And honestly, because of this opinion from the Supreme Court today, it just puts a finer point on the fact that if Donald Trump gets anywhere near the Oval Office again, he will rule as a dictator. He will use his power to harm his political enemies. He will continue to excite political violence. And that is something that we cannot afford. And he will only take our country back.
We are continuing to listen in as the Biden-Harris campaign and other Democrats are responding to the Supreme Court's decision to hand former President Trump's immunity case back to the lower courts. We do have to step away for a brief 2-minute break. After that, we're going to continue to listen in as the Biden headquarters is now fielding questions from journalists. We'll be right back in 2 minutes. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinu, and we want to continue hearing from the Biden-Harris campaign as they are reacting to the Supreme Court's decision to hand former president's immunity case back to the lower courts. Let's once again listen in.
Very shook. And I hate the fear-mongering that the Republicans consistently do all the time. They want people to be afraid of trans kids. They want people to be afraid of Black folk. They want people to be afraid of immigrants. They have this game plan that they always play out that is always one of fear. And I always want us.
So it does appear that this Zoom link where we were hearing from Democrats has abruptly ended, and we're going to try and figure out exactly how we might be able to get that back. But we continue to follow that breaking news as we had been hearing from the Biden headquarters and the Biden-Harris campaign as they were reacting to the Supreme Court's decision to hand former President Trump immunity case back to the lower court. So I do want to share the very latest with you on that and also bring you this live look right here. This is outside of the Supreme Court, and you can see that a lot of supporters and perhaps some dissenters are taking their time to join the crowds right there as this landmark ruling has now been handed down. But I wanted to share that with you. We have been hearing some ambient noise from the crowd. I'm going to raise the volume to see what we can do to listen in. And also, as we were listening into the Biden headquarters, that Zoom link that they had shared with us abruptly ending. We're going to see if we can get that back. If not, we are going to follow some other breaking news, as also we do know that Steve Bannon, a longtime ally of former Trump, is speaking ahead of reporting to federal prison to serve a 4-month sentence. But first, let's listen in here.
Country. Yeah. You should have been like U.S. voters. U.S. voters. Oh, yeah, exactly. Like, I didn't realize I had to be any more specific. No. The only time it was there was like you're on a street, like, and you're not sure how many like people there's kind of like really like like some places do ham trucks there, and sometimes I always go for like my boss is like you're gonna fire me if I do this, so please help me out. I beg you.
So we do continue to follow the reaction, and I also wanted to share some reaction with you as we have been receiving it on social media platforms. But take a look at this as we read some of those tweets and some of those posts on social media. This is from Congressman Robert Garcia saying, quote, "This 6-3 Supreme Court and this dangerous immunity ruling is a result of one man, Donald Trump. He appointed 3 extreme judges and is now exploiting the powers of the president in ways that were once unthinkable. The court can no longer be counted on to defend the Constitution." In another social media post, this is from Donald Trump Jr. saying, "Solid SCOTUS ruling today. I'm sure the corrupt prosecutors and D.C. judge will work overtime to continue their lawfare. It's all they have left." So that is from the son of former President Trump. This is from the Trump War Room, retweeting what former President Trump shared on his Truth social media platform. "Big win for our Constitution and democracy. Proud to be an American." And that is from former President Trump. He is no longer part of X, or what is formerly known as Twitter, but that was reshared via Trump War Room. This is from Anthony Michael Kreis, quote, "Because of seniority-based announcements, we now officially know that Justice Jackson did not author Trump v. United States." This is from Maxwell Alejandro Frost. "This decision is so bad. Winning this election has never been so important. If Trump were to win, the Supreme Court just gave him the go-ahead to do whatever he wants." And so we continue to follow all of the reaction as many people are weighing in. The Judiciary GOP sharing big win at Jim Jordan's statement on Trump v. United States. SCOTUS this decision. And we continue to share all of that with you. Meanwhile, we do have another breaking news story as longtime ally of former President Trump, Steve Bannon, is scheduled to report to a federal prison in Connecticut today to serve a 4-month sentence for contempt for defying a subpoena in the congressional investigation into the U.S. Capitol riot on January 6, 2021. We were sharing with you some of his remarks live before that ended, so we do want to share you what he said just moments ago.
What do you recommend we do with the FBI, DOJ, the CIA, DNI, all of it on the afternoon of January 2025?
First
what does
of all,
President Trump have to do?
It's the power of the purse. All those hyper-bloated organizations need to go on a severe diet. They do a lot of really stupid things. They will be less stupid inevitably if they are smaller.
So you're saying break them up? You agree with that?
Yeah, totally agree.
Jump up here.
Yeah.
So tell us what Eric, what is Eric talking about?
Thank you very much, Eric. That there's been a message sent. Steve will be fine for 4 months, and thank you for that. And Eric is absolutely right, everyone. The American government is overgrown. It's turned into a monster, and the American people are having to pay for it all. To the point they're over $34.5 trillion in debt. This is unsustainable, no matter how you vote, Republican or Democrat. And Americans need to say enough of it. We've got to shrink down the federal government. We need to slash down the giant agencies. We need to reduce it down and get control of its power. It's totally out of control. And that is absolutely the message that Americans say every single day on streets everywhere. I'd like to go back to Nancy Pelosi, Steve, if I may. You know, everyone needs to ask Nancy Pelosi, why wasn't the National Guard at the Capitol on January 6th?
Amen.
She is responsible as Speaker of the House for the security of the Capitol. I was a brand new member of Congress. I'd only been there 3 days. 3 days. I could have been killed because of Nancy Pelosi. She did not secure the Capitol for anyone, but she made sure that she's always protected with armed guards with guns, while her and her party work hard to take the Second Amendment rights and guns away from Americans. This is who the Democrats are. They're the party that wants to take away your security while they keep it for themselves. They're the party that will bring in the National Guard by 30,000 after January 6th to tell America that they have taken over the federal government. That's who the Democrats are. They're the party that will shut you down and take away your First Amendment, destroy your small business, take away your children's education, and force you to stay in your homes, all for tyranny so they can control all of it and affect an election. The Democrats are the party covering up a president with dementia. And they've been covering it up.
Yes.
They have all known that Joe Biden has had dementia since 2019. And they have lied and lied and lied to your face. And then they dare call President Trump a liar. They stand behind a man that has no clue what he's saying, what he's doing, and he has the nuclear codes. They stand behind that. And then they sit there and accuse President Trump of a lying, and America knows he's telling the truth, and they agree with President Trump, and that needs to be said more and more. President Trump is telling the truth, and it's the Democrats who are the liars.
I see all the Lao Beijing here, okay? Not one. Take down the CCP! Take down the CCP! Take down the CCP! Take down. This show's not going to back off. This show's not going to back off 1 foot from taking down the Chinese Communist Party and having the brave people and the noble people in China's back. The Lao Beijing will eventually run and rule China like they should have. Take down the CCP! Take down the CCP! Take down the CCP! Okay, we're going to wrap up here for a second. I'm going to pass the baton over to the team at the War. Mo, the CEO, you got a few words to say?
You guys on the left think by putting him in there, you're going to silence him. Steve Bannon's voice will not be silenced while he's in there, and War Room will not be silenced.
All right. Whoa. Okay, I want to thank Real America's Voice. I want to thank all the media for coming out here today, including I tell you, if this is a lesson that we can help CNN and NBC and ABC News, you know, our brethren over there, they're a little misguided. And Fox News, the Murdochs, This is just a step that we make in that direction, okay? Rob Sig, Parker Sig, Brian Glenn, our great reporter, Harry, the production team, want to thank everybody that did this. We're going to pass it back to the studio. Remember, just two things: victory or death. And what I mean by that, we either win or you're going to have the death of a constitutional republic. It's next man up. Everybody here, you've got to step into the breach. Everybody in the home audience has got to step into the breach. I'm going to be here, but my voice is not going to be silent. And the reason it's not is because of you. Okay.
I want to give you a blessing before you go in. Bow your head and pray for God's blessing. Pax et benedictio Deo omnipotentis, Patris et Filii et Spiritus Sancti, descendat super vos et maneat semper. Amen.
Amen.
Bless you. And at your service.
Thank you, Father. Appreciate it.
Call.
Victory or death. We'll turn it back over to Real American Voice. It's time for me to surrender up at Danbury. Thank you, guys.
I hope you don't go next to the prison.
And that was Steve Bannon, a longtime ally of former President Trump, as he was speaking before reporting to Danbury Federal Prison. You can see that he is now walking away. The prison itself is right there. So he will now be serving a 4-month sentence after he was convicted for defying a congressional subpoena from the committee that probed the January 6th U.S. Capitol attacks. He is expected to serve his time at this low security federal prison, and we're hearing from him right there. We are going to step away for a 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. After that, we are going to recap the major news of the day. Another breaking news story as the Supreme Court has issued its ruling on former President Trump's immunity case, remanding it back to the lower court. What that all means, we're going to get into the details of that. And also coming up at 1 p.m. Eastern time, this historic decision comes during a historic presidential election year. How might this impact the election and the candidates themselves? We're going to be speaking with political analyst David Washington. That conversation coming up at 1 p.m. Eastern time. So in just about an hour as we continue to follow that breaking news. All of those details coming up in 2 minutes. Stay with us. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, and you're taking a live look outside the Supreme Court in Washington, D.C. as we continue to follow breaking news as the Supreme Court has now, in a historic 6-3 ruling, said for the first time that former presidents have absolute immunity from prosecution for their official acts and no immunity for unofficial acts, but rather than make that decision themselves in order to determine what an official act is, the justices have now ordered lower courts to figure out precisely how to apply this decision to a former President Trump's case. Now, this outcome means additional delay before Trump could face trial in the case brought by special counsel Jack Smith. The court's decision in a second major Trump case this term, along with its ruling rejecting efforts to bar him from the ballot because of his actions following the 2020 election, underscores the role the justices are playing in the November election. Chief Justice John Roberts, writing for the court in the ruling, quote, "Under our constitutional structure of separated powers, the nature of presidential power entitles a former president to absolute immunity from criminal prosecution for actions within his conclusive and preclusive constitutional authority. And he is entitled to at least presumptive immunity from prosecution for all his official acts. There is no immunity for unofficial acts." Roberts was joined by the other 5 conservative justices. The 3 liberal justices dissented. Justice Sonia Sotomayor, writing a scathing dissent, writing in part, quote, "Today's decision to grant former presidents criminal immunity reshapes the institution of the presidency. It makes a mockery of the principle foundational to our Constitution and system of government that no man is above the law." Sotomayor, who read a summary of her dissent aloud in the courtroom, said the protection afforded presidents by the court, quote, "is just as bad as it sounds and is baseless." The ruling was the last of the term, coming more than 2 months after the court heard arguments, which is far slower than in other major high-profile court cases involving the presidency. And we continue to receive reaction from both sides of the aisle, and we do want to share those with you right now. This is a social media post by Senator Schumer. He writes in part, quote, "This is a sad day for America and a sad day for our democracy. The very basis of our judicial system is that no one is above the law. Treason or incitement of an insurrection should not be considered a core constitutional power afforded to a president." This one is from Jasmine Crockett. "It is clear that no one is coming to save us. The Supreme Court is anything but supreme. I can't believe the cultist consolidation of power that is taking place before our eyes in America." This one coming to us from Donald Trump Jr., former President Trump's son. Solid SCOTUS ruling today. I'm sure the corrupt prosecutors and D.C. judge will work overtime to continue their lawfare. It's all they have left. This is from Congressman Robert Garcia. This 6-3 Supreme Court and this dangerous immunity ruling as a result of one man, Donald Trump. He appointed 3 extreme judges and is now exploiting the powers of the president in ways that were once unthinkable. The court can no longer be counted on to defend the Constitution. This by Anthony Michael Christ. Because of seniority-based announcements, we now officially know that Justice Jackson did not author Trump v. United States. And we continue to follow the very latest Trump War Room resharing what former President Trump shared on his social media platform, Truth Social. "Big win for our Constitution and democracy. Proud to be an American." The House Judiciary GOP saying big win at Jim Jordan's statement on Trump v. United States. And we continue to follow all of the reaction as we have been following this breaking news for the past 2 hours or so. I also wanted to share this live look with you. This is outside of the Supreme Court. As you can see that there are a number of folks gathering out there. Really, we haven't seen too much of a crowd. And from the crowd that we have seen, it has been very peaceful. We are going to step away for a 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. We're also following some other breaking news as Beryl, the Category 4 hurricane, has now made landfall in the Caribbean. We're going to bring you the very latest. And we're also going to share with you some remarks from Secretary Blinken as he was speaking at an event earlier today. All of that coming up in 2 minutes. Stay with us. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, and you're taking a live look at our XRAD radar as we are continuing to follow breaking news as Hurricane Beryl has made landfall in the Caribbean as a high-end Category 4 storm with winds of a sustained 150 miles per hour. This is an extremely dangerous and life-threatening situation. It is unfolding right now across the southern Windward Islands in the Caribbean. And as strengthening Hurricane Beryl made landfall as a Category 4 hurricane with 150 mile per hour winds, it produced potentially catastrophic wind damage and a life-threatening storm surge. The National Hurricane Center is saying that it is incredibly dangerous, saying, quote, "Take action now to protect your life." This is a very dangerous situation. The National Hurricane Center urging residents to remain inside throughout the passage of the life-threatening conditions, saying, quote, "Do not venture out in the eye of the storm." And you can see that red little hurricane logo just churning out into the Caribbean as it continues to track west. Hurricane Beryl becoming the second named storm of the 2024 Atlantic hurricane season, making history while the storm rapidly intensified from a tropical depression to a tropical storm and then to a major hurricane in less than 48 hours. So for those living in the Caribbean, the weekend was spent preparing for the storm's onslaught by placing coverings on windows of homes, filling up gas tanks, and picking up last-minute supplies after it became very clear that Beryl would continue to strengthen as it approached island nations like Barbados and St. Lucia, where hurricane warnings remain in place. In fact, the Prime Minister of St. Lucia and the Prime Minister's office saying all residents should remain indoors until the all clear is given after a nationwide shutdown was implemented ahead of the hurricane. Hospitals and wellness centers on the island have been activated with emergency plans. Shelters have been opened for residents, and police and fire departments are on high alert. They are on standby to respond to emergencies, if any, should arise during the hurricane. But we will continue to follow this breaking news as Hurricane Beryl, now a Category 4 hurricane, making landfall in the Caribbean. We will continue to provide you all updates as we receive them from the National Hurricane Center as they do issue those live reports periodically. And we will share all information with you as it becomes available. Meantime, we also wanted to pivot. Secretary of State Antony Blinken speaking and delivering remarks about foreign policy a short time ago. I do want to share those remarks with you right now.
And have something that's more enduring in terms of keeping things calm. By the way, Red Sea, the Houthis, same thing. Iranian-aligned militia groups. So much of this is tied to Gaza. And I think it underscores why it's clearly in the strategic interests of Israel as well to effectively bring this to a close.
Thank you so much. We have just 2 minutes, so I'm going to try to take two very, very quick questions from our audience here in sequence, and then leave it to Secretary Blinken to close us out. If I can give my colleague Lynn Kwok, our Lee Kuan Yew Chair for Southeast Asia Studies here at Brookings, the first question.
Thank you very much, Suzanne, and thank you, Secretary Blinken. You mentioned several times the greater convergence with Asian partners. That, I think, may well be the case for Northeast Asia, and you mentioned how Japan and South Korea are joining the NATO summit. And of course, you know, there's strong recognition that the two theaters, the Indo-Pacific as well as Euro-Atlantic, are linked. But I would suggest that the picture is rather less clear in Southeast Asia. Many of the countries there have not taken a strong stance on Russia's invasion of Ukraine. And in a recent poll, China, for the very first time ever, has edged past the United States in being the region's choice of partner if the region were forced to choose. How do you think the U.S. losing ground to China in Southeast Asia hurts U.S. goals in the broader Indo-Pacific region? and what is being done about it? Thank you.
So I'm seeing something different, and I acknowledge the complexity of it, and you're right, it's not a uniform picture, but I'm seeing something different. Look at the relationship, again, just over the last few years that's evolved between the United States and the Philippines. Look at the relationship that's evolved between the United States and Vietnam. And in different, sometimes quieter ways, relationships with other countries in Southeast Asia. I think we're in a very different place, and I think it's the product of a recognition on the part of a number of countries at some of the challenges that China poses to them and that they have a real issue with, notably China's actions in the South China Sea, which affects the interests of many countries. We see that most prominently with the Philippines, but it's of course not just the Philippines. I think countries also recognize that the #1 provider of foreign direct investment in those countries is actually the United States. We understand we talk a lot about trade, that's important, but countries also see that the FDI that's going to them and coming from the United States is making a huge difference in the kinds of investments they can make in their own future. And this is something that they not only want to sustain, they want to build. And look, we've been very clear with many partners and countries. We're not asking countries to choose. We're simply trying to make sure that we're providing a clear choice and what I believe in most cases is actually a better choice. The more we're able to do that, the more they see that, I have no doubt where they'll go. Now, again, sometimes that's a little bit more quiet, sometimes it's a little bit more vocal, but the trajectory is clear. Last thing I'll say on this is this. There's also room for everyone, which is to say, if there are investments that are being made in infrastructure, in connectivity, in the future, that investment's desperately needed. As long as it's the kind of investment that creates a race to the top, not a race to the bottom, not piling debt on country after country, not bringing in your own workers to build a project, not doing something that turns out to have really shoddy standards so that it falls apart in a few years, not ignoring the environment, not ignoring the rights of workers. If that's the kind of investment that's being made, then bring it on. It's great from anywhere, including from China. I think countries, though, are also eyes wide open about the fact that when it comes to China, there is a fusion between the military and civilian sectors, and anything that quote-unquote civilian investment does automatically becomes the property of the state and the property of the military. And that's of concern to countries as well. So I see us, again, in a very different place than we were just a few years ago in these relationships, in these partnerships, both individually with a number of countries, but also with some of the critical institutions like ASEAN, where we've had extraordinary ASEAN summits, including here in Washington that President Biden has hosted, to continue to build those relationships. And then individual countries in the region are also part of different collections of countries and organizations that we put together to deal with discrete problems. Many of these countries want support, assistance with their own maritime domain awareness, a fancy way of saying what's happening in the seas around them upon which they're so dependent. We see many countries afflicted with the scourge of illegal, unregulated fishing, where industries are being decimated. We and other countries have provided assistance there so that they can gain control of their own seas and their own waters. All of these things are making a difference every day, and of course climate's a whole other subject where so many countries are looking for partnership and the kind of partnership that we're working to provide.
I think we have time for one more question. I'm looking for someone from our early career staff here at Brookings, perhaps. I see a hand up right there, and I'm sorry I can't call on you by name, but a mic will be coming to you in just a moment.
Hi, Sopiko, a research analyst at Brookings, originally from Georgia. Thank you for the discussion. And Secretary Blinken, as we approach the 75th NATO summit in Washington, D.C., South Caucasus remains a region of the strategic importance. In the light of the recent developments, including ongoing tension between Armenia and Azerbaijan, Georgia's upcoming election in October 2024, so-called foreign agent law, infrastructural deals in the Black Sea with China, and shifting geopolitical dynamics, meaning reduced Russia influence and increased Western engagement in Armenia, how does the U.S. view the influence and interests of the global powers in the region? Thank you so much.
Thanks. Well, you're very right to point to the region and to point to a tremendous amount of movement in the region. And we have, I think, both real concerns, but also real opportunities. You mentioned the foreign agent law in Georgia. We and many other countries have not only expressed our deep concerns about it, especially its passage, we've taken action to manifest those concerns. And I think you're likely to see more of that. I think it's clearly antithetical to the European direction that Georgia wants to take, and that clearly the majority of the Georgian people want to take. Armenia and Azerbaijan, there is an extraordinary opportunity, potential, to realize a peace agreement between the countries that ends decades of conflict and actually creates in the region, I think, a tremendous opportunity for economic connectivity, for economic growth, for connecting countries both east-west, north and south. Azerbaijan has a critical role to play in that. We have invested intensely in with our own diplomacy in trying to help bring Azerbaijan and Armenia to a peace agreement. We've done that in very close collaboration, coordination with the European Union. And I think that that's something that really is within reach. I was speaking just about a week ago to President Aliyev on this. I think that's achievable, and it's manifestly in the interests of both Azerbaijan and Armenia, as well as the broader region. So we're attuned to the challenges, including some of the ones you've expressed in Georgia. We're also very focused on some of the opportunity, and the opportunity is real. Thank you.
Before I close out our conversation today, I want to ask all of you to help us by staying in your seats while we bring Secretary Blinken and his colleagues to their vehicles. And so if you could just stay put in just a moment. But first, let me please join me in thanking Secretary Blinken, his amazing team, and the amazing team at Brookings that made this possible.
That was Secretary Blinken making some remarks about foreign policy earlier today in Washington, D.C. You're taking a live look at the Supreme Court as we continue to follow breaking news after the justices have ruled to send former President Trump's immunity case back to the lower courts. Coming up in just about 30 minutes, we're going to be speaking with political analyst David Washington to discuss the potential political fallout, if any, or perhaps a bump for former President Trump as it relates to this landmark decision. And speaking of former President Trump, we shared with you his initial thoughts reacting to the Supreme Court's decision. He has now shared a little bit more about how he feels. And I did want to share this social media message that he just sent out via Truth Social saying, quote, "Today's historic decision by the Supreme Court should end all of the crooked Joe Biden's witch hunts against me, including the New York hoaxes, the Manhattan scam cooked up by Soros-backed DA Alvin Bragg, racist New York Attorney General Tish James' shameless attack on amazing business that built, and the fake Bergdorf case. Proud to be an American." And we do want to let you know that coming up in 30 minutes, we continue our analysis of this historic ruling as we speak with David Washington, a political analyst. We will, of course, share with you additional reaction as we receive it. Meantime, we're going to head to New York City as the UN Security Council is now meeting, and this is a live look of that discussion right now, talking about a number of issues. Let's listen in.
Or maybe has the UN done any assessment
on the damages on both sides of the blue line in southern Lebanon and northern Israel since October.
Well, I mean, we have, you know, our UNIFIL colleagues, our OCHA colleagues are present in the south in support of the population. We do not have a presence in northern Israel, but we do very well know that civilian population in northern Israel has also been negatively impacted. Civilians on both sides of the blue line have been negatively impacted by the ongoing hostilities, and one can only imagine the catastrophic impact that a full-blown war would have.
No, I'm asking about damages in properties. Like
I don't think we've done a full assessment.
And how do you describe now the freedom of movement for a situation for UNIFIL? Are they still able to do their daily routine?
I have not.
Movement?
I mean, I think given the situation on the ground, they've been able to continue to implement their mandate despite all the risks that they may incur. But they've been, I think, doing a very good job on that front. Okay, I will.
Все, готово.
Hello, everyone. Thank you very much for coming. And so today, as you know, the Russian Federation assumes the UN Security Council presidency for July. And in this regard, permanent representative of the Russian Federation, Ambassador Vasily Nebenzia, is holding a press conference where you will be able to find the information on this schedule for the coming month. And also, you will have the opportunity to ask your questions. Ambassador, you have the floor.
Words out of my mouth. This is what exactly what I wanted to say in the beginning. So it is a pleasure to see you all on the first day of the Russian presidency in the UN Security Council. As we immerse into midsummer, allow me to briefly update you on what we are planning for the month, week by week. Obviously, the situation in Palestine will remain in the spotlight. Unfortunately, there are no signs of fighting and bombing abating, nor that a ceasefire is anywhere near. As Russia repeatedly warned, not a single element of the most recent resolution adopted by the Council at the US initiative 2735 has been implemented, and it is still unclear what are the final parameters of the proposal and whether the parties agreed to accept it. The Council will start its deliberations with a briefing and consultations on the humanitarian situation in Gaza in the context of implementation of Resolution 2720 tomorrow morning, with Senior Humanitarian and Reconstruction Coordinator for Gaza, Sigrid Kaag, as a briefer. On July 3rd, we have a briefing on Haiti, followed by consultations. SRSG Maria Salvador will present the report by the Secretary General. No meetings are scheduled for 4th of July, thanks to our US hosts. It's their national day, neither for the 5. We will start next week with a briefing and consultations on MONUSCO on July 8th, with SRSG Bintou Keita as a briefer. Again, no official meetings so far are planned for 9th and 10th of July. 11th of July is quite a busy day in the Security Council schedule. In the morning session, we have consultations on UNFICYP, that is Cyprus, with SRSG Colin Stewart and in the afternoon, a briefing and consultations on Colombia. We expect SRSG Carlos Ruiz Massieu to present the SG report and a representative of ex-FARC to also brief the Council. In mid-July, the Council should adopt resolutions on the mandates of BINU, which is the UN Integrated Office in Haiti, and the UN mission to support the Hodeida Agreement. On July 12th, we will hold a regular briefing and consultations on UNAVAS, which is the UN Office for Western Africa and Sahel, with SRSG Leonard Simao presenting the SG report. The third week of July, starting on July 15th, will be focused on our signature events. July 16th, we will host our first signature event, open debate on the maintenance of international peace and security, multilateral cooperation in the interest of a more just, democratic and sustainable world order. We envisage this meeting as a continuation of the discussions we had under the Russian presidency in April 2023. We feel that there is a high demand in the international community for a strategic discussion on the future security architecture beyond the horizon of the current crisis. We propose to discuss the parameters of a truly just world order, as well as a possible role of the UN in its establishment and maintenance. Our second signature event is the open debate on the Middle East on July 17th. We anticipate Special Coordinator for the Middle East Peace Process, Tur Venezuelan, to brief the Council. I guess the topic needs no introduction. The focus of the discussion will be, as we envisage, on the continued escalation in Gaza and its disastrous consequences. Both meetings on July 16th and 17th will be chaired by Foreign Minister Lavrov. And we encourage the ministerial level participation of other delegations as well. On July 19th, we plan to hold the third signature event, a debate on cooperation between the UN and regional and sub-regional organizations in maintaining international peace and security, with the focus on the Collective Security Treaty Organization, the Commonwealth of Independent States, and the Shanghai Cooperation Organization. These three organizations are doing a lot of useful work in Eurasian region. However, it is not always well covered at the UN. We believe it is necessary to give Council members an opportunity to receive first-hand information on the activities of these regional organizations. On July 22nd, we have a briefing and consultations on political and humanitarian aspects of the situation in Syria, with Special Envoy Geir Pedersen, an OCHA representative, briefing the Council. On July 23rd, in the morning, there will be a briefing and consultations on Yemen. As usually, we expect Special Envoy Hans Grunberg, an OCHA representative, and Head of Mission in Hodeida, Major General Michael Berry, to brief the Council. In the afternoon of the same day, we have consultations on the UN Regional Center for Preventive Diplomacy for Central Asia, with SRSG Kaha Imnadze as a briefer. On July 24th, consultations on Lebanon will take place to discuss the implementation of the Resolution 1701. This topic cannot be timelier, as the situation on the ground is really worrisome. Special Coordinator for Lebanon, Janine Henis Plaschert, will present the SG report. Hopefully we don't have anything that will make us hold a briefing on Lebanon before the scheduled time. In July, the Council should also consider the issue of car sanctions and the respective draft resolution. So as you can see, the program at the moment is not too packed, and we have some slots reserved for urgent requests and meetings that we are sure inevitably will follow. As for the informal wrap-up, the so-called Toledo formula, we are planning to do it on the last day of our presidency on July 31st. That's basically what I wanted to brief you about.
Thank you so much for the briefing. So, and first question, Valeria, please.
Thank you, Ambassador, for this briefing on behalf of the UN Correspondent Association, and we wish you the best of luck during this month. So my question is, the U.S. administration is holding discussions with Israel and Ukraine about the possibility of transferring aging Patriot air defense system currently in Israel to Ukraine. Will this development have consequences on the relations between Israel and Moscow?
We are discouraging all countries that have not yet done so to provide arms for Ukraine. The destiny of the weapons that will or will not be eventually exported to Ukraine from wherever. The destiny is clear. They will be destroyed as the other weapons that the West and the U.S. Are supplying Ukraine with. But I presume that the decision that might be taken on the issue may, of course, have certain political consequences.
Michelle?
We are continuing to listen in as the Russian ambassador is addressing the UN Security Council right there, fielding a question about weapons being sent to Ukraine from countries such as the United States. We heard from the Russian ambassador saying that they will destroy all of them. We are going to step away for another 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. We also continue to follow 2 breaking news stories of the day. The first being that the Supreme Court has handed down a ruling to send former President Trump's immunity case back to the lower courts. Coming up in just about 15 minutes, we're going to be speaking with David Washington, who is a political analyst, to talk about the potential impact that this historic ruling might have during this historic presidential election year. The other major story of the day that we're following is that Hurricane Beryl, now a Category 4 hurricane, has made landfall in the Caribbean. We're going to get to all of that in a matter of moments. But after the break, we continue to follow live from the UN Security Council as the Russian ambassador is now speaking. All of that coming up in 2 minutes. Stay with us. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinu, and we're going to head back live to New York City as the UN Security Council meeting is underway. The Russian ambassador is fielding questions from the media. Let's listen in.
U.S. Recently, as you know, but we have not heard about any nuclear testing in DPRK recently.
But Ambassador, how do you explain then, if Russia is abiding by the sanctions, how do you explain the very public gift of a luxury car from your president?
This is the most gross violation of the Security Council resolution that you could cite, of course. That's what the panel of experts in fact was trying to immerse itself into, trying to find how many luxury bags the Korean DPRK was importing, what cars they use to drive, etc. This is I don't know the details, but this is.
There was a photo of it. It was a luxury limousine, and luxury cars are banned.
With special protection. The leader of DPRK needs protection, so we provided for him.
Deja, please. Thank you, Ambassador. First, wish you a successful month. Let me ask you some question about the presidency. In the program of work, we didn't see any meetings concerning Ukraine. Is this unspoken agreement still working in the Security Council, and will Russia raise concern or reason another meeting, maybe another meetings on Ukraine? And secondly, you mentioned that Foreign Minister Lavrov will be here. We know that in the past few times the visa is always an issue. So far, have you encountered the visa issue, and will he be here to meet the correspondents? Thank you.
On the first question, we have a convention in the Council that we do not put meetings on Ukraine into the program. Whenever they are the EP in the program is not adopted. But any country, any member of the Security Council has the right to request for a briefing on that or another issue in the course of the presidency of the month this time in July, and we have indications that this meeting on their part will be requested, to which we will reciprocate, our mirror policy on that issue, but we are waiting for their first move. Now, the second question was about Lavrov, the press conference and visa. So far, we are not aware of visa issues as of now. We still have time, half a month. Hopefully, we will not have to raise this question, and visas will be issued in due time. On press conference, I cannot speak for the minister, but normally you know that he's open to talking to you, and I hope this will be the same this time as well.
Caleb, please.
Caleb Maupin with RT News. My question is regarding, will Russia ask the UN Security Council to put sanctions on those parties that were involved in the recent attack on a Crimean beach with U.S.-sponsored, supplied ATACMS missiles? Do you expect there to be an investigation of that attack outside of Russia? And what do you make of the Western reaction to that terrorist attack?
I do not expect any investigation outside of Russia. Moreover, we've seen comments by the U.S. State Department and the European Commission. What struck me mostly was the comment from the European Commission, which representative said that the proof and the evidence Russia is providing are close to zero, or even below, which is, of course, a shameful statement. But the investigation is going on in Russia. Yes, that's true. Margot.
Pamela, please.
Thank you, Evgeny. Ambassador, the ITU, the International Telecommunications Union, today issued a complaint against Russia on satellite, on jamming of satellite communications in 4 countries, in Ukraine, in Netherlands, France, Sweden, and Luxembourg, 5 countries. Can you explain, and that they disrupted air traffic control, children's schools, all sorts of other things. Can you explain where that is coming from, and if Russia is doing this? And then also Russia apparently, and maybe you can confirm it, submitted its own complaints to ITU, but they weren't included in this report. Can you explain either of those things? Thank you.
I cannot comment on the first part of it. I have not heard of it, frankly, and I have to investigate myself what was put on the table by the ITU. On our complaint, you know that U.S. and other satellites are used in the zone of the Ukrainian conflict to provide satellite data to Ukrainians, to assist them in targeting, etc. And I think that this is at least no less a violation that that allegedly is being addressed to us. But frankly, Pamela, I don't have the answer because I haven't heard the news. I will.
Edith, please.
Margot was asking a long time.
Oh, okay.
Thanks, Ambassador. That's very kind of you. Just to follow up first to Michelle's question on DPRK. So you say you're abiding by the sanctions, but would you agree that any military materials or munitions that are transferred to or from North Korea and another country would be a violation of the sanctions of the Council?
Perhaps, but that doesn't happen.
Okay. And then would Russia tell other countries to implement those sanctions resolutions? Would you still support them?
These sanctions resolutions, when they and you talk sanctions resolutions, you talk only one part of it, what is forbidden to North Korea. But you omit, and them omit, other parts of that resolution that call for the political and diplomatic solution to the crisis, that calls for the humanitarian relief. You know that Russia and China put forward a resolution on humanitarian assistance to North Korea to alleviate the suffering of the North Korean population, not just the leadership as they claim, but it was flatly rejected at a certain time, and nobody plans to follow it. So I mean, there are a lot of things in these resolutions that are being neglected, while other parts of it are being put to the limelight.
We are continuing to listen to the Russian ambassador as he is addressing the UN Security Council, fielding questions from journalists about the ongoing war with Russia. We are going to step away for a 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. After that, we do have some breaking news as House Republicans have filed a lawsuit against Attorney General Merrick Garland for the audio recording of President Biden's special counsel interview as it relates to classified documents. We're going to share that breaking news with you, and we're going to continue our conversation about the breaking news that the Supreme Court has handed down its decision in regards to former President Trump's immunity case, remanding that case back to the lower courts. We're going to be speaking with political expert and analyst David Washington for that. All of that coming up in 2 minutes. Stay with us. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, and we do have some breaking news to share with you at 12:56 Eastern, 9:56 Pacific. House Republicans have filed a lawsuit against Attorney General Merrick Garland for the audio recording of President Biden's interview with a special counsel in his classified documents case, asking the courts to enforce their subpoena and reject the White House's effort to withhold the materials from Congress. The lawsuit filed by the House Judiciary Committee marks Republicans' latest broadside against the Justice Department as partisan conflict over the rule of law animates the 2024 presidential campaign. The legal action comes weeks after the White House blocked Garland from releasing the audio recording to Congress by asserting executive privilege. Republicans in the House responded by voting to make Garland the third Attorney General in U.S. history to be held in contempt of Congress. But the Justice Department refused to take up the contempt referral, citing the agency's long-standing position and uniform practice to not prosecute officials who do not comply with subpoenas because of a president's claim of executive privilege. So we continue to follow this breaking news on this Monday as House Republicans have now filed a lawsuit against Attorney General Garland for the audio recording of President Biden's interview with a special counsel in his classified documents case. We also continue to follow additional breaking news out of Washington, D.C. You're taking a live look at the Supreme Court as the Supreme Court has sent former president's immunity case back to the lower court. So what does this mean? That is what everyone wants to know. I do want to bring in David Washington, who is a political analyst and CEO with Jay & Washington political firm. David, thank you for joining us here on Live Now from Fox.
Thank you again, Stephanie. Good to see you.
This is a truly historic case during a historic time in our nation's history as we are in a presidential election year. How, if at all, do you think that this historic landmark ruling might play or impact the presidential election?
Oh, without a doubt, it will impact this election. It is a landmark decision. I've got my pocket constitution out and reviewing some notes, and I was listening earlier to your conversation with the attorney about all this. There's a lot to unpack. However, as the Democrats have already stated, and they put a lot of weight into the indictments, the charges, the felony convictions of former President Trump, they're going to ride this. They're going to ride this to the very end of the election. However, former President Trump is going to say, look, the Constitution wins out. The Supreme Court has made its opinion, and the Constitution will always win out, and things are looking in his favor.
We were hearing from former President Trump as he was sharing his reaction, calling it a big win from a political standpoint. As he is a presidential candidate, is this a win? Does this absolutely help him?
Yes, it does. It does. Again, Democrats and their allies have put a lot of weight into the outcome of this particular decision. And now that this has been put back in the hands of Judge Chutkan in the lower court, this possibly delays any decision before the election in November. And so Trump has already said this is a victory for the Constitution. This is a victory for America. And he's going to campaign as the one that is fighting for America, that there are powers greater than the average American that have come after him, and he's championing the people of America.
So I just reached over because I did want to get my hands on the ruling right here. And I wanted your thoughts on this because this is from a legal perspective. I wanted your political perspective as it relates to this. Under the ruling, it says that the former president, this entitles a former president to absolute immunity from criminal prosecution for actions within his conclusive and preclusive constitutional authority, entitled to at least presumptive immunity from prosecution for all his official acts. There is no immunity for unofficial acts. When it comes to politics, there is no higher position than the presidency. A president has to make very difficult, delicate, oftentimes controversial decisions. From a political standpoint, does this help politics?
Is that presumptive immunity for official acts? Is that gray area that the Roberts Court has left for the interpretation by the courts? I've got my notes right here, and I'm looking at that. I understand the absolute immunity, the no immunity for unofficial acts, but it's that piece right there, that outer perimeter, as stated before, that is this gray area that the courts will have to decide after the fact, after a president makes his or her decision for a specific action to determine whatever needs to be determined for the safety and the well-being of the country. Politically, this just adds more questions. You may even say it adds more fear for some Americans who are following these cases to say, what if this happens? Does this particular president have the authority and the immunity to do this? What is the responsibility of our legislature? What is the responsibility of the courts to rein in this particular gray area that we're all trying to make sense of?
And I think a lot of that gray area relates to what constitutes an official act. Will it help the Supreme Court remanding this down to the lower court, saying, you know, you make the decision as to how that relates to former President Trump's immunity case? But when it comes to that definition, having a court truly define what an official act is, can that help future politics, or does that harm in any way future politics?
Stephanie, I am not a constitutional lawyer. Again, I had to look at the Article 2, Section 3 of the Constitution, where it's the take care clause, that I'm seeing that there's some room for this particular interpretation of presumptive qualified immunity. And again, my mind is just racing, and the implications are boundless in my honest opinion as to what the courts can do moving forward based on a particular action of a president.
And you're not alone. I'm sure there are a lot of experts racing to really brush up on constitutional law, as this really is the first time that this issue has been brought before a court. When you heard this decision, and this is hot off the presses, only a few hours old, did anything stand out to you? Did anything surprise you from that political standpoint? Of course, the Supreme Court is not a political court, but this all dovetails into a presidential election year, as it also relates to a former president and what constitutes an official act under the presidency.
There were two things that really stood out for me. And one, I have to go back to what your previous guest stated when he read the opinion and had some time to think it over. It's those different zones that the consenting opinion place this immunity into. It's not cut and dry. And so again, it's boundless in regards to what an action constitute as an official action, and if the president has this presumptive immunity to prosecution, or is it covered by, his or her role as president as defined by the Constitution. Again, this is something that legal scholars are going to wrangle with for a while now. The second thing that struck me very profoundly was Justice Sotomayor's statement, and her final sentence saying that there is great concern that she has for our democracy based on today's opinion. And for both liberals and Democrats, and liberals and conservatives and everyone across the political spectrum, we need to heed those words and truly understand what this opinion does for our democracy and look beyond November 5th, Election Day. And our Constitution has had a very good review over this last term of the Supreme Court. And there's many things that Americans really need to understand, do their own research, and again, come together and make some really good decisions moving forward, starting November 5th.
David, you say come together, but I feel like this decision might cause further fracture, right? You have a winning side, so to speak, and perhaps a losing side. Former President Trump already calling this a win for him. You and I were speaking yesterday as we were talking about the first presidential debate. President Biden did not have a strong showing. Even his supporters have been speaking about that. We have not yet heard from him directly on his reactions to this ruling, but I'm curious from a political standpoint as it potentially impacts the presidential election. And you've worked with candidates before. You've given them guidance. How should the Biden administration speak to this issue, as it doesn't just relate to former President Trump, it relates to all presidents and future presidents?
That's correct. That's correct. I was watching your program and I was listening to the Zoom call that the Democrats were having just before it was cut out while Representative Crockett was speaking. And it sounded like some very strong words. It were strong words in regards to Republicans. And then she later tweeted pretty much stronger words. For the Biden campaign and the Trump campaign, they have to understand that our nation, and it's hard for me to use this analogy, is a powder keg of emotions about one candidate or another and the issues that they hold dear. For the Biden campaign, they have to make it very clear, and this has been their message, but now it has to be even more clear. If this is where they stand, that Trump is an existential threat to American democracy, and they need to make it simple for people to understand. And for the Trump campaign, they just have to let people know our democracy works. All three levels of government work. The Supreme Court made an opinion, they made a decision, and this is how democracy works. There's no quintessential danger to our democracy. It's working. So both sides have to let their supporters know, hey, we are Americans at the end of the day. Our democracy works. We've gotten this far. Let's do this together.
It's interesting. Yeah, it's interesting, David, because this ruling came down today, several days after that first presidential debate. There's going to be a second and final debate in September. We expect one, at least. Yes. I would have to imagine that this will be brought up.
Oh, without a fact, if the Biden campaign is on point, and I expect they will be. I expect President Biden to be on point. We'll see the State of the Union, Joe Biden. He has to make it clear, and all the messaging up to that debate and beyond has to be clear that things have changed for Americans, not just a few and the powerful and the wealthy in the positive way, but things have changed negatively under Donald Trump. and you need to elect Joe Biden to make sure it doesn't get worse.
David, before we let you go, any final thoughts as we are continuing to analyze this historic ruling from the Supreme Court?
Again, I just have to repeat the same words as your previous guest. We as Americans, we need to think of one another and come together. Again, that doesn't negate the fact that we all need to do our own research and dig deep into today's decision. Last week's decision on the Chevron deference. Talk about with your neighbors and your friends in a very tactful and calm way about what is happening in America. And then, of course, have an educated vote. Educate yourself on what issues matter for yourself and your community, and vote accordingly. And finally, the words of Justice Sotomayor is still sticking with me. And understanding her concern helps me better message on behalf of my clients why we all need to be in this together.
David, as always, thank you for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. We appreciate it.
Thank you, Stephanie. I appreciate it.
And we do continue to follow the breaking news as the Supreme Court has handed down its ruling remanding former President Trump's immunity case back to the lower courts. We are going to step away for a 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. I'm Stephanie Quinu. Thank you for making us part of your day. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. And we did want to share a live look at XRAD radar as Hurricane Beryl, now a Category 4 storm, has made landfall in the Caribbean. It went back down to a Category 3, but re-intensified this morning and remains extremely dangerous as it is now at the Windward Islands in the Caribbean. It's expected to unleash potentially catastrophic wind damage and life-threatening storm surge as residents across the region rush to prepare and seek shelter from the storm. Hurricane Beryl became the second named storm of the 2024 Atlantic hurricane season, making history while the storm rapidly intensified from a tropical depression to a tropical storm, then a major hurricane in less than 48 hours. And that is absolutely incredible. For those who live in the region, this past weekend, they spent preparing for the storm's onslaught by placing coverings on windows of homes, filling up gas tanks, picking up last-minute supplies after it became clear that Beryl would continue to strengthen as it approached island nations like Barbados and St. Lucia, where hurricane warnings remain in place. And in fact, the office of St. Lucia's Prime Minister really urging all residents to remain indoors until the all clear is given after a nationwide shutdown was implemented ahead of Hurricane Beryl. We continue to follow the very latest developments and information from the National Hurricane Center as they do provide periodic updates on this massive hurricane as it continues to make its way across the Caribbean. And of course, we will pass those along to you as they happen. I also want to share this live look with you as we are expecting the State Department to hold its briefing in about 15 minutes or so. This comes on the heel of the Supreme Court sending former President Trump's immunity case back to the lower court. Could this be an issue of question? Possibly. And of course, we will bring that to you as it happens. We also have another live event, this time out of Raleigh, North Carolina. You can see someone speaking at the podium. Right behind him is Secretary Buttigieg, who is visiting the Raleigh-Durham area, hosting a groundbreaking alongside Governor Cooper and other local leaders to celebrate the start of construction of the Raleigh to Richmond rail projects. Let's pot up the sound and listen in.
First of all, everybody that was involved in helping to get this $1+ billion grant for this project, thank you for what you've done. Thank you to Secretary Buttigieg and his team at USDOT and FRA for their partnership. Thank you to our congressional delegation from both sides of the aisle that helped pass IIJA. We're also very thankful to Governor Cooper, the City of Raleigh, the towns of Wake Forest, Amtrak, the General Assembly, our partners with CSX and the other freight rail providers, and all the towns along the S-Line corridor that are involved in this project. And we would not be able to move forward without the women and men who both are helped planning this, designing this, and building it. I'd like to give a special thank you to Santana Cruz with Cruz Brothers Concrete. Him and his firm will be working on this project. He's here today to share a few words with us, and I want to thank him and his family for joining us. Now it's my pleasure to introduce somebody who fully supports passenger rail, who's been working hard to break down barriers and create opportunities for the citizens of North Carolina. Please welcome North Carolina's 75th governor, Governor Roy Cooper.
Well, thank you, Secretary Hopkins, and thank you for your leadership. Welcome to all of those who've come from out of town to this beautiful North Carolina day. We are smart enough to put the speakers in the sun so that they are succinct. When I think of the way we're getting from one place to the next in a faster and cleaner way, passenger rail is going to play a significant role in all of this. Already, as the Secretary said, we're breaking records of people who are riding North Carolina passenger rail. A few months ago, I decided to take a trip myself and went from Raleigh to Greensboro and went to every car and talked to people. Most everybody talked to me. Amazing. What are you doing? Where are you going? And to hear the litany of stories about what people were doing. People coming back and forth to school. Parents visiting their children at school. We've got universities, as you know, the best array of public and private universities in the country right here in North Carolina. We had people going to work. We had grandparents going to visit grandchildren. We had people going to sporting events. We had people just going to museums and going to eat dinner in one of the towns. It's amazing that people find passenger rail so much easier, and obviously it helps reduce carbon emissions, it helps us to save our planet, as well as providing a great opportunity for people to get from one place to the next in a better way. We are so grateful for this almost $1.1 billion, this investment to get us from Raleigh up into Virginia and into the Northeast, because we know cutting down travel times in that arena is going to make it even better for our economy and make it better for the people of North Carolina. So I'm excited to turn some dirt. When Secretary Pete Buttigieg shows up in North Carolina, something good happens every time. Every time. I am deeply grateful for his leadership of this department, his consideration of all of the projects that we have brought before him. North Carolina has done very well in investments from the federal government with this bipartisan infrastructure legislation. I'm so grateful that President Biden got this and other major pieces of legislation through that really are generational investments that will help our children and our children's children. Excited today to start this so fast, just 7 months after the announcement. And Secretary Buttigieg, we're looking forward to your words. But some people have got to get the work done. And let me introduce to you Santana Cruz of Cruz Construction Company, who's going to give you his perspective. Santana?
Good afternoon, everyone.
We are taking a listen as a number of officials are speaking at a rail project groundbreaking ceremony in Raleigh, North Carolina. I'm Stephanie Quinnew. You're watching Live Now from Fox. We're going to step away for a 2-minute break here. On the other end, Mike Page is going to be in the hot seat to guide you through a lot of breaking news coverage, live events, and top headlines. So stay with us.
Welcome back, everyone, to Live Now from Fox. We continue on this Monday edition, bringing you live top feeds as well as top stories from across the country. Do want to show you the Dow right now, 72 points there in the green. We'll continue to look at it throughout the trading day. Hi, everyone. Mike Page here. Thanks so much again for joining us. I'll be with you for the next 4 hours, breaking down some of the day's biggest feeds as well as top headlines as well. Let's go back out live right now to Raleigh, North Carolina. That is where we find the Transportation Secretary, Pete Buttigieg, speaking about some new rail projects in the state. Let's listen on Live Now.
We appreciate her involvement. Representative Wiley Nickel, thank you for joining us. And I believe Representatives Davis and Ross were unavailable to join us today, but I know how passionate they are about the growth that's going on here. And to all of the local leaders and including the mayor, who we've celebrated with many times, just great to be with you today. Last but not least, I want to take a moment to acknowledge Senator Tillis, who is among the Republicans who crossed the aisle to work with President Biden, work with Democrats around the principle that there's nothing Democratic or Republican about believing that Americans ought to enjoy first-rate infrastructure and excellent transportation. And we hope more of that bipartisan spirit prevails on more efforts that we have underway in Washington. Feels like it wasn't that long ago. It's December that I was in Raleigh to announce an $8.2 billion nationwide investment in passenger rail, including that commitment of over $1 billion for passenger rail right here in North Carolina. I've often said I feel like I have the best job in the federal government, and that's due in large part to projects like the ones that we're celebrating. I've been able to visit just in the last 3.5 years nearly every state in the union. I met with community leaders, business leaders, men and women working on these projects to see how President Biden's investments are making transportation safer, more efficient, and more accessible for more people. Every one of those projects is memorable, but I have to admit that this is pretty high on the list of ones that excites us, even out of the 57,000 projects and counting that we are supporting through the President's infrastructure package. Partly because this is something that has been in the works for years, long before my name had anything to do with transportation, unless you count my childhood dreams of being an airline pilot. This is something that's been talked about since the federal government first recognized the potential for world-class rail in the Southeast Corridor in the 1990s. I won't tell you what I was doing in the 1990s. But for too long, like so many compelling transportation visions, it was just on paper. We're changing that in the most literally concrete terms today. So on behalf of the Biden-Harris administration, it's a thrill to join you to celebrate the groundbreaking of the Durant Road grade separation, the first step toward building the S-Line passenger train from Raleigh to Wake Forest and ultimately onto Richmond. We've got a lot to celebrate by being here today. This really represents the beginning of a new era of passenger rail in North Carolina. And it's remarkable to think, while on one hand I can talk about the many years of vision and preparation and planning that led to getting here, also the extraordinary speed since the funding was announced. To get in 7 months from an award announcement to shovels literally going into the ground is something that is exceptional for projects of this size and complexity. And that really is a testament to everybody here who has been so focused on bringing this project together. But of course, it's also happening because we now have a president in Washington who has made investing in our nation's infrastructure and working closely with state and local governments a cornerstone of this administration. And with the partnership of people like Governor Cooper, Senator Tillis, and other members of Congress, and North Carolina DOT, President Biden is making good on his promises. And I'd be remiss if I didn't note that this is in contrast with what we have seen before. A prior administration that declared infrastructure week every year without any results until it became a punchline in Washington, a byword for all talk and no action. And that came after decades of disinvestment and underinvestment had become the norm in this country that stopped our infrastructure from reaching its potential, especially our nation's passenger rail. So I think this is a moment that is really a chance to change the way that that story has been headed. As you can tell, Governor Cooper is a passionate advocate for passenger rail. So I just want to say to the Secretary and to everybody at NCDOT, I know what it's like to have a boss who is very focused on getting results in passenger rail, and it's nice to be able to report to your boss that things are moving when it comes to passenger rail. So I'm glad to join you in making that a reality. Where we are today is one of several new crossings being funded in part by the $1.1 billion that we announced last year. Instead of being at the same level as the roadway, the new crossing runs below the road, which means people get time back in their days because they're not waiting at that crossing. And it means a safety benefit, because there's no possibility of an accident or collision between vehicles and trains. Also, new tracks and upgraded tracks are being put down that will modernize the state's railways, getting that train running from Raleigh to Wake Forest and ultimately all the way on up to Richmond. And it's important to note that you don't have to be a passenger rail buff to recognize real value in this, because that brings an affordable as well as fast and convenient way to travel within the state and on up through the Mid-Atlantic and the Northeast at up to 110 miles an hour. It means economic growth and opportunity, first and right away in the form of the jobs that we're creating to get the work done, like what Santana was talking about. And then when it's complete, all the business and investment that comes once the project is ready. And it all starts right here at Durand Road, which just happens to be the first place that I have the privilege of visiting as part of what we're marking as a summer of construction across America. We'll have the opportunity to tour some of the exciting projects we're supporting in North Carolina over the next couple days, looking at work that'll help reduce congestion, make travel safer through the Raleigh Beltline and the Winston-Salem Northern Beltway. There's a new multi-use path also in Winston-Salem. It's going to make it easier for residents to safely walk or bike in their community. And I'll be in Durham to see some of the work that we're doing to make it easier for people to access the city's busiest bus route. Every one of those projects and the 57,000 others that are funded and counting through President Biden's infrastructure package is really about one simple purpose, which is to make everyday life easier for the American people. And that is a mission for this administration that goes beyond our transportation work. Every part of what we're working on includes a focus on affordability. We know what happened to prices after COVID. We know that for many families, this has presented a tremendous challenge. It's why the administration has worked so hard to bring inflation down to 3% and has been willing to take on corporations caught in price gouging so that we can lower the cost of everyday essentials and reduce the bills that people are paying for groceries, gas, and more. Here in North Carolina, over 2 million seniors and Medicare beneficiaries will save on prescription drugs thanks to President Biden's cap on out-of-pocket costs. And 1 million North Carolinians were able to sign up for affordable health insurance thanks to the Affordable Care Act. Healthcare being another example of where the governor's extraordinary leadership, in concert with what the Biden-Harris administration is working to do, is changing lives. There's an enormous amount of work going on and an enormous amount of work ahead of us. But when it comes to passenger rail, to me, the bottom line is we're delivering a future where by the time my kids are old enough to ask, and by the way, I got some toddlers who would love to play with some of the heavy equipment I see. I think I'm finally going to impress my 2.5-year-old son about the work I do when he sees me in front of this heavy equipment. But by the time they're old enough to ask questions about it, they won't know a country that didn't care or didn't seem to care about passenger rail. And we will move on from the day where your cousin would come back from a trip abroad and say, why can't we have nice passenger rail like they do in every other developed country? And instead, people will return from their visits to places like North Carolina saying, I wish we had more of this wherever it is that they live. We are setting that course. We're putting our money where our mouth is. And now, after a lot of work and a fair amount of waiting, we're turning some dirt. So with that, can't wait to pick up a shovel and celebrate with you. Thank you again for the chance to join you, and keep up the great work.
All right, the Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg, they're joined by North Carolina officials, including the governor, to break some ground on some upgrades for rail improvements as well. We've got you covered, as always, on Live Now from Fox. Let's take a 2-minute break. We'll be back with much, much more. All right, everyone, we are back here for you on Live Now from Fox. State Department briefing just getting started here, so let's listen in on Live Now.
The president and the secretary were clear when they laid this out. We believe that this three-phase ceasefire proposal that Israel has made to Hamas and that the UN Security Council has endorsed is the best way to end the violence in Gaza and ultimately end the conflict. And we're continuing to push to try and close this deal.
Right, but you've seen the latest from Hamas that they don't, that it's not good enough, right?
Matt, I'm not going to get into the ins and outs.
I'm not asking you to get into it. Have you seen it?
I'm not aware of a recent proposal or a communication from Hamas aside from the one a number of weeks ago. But again, I'm not going to negotiate or get into the back and forth on this publicly. What I will just say, and again, is that our viewpoint is that the time for haggling is over and it's time for a ceasefire. We and our partners agree that the deal it has to be grounded in the principles of the ceasefire proposal that the entire international community already supports. And Hamas has previously agreed to similar iterations of this proposal, so they need to sign on to the version that was shared in front of them.
Okay. And then last one, just on the north, Israel's north, Lebanon's south.
Yeah.
What's your current concern about the possibility of a broader conflict there?
So I don't have a prognosis to offer, Matt, but restoring the calm along the blue line, it continues to remain a top priority for us, and it must be of utmost importance to Lebanon and Israel as well. We continue to be concerned by the level of violence, and we're continuing to work towards a diplomatic solution that would allow Israeli and Lebanese citizens to return their homes and live in peace and security. When the president laid out that ceasefire that we were just talking about, Matt, he said in his remarks that a ceasefire and a hostage deal in Gaza will accelerate the possibility of progress, including lasting security among Israel's northern border with Lebanon. And so that's something we're going to continue to work towards.
Thank you.
Leon.
Just a follow-up on Gaza. What do you make of the evacuation orders, again, that were released today in Khan Yunis and Rafah? You've always said that you were against all displacement of populations, and poor Palestinians have been going up, down, east, west, and now again they had just fled, now they came back, now they have to leave again. What do you make of those orders, Tim?
So, of course, Leon, when it comes to one of our key tenets of this conflict, the Secretary was very clear in Tokyo that there can be no permanent displacement of Gazans. Of course, over the course of this military operation that the IDF is conducting, and I will let them speak to specific logistical parameters, as those operations are being conducted, it is, of course, pertinent that civilians and non-militants be asked to appropriately evacuate for safety concerns. But again, these are all logistical parameters that the IDF can speak to. When it comes to the tenet of how we've been talking about Rafah, there has been no change in our policy. We continue to believe that any major military incursion into Rafah we would be opposed to, but yet we have yet to see any kind of incursion to take place thus far. Camilla.
Thank you. Just back to Lebanon, we've seen a couple of alerts go out from U.S. Embassy Beirut over the last few days, and the most recent today was one about flight restrictions. Can you just give us a little bit more detail at all on or any kind of insight into possible preparations for Americans as things continue to be very tense on the border there? I know that you can't get into too much detail, but what can we expect in terms of like the kind of options that state has to help Americans if need be and needs to pivot there last minute?
So let me say a couple things. First, for those who may not be tracking, the country of Lebanon as a whole currently is at the travel advisory warning level of level 3, reconsider travel. But the specific region of southern Lebanon is at a level 4. It's at a level 4 do not travel level, as is Lebanon Lebanon's border with Syria, as well as refugee settlements throughout Lebanon. We undertake this kind of work and planning at all of our first, let me say that when it comes to our travel advisory warnings, we make those assessments and changes based on circumstances on the ground, and we'll continue to assess what situations are like should there need to be any kind of change in travel advisory warning. When it comes to supporting American citizens, we have no higher priority than the safety and security of U.S. citizens overseas. And in many countries, the security environment remains complex and can change quickly. Any citizen traveling abroad anywhere, our message to them has always been that they should enroll in Smart Traveler to be best informed about any communication from the U.S. government. We also encourage that in Lebanon that U.S. citizens have their own departure plans in place, and we don't have any announcement to make on any evacuation of private citizens from Lebanon. But what I can say is that the U.S. government remains diligent in planning and preparing for any and all possible emergency contingencies. And this is work that happens not just in Lebanon, but at all of our diplomatic facilities, at our embassies and consulates around the world. This is what we do, and it's part of our contingency planning. But I wouldn't speak to any more specifics beyond that.
And just given that these alerts have gone out in the last few days or within a week, do we read that as there has been an escalation in the past few days, or is this just a culmination of
this is the State Department and the U.S. government wanting to offer American citizens in the country and in the region, and those who may have loved ones in the country and the region, to have the most informed information as possible and have the best avenues to stay in touch with the U.S. government. Nick.
Different region, but somewhat related.
Can I see if anybody else has anything else? Then I will come back to you. Simon, did you have? No, not in this region. Okay. Kylie, go ahead.
It was reported over the weekend that the U.S. proposed new language to bridge the gaps. You were saying you've been working to bridge the gaps between Hamas and Israel for a hostage release and ceasefire. Can you share with us if that new proposal was signed off on by Israel before the U.S. put it forth, or did you guys share it with both sides, like just where that stands at this moment?
So I'm not going to get into the specifics of where we are in our conversations with Israel and other regional partners. I will leave it at what I said to Matt, that our partners in Qatar and Egypt continue to press Hamas interlocutors on ways to close this gap. The president, the secretary have all been engaged on this directly, and we continue to feel strongly that the ceasefire proposal that the president laid out a number of weeks ago continues to be the best way to get a surge in humanitarian assistance, release all the remaining hostages, and perhaps most importantly, get us on a path to greater and broader diplomatic conversations that has the potential to get this region out of these countless cycles of violence that we've been experiencing.
So no time frame for expectations as to when they?
No, I wouldn't speak to time frames with the specifics of the deliberations from up here.
Okay.
All right. Go ahead.
Thank you, Vedant. Secretary Blinken today at Brookings stressed again the need for a plan for the day after, and without it, it will be chaos or may. And he's also said that there's three things that the U.S. will not accept: Israeli occupation, Hamas getting back to power, or chaos. But what we hear from the Israeli government all the time, that they are not ready yet to discuss such plans, and they don't want this Gaza Strip to be ruled by Hamas or even the PLO. And we know that you've been stated many times, you or Matt, that you are stressing the Israelis and keep talking with them about this. Did you reach anywhere with them? Are they gonna talk to you about their future plans for the day after?
So we have stressed the importance of there being some plans for the day after. This is nothing new. This is something that the Secretary has been engaged on for a number of months now, and it's been a key piece of the shuttle diplomacy that he's been engaged on in the region. It's not for me to speak to the Israelis or to the foreign policy and the policies that they're interested in pursuing, but what I can say from our perspective is that in every conversation that we've had with our partners in Israel and other regional partners, we have stressed the principles that the Secretary laid out in Tokyo last fall, and part of that, we have stressed that there is a responsibility to have a plan for a day after to ensure that these things can come to fruition, that Hamas can no longer use Gaza as a springboard for terrorism on the Israeli people, that Israel can no longer be an occupying power for Gaza, that we get us on a path to a diplomatic solution and get us on a path to two states that have equal measures of integrity and security for Israelis and Palestinians. And these are conversations we'll continue to have.
But are they susceptible to this push? Because publicly they seems not.
It should come as no surprise that over the course of this conflict, we of course had policy disagreements and with our partners in Israel, but we'll continue to engage on these conversations. But we have stressed at every turn that there is a responsibility and a need to make sure that there is a plan for a day after. Michelle, go ahead.
The Arab League Assistant Secretary General has said during the weekend that the League's member states concurred that the labeling of Hezbollah as a terrorist organization should no longer be employed. Do you agree with the Arab League on this?
So I've seen those reports, Michelle, and we're looking into them. But let me just say unequivocally that there is no question that Hezbollah remains a dangerous terrorist organization and a destabilizing force in the Middle East. We believe that there is no reason to take steps to remove such a designation, and we have continued to urge governments around the world to designate, ban, or restrict Hezbollah. 16 governments from across the world have heeded this call since 2019, and we'll continue to have those conversations. But again, I just want to reiterate, in our point of view, Hezbollah remains a very dangerous terrorist organization. Simon, I saw you had your hand up.
Yeah, just moving to a slightly separate subject. Sure. Just since this is the first briefing you've had since the debate on Thursday, there's obviously been a lot of responses over the president's performance. I know this isn't the White House, but I also want to note that the secretary doesn't have any events this week where we'll have a chance to ask him directly. So this is a forum to try and ask. And he was asked about this morning, not by a journalist, I should say, at Brookings Institution, about, globally there has been, as well as domestically, there has been some response to the president's performance on the debate stage. It's raising some questions about his ability to lead, to respond to crises. From this building's point of view, is there anything you want to say in response to that?
I think Secretary Blinken laid out our point of view on this pretty clearly, and so I would just echo what he said. And to give just a snippet, the Secretary was pretty clear and succinct that the world and world leaders know the president. They know the policies that he pursues and he champions, and they like and believe in the policies that we're pursuing. Next week, the Washington area has the great opportunity to host NATO leaders for the 75th NATO summit, which I think will be another opportunity to talk about this administration's commitment to having a seat at a table, and this administration's commitment to showing that American engagement matters. And so we'll continue to have those conversations. But I will leave punditry and electioneering to others in D.C.
Have you had any contacts from allies or other countries, expressing concern over this performance and asking to sort of for reassurance?
Again, I have no diplomatic conversations to speak to, but I will just echo again that world leaders know this president, and they know this is a president who has worked at the cross-section of foreign policy for decades, and they know and believe in the policies that he and this administration are pursuing.
Well, leaving aside the punditry and electioneering, what was your reaction? What was the reaction of this building?
Matt, it's really not appropriate for me to be offering any commentary on something like a debate from up here, and I think you've been covering the State Department long enough to know that.
The question's going to be asked.
I appreciate you asking it, I guess, but I'm going to politely. No, Matt. I do appreciate any question you ask, but I will politely. I will politely decline to comment on.
So to follow up on something, you've heard absolutely nothing. You're not aware of anything that any foreign government has said since Thursday night to you or to anyone you're not aware of about what happened.
That is correct.
Nothing.
Correct.
Okay.
One more question on this.
Go ahead.
And this building, have you guys given any guidance to your top diplomats who are serving in a political capacity because they've been picked by this president in terms of how they should be answering questions about if Biden will remain the nominee from their interlocutors overseas?
People who are employees of the State Department, whether they are Schedule C, whether they are a presidentially nominated person in that position, are well aware of what their roles and responsibilities are in speaking to domestic politics in any kind of official capacity.
So that's not a yes or a no.
Go ahead, Sam.
Yeah, I have another question, but tagging onto the debate question, is it some concern in this building that not just a lot of the international community, but even former President Trump said that no, Israel is the one that's ensuring that the attack in Gaza continues? Is there some concern that there's going to be a broader consensus, contrary to the claims of the State Department, the administration, that Hamas is the holdup here?
I'm not sure I fully understand your question, Sam. What exactly are you asking?
Well, there was some substance in the debate, and
as there tend to be in presidential debates.
And Trump and Biden depicted Hamas as the lone holdout for preventing a stop to the fighting, and Trump said no, actually Israel is the holdout, and then he quickly added that that it should continue to kill Palestinians. So although he took a very militaristic perspective, he actually acknowledged the underlying truth shared by a great deal of the international community that in fact it is Israel that is holding up a stop to the conflict. That must be a concern to you.
It is not. Any person on any particular debate stage is, of course, entitled to whatever opinion they want. When it comes to the current ongoing conflict in Gaza, we remain incredibly committed of continuing to work with partners in Qatar, partners in Egypt, partners in Israel to see what can be done to close the gap as it relates to the ceasefire proposal that the president laid out a number of weeks ago. We continue to believe that that is the best path forward to get hostages released, to get a surge of humanitarian aid into Gaza, and as well as to get us onto a path of diplomacy to have greater conversations for peace and stability in the region. I want to come back to Kylie real quick because I did not mean to be so flippant in moving on. I was just trying to work through the room. So again, just to let me reiterate, we have not provided or provisioned any guidance from the State Department to talk about any issues as it relates to domestic politics outside of on an annual basis, bureaus within the State Department and through the interagency create materials to how to talk about elections in the democracy context, but not in a, the offering punditry or analysis. So again, I just want to reiterate that any person serving in any capacity, in an official capacity, whether they are a Foreign Service officer, a Civil Service officer, a Schedule C employee, or a Senate confirmed position, are well aware of what and whether they are ambassadors or not, are well aware of what is acceptable to talk about while wearing their official duties when they are representing the department in an official capacity. Nick.
You said you weren't aware of any particular foreign reaction to the debate, but the Polish foreign minister tweeted afterwards, among other things, with like a reference to the Roman Empire, it's important to manage one's ride into the sunset. So do you have any reaction to that? And then I've got a separate question.
You should ask the Polish foreign minister. I think I've exhaustively spoken to this political issue to the extent that I can. I really don't have any other commentary to offer.
Well, I don't think you've spoken exhaustively about riding into the sunset.
That is true. That is true. I will let you ask your follow-up.
Okay, kind of same region and tangentially related to the Lebanon questions.
You're watching Live Now from Fox, everyone. We are going to take our final break here of the hour. Stay right here with us. More to come in just moments on Live Now.
And posture that are correct. No, there's been no change linked to that. Correct. Yeah. Camilla.
Also related, just out of interest, with the reporting is that the U.S. military bases are on heightened alert and a pretty high level of alert. Some reporting saying the highest in 10 years. Is it normal for U.S. military bases to be put on such high alert and there to be no change in security status for embassies? Is that
well? I think we go down a rabbit hole of whether military installations and diplomatic facilities are necessarily always in the exact same place or not, which isn't always the case. So what I just don't want to get into hypotheticals. What I can say is that as it relates to our embassies and consulates, there is no change in operating status of missions that we have in the region. But when it comes to travel advisory warnings, when it comes to the safety and security of our citizens and our diplomats, when it comes to the operating status of our facilities, whether they are embassies or consulates, this is something that we closely monitor and evaluate, and it's something that we monitor and evaluate in real time, and we have the ability to adjust our security and operating postures accordingly. We have the ability to do that swiftly when necessary, but I just have no updates for you in any posture change on our end.
okay? And just well, I'm going to defer to other people who might have questions on the Middle East region.
Okay.
Come back to me.
All right, Shannon.
Thank you. Same topic really, but the worldwide caution alert that is in place right now, specifically advising the LGBTQI+ community that they could be an increased risk of threat traveling abroad through the month of June. It seems to be more focused on Pride celebrations. As we enter July, does the State Department believe that threat has lifted or will begin to lift?
I have no, first let me just say I have no updates on that. Pride, and I'm saying this broadly, sometimes it is observed at different times of the year, depending on what country you are in. I understand that also to be the case sometimes in the various communities within the United States as well. So no, I have nothing to preview in terms of changing our posture there. Jalil, go. Actually, hold on. Before I come to you, Alex has had his hand up. I'll come back to you. Go ahead. Yeah.
This was about the president's leadership at the NATO summit next week. President Zelensky gave an interview to the U.S. outlet yesterday. He said that the U.S. doesn't see Ukraine in NATO today because he said the U.S. is afraid to, quote-unquote, annoy Putin. I know you guys have been talking about some sort of bridge in the upcoming summit. Why is it not convincing enough for the Ukrainians in terms of your intention to see Ukraine in NATO?
Well, I'm certainly not going to speak for the Ukrainians, but let me just say that we have no problem holding Russia to account. I don't even want to justify it by saying annoy. We have no problem holding Russia to account. And over the course of this conflict, since their brutal invasion into Ukraine, we have taken a number of steps from export controls, sanctions, to hold the Russian Federation accountable. On top of all that, we of course have offered so much support to our Ukrainian partners when it comes to security assistance, economic assistance, humanitarian assistance. And I will also just note for folks, because I believe you all weren't able to attend because it was a president's trip, but just 2 weeks ago, the president signed a bilateral security agreement with President Zelensky, underlying and reassuring our commitment to the people of Ukraine, because we believe that a commitment such as that one is critical to ensuring Ukraine's security democratically, economically, and in a security sense as well.
So just to be clear, so the U.S. wants to see Ukraine in NATO and is not afraid of annoying Putin.
You have seen this Secretary of State and this President talk about how we believe that it is important there be a bridge to Ukraine's membership in NATO. Of course, this bilateral security agreement is not a replacement for that, but it is one of the things that we view as a part of that bridge to one day Ukraine being able to join NATO. Look, we have long said that we support and affirm NATO's open door policy.
Thank you. I have to more South focus. The Secretary spoke about Georgia today, and he said that we have taken some actions. Clearly, to talk about sanctions, weeks, actually, a couple of days after the initial sanctions first tranche was announced, the reports that Georgia's Security Service chief was in the United States. You also guys have invited Georgia's foreign minister to Washington next week. Aren't you concerned you're sending out mixed messages?
What do you mean, Alex?
By inviting the officials and then telling us that we're sanctioning the officials, imposing visa restrictions.
Well, look, Alex, when it comes to Georgia, and I know we've spent a lot of time in this briefing room talking about some of the legislation that has recently passed. It's important that also we continue to engage with appropriate officials within the Georgian government. It is a country we continue to have a range of issues that we want to prioritize in the context of that bilateral relationship with. And while, of course, when it has come to this specific legislation, you've heard me and Matt talk about the many issues that we have and how we believe it is counter to Georgia's own EU aspirations. We still believe it's important to engage, and there continue to be other issues that we have no doubt we'll talk about with them.
Thank you. Finally, on Azerbaijan, there have been some high-level engagements with Azerbaijan. The Secretary spoke with Aliyev, and last week Jim spent his days in Baku. Is there a concern that these high-level engagements keep happening without securing the release of political prisoners?
Alex, this is a long process, and it requires us to have continued engagement, and it's something that I would expect both the Secretary and Assistant Secretary O'Brien and others to be continue to be focused on. Julia, you've had your hand up. I'll come to you, Michelle, right after. Go ahead, Julia.
I wanted to ask about the reported coup in Bolivia and the reports today that the former president's accusing the president of staging a self-coup to gain popularity. I was wondering what the State Department makes of this allegation and if the posture toward this is changing.
So we're continuing to monitor the situation in Bolivia, as I imagine many in the international community are. We understand and have taken note the number of viewpoints that have emerged in recent days, and we welcome independent analysis into the events of June 26th. What I want to say broadly, though, is that these events in Bolivia make clear that democracy continues to remain fragile in some parts of our hemisphere, and the United States intends to work together in line with the OAS Charter and the Inter-American Democratic Charter to protect the democratic institutions of our countries and other countries.
Are you concerned that if it does turn out to be a self-coup, that will create even more instability in the area?
You know, we said we'd welcome independent analysis of these events. I will let that process play out first before offering additional perspective. Geeta, go ahead.
Thank you. A question on the presidential elections in Iran, Vadan. The government claims that 40% participation, although the diaspora disputes that figure. I was wondering, now, there are two candidates that are going into the second round. One is the well-known hardline Saeed Jalili, and the other one is being presented as a reformist. I was wondering, what is the State Department's overall assessment of the situation and this election?
So first, let me just say, you know, we're not in a position to confirm or any turnout number or speculate on what the implications of that might mean for the Iranian regime. Our viewpoint is that even the Iranian government's official numbers about turnout are like most other things as it relates to the Iranian regime, are unreliable. Our view is that these elections in Iran are not free and fair, and we have no expectation that these elections and whatever the outcome might be will lead to a fundamental change in Iran's direction or lead the Iranian regime to offer more respect for human rights and more dignity for its citizens. So I just don't have any prognosis to offer, Geeta.
But as you probably know, the Islamic Republic was allowed to have polling stations here on the U.S. soil. I was wondering, what is that decision based on? Is it a treaty? Is it a diplomatic norm to allow another country to have polling stations for their citizens on U.S. soil? Especially that Canada did not allow such a thing, and the U.S. was probably the first country to impose major sanctions on Iran and has talked about Iran, the Islamic Republic, as being as conducting transnational suppression against the dissidents. So what is the decision to allow another country, especially in a case like Iran, to have polling stations?
I'm happy to check on any technical specifics on how such a process is determined. I'll have to get back to you on that. But let me just say that in this context, foreign governments carrying out election-related activities in the U.S., they need to do so in a manner that is consistent with U.S. law and regulation. We respect the rights of Iranian citizens and the diaspora protesting Iran's elections or choosing to participate in Iran's elections. And I will also just note that the Iranians have conducted this kind of activity in the United States before, so this is nothing new, and as have a number of other governments, especially in the time that I have worked here as well. But I'm happy to check about the specific technical process for you.
Can I just ask you, when you said that most figures released by the Iranian government are unreliable, does that extend to uranium enrichment, centrifuge, numbers of centrifuges running, oil exports?
Well, I mean, in the context of that question, if you specifically as it relates to its nuclear activities, that is certainly one of the reasons why we have insisted that the Iranian regime appropriately open its door to the IAEA as persistent to the agreements in the JCPOA.
So you would say that it extends to that. You don't believe them on anything.
They do not have a track record of credibility when it comes to
anything.
I think that would be a fair assessment. Okay. Yeah. Michelle.
Yeah, can we go back to Israel?
Sure.
Some German newspapers have said today that Israel's invasion of Lebanon is expected to be imminent or in 2 weeks. Do you have any signs that support such a prediction?
So I spoke to this a little bit when answering Matt's question. I don't have a prognosis to offer. What I can say is that restoring calm on the blue line is a top priority for the United States, and it's something that we think needs to be of the utmost importance to our partners in Israel and for Lebanon as well. We are concerned by the levels of violence, and we're continuing continuing to work towards a diplomatic solution that would allow Israeli and Lebanese citizens to return home and to live in peace and security. It's our viewpoint, again, that the ceasefire proposal that President Biden laid out when he gave remarks on it, it would accelerate the possibility of progress, and that includes lasting security along Israel's northern border.
And are you aware of any U.S. official or officials going to the region this week to...
I don't have any travel to announce. Jalil, since you've patiently been waiting.
Two on Pakistan, one on Afghanistan. Pakistani parliament, the vice prime minister said that the U.S. did unsolicited interference when 368 congressmen favored and 7 opposed that the elections were fair. Do you condemn such statement by him? That,
are you talking about the House resolution?
Yes, the House resolution was. So it was a bipartisan. So I hope you can condemn it in a strong.
So let me just say, as a standard practice, we're not going to speak to pending congressional legislation. I will also note that in the United States of America, in our democratic system, Congress is a separate but co-equal branch of government. Let me just say broadly that when it comes to Pakistan, our most senior officials, whether it be Secretary Blinken, Assistant Secretary Liu, Ambassador Bloom, we have consistently and privately and publicly urged Pakistan to respect the rights of its people in line with its constitution and international commitments. And we urge the government of Pakistan to respect human rights and fundamental freedoms, including the freedom of expression, freedom of association, peaceful assembly, and the freedom of religion as well.
The United Nations Arbitrary Committee for Detention just today said that Imran Khan detention is illegal and fake. And this is one issue that for the last 1 year has brought,
Oh, I'm aware.
So, so you don't, from here standing, you don't condemn that election frauds and you don't condemn Imran Khan detention while the UN is doing it, and your ambassador still has not visited who the congressman. So, where is the State Department standing on so many?
I let the United Nations offer any clarity on the comments that they've provided. And in the case of Mr. Khan, you've heard us say this before. This is an internal matter for Pakistan. I don't have any assessment to offer from up here.
Just last one. Doha's third conference is going, and again, this issue is. I raise it a lot because I'm just living right next to it. There's a common saying: you educate a man, you educate a family, you educate a woman, you educate a whole village. Mm-hmm. In my backyard, another terrorists are going to be raised in coming years, right? Because when their moms are not educated, and you guys are still cooperating with the Taliban. Like, for me to even ask this question is of so much risk.
Jalil, what's your question? And I hope...
So my question is that I feel so bad that while I'm raising this question as the State Department and putting my life at risk while raising such questions, that why is the U.S. giving any sort of support to the Taliban while the third year has started and women are without education?
So we're not. I'm really not sure what your question was there, but how about this? How about I offer a little bit of an update from the Doha 3 conference? To take a step back, Special Representative Tom West and Special Envoy Rina Amiri are attending these UN-convened meetings in Doha on Afghanistan this week, along with closest allies, dozens of countries and international organizations, and others are present. We committed to participating in this after receiving assurances from the UN that the discussion would meaningfully address human rights, particularly the plight of women and girls, and importantly, that there would be opportunities for engagement in Doha with Afghan women and civil society.
It's not this typical answer that you're reading to me. I'm personally requesting you that, Vedant, when women are not
if you're going to interrupt me, we're going to stop taking your questions. No, you absolutely are. I'm happy to stop calling on you, Jalil, and we can move on to other questions. If you let me finish, and then we've got a couple more hands that I would like to get through.
My apologies.
So, at a session at the Doha 3 conference on the economy, Special Rep West and Special Envoy Amiri also made clear that the Afghan economy cannot grow while half the population's rights are not respected. It is well known that the Taliban's policies are robbing the Afghan economy of over $1 billion per year in GDP. You had your band in the back, and then I sure, go ahead. Yeah.
So the Taliban, one of the Taliban spokesperson tweeted that it was pledged that restrictions on banking and economic avenues should be lifted, citing most countries at the conference supporting that, including the U.S. Is that inaccurate?
So I don't have a specific readout from the conference at the moment, Kylie. But what I can say is that Tom made clear that the primary reason private banks have reservations about doing more business in Afghanistan is reputational, and that it is rooted in the Taliban's atrocious human rights conduct. We know that the Taliban often complains about sanctions, but given the broad general license issued by the Treasury Department, relief organizations as well as businesses have the leeway they need to support the Afghan people.
So no restrictions on the banking and economic avenues that you are aware of at this time?
Correct. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm happy to check with the team and get back to you if we have a readout.
Any update on the Swiss fund that was created more than 2 years ago? Like how much of that money has actually been put to use in the country?
I don't have a breakdown, but we're happy to check with the team. Yeah. Go ahead.
Thank you.
Yeah.
The Islamic Resistance Front in Iraq announced on Sunday that it will target U.S. interests if a conflict erupts between Israel and Hezbollah. What is your position and your response?
I'm sorry, I didn't quite understand the first part of your question. Who?
The Islamic Resistance Front in Iraq announced on Sunday that it will target U.S. interests if a conflict erupts between Israel and Hezbollah.
So first, let me just say, since October 7th, when we look at the whole region, the United States has prioritized de-escalation and ensuring that this conflict doesn't spread. That continues to be the case. When it comes to Iraq, though, we expect and fully intend to work closely with our partners in Iraq. And this is something that Mr. Soudani and other leaders across the government in Iraq have also made clear that they would intend to hold interests or groups that choose to target American interests accountable. And that's something that we'll continue to push for as well. Jackson, go ahead.
Thanks, Vedant. The Secretary of Brookings said that we should expect an announcement at the NATO summit regarding economic support for Ukraine. What would that look like? Can you specify what he meant?
No, because I'm not going to get ahead of the Secretary, and you all should tune into the NATO summit next week. Go ahead.
Last week, the House Republicans in the Congress, they introduced an amendment to the foreign appropriating bill by which says that if it's passed, that it would designate Iraqi Supreme Judicial Council and its president as an Iranian-controlled asset. I understand that you are not commenting on the pending bill, but my question is on the reactions from Iraq. Foreign Minister and also the acting Parliament Speaker, the President of Iraq, they reacted to this amendment and they said that, which the acting Parliament said that if this passed, it will be a dangerous turning point in Baghdad and Washington relations. What's your comment to this reactions?
So let me just again reiterate what you said. I'm not going to comment on pending legislation with Congress. What I can say, though, is that that is not the kind of relationship we believe that we have with the government of Iraq. And over the course of our relationship, there are a number of areas in which we have worked closely with them, especially in the security and counterterrorism space, as well as energy and energy infrastructure. And we'll continue to work with them and deepen our cooperation on those areas.
And what's the U.S. administration position on Iraq's Supreme Judicial Council and also its president? Do you think that it's an independent body or it's an Iranian-controlled asset?
I'm happy to check back with the team for you. I don't have anything specific on that. Go ahead. And then we've probably got a couple more, then we're going to wrap.
You spoke about the resolution passed in the House regarding Pakistan, but please correct me if I'm wrong. State Department also raised same.
All right, everyone, you are watching Live Now from Fox. The Department briefing continues. We are going to take our first break of the hour. Stay right here with us. More to come in just moments. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, everyone. I'm your host, Mike Page. We are going to go back out to the State Department briefing as the updates continue to come on the wars in Israel and Ukraine.
With the U.S. and we will be with the U.S. because largest democracy on the globe and the oldest democracy on the globe, and now we celebrate, of course, the 4th of July. So where do we stand?
So let me just say, this is something you have. This should be not new to you, Goyal, that India is a country in which we are deepening our relations with in a number of key spaces, especially as it relates to deepening our economic ties, deepening our security cooperation. The president had the opportunity to briefly see Prime Minister Modi on the margins of the G7 a couple of weeks ago. So this is an area we will continue to cultivate this relationship. You are no stranger to the fact that we hosted India for a state visit last summer, and I imagine there'll be a number of additional areas where we continue to deepen cooperation. National Security Advisor Sullivan just had a visit to Delhi a number of weeks ago as well.
And second, sir, thank you. Prime Minister Modi have been trying even during his second term that India wants a good relation with Pakistan, neighboring country, because if we have good neighbors and we prospered and all that, India and Modi said that now time have come for Pakistan to develop for needs of their people, national needs, not just for military and not corruptions and all that. What I'm asking you now, because still now Mr. Sharif or Jaz Sharif have been trying to say that we not want to have good relation with India, but India is saying, as in the last 5 years, that terrorism and talks cannot go together. Pakistan have to condemn terrorism fully against India. Is still going on. So where do we stand as for a triangle U.S.-India, U.S.-Pakistan, and India-U.S. relations?
Well, we would hope that any country on the face of the planet condemns terrorism anywhere, but ultimately this is between India and Pakistan. Broadly, of course, we welcome any countries making more positive relations with their neighbors, but as it relates to this specifically, I just don't have anything to offer. Go ahead. In the pink.
Many women journalists in Israel who were reporting this weekend on the protest of ultra-Orthodox Jews against the Supreme Court's order to enlist them for military service have complained publicly about insults and violence from these protesters who called them whores, among more insults. What is your reaction to these insults, to this violence towards women journalists?
So first, let me just say any kind of violence or insult to journalists who are just doing their job, in this instance, covering some protests, is fully unacceptable. Time and time again, you've heard us say that we believe it's important and imperative for journalists to be able to do their job, especially in this region of the world. But beyond that, I don't have, as it relates to the protests itself, I don't have anything. That is it's an internal matter for the government of Israel, but unequivocally, journalists need to be able to do their jobs, and insults, name-calling, and any kind of violence is unacceptable. All right, thanks, everybody.
Right, State Department briefing wrapping up for the day. We are actually going to take another 2-minute break on Live Now from Fox. Stay right here with us. More to come in just moments. And we're back here for you on Live Now from Fox. The Monday edition continues to carry on. I'm your host, Mike Page. Always great to be with you. Next up, we want to go out to San Jose right now, where the police are giving an update on a crackdown of illegal street racing as well as illegal side car shows. They call them side shows out there. So let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox.
Shows is a resource-intensive endeavor. While large numbers of officers are tied up dealing with sideshows, it leaves the rest of our city depleted with officers and at risk. These rolling incubators of crime are fueled by a mob mentality and a perverse thirst for internet fame. They disrupt our daily lives, damage infrastructure, and most critically, prevent emergency responders from accessing those in need. Sideshows create chaos and destruction, organizing in often unpredictable patterns and in ways to elude law enforcement. But these tactics have been met with innovation and resilience on our part as we create a new playbook for responding to this new evolution of criminal behavior. We are making progress. We're using the San Jose Municipal Code ordinances to identify and hold organizers, participants, and spectators accountable. We've trained officers in tactical response to sideshows and are shutting them down and impounding the vehicles involved. The impact sideshows have on our public safety cannot be overstated. Our roads and bridges, essential lifelines, are held hostage. Families and ambulances can't reach hospitals, and fire trucks and police are delayed in responding to emergencies. The reckless joyrides and indiscriminate gunfire that accompany these sideshows threaten innocent lives in our community and the lives of complicit spectators within the sideshows themselves. The cars are often stolen, and the participants masked in cowardice as they wreak havoc with no regard for human life. These events are not harmless entertainment. They're a direct threat to a community's actual and perceived sense of safety. The violence and lawlessness send a dangerous message that our community is vulnerable or unable to respond to crime if it is being committed by a mob. But we are here today to assure you that this is not the case in San Jose. We do not and will not tolerate such behavior. But our response and resolve must also include parents who need to become aware and intervene, as young people from every neighborhood and every walk of life are susceptible to being pulled into this toxic culture and perceived anonymity of the crowds, the smoke, and the masks. Just over 2 weeks ago, during a sideshow of approximately 100 people at the intersection of Winchester Boulevard and Olin Avenue near Santana Row, a uniformed officer in a marked police vehicle attempting to reach an injured individual was surrounded and attacked by sideshow participants. This prevented him from accessing the injured individual and caused him to become injured himself. This despicable incident, captured on video, went viral and forced everyone to ask themselves a question. If they could attack a uniformed officer like this, what could they do to everyone else? That's why I believe that it was not just an attack on an officer, it was an attack on our community and the trust that the public has in our ability to protect them. The 7 individuals arrested are displayed on the screen. As you can see, only one was a San Jose resident. I want to express how proud and appreciative I am of all the dedicated law enforcement personnel who work tirelessly to bring these criminals to justice. Every available resource was used to identify these individuals, spending countless hours away from their families. Investigators reviewed videos, obtained search warrants, and used old-fashioned investigative prowess to identify and capture those responsible. While today we are announcing the principal individuals involved in this incident have been arrested, our work will continue as we identify more people involved in this and future incidents. Our ability to combat sideshows and bring resolution to an incident like this is only made possible because of 3 essential elements we have here in San Jose. The first is strong city leadership. Our mayor, city council, and city manager actively support this police department's efforts to hold people accountable and provide us the resources needed to respond to this growing challenge. They provided us with the tools and passed laws that made promoting or being a spectator at a sideshow illegal. This is a tool that many police departments and communities are asking for but have yet to receive. The second is our partnership with the district attorney. DA Jeff Rosen and his office are dedicated to prosecuting these offenders, ensuring that our work translates into convictions and consequences. Without our partnership and shared understanding of the threat sideshows pose to this community, our commitment to stop and hold them accountable would be hollow and unattainable. And finally, a dedicated police department. Our officers and professional staff work tirelessly, often at great personal sacrifice, to uphold peace and safety. It is because of their commitment to this community that we can bring to closure and justice in so many cases and to so many victims. It is only because our entire community shares a commitment to end sideshow culture and criminality that we can send this clear message: not in San Jose. And with that, I'd like to later in the program, Acting Deputy Chief Brandon Sanchez is going to provide some details on how we're going to move forward on a regional approach. But right now, I'd like to turn it over to Mayor Matt Mahan. Yeah.
Well, hello, everyone, and thank you for being here today. It's our job, every person standing up here today, to keep you safe. I know it's what our police chief, our district attorney, all of our officers, and every member of the city council thinks about first thing in the morning and last in the evening. I believe the fundamental responsibility of government is keeping our community safe. And the work of our police department in this case was a master class on how it's done. I want to thank the detectives who worked diligently to apprehend these 7 suspects, the prosecutors who will work to ensure that they are held accountable, and our acting chief who faced this challenge head on, standing beside his officers and detectives and keeping the community informed every step of the way. This was a tremendous job from everyone in the department. Our police department and our district attorney play different roles within the criminal justice system. But as you can see here today, in the South Bay, we are coordinated, collaborative, and collectively working to protect the community we serve. That's how you solve crimes. But more importantly, it's the best way to prevent them. We're sending a clear message that whether you live here or cross city, county, or state lines to commit a crime, we will find you and hold you accountable. There's no better deterrent than the certainty of consequences. We need to ensure that this message is taken to heart across our region. As you can see, only one of the suspects apprehended in this case was a resident of San Jose. So all the more important that we are expanding our cooperation across city and county lines so that regionally our law enforcement agencies and government agencies are able to collaborate and ensure that anyone committing a crime will be found and held accountable for the sake of our community's safety and well-being. Because no one deserves to live in fear. Our families shouldn't become desensitized to the sound of screeching tires at 2 in the morning. Our neighbors shouldn't have to worry that a car will come flying through the living room window late one night. And frankly, it should feel despicable to threaten other people's lives for a joyride. To risk your own life for online fame is bad enough, but to risk the lives of other people is reprehensible. I'll say just a few words in Spanish, and then hand it over to our district attorney. Hace 2 semanas, un espectáculo ilegal amenazó la seguridad de nuestra comunidad. Hoy estamos aquí para anunciar que 7 sospechosos han
attention, you got the police chief's attention, and you got my attention. Our roads and streets are for going to school, getting to work, running errands, going out to eat. Our roads and streets are for people who need to get to the hospital because they're sick or injured. We're not here this morning to talk about donuts. We're here to talk about the devastation caused by reckless drivers on our roads and on our streets. The police are here to protect our families. They keep us safe and save lives. If you get between a police officer and the injured person they're trying to save, the family they're trying to protect, the streets they are sworn to protect and to keep safe, then you will deal with police officers and prosecutors. If you hurt an officer who is trying to protect the community, then you will see a courtroom and a prosecutor and serious, life-changing circumstances. The 2 million good people in this community that all of us watch over are not extras. This is not a game. This is real life. And anyone who comes here treating residents and our officers like bit characters in a 30-second virtual reality video game will find themselves in real trouble, in real jail, behind real bars. Deputy Chief Sanchez.
Good morning, and thank you, DA Rosen, for your continued partnership in our quest for accountability. I am Acting Deputy Chief Brandon Sanchez, and I want to talk a little bit about the effects that sideshows are having on our city. This is not just a San Jose problem. This is a national problem. Illegal sideshow activity is increasing at an alarming rate. These violent mob mentality events are unacceptable, and we are committed to addressing this issue head on, and with a comprehensive approach that combines innovation, collaboration, and decisive action. One key strategy we are using to better understand the severity.
All right, everyone, you are watching Live Now from Fox, everyone. We appreciate you continuing to join us all right here as we continue to bring you the top stories and headlines from across the country. Do want to go out to Massachusetts right now. Just breaking just moments ago in the Karen Reed murder trial. It has now been officially dubbed a mistrial as the jury could not come to a unanimous decision here. So let's go right now out to that big moment inside the court here as the judge just declared a mistrial in the Karen Reed murder trial after the jury is unable to reach this unanimous verdict on the 5th day of deliberations. A hung jury means Reed is neither convicted nor acquitted here. So let's go out right now on Live Now from Fox inside the court.
Thank you. Be seated. Close closed session.
All right. I'd like to pick a status date to find out what our next move is. So I'd like to come back sometime maybe the end of July. I understand people have vacation schedules. Can we come in the week of the 21st?
That's fine.
No, I'm just looking at my calendar. Could we do the 22nd at 2 p.m., Your Honor? And I would appear for my client.
All right, is there another day that week? Could you do the 25th or 26th?
Unfortunately, I think I'm supposed to leave for vacation on the 25th.
Okay, the 22nd and the 24th are not great dates, so.
What about the 19th at 9? Is that whole week?
No, that week's not good. Teaching that I cannot get out of.
Can we do August 7th, 8th, 9th? Any of those days?
No, we'll do the 22nd. We'll go back to the 22nd at 2. I can't let it go that long.
Your Honor, so the court knows Ms. Lulu and I are not available on the 22nd. We had a hearing in Los Angeles on the 22nd.
Okay.
We're proposing to appear remotely anyway.
Okay.
But for a status conference, I don't want the court to think it's disrespectful to the court. But Ms. Lulu and I probably will not appear.
Okay. So you and your client will be here in person, Ms. Giannetti.
Yes.
All right. All right. Thank you. We'll see you then.
All rise.
Once again, the jury cannot come with a unanimous decision here in the Karen Reed murder trial. Karen Reed accused of killing her boyfriend, who was a Boston police officer. This trial, of course, reaching a lot of eyes, not only in Massachusetts, but globally as well. There was a big support system for Karen Reed in and out of a court as well, but not exactly what the defense wanted. Of course, they wanted a full not guilty, but they will definitely take this mistrial as well. So we'll see what the next steps are. They're not due back in court until the end of July, so we'll see what prosecutors are going to do next here. And, of course, we'll continue to update you right here on Live Now from Fox, always right here for you. Welcome back, everyone, to Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Page. Thanks again for being with us. Well, all eyes will be on the U.S. men's soccer team. Can they get it done tonight? And they also need some help as well. So my colleague Andy Mack breaking down what needs to happen in favor for the U.S. men's soccer team tonight.
Live now from Fox, I'm Andy Mack. Thank you so much for joining us. And oh, what a couple days can change things as the U.S. men's national team fighting for their Copa America lives tonight against Uruguay in the final group stage. And this comes after kind of a debacle there in Atlanta against Panama, a 2-1 loss to them. And of course, this coming up tonight again on FS1, 9 o'clock Eastern time, the USA against Uruguay, and they are not necessarily in control of their own fate. They may need to win tonight and then get help from Panama against Bolivia. We're going to be joined right now by Fox Sports soccer reporter Doug McIntyre on the ground in Kansas City. Give us a breakdown. What's at stake tonight for the U.S. men's national team?
There's a lot at stake, Andy, and you said it in the opening. The U.S. team has to handle what they can handle, control what they can control, and that is beating Uruguay tonight and hoping that it's enough, and it should be. With 6 points, they should be able to get out of the group. If Panama routs Bolivia, which is probably the worst team in the competition, there's a chance that the U.S. could be eliminated before the knockout stage, even with the win tonight. But it's also possible that the U.S. could advance with a tie or even a loss if they do get some help. But they're not going to want to leave anything to chance. The order of business for them coming off that surprising, shocking loss to Panama last week means that they have to win this game. And the problem is they're going up against the 15-time champions of this competition. No team has won more. It's Uruguay and Argentina that have the same amount of titles all time. So Uruguay is hoping to set a new record at this competition. They are one of the favorites, and the Americans are going to have their work cut out for them. There's a thought that maybe Uruguay will rest some of its starters. Their head coach, Marcelo Bielsa, is suspended for the match. But Uruguay hasn't officially won the group either, even qualified for the next stage. So it's really important for them also to get a win tonight. And I think that that's what they're going to go for. And yeah, it's going to be a really, really tough match for the U.S. But this is what they said they wanted coming into the tournament. They want to show that they can beat top teams in pressure moments. They were talking about the knockout stage, but as U.S. coach Greg Berhalter said yesterday, the knockout stage has come 5 days earlier for them. So for all intents and purposes, this is a knockout match tonight. And if the U.S. loses, they're going to be eliminated.
Yeah, like you mentioned, the pressure is on, and Uruguay is not going to roll over with what's at stake for them. And obviously, they want to win the group stage and potentially avoid what's coming next down the road. I do want to ask you about this, the pressure on this team, and maybe the distraction of have a result from Panama and Bolivia, because like you mentioned, a win, they could advance based on goals. If they win, Panama wins, they'll likely advance. They got to have 2-goal differential better. A tie, they can also kind of move on as well. A Panama draw or loss, they can move on, but a loss and a Panama tie or win, they will be eliminated from this. Maybe how much are they focused on this match, knowing maybe they don't control their destiny, but they need to focus on this one? Is there any sort of distraction layer there to this game?
No, I don't think the U.S. has the luxury of looking at the other results. Obviously, they're going to know at halftime what the scores are in the other game. If they know if they need to, get another couple of goals, or if they think a tie will be enough. But again, I don't think they're going to leave anything to chance. And it's difficult in a sport like soccer where there's no timeouts. It's not going to be easy to relay those messages to the players. And you don't want the players thinking about that. The coaching staff's job is to make it very simple. And the U.S. players know this. They knew this as soon as the Panama game was over. They are looking at this game as a final. That's what Gio Reyna told me. This is a must-win game for them in their minds. And as a practical matter, that gives them the best chance of getting through. So I think there won't be any distractions. There won't be any scoreboard watching. They know if they win this match, chances are they're going to get through to the next round, and that's going to be their sole focus when they get on the field tonight.
All right, very, very interesting, and that's kind of how they line it up. So you don't really have an advantage there depending on who plays early or late to know what the outcome is. I do want to ask you about who's going to be on the pitch tonight, because we saw a red card last game from Tim Weah, obviously early on, putting them a man down for the rest of that game. That really kind of impacted their game and their loss as well, but also the goalkeeper, Matt Turner, there potentially not in net. What do we know about these two individuals? Of course, Tim not going to be on the field. Is Matt going to be between the pipes tonight for them?
Yeah, that's the biggest question, I think, of all, Andy. Goalkeeper, obviously an extremely difficult or important position, I should say. I saw Matt Turner at training with the two other goalkeepers, Ethan Horvath and Sean Johnson, yesterday. He looked like he was moving pretty well. But U.S. coach Greg Berhalter said in his press conference that Turner had been limited in training the last couple of days. Maybe a little bit of gamesmanship there. You don't want to give anything away and tell the Uruguayan coaching staff what's going to happen. If you're basing it just on those words, you would think that maybe it's unlikely that Turner's going to play. But again, Turner looked like he was moving pretty well yesterday, and coaches aren't always forthcoming in these press conferences. So I think there's a chance we see Turner, but he was removed from the last game at halftime, and that's not a switch that you're going to make if everything's fine. He was limping as he walked past the media yesterday. He said that he thought he would be okay, but it sounds like it'll be a game time decision, and it is a significant loss if Turner can't go. I think there is a bit of a drop off to Ethan Horvath, and they were club teammates, and Matt Turner was at the time the number one at Nottingham Forest in England's Premier League, and Ethan Horvath wasn't even on the Premier League roster. So Matt Turner's been the starter for this team for a long time. He was a starter at the World Cup. He is, he knows the defenders in front of them and in front of him and his tendencies. There's a working relationship there, and when you throw someone else in there, it can kind of upset that that rapport, and I think it would be a big blow if Turner can't go tonight.
Yeah, it'll be an interesting dynamic there on the back end, because those guys have played a lot of minutes together. We'll see if Turner is there in net tonight with the gloves on as well. I do want to ask you, though, maybe in a longer term, maybe a more high view point of view of this, because we talk about it coming into Copa, so much pressure on this team ahead of the World Cup being played here in 2026 on Berhalter, the coach, and see if they can do it. Is there any kind of thought of this? Is there any kind of sight on this, the larger picture of Greg Berhalter's future with the United States, and maybe how much it hangs in this 90 minutes tonight?
Yeah, well, you remember there was a little bit of a delay after the 2022 World Cup. The question whether Greg Berhalter was going to be given a new contract or not. It took time for U.S. soccer to make that decision. The U.S. players, with Christian Pulisic leading the charge as the most influential U.S. player, to a man said that they wanted Greg Berhalter to come back, and they got their wish. And I asked Pulisic yesterday before the match if the team feels a responsibility to basically play for Greg in this game in addition to themselves. He said, no, the only motivation that we need is to do well at this tournament. But it is a factor. And I think if you came into, coming into this tournament, no one expected the U.S. to potentially go out in the group stage. And for any team that is expected to advance and doesn't meet expectations, whether it's at this Copa America, whether it's over in the Euros that are going on at the same time, there's going to be questions asked. So I don't think it'll be a knee-jerk decision. I don't think it's as black and white as if the U.S. doesn't get out of group play that Berhalter will lose his job. There'll be a bigger assessment than that. Again, the U.S. team could win tonight and they could still go out. And if that happens, what does that mean for his future? But questions will be asked if the U.S. team is eliminated in the first round. That is something that's not supposed to happen, certainly with an eye to the 2026 World Cup. So we'll have to see how it shakes out. I do think the performance the U.S. puts in tonight is going to be really important, maybe even beyond the result. I mean, what do they look like? How well did they play? And that's going to be a factor when it comes time to assess how this team has done at this tournament overall.
Yeah, roller coaster of different takes and emotions over the last couple of weeks with the friendly against Brazil. We didn't know if they were going to show out for that, the 1-1 draw, and then coming into Copa. And now a lot rests on this 90 minutes tonight. And I also want to note that obviously Mexico will be left out of the group stage as well. They are a part of this host kind of countries there in a couple of years. So that is also a factor for them. So we focus so much on the U.S. men's national team, but there's a lot of different dynamics in so many countries. All right, Doug, thank you so much for joining us. The game coming up tonight, 9 o'clock Eastern against Uruguay on FS1. We appreciate your time enjoying the game.
You too, Andy. Thank you.
And our thanks to those two right here, getting us ready for the big game tonight. All right, everyone, last break of the hour coming up now on Live Now from Fox. And welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. We appreciate all our viewers continuing to watch with us here worldwide. We do want to continue To follow the big breaking news out of Massachusetts with the Karen Reed murder trial, as that has ended in a mistrial because of a hung jury, as the jury could not come to a unanimous decision. So we want to continue on right here on Live Now from Fox and bring in our next guest here of this hour, who has been following this case and joins us with the latest. Attorney Matt Tepanek, thanks so much for being with us and calling in.
Thank you for having me on.
All right, so it seemed like for this case, the last couple of days, especially with the jury, that it was going in this direction.
It definitely felt like it. I think I posted last week on Twitter that the longer the deliberations go on in a case, a hung jury is always a possibility. Only happens a small percentage of the time in criminal cases, but it does happen. And it usually happens when jurors could not be convinced one way or another about whether to convict or acquit. That's usually what happens, and that most often happens when people came in with preconceived notions that potentially no matter what was presented, they weren't going to be able to find one way or another. If people wanted to say convict, they were going to acquit. So I don't believe that any kind of evidence that could have been presented to convince the people who were the holdouts.
Yeah, that's such a good point there, Matt, because I was wondering, and I think a lot of viewers were wondering too, okay, if how many more times could the judge have even kept this request going for the jury to continue to try to come to some sort of conclusion? Is there a number where you just can't keep sending them back, or is it just in the purview of the judge?
So what happens in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, we have what's called the TUI charge, which is the Allen charge, which is a situation where it's also called the dynamite charge. So once that is given under the laws of the Commonwealth, once that is given and they say they come back one more time saying they're hung, the case is over with. So when Judge Cannon gave that instruction earlier today, that gave the TUI instruction, this was the last chance. And that's what they tell them. It's like, you come back again, I have no choice but to declare a mistrial. A mistrial is a tremendous expense because it is they basically wasted 8 weeks of a trial and taxpayer monies on this case. And if this case were to continue, it would have to start all over with another jury, all the evidence being presented. So the jury understood that and still could not come to a unanimous verdict.
And Matt, what about, a lot of people also want to know, will we ever know in this case here the breakdown between the jury as far as where they were leaning and how they couldn't come to the conclusion? Will we ever find that number?
It is possible, because the only people who know are the 12 jurors who are in the room. So if the breakdown is ever leaked, you would know that it was leaked by one of the jurors, whether it's 11-1, 10-2. My instincts tell me, just based on what was presented, that it was, I don't know if it was evenly split, like right down the middle, 6-6 or 7-5. I think it was definitely more slanted towards 2, maybe 3 holdouts at most, just based on what I'm seeing with the evidence. Because what it felt like is, when I saw the jurors' note earlier about how they have fundamental disagreements, that they understood the law, but some have chosen that they are going to dismiss whatever the facts and evidence were presented in front of them. So it's possible that one of the jurors leaked it to the press about what the final vote was. But unless one of them speaks, we will never know what that final vote was.
And Matt, I got to ask you too about what this means for the jury. You got a group of men and women there that were together for so many weeks hearing these deliberations and the testimony from the witnesses. Do they almost leave like they felt like they didn't accomplish anything?
I wouldn't think that at all. I think based on everything that I was viewing and hearing and reading, they did their absolute best. And this was an 8-week trial. This was a tremendous giving up their lives for 2 months to hear the facts and evidence of this case. They can be proud in the fact that they heard the case, they deliberated. And sometimes it just doesn't end with a conviction or an acquittal one way or another. It happens very rarely, but it still happens. So they should be commended for the amount of time and effort and attention they have given this case, and being able to decide that individuals decided that there was not enough one way or another to convict or acquit. So I don't think they should walk out of there with anything less than their heads held high.
And of course, this case has brought so much. Really, you know, you have independent journalists out there, supporters of Karen Read. I mean, at times it looked like a zoo outside of the courthouse there, as so many people were clamoring for the latest updates. Given that this was such high profile, is it a pretty good way of thinking that a jury member will want to talk to the media?
I definitely feel like a juror will want to talk to the media. I'll tell you a story. When I did an aggravated assault case several years ago, when I was still a prosecutor, I got a phone call from the juror who told me that she told me what the split was and what everything that went on in the jury room. And the biggest takeaway, she told me that jurors, no matter what they actually believe, cannot actually set their personal opinions and beliefs aside. She told me that no matter, I asked them all unequivocally, and they said they could not set it aside. And she was stunned that all of them told them they could. But once they got into the jury room, all they did was took their personal experiences and beliefs into the deliberations, which you're not supposed to do. But jurors don't understand that. So I definitely feel like it's a situation where one of the jurors might be like, I believe that Karen Read should have been found this. And this is what was going on. This is the conversations that we were having. I don't ever expect that jurors to reveal themselves, because one way or another, the publicity associated with this case, you don't want to become a target for the supporters of either side. So I think if the final tally is leaked and a juror speaks, it will be done anonymously.
Good point, and great intel there as well. Lastly, Matt, because we are dealing, this was a case ultimately of the death of a Boston police officer, the odds seem pretty favorable that even with all the expenses and time that goes in with a case like this, that the prosecution will want to retry this.
That's my feeling as well. It will depend if the jury tally is leaked. That might play a part of it. If it's not, I still think they retry. The reason is one of the biggest mistakes the prosecution potentially made was not moving this case out of Norfolk County. It was really tough. I think they interviewed hundreds of jurors, and a good vast majority of them had already made up their mind. So it's not inconceivable that one or two jurors got under the jury pool who had made up their mind, potentially were already kind of leaning one way or another, but once the trial started, before all the evidence was heard, they formed their fixed opinion. So I definitely think that the Commonwealth would retry unless the juror tally is closer to a 6-6-7-5. Then it's a situation where I don't know if you're ever going to be able to get 12 jurors to agree on it. But based on the evidence that was presented, I would be pretty shocked if any kind of retrial this case ended with anything more than a hung jury again or a conviction. I just don't see the evidence is too strong in places for 12 people to unanimously agree to find the defendant not guilty.
Yeah, this case truly fascinating, and so many people were continuing to wait for more updates, and really we're checking in daily just to see the latest from court there. So, Matt, thanks so much for coming on the big breaking news of the day, and we appreciate your insight as well. And take care, and thanks for all the updates.
Thank you, sir.
You take care. And yeah, so what a fascinating case this has been, and really those updates that continued throughout the court. Now we'll see what the next move is from the prosecution. They are meeting at the end of July, so we will see and keep you updated on this case as it continues to develop near the end of the month. We are going to take a 2-minute break. Stay right here with us, everyone. More to come in just moments on Live Now. Welcome back, everyone, to Live Now from Fox. We appreciate you continuing to join us always right here as we continue to give you updates throughout the country, top headlines as well as breaking news as it does happen. All right, everyone, we want to continue to give you the updates. Really, a top story here of the day where the Karen Reed murder trial ends in a mistrial as the jury cannot come with a unanimous decision. Here is just some tape playback of supporters as well as supporters of the fallen police officer as well. So you could see quite the scene right outside of court. And once we get more updates and if we see anybody at a podium, we will bring that to you, of course, here on Live Now from Fox. But yeah, that was big news that just happened a couple of moments ago, and we wanted to again bring that to your attention always right here on Live Now from Fox. In the meantime, do want to go back out to San Jose. Police giving an update on illegal street racing as well as what they call sideshows. So let's listen right here on Live Now.
The law enforcement response to sideshows is a resource-intensive endeavor. While large numbers of officers are tied up dealing with sideshows, it leaves the rest of our city depleted with officers and at risk. These rolling incubators of crime are fueled by a mob mentality and a perverse thirst for internet fame. They disrupt our daily lives, damage infrastructure, and most critically, prevent emergency responders from accessing those in need. Sideshows create chaos and destruction, organizing in often unpredictable patterns and in ways to elude law enforcement. But these tactics have been met with innovation and resilience on our part as we create a new playbook for responding to this new evolution of criminal behavior. We are making progress. We're using the San Jose Municipal Code ordinances to identify and hold organizers, participants, and spectators accountable. We've trained officers in tactical response to sideshows and are shutting them down and impounding the vehicles involved. The impact sideshows have on our public safety cannot be overstated. Our roads and bridges, essential lifelines, are held hostage. Families and ambulances can't reach hospitals, and fire trucks and police are delayed in responding to emergencies. The reckless joyrides and indiscriminate gunfire that accompany these sideshows threaten innocent lives in our community and the lives of complicit spectators within the sideshows themselves. The cars are often stolen and the participants masked in cowardice as they wreak havoc with no regard for human life. These events are not harmless entertainment. They're a direct threat to a community's actual and perceived sense of safety. The violence and lawlessness send a dangerous message that our community is vulnerable or unable to respond to crime if it is being committed by a mob. But we are here today to assure you that this is not the case in San Jose. We do not and will not tolerate such behavior. But our response and resolve must also include parents who need to become aware and intervene, as young people from every neighborhood and every walk of life are susceptible to being pulled into this toxic culture and perceived anonymity of the crowds, the smoke, and the masks. Just over 2 weeks ago, during a sideshow of approximately 100 people at the intersection of Winchester Boulevard and Olin Avenue near Santana Row, a uniformed officer in a marked police vehicle attempting to reach an injured individual was surrounded and attacked by sideshow participants. This prevented him from accessing the injured individual and caused him to become injured himself. This despicable incident, captured on video, went viral and forced everyone to ask themselves a question. If they could attack a uniformed officer like this, what could they do to everyone else? That's why I believe that it was not just an attack on an officer, it was an attack on our community and the trust that the public has in our ability to protect them. The 7 individuals arrested are displayed on the screen. As you can see, only one was a San Jose resident. I want to express how proud and appreciative I am of all the dedicated law enforcement personnel who work tirelessly to bring these criminals to justice. Every available resource was used to identify these individuals. Spending countless hours away from their families, investigators reviewed videos, obtained search warrants, and used old-fashioned investigative prowess to identify and capture those responsible. While today we are announcing the principal individuals involved in this incident have been arrested, our work will continue as we identify more people involved in this and future incidents. Our ability to combat sideshows and bring resolution to an incident like this is only made possible because of three essential elements we have here in San Jose. The first is strong city leadership. Our mayor, city council, and city manager actively support this police department's efforts to hold people accountable and provide us the resources needed to respond to this growing challenge. They provided us with the tools and passed laws that made promoting or being a spectator at a sideshow illegal. This is a tool that many police departments and communities are asking for but have yet to receive. The second is our partnership with the district attorney. DA Jeff Rosen and his office are dedicated to prosecuting these offenders, ensuring that our work translates into convictions and consequences. Without our partnership and shared understanding of the threat sideshows pose to this community, our commitment to stop and hold them accountable would be hollow and unattainable. And finally, a dedicated police department. Our officers and professional staff work tirelessly, often at great personal sacrifice, to uphold peace and safety. It is because of their commitment to this community that we can bring to closure and justice in so many cases and to so many victims. It is only because our entire community shares a commitment to end sideshow culture and criminality that we can send this clear message: not in San Jose. And with that, I'd like to later in the program, Acting Deputy Chief Brandon Sanchez is going to provide some details on how we're going to move forward on a regional approach. But right now, I'd like to turn it over to Mayor Matt Mahan. Yeah.
Well, hello, everyone, and thank you for being here today. It's our job, every person standing up here today, to keep you safe. I know it's what our police chief, our district attorney, all of our officers, and every member of the city council thinks about first thing in the morning and last in the evening. I believe the fundamental responsibility of government is keeping our community safe. And the work of our police department in this case was a master class on how it's done. I want to thank the detectives who worked diligently to apprehend these 7 suspects, the prosecutors who will work to ensure that they are held accountable, and our acting chief who faced this challenge head on, standing beside his officers and detectives and keeping the community informed every step of the way. This was a tremendous job from everyone in the department. Our police department and our district attorney play different roles within the criminal justice system. But as you can see here today, in the South Bay, we are coordinated, collaborative, and collectively working to protect the community we serve. That's how you solve crimes. But more importantly, it's the best way to prevent them. We're sending a clear message that whether you live here or cross city, county, or state lines to commit a crime, we will find you and hold you accountable. There's no better deterrent than the certainty of consequences. We need to ensure that this message is taken to heart across our region. As you can see, only one of the suspects apprehended in this case was a resident of San Jose. So all the more important that we are expanding our cooperation across city and county lines so that regionally our law enforcement agencies and government agencies are able to collaborate and ensure that anyone committing a crime will be found and held accountable for the sake of our community's safety and well-being. Because no one deserves to live in fear. Our families shouldn't become desensitized to the sound of screeching tires at 2 in the morning. Our neighbors shouldn't have to worry that a car will come flying through the living room window late one night. And frankly, it should feel despicable to threaten other people's lives for a joyride. To risk your own life for online fame is bad enough, but to risk the lives of other people is reprehensible. I'll say just a few words in Spanish, and then hand it over to our district attorney. Hace 2 semanas, un espectáculo ilegal amenazo.
It's not the scene of an action movie. It's a place of families and people working, and children playing and going to school. They are not extras. These defendants wanted to post something online. to be a part of something viral and edgy. They wanted attention. They got it. When you threaten our families, when you threaten and hurt people just trying to do their jobs, you get attention. You got the mayor's attention, you got the police chief's attention, and you got my attention. Our roads and streets are for going to school, getting to work, running errands, going out to eat. Our roads and streets are for people who need to get to the hospital because they're sick or injured. We're not here this morning to talk about donuts. We're here to talk about the devastation caused by reckless drivers on our roads and on our streets. The police are here to protect our families. They keep us safe and save lives. If you get between a police officer and the injured person they're trying to save, the family they're trying to protect, the streets they are sworn to protect and to keep safe, then you will deal with police officers and prosecutors. If you hurt an officer who is trying to protect the community, then you will see a courtroom and a prosecutor and serious, life-changing circumstances. The 2 million good people in this community that all of us watch over are not extras. This is not a game. This is real life. And anyone who comes here treating residents and our officers like bit characters in a 30-second virtual reality video game will find themselves in real trouble, in real jail, behind real bars. Deputy Chief Sanchez.
Good morning, and thank you, DA Rosen, for your continued partnership in our quest for accountability. I am Acting Deputy Chief Brandon Sanchez, and I want to talk a little bit about the effects that sideshows are having on our city. This is not just a San Jose problem. This is a national problem. Illegal sideshow activity is increasing at an alarming rate. These violent mob mentality events are unacceptable, and we are committed to addressing this issue head on, and with a comprehensive approach that combines innovation, collaboration, and decisive action. One key strategy we are using to better understand the severity of this problem is through data analysis. Determining the days of the week and the times of the day these events are happening helps us understand how and when to deploy our resources. I have also developed a partnership with the University of Chicago Crime Lab through the Policing Leadership Academy. This academy program connected me with other law enforcement leaders from around the country. Through their experience, their expertise and collaboration, we have seen the full scope of sideshow impacts on public safety. These collaborations have aided us in our action plan to address this issue. Sideshows are unique in that they are an activity and a community that exists online and in physical locations. Organizers use social media and chat apps in a classic game of cat and mouse to avoid detection by law enforcement. But we are using technology as well. With the use of APLR and other technologies, we can identify and locate sideshow offenders and apprehend them swiftly. We are leveraging specially trained officers and investigators to follow up on these incidents, to formulate probable cause, and in many cases, impound the cars used to perform these sideshows. Our air support unit has played a critical role in being able to pinpoint these illegal sideshows when they're happening and coordinate enforcement efforts effectively. Curbing sideshow activity is not easy, but through dedication and innovation, we are making strides towards combating these dangerous events. Innovation like looking at different intersection infrastructure to reduce and deter sideshow activity. 2 pioneering city ordinances have been game changers in addressing sideshow activity. First, targeting sideshow promotion and participation. Second, addressing spectating at a sideshow. These ordinances send a clear message that such reckless and violent behavior will not be tolerated in our community. Other cities and police departments from around the nation have asked for and are using our ordinances as a roadmap to combat this growing epidemic. Recognizing that this extends beyond our city boundaries, We are currently establishing a Bay Area working group to identify comprehensive solutions. Through this Bay Area network, we are leveraging our collective resources to best address this regional problem. I believe this could lead to the creation of a regional task force in the future. We are also working with our partners to determine how we can strengthen penalties to deter sideshow activity. Legislation action is already working its way through the system, but more work needs to be done to hold these sideshow participants accountable. This is an issue that requires enforcement, legislation, collaboration, and accountability. Those who endanger the lives through reckless driving need to face appropriate consequences under the law. That's why our partnership with the District Attorney's Office is so important. Our department has always been a leader in addressing new challenges, and that is the case here with sideshows. We are becoming a beacon on this issue for other departments and other cities. We are committed to innovating and will dedicate the resources needed to address this activity in our community and ensure safe, accessible streets for everyone in our city. We are committed to this community and to making the city of San Jose a safe place to live, work, and play. Thank you.
So real quick, before I get into the question and answer, I know we kept saying one San Jose resident this year.
All right, everyone, you are watching Live Now from Fox. We are going to take another 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. More to come in just moments. All right, folks, we are continuing to get some more reaction outside of court in the Karen Reed murder trial after it has been called a mistrial after the jury could not come to a unanimous decision. So let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox with some of that reaction right now outside of court.
FBI and the military, the two experts that the defense put on, they are utilized by the United States government. And if those credentials and that testimony didn't surpass the testimony of this Mass State Police Paul guy who has an associate's degree in criminology, I mean, give me a break. You know, these experts were from the government. And so we need to learn from this. We need to learn what went wrong. How is it that these 12 jurors could not agree on the scientific evidence that showed Karen Read did not kill John O'Keefe? And if we have juries, listen, we have learned from this case. We have learned we have serious checks and balances throughout the system that failed in this. And maybe we don't have the checks and balances. We need to get the checks and balances into the system. We need to transform our government, transform our law enforcement, and bring them up to the standards of the private sector. And now I believe that includes the jury too. Because if we have juries who do not understand forensic evidence in the 21st century, they should not be sitting on a trial.
So you guys were cheering. You're happy that it's a mistrial?
We are not happy it's a mistrial. We wanted Karen Read to be declared not guilty. We know Karen Read is not guilty. A first grader will tell you that she's not guilty. But we will take a hung juror. Oh, we will take a hung jury over a guilty verdict. And let me just say this. Guilty was never an option. Guilty was never going to happen. You were never going to get 12 people who said she was guilty. Why? Because it's a sham of a trial. It's a travesty of justice. It's a mockery of justice. And this is not, we need to learn from this.
Will you guys be back in July?
We will be here. We have been here all along. People have followed this case. I've been following this case since last June, right? I live in the neighborhood. I've been there 45 years. My ancestry goes back 118 years. My ancestors would be turning over knowing what has happened in this town. And this impacts everybody. This is not just Canton. This is not just Massachusetts. This is the United States. This is gaslighting by the prosecution. And the defense is the one who is given the irrefutable information and the evidence, not the prosecution. The prosecution has gaslit the American people. And we have to stop gaslighting. We need to get behind truth again. This country is divided over truth and gaslighting. We must stamp out gaslighting. Just because somebody says it a million times doesn't make it fact.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, well done. Well done. What's your name?
Rita Lombardi. RITALOMBARDI. Thank you. Thank you.
I got you.
We need to come back and hold signs for John so they know what I've done. Justice needs to get justice for John.
How are you guys feeling?
Very emotional. But it's better than guilty. But we're not done. We want the people who really did this. We want justice for Officer John O'Keefe. It's always been about justice for Officer John O'Keefe, but you can't have justice for Officer John O'Keefe without freeing Karen Read.
And how did you feel when it came out?
I'm so overwhelmed. I can't believe it's actually really over, but I'm happy for her that it's over for right now. Who knows if they'll retry or not, but I'm very excited for her and her family.
And what's your name?
Allison Taggart.
Can you spell it first and last name?
ALLISONTAGG.
All right, so some Karen Read supporters there outside of the court after the big news today. That the trial ending in a hung jury mistrial. We will continue to follow it for you right here on Live Now from Fox. Let's take another 2-minute break. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, everyone. We take you out to the European Central Bank giving remarks at the opening dinner for the annual forum. Let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox.
Trying to assess people. This is what he said. Sometimes you're not sure. Sometimes you doubt. Sometimes you have to guess. And sometimes you just know. Sounds familiar? It happens to many of you? Well, if it is the case, then you are exactly in the same position as the very famous, he's not a philosopher, he's not an economist, he's just the former Manchester United manager, Sir Alex Ferguson. And occasionally he lacked clarity, but not that often. So this lack of clarity presents a profound challenge for policymakers, as we must try at once to understand these transformations and to steer the economy through them. Indeed, much of the policy challenge over the last few years has involved stabilizing inflation while facing fundamental uncertainty about the economy. Without the wonderful benefit of hindsight, without the luxury of time, and certainly without any ex-post analysis. You're in the heat of the moment. But I think we've managed to chart a path through this uncertainty, and we have come a long way to fight inflation. Let me remind you 3 numbers that some of you will know I'm using occasionally. In October 22, here in Europe, inflation peaked at 10.6%. 1 year later, which was the last time we raised rate, inflation had halved and was down to 5.2%. And after 9 months of holding rates, it halved again, down to 2.6%, which led us to cut rates for the first time in June. Our work is not done, and we need to remain vigilant. But this progress alone allows us to look back and reflect on the path that we have taken. So tonight, I would like to talk to you relatively briefly about 3 things: the risks, the path, and the cost. So let me start with the risks. What was at risk? In a typical policy cycle, when fluctuations are driven by moderate and short-lived shocks, inflation expectations are usually not at risk. Central banks' price stability mandates and reaction functions ensure confidence in the inflation target. When faced with typical demand shocks, central banks reach their target by stabilizing demand around potential output. And when faced with supply shocks, central banks can, in principle, look through them, as these shocks will usually leave no lasting imprint on inflation. But this low risk to inflation expectations only applies when shocks are indeed moderate and short-lived. In situations when there is a risk of shocks becoming larger and more persistent, inflation expectations can very well de-anchor, regardless of whether the shocks are demand-led or supply-led. We'll discuss that tomorrow, I know. Central banks must then react forcefully to prevent above-target inflation becoming entrenched. And this was the lesson of the 70s, when a sequence of supply shocks caused by rising oil prices ultimately morphed into a lasting inflationary shock. And with central banks at the time being seen as ambivalent about bringing down inflation, people revised their expectations about medium-term inflation. So different studies reach different conclusions about the origin of the current inflation episode. Supply, demand, how much supply was it? How much demand was it? How did they interlink? How did one fuel the other? Our analysis at the ECB finds that at the peak, supply shocks were 3 times more important than demand shocks in explaining the deviation of inflation from its mean. Other research puts a greater emphasis on demand shocks. But you know, this delineation between supply and demand, while relevant, has not been, in my view, the most important factor in our current cycle. We needed to base our decisions not only on the source of the shock, but also on their size and persistence. And this was because the shock was so large and persistent that we faced a genuine risk to inflation expectations. Two features could have provided fertile ground for people to lose confidence in the monetary anchor. First, the shocks were large enough to really catch the attention of households. At the start of 23, over 60% of respondents to our consumer expectations survey reported that they were paying more attention to inflation than in the past. Second, the inflationary impact of the shocks risked becoming endogenously persistent, owing mainly to the staggered wage bargaining process that we have in Europe. And although there is heterogeneity between the countries in the euro area, the average duration of wage contracts is 2 years, effectively guaranteeing a drawn-out process to catch up with past inflation. So monetary policy had to send a strong signal that permanent overshoots of the inflation target would not be tolerated. And as a result, we strongly emphasized our determination to ensure, note the adverb, a timely return to target. It was not randomly there. Our aim was to convey our commitment to ensuring that the period of high inflation would be limited and would signal a sense of urgency. But how does monetary policy anchor inflation expectations? It is not only about the policy destination, but also about setting the right trajectory of rates to get to destination. And this brings me to my second specific feature of this cycle, the rate path. It was clear from the outset that merely communicating our commitment to reaching our target would not have been enough. When you're at 10%, you can say that you want to be at 2% timely. It's not going to be enough to repeat 2%. It's necessary, but it's not enough. ECB analysis shows that if we had not reacted, the risk of de-anchoring would have been above 30% in 23 and 24. It is likely that even moderate policy action would have been insufficient. For example, if rates had stopped at 2%, we were coming from minus 0.5. The risk of de-anchoring would still have been at around 24%. So when we first started raising rates, we knew that we were far from where we needed to be. And the most important factor was therefore to close that gap as quickly as possible. And this is why we had a historically steep climb at the start of our rate path, using increments of 75 and 50 basis points for our first 6 rate increases. But as policy rates moved towards restrictive territory, the challenge shifted from acting quickly to calibrating the path precisely. In particular, we needed to set a rate path that both delivered the timely return to 2% and did so with a high degree of confidence. I'm sure there will be treaties written about confidence and what we meant by confidence, but we needed that confidence. And this path also required us to take a different approach from the past. Faced with multiple large shocks, there was significant uncertainty about how to interpret and rank the information we were receiving from the economy. On the one hand, it would have been risky to rely too much on models trained on historical data, as those data may no longer have been valid. We could not know, for instance, whether shifts in preferences, higher energy prices, or geopolitical development had changed the structure of the economy. On the other hand, relying too much on current data might have been equally misleading if they had turned out to have little predictive power for the medium term. As shocks worked their way through the economy, current data could also have reflected lags more than actual inflation trends. So you're torn between one and the other. What did we do? We constructed a framework to hedge against this uncertainty, blending projections with current data about underlying inflation and monetary transmission. The aim was to combine various pieces of information about the medium-term outlook into a single assessment that could be updated swiftly. Our forecast provided a comprehensive assessment of future inflation, assuming the underlying parameters of the economy remain stable. But at the same time, looking at current data allowed us to identify the persistent components of inflation and account for structural changes that might have been missing from our forecast models. In this reaction function, our assessment of the inflation outlook is informed by not only our projection, but we use also various measures to gauge underlying inflation. And when assessing the strength of monetary policy transmission, we consider banks, we consider capital markets, we consider the real economy. And as a result, with the flow of new information constantly coming in, it improves our picture of the medium-term inflation. And we are not pushed around by any specific data points. We are data dependent, no question about that, but we are not data point dependent. And this framework helped us navigate the tightening and the holding phases of our policy cycle, and it gave us the confidence to deliver a first rate cut at our last policy meeting. During these phases, we have seen the right tail of the distribution of inflation expectations narrow, consistent with the timely return of inflation to target. But while the policy path has helped to tame inflation, it has also dampened economic growth. Interest rates rose steadily and remained high, while the economy was stagnating for 5 straight quarters. And this pattern is unavoidable when central banks face shocks that push inflation and output in opposing directions. But this time, the costs of disinflation have been contained compared with similar episodes of the past. And this brings me to the third and last specific feature of this cycle. Given the magnitude of the shock to inflation, a soft landing is not guaranteed. Now, what do I mean by soft landing? I would define that as avoiding either a recession or a major deterioration of employment. If we look at historical rate cycles since 1970, we can see that when major central banks hiked interest rates while energy prices were high, the cost to the economy were usually quite steep. Only around 15%, 1/5, of the successful soft landings in this period have been achieved following energy price shocks. But this cycle has so far not followed past patterns. Inflation peaked at a much higher point than during previous soft landings, and it also decelerated a lot faster. Growth has remained within the range of previous soft landing episodes, at the low end of it. And the labor market has performed exceptionally well. Employment has grown despite slowing GDP growth, rising by 2.6 million people since the end of 2022, and unemployment is at historical lows for the euro area and well within the range observed during previous soft landings across major economies. And the resilience of the labor market is itself a reflection of the unusual mix of shocks that have hit the euro area, with labor shortages leading firms to hoard more labor and higher profits and lower real wages, making it easier for them to do so. As a result, the usual propagation from slower growth to heightened unemployment risks and lower demand did not happen to the same extent at all. Now, we are still facing several uncertainties regarding future inflation, especially in terms of how the nexus of profits, wages, and productivity will evolve, and whether the economy will be hit by new supply-side shocks. And it will take time for us to gather sufficient data to be certain that the risks of above-target inflation have passed. The strong labour market means that we can take time to gather new information, but we also need to be mindful of the fact that the growth outlook remains uncertain. And all of this underpins our determination to continue to be data-dependent and to take our policy decisions meeting by meetings. So our policy decisions have successfully kept inflation expectations anchored, and inflation is projected to return to 2% in the latter part of next year. Considering the size of the inflation shock, this unwinding, I know it sounds a little bit arrogant to say that, but after all, I'm French. And we won the match today, sorry. No, to the team. So I was saying, considering the size of the inflation shock, this unwinding is remarkable in many ways. Yes, it is. And we were recently at the BIS, and there were good discussions about this point, even though we should not let our guard down. Even though millions of businesses and workers have been independently striving to protect their profits and incomes, our 2% inflation target has remained credible and has continued to anchor the inflation process. And that speaks not just to the quality of those who made those decisions and to those who fueled them with their analysis and their work, but it speaks to the value of the policy frameworks that central banks have built up over the last 30 years, focusing on price stability and central bank independence. And it is why we will not waver from our commitment to bring inflation back down to our target for the benefit of all Europeans. Now, I cannot resist giving you a final quote related to football yet again. Sorry for those who can't stand football, but we have that and only that at the moment, of course, to talk about. We wish. So I'm going to quote now somebody that, Andrew, you would know, of course. The footballer and manager Sir Bobby Robson famously said, "The first 90 minutes are the most important." For those who don't know, a football match lasts 45 minutes twice, which is 90 minutes. So we will not rest until the match is won and inflation is back to 2%. It will be a matter of more than 90 minutes, but we will certainly get there in due course. Thank you very much.
All right, everyone, you're watching Live Now from Fox. We are going to take our final break of the hour. Stay right here with us. More to come in just moments on Live Now. Well, welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. Well, Bloomberg is reporting right now that the Democratic National Committee is considering formally nominating Joe Biden as early as mid-July to ensure that the president is on the November ballots while helping to stamp out intra-party chatter of replacing him after last week's poor debate performance. A potential date for Biden's nomination is July 21st, when the Democratic Convention's Credentials Committee meets virtually, according to people familiar with the matter. The panel is meeting to finalize procedures before the party's convention in Chicago starting on August 19th. Democrats had already planned to nominate Biden, who is 81, before the convention in order to ensure he appears on the ballot in Ohio, which had an August 7th deadline for candidates to be certified. That deadline has since been moved back, but the plans to nominate the president early could serve another purpose, helping to quell talk of a potential replacement or an open convention following Biden's poor performance debate against Donald Trump. The president's lackluster showing last Thursday sparked calls from some prominent Democrats for him to suspend his campaign in favor of passing the torch to somebody else there. So we'll keep an eye on this one here for you, but this could be coming as early now as July 21st, according to Bloomberg. We want to continue on with some other top stories that we are following for you. Steve Bannon, Trump's ally, reporting to prison for 4 months. And now we are going to play out some of his remarks that he had right before entering prison.
Yeah. How did a congressman show up here in Danbury prison?
Well, I recognize what all the people watching at home recognize, that this is a war, and it's a political war, and it's a political persecution, and it shouldn't be happening, Steve. So I came here to support you, support the American people, the January 6th defendants that have been wrongly prosecuted, and President Trump.
Let's take we got some media that. First off, I want to thank everybody here for turning out today.
We got your back.
And remember that the show is going to be bigger and better than ever. We got all kind of co-hosts. Nothing's going to change. It's going to be incredible, right? Next man up, right? Next man up. 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 It doesn't matter that I'm going to prison. If it took me going to prison, come here. If it took me going to prison to get the House of Representatives to reject J6 and now to actually start an investigation, it's a victory, right?
That is a victory, and that's what we have to do, Steve. We have to move the Republicans in the House of Representatives to act and actually do the job that the people voted for them and sent them to Congress do. People didn't vote for Republicans to go to Congress and do nothing. They voted for Republicans to do their job. And sitting around and saying, oh, we're going to wait, we're just going to wait, that is not good enough. And they're going to hear from people all over the country. This is multiplying the war room posse by 10,000, Steve.
Thank you so much.
Look, this is a Democrat
Hopefully
district.
10,000%.
Yeah, but look, this is a Democrat district, and where's the Democrats?
Yes.
Where are they? They're nowhere.
Yes.
Yeah.
Look, folks, if it took me going to prison, girls, remember, the reason I chose Danbury, I asked for Danbury for a very specific reason. Back in the only other person that's ever been sent to prison for a congressional subpoena, not going to a House subpoena, for contempt, held in contempt, was Rig Lardner, Jr. Back in the 1940s, during the House Un-American Activity investigation, Columbia Studio fired him, because of his political beliefs. And then he was found guilty. They sent it to the DOJ. He was sent to prison. He was sent to this prison. That's why I requested Danbury, because there's no difference in his fight than in our fight. I'm a political prisoner of Nancy Pelosi. I'm a political prisoner of Merrick Garland. I'm a political prisoner of Joe Biden and the corrupt Biden establishment. And you saw on Thursday all the lies that they told, right? All the lies they told. Any group that would sit there and lie to you about the shape of the President of the United States with the national security element of that, lied about the 2020 election. They've lied about COVID. They've lied about everything that they've done to the American people, and they're not going to stop. Until we stop them, they're not going to stop. And the way you stop them is you do things that says, hey, if they're going to send me to prison, it's not going to matter if we take this fight and take it up the next level, okay? Anybody from the press have a question? Is that Sarah Murray of CNN? I don't want to talk about my conversations with the president, but I think you can see on his Truth Social, he's very supportive. And remember, the most important thing, that was Sarah Murray, the great CNN reporter. Sarah, the most important thing to remember is President Trump is going to be sentenced to prison on July 11th. Me going here for 4 months is nothing. They're going in a very sham trial, totally illegal. They are going to sentence Donald J. Trump, the greatest president of the 20th and 21st century, to prison in a sham trial in New York on July 11th. So I know he supports this. Okay, it's very important. Sarah Murray asked, well, how can I influence the campaign? How can I do war room? You can't run a business from a federal prison. I have no intention of doing anything in the business. But I have a First Amendment right. I have a First Amendment right to have my voice heard. And my voice is going to be heard every day. And more importantly, their voices are going to be heard. Right? You don't need my voice. We're a populist movement. We're a populist movement. When I say next man up, it's just not our other hosts. It's just not Congressman Green and Matt Gaetz and all the people that support the show. It's all these people. These are our co-hosts, right? That's why this is only going to get bigger. It's Nancy Pelosi and Merrick Garland that made me a martyr, right? But martyrs die, and I'm far from dead, baby. And this right here grows every day. Any other questions?
Steve, we have a priest here that was that sued New Jersey.
Father Robinson
Sued New Jersey when churches were shut down because of COVID. So here's somebody and guess what? He also became an American citizen in 2018.
By the way, thank you. I am going to prison. I'm proud of going to prison. I am proud of going to prison today. I am proud to go to prison. If this is what it takes to stand up to tyranny, if this is what it takes to stand up to the Garland, corrupt, criminal DOJ, if this is what it takes to stand up to Nancy Pelosi, if this is what it takes to stand up to Joe Biden, I'm proud to do it.
Bravo.
Father, can you say a few words?
I'm not authorized to talk to the media.
You're not? No. Well, thank you for coming.
I agree with your positions, and I'll be praying for you. I'm in the St. Ignatius Retreat House, 15 minutes away.
You are?
Yeah, I'll get you whatever you need.
Father, don't pray for me. Pray for our enemies. Right? Pray. They're the ones that need the prayers. Thank you, Father.
Saint Michael the Archangel, defend us in battle. Be our protection against the wickedness and the snares of the devil. May God rebuke him, we humbly pray. And do thou, Prince of the heavenly host, by the power of God, cast into hell Satan and all evil spirits who wander through the world seeking the ruin of souls. Amen. Ave Maria Purissima. God bless you.
Thank you. Thank
you.
Be
praying for you.
Thank you,
At
Father.
your service.
Appreciate it.
Yours too.
How will you be heard every day?
Thanks for coming. You read all the trials, weren't you? You're from CBS News? ABC? You see, we have a representative of ABC. Did you like the way I bench pressed Jonathan Karl yesterday? Did you like the Jonathan Karl interview?
I know he asked me, but I wanted to ask. You were just standing with a priest and a congresswoman. Do you have any regrets about defying a congressional?
Come over here, I can't.
You were standing with a priest and a congresswoman.
Yes.
Do you have any regrets about defying a congressional?
Do I have any regrets? ABC News just says I have not only no regrets, I'm actually proud of what I did, and I felt terrible if I didn't do it.
Yeah.
I don't mind going to prison today, particularly if Congressman Green and Matt Gaetz and Anna Paulina Luna and other warriors in the House turn the focus on Nancy Pelosi. The J6 committee was completely illegitimate and set up. It's the reason it didn't have the impact. That didn't have the impact of Watergate. It didn't have the impact of Iran-Contra because you had no ranking member, no minority counsel. They couldn't see the evidence, and they couldn't cross-examine witnesses. We need to reconstitute the J6 committee today.
Yes!
And we need to do it in the proper way.
That's right.
The Democrats should have a ranking member.
Yes.
The Democrats should have a minority counsel. It could be Goldman, it could be anybody. We need to get the evidence because I'm going to tell you, when we investigate J6, you're going to see that Donald John Trump was not just completely innocent. He was the one individual that wanted to protect the Capitol and wanted to protect Washington, D.C. You're also going to find out what is the federal government's involvement in this. DHS, FBI, Department of Justice. This was a Fedsurrection. And the way we should do it is to have a complete investigation and let the Democrats have a ranking member. Let them have a minority counsel. Let them cross-examine the witnesses. Let them cross-examine Ray. Let them cross-examine Bill Barr. Let them cross-examine the people that were doing the Secretary of Defense. The American people need that truth. If it takes me going to prison to get that, I would do that any day of the week, and that's what we're trying to drive here. Councilor Green,
yes,
some thoughts?
No, I totally agree with what Steve just said. It's the lack of action in the Republican-controlled House that has been the problem all along. The fact that Steve did not obey that congressional subpoena was the right thing to do because the committee was illegitimate from the beginning. Nancy Pelosi broke her entire House rules. She broke her House rules when she created that committee. And then look at the two-tiered justice system. She prosecutes Steve Bannon. They prosecute Steve Bannon. They prosecute Peter Navarro. But yet, who do they not prosecute? Others that they subpoenaed. Why pick two and not prosecute others that were subpoenaed for Congress? That makes no sense whatsoever. And then they're not prosecuting Merrick Garland.
Here's the bet that Nancy Pelosi and Merrick Garland, the Biden regime, has made. They think by prosecuting me, they're going to shut down one of the top advocates for President Trump. They think they're going to say any chance of me working on the campaign. They think they're going to shut down the war room as this massive platform for MAGA. You see this right here?
Yeah.
They're never going to shut it down. They're only making it bigger. These people aren't going to be shut down. The American people have learned one thing. When their voice is heard, change happens. And that is what the war room's all about. It's only going to get bigger. So Nancy Pelosi bet the wrong way. The show's only going to get bigger. My message is only going to get bigger. The platform's only going to get bigger. So I'm proud. If it takes prison to show the American people that they're prepared to put, in the first time in history, one of the largest hosts of one of the largest shows in the nation, that the line we've crossed right now, and if we don't stop it right here and right now, it's going to continue. So we got to stop it, and it's not going to stop until we stop it.
We have a question for Nancy.
In the mic. Make sure you speak in the mic. Are you ready? This exists outside. Are you personally prepared for?
I was on a destroyer for 4 years in the Navy. I am prepared for whatever prison has, right? Our prisons are run very well. The Bureau of Prisons does a great job. I'm prepared to do this. Whatever task I'm totally prepared, mentally, physically, everything for prison. I do it with gratitude to these people. If Nancy Pelosi and Merrick Garland are going to think that Steve Bannon and this little podcast is done from a basement in Washington, D.C. is so important that they will do something they've never done before and put a voice that supports an opposition to them in the run-up to the election, if they think that's big a deal, I will do that gladly. And whatever prison holds, prison holds. Look, I went to a military school. I served in the Navy. I've done the war room, so I'm prepared mentally and physically to go. But what's most important is that these people are empowered. If my going to prison empowers these people, I'll do it every day of the week.
That's right.
How will you make sure your voice is heard every day? You said you were going to be heard every day.
Well, first off, the question is, how am I going to be heard every day? It's very simple. You know how I'm going to be heard every day? These people right here in our host. The show's not going to change. Hey, folks, One of the reporters wants to know, how am I going to be heard every day? And I say, it's you. We're a populist movement. President Trump, they're going to put in prison. Steve Bannon's going to prison in a few minutes. Alex Jones, they're trying to liquidate. The Gateway pundit, they're trying to put in bankruptcy. It's next man up. They can't stop this. This is our power. Our power is right here. Our power is an informed and empowered American people. It doesn't matter about me. It doesn't matter about me. It doesn't matter about anybody else. They're going to try to imprison President Trump. It's next man up. What the ruling class in this country has to understand, there's nobody they can imprison. There's nobody they can assassinate. There's nobody they can bankrupt. There's nobody they can deplatform to stop the MAGA movement. MAGA's on the rise. Look what happened in France yesterday. Right? The people of France started to take back their own country from the globalists. In Germany, they're taking back their own country from the globalists. In England, Nigel Farage had a rally that was like Donald Trump. And Donald Trump, and you saw Thursday night, what Thursday night showed you, the same people that lied about the 2020 election, right? Lied about Biden, would lie for 4 years and hide that. And that was on CNN in living color. We saw exactly what it was. So no, they're going to hear my voice every day.
You have a message for former President Trump.
For former President Trump, my message, thank you. What outlet are you with? CNN? I have two. I'm going to get two. The message of President Trump is very simple. Fight on. If we don't stop, if President Trump continues to fight, victory is going to be ours. We're going to win in a landslide. We're going to pick up the Senate with 55 seats. We're going to pick up 5 seats in the House. Yeah. We could win in a landslide. Yeah. Remember, if he doesn't quit, they don't win. President Trump's on the path to victory. And you saw last night on CNN in all its glory what they have hit, and he was a hero for doing that. He shouldn't have debated Biden until September or October. He did it for the country to be able to expose, and took all the rules that CNN gave, right? Every rule, and I disagreed with that, and I told him that. He did that for the country. And he wanted to expose the lies of the ruling elite in this country. You have a cadaver in 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue that is now a national security threat. Don't ask me. Ask Zelensky how he felt after that debacle, right? Ask Jerusalem what they felt about the debate with Netanyahu. Ask the people in Taipei what they felt after that debate. Trump did that to expose the lies of the ruling class of this country. And that, my only advice to him is fight as hard as you fight every day, and victory is going to be ours. Excuse me?
What advice did Trump have for you?
I think he said it today. Just keep doing what you're doing. They're not going to shut down our voice. President Trump, you can see by the rally speeches, you can see what's on War Room. The War Room is the platform for the Trump movement, okay? The War Room is the platform for the MAGA movement. So President Trump's message to me is the exact same. Just continue to fight on. Should we go ahead and bounce? What time is it?
If you want to do 10 more minutes, we can bounce.
Any other?
What's your opinion on the SCOTUS decision?
Hey, hang on.
Supreme Court immunity decision today.
Where are you from?
NBC News.
NBC?
Yeah.
Do you like my I bench press Vaughn Hilliard too. So I bench press Jonathan Karl and I bench press Vaughn Hilliard. You're a brave man. We love MSNBC.
What are your thoughts on the Supreme Court immunity decision today?
The Supreme Court, if you look at the last 90 hours in political history, starting with the debate, that was a debacle for the ruling class. If you look at the overturn of the Fisher decision, if you look at the killing of the Mac Daddy, the administrative state, which is the Chevron deference, okay? Then you look at Le Pen's massive victory yesterday in France, Nigel Farage now on the run in England to take over, to destroy the Tory party. If you look at Alternative for Deutschland, 100,000 Antifa have to come out to shut down their country in Germany because they're leading all throughout the world, and that's all like Brexit was in 16. That's all a predicate for 2024. And then this morning, the Supreme Court in a 6-3. It's a massive decision, and most importantly, it proves that Jack Smith. This is a rigged game. You've had the Supreme Court of the United States 9-0 about should President Trump be on the ballot. What is it, 6-3 with Justice Brown Jackson joining us, right? Brown Jackson joining us on Friday and overturn of Fisher. And people in the Justice Department, and quite frankly, people like Andrew Weissman should be investigated and go to prison of putting innocent Americans in jail right now for felonies. And then today, the massive 6-3 win on immunity, and of course they're going to fight that. But this is just immunity. You got to absolute immunity. So for NBC News, it's quite simple. We're winning everywhere, right? And we're going to win more. This has just started. And the last 90 hours has been historic about the right wing, not just in the United States, but throughout the world.
Anybody else?
Bernie, come here. You guys want to come and say something? You're good?
How did you?
By the way, I want to introduce. I got Bernie Carrick here. I got Eric Prince, my buddy. I got Mo Bannon, my daughter. She'll take over. She'll be the CEO of War Room. Hold it. Come here. Royce White, our Senate candidate. Royce, come here.
Love you, brother.
Royce White is the Republican nominated candidate in Minnesota running against Klobuchar, another neoliberal neocon.
We won't take a single back step. That's the bottom line. You can throw him in jail all you want to, but we will not take a single back step. We understand the threat of communism. We can read. We have computers. Black people are waking up to it. You're praying that we don't wake up to it, but I'll see to it that they will. We will not take a single back step. We love this man right here. He's an American hero. It's a shame that you've let this happen. And they're coming for you next. You better understand that. You can cheer now. These idiots back here can cheer now. But when the gulag opens up, all of you will be in it next. Understand that. God bless America. Love you, brother. Love you, man.
Hold on. Royce White is running in Minnesota on Thursday, the Declaration of Independence, July 4th.
He's a winner.
Where are you going to be, Royce?
The heart of corruption. The Federal Reserve. You all know how the money works? I'm sure you all know how the money works. You don't like Steve because he knows how the money works. A man who went to Harvard, who was in the Navy, and who worked on Wall Street is never supposed to talk about how the system actually works. All of you know. You know what it is to be a wage slave. You know what it is to be a serf. You know you're being crushed. And yet you peddle the narrative anyway. It's disgusting.
Why on July 4th, why are you leading, you're running a campaign, why are you leading a march like you did during the situation in Minneapolis in June of 2020? Why you led a march to the Federal Reserve? Why are you going to do it now?
After George Floyd died, the focus was on police. The focus should not be on police. The global corporate community is stealing from the American people. They're getting wise to it. The Federal Reserve is the heart of the corruption. That's the bottom line. The Federal Reserve is the heart of the way the whole thing works. And we're going to go march back there where it all started on July 4th.
All right. In the Fed. In the Fed. In the Fed. Eric, just get up here for a second. Eric Prince, when President Trump wins again, how important it is for us to go after the deep state, and I mean criminal investigations to break it up. Now that we got the Chevron deference, that starts to break apart the administrative state, but the deep state, the one that stole President Trump's first term, the one that helped steal President Trump's second victory. What do we have to do?
Elections must have consequences. The real constitutional crisis is we're supposed to have 3 branches of government. We have 4. The 4th must be accountable to the American people. Enough of the permanent bureaucracy. It's why we're failing. It's why America's standing around the world is collapsing. It's why every foreigner I encounter asks, please get Trump back in office. America can't stand any more of this insanity. And I would also say, we turn my friend Steve Bannon over to the guards at the prison here. We will be here in 4 months to collect him in good health, maybe a little thinner and in better shape, but we expect that they take good care of him or there'll be accountability for that as well.
What do you recommend we do with the FBI, DOJ, the CIA, DNI, all of it on the afternoon of 20 January 2025.
First
what
of
does
all,
President Trump have to do?
It's the power of the purse. All those hyper-bloated organizations need to go on a severe diet. They do a lot of really stupid things. They will be less stupid inevitably if they are smaller.
So you're saying break them up? You agree with that?
Yeah, I totally agree.
Jump up here.
Yeah.
Tell us what Eric, what is Eric talking about?
Thank you very much, Eric. That there's been a message sent. Steve will be fine for 4 months, and thank you for that. And Eric is absolutely right, everyone. The American government is overgrown. It's turned into a monster, and the American people are having to pay for it all, to the point they're over $34.5 trillion in debt. This is unsustainable no matter how you vote, Republican or Democrat, and Americans need to say enough of it. We've got to shrink down the federal government. We need to slash down the giant agencies. We need to reduce it down and get control of its power. It's totally out of control, and that is absolutely the message that Americans say every single day on streets everywhere. I'd like to go back to Nancy Pelosi, Steve, if I may. You know, everyone needs to ask Nancy Pelosi, why wasn't the National Guard at the Capitol on January 6th?
Amen. Amen.
She is responsible as Speaker of the House for the security of the Capitol. I was a brand new member of Congress. I'd only been there 3 days. 3 days. I could have been killed because of Nancy Pelosi. She did not secure the Capitol for anyone, but she made sure that she's always protected with armed guards with guns, while her and her party work hard to take the Second Amendment rights and guns away from Americans. This is who the Democrats are. They're the party that wants to take away your security while they keep it for themselves. They're the party that will bring in the National Guard by 30,000 after January 6th to tell America that they have taken over the federal government. That's who the Democrats are. They're the party that will shut you down and take away your First Amendment, destroy your small business, take away your children's education, and force you to stay in your homes, all for tyranny so they can control all of it and affect an election. The Democrats are the party covering up a president with dementia. And they've been covering it up.
Yes.
They have all known that Joe Biden has had dementia since 2019, and they have lied and lied and lied to your face. And then they dare call President Trump a liar. They stand behind a man that has no clue what he's saying, what he's doing, and he has the nuclear codes. They stand behind that. And then they sit there and accuse President Trump of lying, and America knows he's telling the truth, and they agree with President Trump, and that needs to be said more and more. President Trump is telling the truth, and it's the Democrats who are the liars.
I see all the Lao Beijing here, okay? Not one. Take down the CCP! Take down the CCP! Take down the CCP! Take down. This shows. The brave people and the noble people in China's back. The Lao Beijing will eventually run and rule China like they should have. Take down the CCP! Take down the CCP! Take down the CCP! Okay, we're going to wrap up here for a second. I'm going to pass the baton over to the team at the War. Mo, the CEO, you got a few words to say?
You guys on the left think by putting him in there, you're going to silence him. Steve Bannon's voice will not be silenced while he's in there, and War Room will not be silenced.
All right. Whoa. Okay, I want to thank Real America's Voice. I want to thank all the media for coming out here today, including I tell you, if this is a lesson that we can help CNN and NBC and ABC News, you know, our brethren over there, they're a little misguided. In Fox News, the Murdochs, this is just a step that we make in that direction, okay? Rob Sigg, Parker Sigg, Brian Glenn, our great reporter, Harry, the production team, want to thank everybody that did this. We're going to pass it back to the studio. Remember, just two things, victory or death. And what I mean by that, we either win or you're going to have the death of a constitutional republic. It's next man up. Everybody here, you've got to step into the breach. Everybody in the home audience has got to step into the breach. I'm going to be here, but my voice is not going to be silent. And the reason it's not is because of you. Okay.
I want to give you a blessing.
All right, everyone, you are watching Live Now from Fox. Steve Bannon there beginning that 4-month jail sentence for defying the congressional subpoena on the January 6th investigation. You are watching Live Now. We'll take a 2-minute break. Welcome back, everyone, to Live Now from Fox. Do want to show you some of the remarks today from Secretary of State Antony Blinken. Let's listen on Live Now.
Lifting of large swaths of humanity out of poverty, a reduction in the frequency and intensity of interstate conflict, and we seem to be building an order where cooperation and liberalization were bolstered by both economic interdependence and the waning of some adversarial ideologies. And yet, as you have previewed in a number of the speeches and remarks that you've made since taking office, we're also now facing something of an inflection point. The post-Cold War era is giving way to something new. Can you describe the strategic landscape today and how the United States and the Biden administration have sought to address this complicated new era that we are finding ourselves in?
Well, thank you, Suzanne, and thanks to everyone for being here this morning. It's so good to see so many friends, colleagues, familiar faces in this place where I've spent a little bit of time over the past 30 years. It's always good to be back at Brookings. So I think you're exactly right. We are at an inflection point. We are at a point where the post-Cold War era is over, and there is a race, a competition on to shape what comes next. We see that in the emergence or reemergence of great power competition. We see that in so many global challenges that have come to the fore and are interconnected. There's a greater multiplicity and complexity of challenges and interconnectedness of challenges than any time since I've been doing this in the last 30 years. And the question is, how are we going to approach them? How are we going to try to shape them? We come into this with a couple of premises. One is that when our country is not engaged, when we're not leading, then either one of two things. Either someone else is, and probably not in a way that advances our own interests and values, or maybe just as bad, no one is. And then you tend to have vacuums that are more likely to be filled by bad things before they're filled with good things. So there's a premium on our engagement and on our leadership. But the flip side is this. More than at any time since I've been doing this last 30 years, there's also a premium on finding new ways to cooperate, to collaborate, to communicate, because we do not have, as powerful as we are, the capacity to meet these challenges effectively alone. And so we've worked very hard to re-energize, to reinvigorate, and in many ways to reimagine these alliances and partnerships. I think, Suzanne, if you step back and look at the road that we've traveled just over the last 3.5 years, it's very easy to forget where we were 3.5 years ago. Obviously, we had a global health crisis and a country that was quite literally paralyzed by COVID. We had an economic recession, the worst since the Great Depression, and not just here, of course, but globally. We had alliances and partnerships that were deeply damaged and frayed. We had China that was moving forward in ways that were not being effectively addressed. And I think what we've seen in the last few years is an extraordinary reemergence here from, obviously, from COVID and putting that in the rearview mirror. Our own economy now, by far the most successful economy of the major democracies. GDP growth exceeds that of the next 3 countries combined. Major investments made, which I'll come to in 1 second, that are making a powerful difference. And as I look around the world and go around the world, alliances, partnerships that are much stronger than they were just 3.5 years ago. Basically, as we've looked at it, we've wanted to do 2 things. The president's been determined to do 3 things. Make these investments in ourselves, which we've done, but also make these investments in our alliances and partnerships, which we've done. And the basic idea is when you do that, as we've done, you can deal with the multiplicity of challenges from a position of strength, not a position of weakness. We live in a very dangerous world. We've had all of these trends that have emerged, not just in the last few years, but over the last couple of decades, this move from the post-Cold War era into a new era, where, of course, you have extraordinary forces moving at a rapidity that we've never seen. Technology, information technology. And it creates, I think, for a lot of people, a sense of destabilization, not knowing where your North Star is. But in order to deal with that, doing it from a position of strength, investing at home, investing in our partnerships, that's the foundation that we've set. And I think if you go through each of the different problem sets that we're facing, you can see how approaching them from a position of strength actually makes us more effective in delivering results and doing what the American people need us to do for them.
I want to drill down a little bit on that point. We've had on this stage both National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan and more recently Deputy National Security Advisor Dalip Singh, both times in conversations with Brookings economists, both times talking about industrial policy, about economic statecraft, and that has been a major element of the administration's approach to so many of the challenges that we face around the world. Can you tell us a little bit about how it is that the foreign policy bureaucracy has now really taken on economics as a core element of both strength at home and strength abroad?
Well, we're seized with this because we have to be, for 2 reasons. One, yes, I see this every place I go. Our strength at home manifests itself directly and clearly in our strength abroad. As country after country has seen the kinds of investments we've made in ourselves, whether it's in our own infrastructure to make sure that our roads, our bridges, our communications are leading the way. When they look at what we've done with the CHIPS and Science Act, the investment in the most critical technology for the 21st century, when they look at what we've done with the IRA, which, despite some early challenges now, I think is seen incredibly positively by most countries around the world, the investments we're making in the kind of technology and the kind of manufacturing that's going to dominate 21st century economies, that is seen as a very positive proof point for the United States. And it increases the desire of countries around the world to work with us. What have we seen in the last 3.5 years? We've seen more foreign direct investment coming into this country than at any time in our history. And in 3.5 years, we have more than $1 trillion in foreign direct investment, which exceeds by almost $250 billion what we saw in the previous 4 years. That's a sign of strength. That's a sign of attractiveness of the United States. But as we're going around the world, we also have to make sure that we get the flip side right. So one of the challenges that we have right now, I was in China recently. We have deep concerns, as you know, about China's overcapacity, trying to export their way out of their own economic challenges, and doing it in a way that saturates our market in critical industries and critical sectors where we're investing right now in goods that are underpriced and designed basically to price out our own manufacturers from these sectors, from these industries, whether it's solar panels, whether it's electric vehicle batteries, et cetera. Our job, our responsibility is to make sure that we're defending our workers, defending our industries, and defending our communities, and that's exactly what we're doing. But here's the difference. It's one thing when we're doing this alone. It's one thing when the United States is carrying that fight as 20–25% of the world's GDP. When we're aligned with others, when we're working with Europeans, when we're working with Asian partners and other partners, all of whom are facing some of the same challenges, and all of a sudden we're aligning 50 or 60% of the world's GDP against this problem, we're going to be a lot more effective. And that's the other big thing that I think we've seen over the last 3.5 years. A much greater alignment, a much greater convergence between us and key partners in Europe, in Asia, and beyond on how to tackle some of these challenges, including some of the challenges posed by China and, of course, the challenges posed by Russia.
Well, I do want to come to the question of alliances in just a moment to talk more about the upcoming NATO summit. But I did want to ask you about an issue that is much in the news these days, especially over the course of the past couple of days. Since the debate between President Biden and former President Trump, there has been a sense of strong discussion and lots of views being elicited. You have worked with President Joe Biden for decades. Can you tell us what you think friends and foes around the world should know about American leadership today under President Biden?
Well, I think what the world knows, the world has experienced over 3.5 years, not one night, is exactly the kind of leadership that he's brought to bear on problems that are common for so many countries, particularly so many of the democracies around the world. And as I've seen it, again, going around the world, there's a desire, there's a thirst for American engagement, for American leadership. Even when we have disagreements with countries, they still want us in this and even leading to try to get to a better place. And they've seen a president who's reinvested America in the world, reinvested in these alliances, in these partnerships, in ways that they seek and want. If you look at surveys around the world for what they're worth, you see again and again and again that confidence in American leadership has gone up dramatically over the last 3.5 years. That doesn't just happen. It's the product of choices. It's the product of policies that we pursue. It's the product of our engagement. And they see President Biden having led the way in all of those different areas and in ways that are bringing people together and focused in the same way on the challenges that we have before us and that are common to so many other countries. So what I'm seeing, what I'm hearing is, again, people are looking at the last 3.5 years. They're looking at policies. They're looking at policy choices. And for the most part, they like the choices and the policies that this president's pursuing.
Well,
All right, that was Secretary of State Antony Blinken from earlier. We are going to take a 2-minute break on Live Now from Fox. And when we come back, all eyes earlier today were on the Supreme Court talking and waiting for that decision. We'll talk about the ruling there on the Trump immunity case. More to come in just 2 minutes on Live Now. And welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. Well, earlier today, all eyes were on the Supreme Court awaiting that immunity case ruling that would really set up what is to come for Donald Trump in his next court cases. So we want to continue to talk about that and go right now out to D.C., and that is where we find Fox's Connor Hansen with the latest. Connor.
Hi, Mike. That's right. On the final day of its term, the Supreme Court handing down a blockbuster ruling that might not just impact Donald Trump, but it has the potential to affect any prior president or future president, and whether they could be prosecuted for something they might do while in office. In one of the biggest cases of the year over whether presidents can be prosecuted, the Supreme Court dealt Donald Trump a victory and complicated special counsel Jack Smith's election interference case, ruling 6-3 that former presidents are granted broad protections for official acts taken while in office. A decision Trump celebrated on Truth Social as, quote, a big win for our Constitution and democracy.
The special counsel was arguing, as with the lower court, that there was very little immunity.
Chief Justice John Roberts wrote for the majority, saying the president is not above the law, but, quote, may not be prosecuted for exercising his core constitutional powers. In the dissent, Justice Sonia Sotomayor argued the decision, quote, makes a mockery of the principle foundational to our Constitution and system of government that no man is above the law. The case now heads back to the lower court to decide what actions in Smith's indictment can be classified as official duties.
They've essentially created a hierarchy.
Many Democrats are blasting the ruling, with Senator Richard Blumenthal calling the court out of control and saying it makes his stomach turn. And the former president now awaits his sentencing for his New York hush money trial after a jury found him guilty on 34 felony counts. That's scheduled to happen next week. Mike?
Yeah, Connor, so much happening this month. We appreciate it, as always, on Live Now from Fox with that big-time update. Thanks so much. And we will continue to track it for you right here, as always, on Live Now. More to come in just moments in the next 2 minutes. Welcome back, everyone, to Live Now from Fox. Well, Senator Blumenthal and other Connecticut officials coming together to talk about safety for children in the summer months. Let's listen on Live Now.
And people should take the keys away, whether it's a barbecue or a picnic. Somebody who's driving should not be drinking. Guns, still a major source of danger, particularly to children. Safe storage of guns, again, hidden in plain sight. Guns are as lethal over the holiday and during the summer as they are in any other season. Guns are a killer for all season. So summer can be a time of immutable joy, but also immeasurable danger and even pain. A trip to the emergency room can spoil and wreck a July 4th celebration. And we're here to give parents the warning that trips to the emergency room should not be part of the July 4th celebration. There's a way to prevent it. Take steps, exercise just normal caution, responsibility. Look before you lock. Make sure guns are safely stored. Don't drink and drive. Watch the fireworks. These kinds of common sense messages shouldn't be needed, but they are. And that's why I'm really glad to be here today and to introduce our next speaker, Liz Lenehan, a major advocate of safety and a member of the State House of Representatives.
Thank you, Steve. Appreciate that. Good morning, everyone. I am Liz Lenehan. I am the chairwoman of the Committee on Children in our legislature. And for the past 10 years, I've been committed to water safety. So I would like to first thank everyone here today for talking about the dangers associated with summertime fun. The senator is absolutely correct. We always need to be vigilant. I would like to thank Connecticut Children's for all the work that you do and everyone who has been part of our water safety task force. For the past few years, we've really been looking at ways that we can ensure that children stay safe in backyard pools, as well as, believe it or not, tubs. You know, drownings don't just happen in pools. They also happen in as little as 1 inch of water. But as we're here to kind of kick off the summer season and talk about water safety, there's a few things that I would like parents to recognize. First of all, as you heard the senator say, if everyone's watching, no one's watching. What does that actually mean? It means that so many times we hear from adults who may have witnessed a backyard drowning or near drowning that I thought you were watching, or I thought you were watching. And the fact of the matter is that a responsible adult should be watching at all times and know it is their turn to watch. And then move on to another adult. If you go to those public pools and watch lifeguards, you'll see that they walk the perimeter and they watch the pool, and then after a while they take a break because your brain needs that break to be able to watch diligently. So designate yourself and then take a break and designate someone else and switch back and forth. It really does not matter the age of the children in the pool. It's very important. Even if you think your child is a strong swimmer, there should be an adult there to watch at all times. Another thing to point out is that drowning doesn't look like it does in the movies. There are people who believe that you are going to watch someone go down and there will be flailing of arms. That's actually not the case. Drownings can be silent, and simply you watch someone just start to go under the water. And so be on the lookout and be vigilant and watch exactly what's happening. Also, adults who are on watch should not be drinking. And I understand that's difficult. It's the 4th of July, folks, and we're all here to have fun. And that does include, for some adults, alcohol. But if that is the case for you, then find someone else to be watchful over the children in your pool. It's also extremely important that parents discuss with their children pool safety. For the past, I believe, 8 years, I have partnered with Stu Leonard's to put together these programs. As you'll see, Stewie the Duck Learns to Swim. The Stu Leonard's Foundation actually put together this book in order to teach kids the fundamentals of swimming and swimming safety. And so we go into schools and we teach these to children. So additionally, what we have here is an activity handout. This is really important because it engages the parents with the children. So for those who are watching today, I ask that you visit my Facebook page, Representative Liz Linehan, where you'll be able to download this and have some activities with your child. And first and foremost, it teaches never to go in alone. Don't go in until you learn to swim, and to always have a parent present. There are many things that we can do for safety, but those are really two very, very key issues. So I ask that parents head to my Facebook page, download this activity book, and talk to their kids about swimming safety. The more you engage with your children, the safer everyone will be. So thank you all very much, and thank you for showing the book. And so finally, I just want to say that the legislature has taken many steps in recent years to ensure that children can stay safe in backyard pools. Unfortunately, there were some new rules that went into effect for the building code that actually said that fences are no longer needed around swimming pools. If you are building a swimming pool now, and you see that that code says you do not need a fence because you have a particular cover, please take note. We will be changing that law. There is no need to ever think that a cover on a pool will keep your child safe. Barriers, fencing is very important. So I say that now because as we come into the next legislative session, we will once again be requiring that pool fences are around every single pool. So if you are building now, please follow the code that we will be putting forth. So thank you very much. And with that, I'd like to ask our state's child advocate, Sarah Egan, to come join us. She has been an absolute advocate for all things safety related, and it is my honor to introduce her. Sarah Egan.
Hi, everybody. Thanks for being here. Thanks to Connecticut Children's, Senator Blumenthal, for being here for this really important annual event. So I am Sarah Egan. I run the state's Office of the Child Advocate. And as part of that job, I also co-chair the State Child Fatality Review Panel. So I want to echo a couple of things that you've heard from today. That you've heard from other folks here today. I want to start with drowning, and thank you to Representative Linehan for being such a champion for water safety, and to Kevin Borup as well on those important issues. Because as Senator Blumenthal said, drowning deaths are the leading cause of accidental death in children age 1 to 4. And I think the messages you heard from Representative Linehan are so important. And I wanted to add a couple of things to that. Right. Representative Linehan talked about the fact that drowning can happen silently. It can also happen very quickly. And as the parent, I have 3 children, and I'm sure there are others here who have lots of children or young children. We all look away at some point. You know, nobody is watching all the time, and it only takes a couple of minutes for a child to drown silently and without anybody watching. Young children, why 1 to 4? Children are attracted to water. They might be in there with their mom, dad, grandma, older sibling. Boy, that was fun, right? Everybody else comes back in. It's dinner time. Up, everybody come back in. Everybody put your towels in the tub. And then what happens is somebody goes back out, right? And we see that, right? Not too long ago, a little boy drowned in a family pool, right? Everybody's around, right? Everybody's having a good time. Somebody's trying to goes in the house to get dinner for a second. Somebody else went to get laundry. And that child lost their life. That's how fast that happens. You know, and we can never come back from that, right? That family never comes back from that. So, in addition to having water watchers, right, and I love that curriculum on water safety for kids. Oh, so important, right? Think about other passive means to protect the pool and make sure folks don't get in, right? Barriers, fencing, an alarm, right? Prepare for the fact that you might look away for a minute, right? And the kids, boy, don't they always figure things out that we don't want them to get into? They do. So let's be one step ahead of them whenever we can. It does save a life. In Connecticut, the numbers we gave you are national numbers, but they're also Connecticut numbers. In the last 10 years, Connecticut lost over 40 children to drowning. And a number of those children were young children in pools and sometimes bathtubs. But another big population we worry about are teenagers, because actually over half of the 41 children who died in a drowning fatality were adolescents. And they're almost all boys. Why? Well, let me go out on a limb. Underestimate risk, overestimate ability, right? It's the same reason almost all of our driving crash fatalities are boys too. Right? So we have to know that, and we have to be talking to our teens around water safety as well. And where do the drownings take place? It's not the ocean. It is lakes, rivers, ponds, and creeks. And of the 21 adolescent drowning fatalities in lakes, rivers, ponds, and creeks in Connecticut, 20 of them, there were no barriers to the water. Right, so there's probably no lifeguard. There's probably nothing there. It's probably a group of kids. It's really hot. And so underestimate risk, overestimate ability, maybe also some substance use at times with those teens. Let's talk to our kids about water safety, even the ones we think know how to swim, even the ones we think that are beginning to exercise better judgment. Let them know what you learned about here at this press conference today. Make sure they're making safe choices. So can't say enough about how important this event is. Thanks to all for being here to emphasize these critical prevention messages for kids and families. Thank you. And I am going to be introducing next after me, Sergeant Luke Davis. Thanks for being here, Sergeant, from the Connecticut State Police.
Those who drive under the influence aren't only risking their own safety, but the safety of everybody else around them. As we enter 4th of July weekend, troopers will be out in full force, in addition to regular patrols.
You to give them this room.
All right, everyone, we are going to take our final break here of this hour. Stay right here with us. More to come in just moments on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. It is setting up to be a new hour here in just moments. I'm your host, Mike Page. Always great to be with you. And next up, we want to bring you a story from Fox News' Mike Emanuel talking about the position that Democrats find themselves in after the debate from President Biden. Let's listen on Live Now.
President Biden spent the weekend at Camp David, his family and top campaign officials rallying around him as they discussed a plan forward after a troubling debate performance last week.
It certainly was a setback, but of course I believe a setback is nothing more than a setup for a comeback.
Mr. Biden's reported two strongest advocates, wife First Lady Jill Biden and son Hunter Biden. Jill Biden telling Vogue magazine, quote, "We will not let those 90 minutes define the 4 years he's been president. We will continue to fight."
Democrats still believe that this race is winnable. That's why they're sticking with Joe Biden.
The campaign's also holding conference calls to reassure party members and big donors. Biden's team assured them his performance was an outlier moment in his otherwise strong display at 2 events and 2 fundraisers in 3 different states.
You can have a rough night. You can have a bad night, but the morning after defines you. And what I saw less than 24 hours after the performance the night before was Joe Biden himself at his best.
But Republicans are capitalizing on a rattled Democratic Party who fear Biden cannot recover.
The drape has been pulled back that Joe Biden is not the man that all of the people that are saying they are and that he is.
President Biden is showing no signs of wavering, keeping up his pre-planned schedule with an event on extreme weather set for Tuesday. In Washington, Mike Emanuel, Fox News.
All right, everyone, you are continuing to watch with us here on Live Now from Fox. Just want to play out some of the opening remarks from the State Department briefing today.
We're continuing to push to try and close this deal.
Right, but you've seen the latest from Hamas that they don't, that it's not good enough, right?
Matt, I'm not going to get into the ins and outs.
I'm not asking you to get into it. Have you seen it?
I'm not aware of a recent proposal or communication from Hamas aside from the one a number of weeks ago. But again, I'm not going to negotiate or get into the back and forth on this publicly. What I will just say, and again, is that our viewpoint is that the time for haggling is over and it's time for a ceasefire. We and our partners agree that the deal it has to be grounded in the principles of the ceasefire proposal that the entire international community already supports. And Hamas has previously agreed to similar iterations of this proposal, so they need to sign on to the version that was shared in front of them.
Okay. And then last one, just on the north, Israel's north, Lebanon's south.
Yeah.
What's your current concern about the possibility of a broader conflict there?
So I don't have a prognosis to offer, Matt, but restoring the calm along the blue line, it continues to remain a top priority for us, and it must be of utmost importance to Lebanon and Israel as well. We continue to be concerned by the level of violence, and we're continuing to work towards a diplomatic solution that would allow Israeli and Lebanese citizens to return their homes and live in peace and security. When the president laid out that ceasefire that we were just talking about, Matt, he said in his remarks that a ceasefire and a hostage deal in Gaza will accelerate the possibility of progress, including lasting security among Israel's northern border with Lebanon. And so that's something we're going to continue to work towards.
Thank you.
Leon.
Yeah, just to follow up on Gaza, what do you make of the evacuation orders, again, that were released today in Khan Yunis and Rafah? You've always said that you were against all displacement of populations, and poor Palestinians have been going up, down, east, west, and now again they had just fled, now they came back, now they have to leave again. What do you make of those orders, too?
So, of course, Leon, when it comes to one of our key tenets of this conflict, the secretary was very clear in Tokyo that there can be no permanent displacement of Gazans. Of course, over the course of this military operation, operation that the IDF is conducting, and I will let them speak to specific logistical parameters. As those operations are being conducted, it is of course pertinent that civilians and non-militants be asked to appropriately evacuate for safety concerns. But again, these are all logistical parameters that the IDF can speak to. When it comes to the tenet of how we've been talking about Rafah, there has been no change in our policy. We continue to believe that any major military incursion into Rafah we would be opposed to, but yet we have yet to see any kind of incursion to take place thus far. Camilla.
Thank you. Just back to Lebanon, we've seen a couple of alerts go out from U.S. Embassy Beirut over the last few days, and the most recent today was one about flight restrictions. Can you just give us a little bit more detail at all on or any kind of insight into possible preparations for Americans as things continue to be very tense on the border there? I know that you can't get into too much detail, but what can we expect in terms of like the kind of options that state has to help Americans if need be and needs to pivot there last minute?
So let me say a couple things. First, for those who may not be tracking, the country of Lebanon as a whole currently is at the travel advisory warning level of level 3, reconsider travel. But the specific region of southern Lebanon is at a level 4. It's at a level 4 do not travel level, as is Lebanon's border with Syria, as well as refugee settlements throughout Lebanon. We undertake this kind of work and planning at all of our first, let me say that when it comes to our travel advisory warnings, we make those assessments and changes based on circumstances on the ground, and we'll continue to assess what situations are like should there need to be any kind of change in travel advisory warning. When it comes to supporting American citizens, we have no higher priority than the safety and security of U.S. citizens overseas. And in many countries, the security environment remains complex and can change quickly. Any citizen traveling abroad anywhere, our message to them has always been that they should enroll in Smart Traveler to be best informed about any communication from the U.S. government. We also encourage that in Lebanon that U.S. citizens have their own departure plans in place, and we don't have any announcement to make on any evacuation of private citizens from Lebanon. But what I can say is that the U.S. government remains diligent in planning and preparing for any and all possible emergency contingencies. And this is work that happens not just in Lebanon, but at all of our diplomatic facilities, at our embassies and consulates around the world. This is what we do, and it's part of our contingency planning. But I wouldn't speak to any more specifics beyond that.
And just given that these alerts have gone out in the last few days or within a week, do we read that as there has been an escalation in the past few days, or is this just a culmination of
this is the State Department and the U.S. government wanting to offer American citizens in the country and in the region, and those who may have loved ones in the country and the region, to have the most informed information as possible and have the best avenues to stay in touch with the U.S. government. Nick.
Different region, but somewhat related.
Can I see if anybody else has anything else? Then I will come back to you. Simon, did you have?
No, not on this region.
Okay. Kylie, go ahead.
It was reported over the weekend that the U.S. proposed new language to bridge the gaps. You were saying you've been working to bridge the gaps between Hamas and Israel for a hostage release and ceasefire. Can you share with us if that new proposal was signed off on by Israel before the U.S. put it forth, or did you guys share it with both sides, like just where that stands at this moment?
So I'm not going to get into the specifics of where we are in our conversations with Israel and other regional partners. I will leave it at what I said to Matt, that our partners in Qatar and Egypt continue to press Hamas interlocutors on ways to close this gap. The president, the secretary have all been engaged on this directly, and we continue to feel strongly that the ceasefire proposal that the president laid out a number of weeks ago continues continues to be the best way to get a surge in humanitarian assistance, release all the remaining hostages, and perhaps most importantly, get us on a path to greater and broader diplomatic conversations that has the potential to get this region out of these countless cycles of violence that we've been experiencing.
So no time frame for expectations as to when they...
No, I wouldn't speak to time frames with the specifics of the deliberations from up here.
Okay.
All right. Go ahead.
Thank you, Vedant. Secretary Blinken today at Brookings stressed again the need for a plan for the day after, and without it, it will be chaos or may. And he's also said that there's three things that the U.S. will not accept: Israeli occupation, Hamas getting back to power, or chaos. But what we hear from the Israeli government all the time, that they are not ready yet to discuss such plans, and they don't want this Gaza Strip to be ruled by Hamas or even the PLO. And we know that you've been stated many times, you or Matt, that you are stressing the Israelis and keep talking with them about this. Did you reach anywhere with them? Are they gonna talk to you about their future plans for the day after?
So we have stressed the importance of there being some plans for
Right, everyone, you are watching Live Now from Fox. We are going to take our first break here of the hour. Stay right here with us. More to come on Live Now. Welcome back, everyone, to Live Now from Fox. Well, this Thursday, big July 4th holiday, and so many people starting even today and going all the way until July 4th are going to be hitting the airports to travel to their family and friends. Let's listen to what the folks in Baltimore had to say about some safety travel tips coming this July 4th.
And welcome, I'm Ricky Smith, Executive Director and CEO of BWI Marshall Airport for the Maryland Aviation Administration. So this is a very busy week across the industry along with our travel partners. We expect this to be the busiest summer travel season in 5 years. There remains a strong demand for air travel. Airline and passenger traffic nationwide and here at BWI Marshall Airport have consistently grown, reaching levels not seen since before the pandemic. That being said, here at BWI Marshall Airport, we have the long-standing reputation as being the easy-come, easy-go airport for the region. We are prepared for this summer's busy travel demand. And we will work closely with our partners, one you will hear from today, this week to help ensure a positive travel experience for our passengers. So here at BWI Marshall Airport, 7 of our top 10 busiest days since 2019 have occurred in the recent weeks. Going forward, July is typically the busiest travel month overall, and we anticipate a very busy week with the holiday this Thursday. Travelers should give themselves plenty of time for parking, airline ticketing, and TSA security screening processes. The BWI Marshall Airport website, bwiairport.com, provides real-time parking and security checkpoint information. Passengers are reminded to arrive 2 hours before domestic flights and 3 hours before international travel. BWI Marshall Airport parking program continues to have ample parking, 25,000 spaces for travelers to be exact. Some of our lots may be full during the peak travel period. That's expected during this high demand period. There are an additional 3,000 spaces available located nearby at our BWI rail station garage. Parking shuttles may experience an occasional delay due to a driver shortage that we're experiencing across the country. Actual wait times at shuttle stops may be slightly longer than usual. Aviation security is a very important emphasis for us each and every day. Safety and security is always our top priority. As an airport, the most important function that we perform is working to ensure safety and security for our passengers. We coordinate closely with our entire campus, but in particular with the Transportation Security Administration, who are key partners, in order to handle the increased summer travel volumes. The TSA will be staffing the checkpoints throughout this busy week at the full capacity for handling the increased demand. The local TSA team here at BWI Marshall Airport does an amazing job, and you will hear from them later today. I want to ask Federal Security Director Chris Magia to offer some information about the TSA's work here at BWI Marshall Airport, including the use of innovative new technology that will help ensure a safe airport and at the same time provide efficiencies and more ease of use for our traveling public. With that being said, I will bring to you Chris Magia. Chris?
Thank you, Ricky. Appreciate that. Good morning, everybody. Thanks for coming out this morning. My name is Christopher Murgia. I am the Federal Security Director for TSA for the state of Maryland. And so what I'd like to do today is just talk a little bit about our summer travel plans and a little bit more on our new technology that we are installing here at BWI Airport. So as you heard from Ricky Smith, we're going to be very busy this summer. We already started our busy season just after Memorial Day weekend. On a typical day, we were seeing anywhere between 26,000 to 27,000 passengers. Since Memorial Day weekend now, we've climbed up to over 33 passengers per day. So we're added about 6,000 passengers that are going to be coming through our checkpoints, especially during the peak times of the day. As an agency nationwide, we are going to be extremely busy for the summer. Okay, we are seeing record numbers since the pandemic. In fact, we've seen 3 of the most busiest days that have made the top 10 days of TSA history for the 22 years that we've been in existence. So it's a very extreme busy time period for us. We're going to continue that through the summer here at Baltimore Washington International Airport. So our peak times that you want to be cognizant of is anywhere between 4 a.m. and 8 a.m. We are extremely busy in our checkpoints. The second busy time period for us is 3 p.m. and 7 p.m. at night. That is when everybody that is traveling is coming through our checkpoints. So to make it very clear, get here early, get here on time. What we recommend is that if you have a flight, be here at least 2 hours prior to your departure. If you're flying international, we actually recommend 2.5 to 3 hours prior to your departure, because that's going to be the busy times. Everybody's trying to get to the checkpoint. It's going to be busy trying to just find a parking space. So you want to get here early. The ticket counters are going to be packed, but we are prepared. We have been working in close coordination with the airport, with our airline and our stakeholders, and we are prepared here at Baltimore Washington International Airport for our summer travel period. The second piece of advice I would like to give you as a traveler is know before you go. And what I mean by that is know what you're packing. And what I recommend you do is start out with a clean bag. Make sure there's nothing in your bag. This way you know for certain that there's not going to be any prohibited items that are in your carry-on bag. So before you get to the airport, start out with an empty bag, start packing it one by one to ensure that there's no prohibited items in that bag. We have a couple steps that can help you too if you're not sure what you can bring in your carry-on bag. We have some great information on our website. We also have an app that you can download for free. It's called My TSA app, which has a really unique feature on it where you can put in, what can I bring? And all you have to do is type in the item that you would like to bring in your carry-on bag, and it'll tell you whether you can bring it in your carry-on bag or if it's something that they recommend that you put in your check bag. So that is one avenue that you can do to make sure that you're not bringing a prohibited item. The second thing is we are very active on our Twitter and Facebook accounts. You can easily tweet Ask at TSA, and from there you can get a representative from TSA that you can snap a picture of the item that you want to bring with you, and the representative will tell you, yes, you can bring that in your carry-on bag, or you better put that in your check bag because it's going to be prohibited. Okay? So we want to make sure you are extremely prepared to come to the airport and making sure that you have no prohibited items. One item I'd like to stress is prohibited is the firearms. We see a lot of firearms coming through our checkpoints nationwide. We are actually setting records that we're not proud of, but records that we are seeing more firearms coming through our checkpoints in carry-on bags that shouldn't be there. We're not saying that you can't fly with a firearm. We're just asking that you pack it properly. It must be declared, and it must go in your check bag. Okay, there are very hefty fines if you are caught with a firearm at the checkpoint, and you can be susceptible to criminal offenses as well. So please make sure you do not bring a firearm to the checkpoint or in your carry-on bag. So let me talk a little bit about our new technology. So if you haven't traveled in a while, you're going to see some new technology at our airports across the nation, especially here at Baltimore. So at BWI, we are installing our computed tomography automatic screening lanes, which are right behind us. And in a couple of minutes, we'll actually take you back there where you can see the features of our automated screening lanes. But this is the state-of-the-art technology that TSA has been rolling out, airports nationwide. And what it does is it allows us to have 3D imagery of your carry-on bag. It allows our TSA officers to manipulate your bag 360 degrees, be able to slice through that bag and see all the contents that are in that bag. Okay, so it makes it a smoother process for the passenger, but it also makes it a more secure process for us as TSA to ensure that the passengers are getting to their destination safely. So with this 3D imagery, they're able to really detect explosives within the bag, and they're able to detect liquids that are in the bag, and they're able to ensure that what you are bringing into the checkpoint is safe and secure. So these ASL lanes, the automated screening lanes, and the computer tomography, it's a security feature, but it's also a customer experience feature as well. Because what it allows is everything stays in your carry-on bag. Everything must go in a bin. So when you get up to the screening x-ray, your whole carry-on bag gets placed in the bin. That means you get to keep your laptops in, you get to keep your electronics in, you get to keep your compliant 311 liquids and gels and aerosols in there, so it makes it a smoother process. You'll also see that there's 4 divest stations at each of our CT lanes, which means that 4 passengers can simultaneously divest their carry-on bags at the same time. So it speeds up the process going through the checkpoint and makes it a little bit more easier. Also equipped on the automated screening lanes is that once you put your items onto the bins, the conveyor belts put the items right into the X-ray tunnels. And as they go through the X-ray tunnel, our officers review the image. And then once the image is cleared and your item is cleared, that bin gets recycled back through the conveyor belts and is up at the front end for passengers to divest again. So it makes it a smoother, easier process when you're checking your bag at the X-ray operator. Sure, you do not bring a firearm to the checkpoint or in your carry-on bag. So let me talk a little bit about our new technology. So if you haven't traveled in a while, you're going to see some new technology at our airports across the nation, especially here at Baltimore. So at BWI, we are installing our computed tomography automatic screening lanes, which are right behind us. And in a couple of minutes, we'll actually take you back there where you can see the features of our automated screening lanes. But this is the state-of-the-art technology that TSA has been rolling out, airports nationwide. And what it does is it allows us to have 3D imagery of your carry-on bag. It allows our TSA officers to manipulate your bag 360 degrees, be able to slice through that bag and see all the contents that are in that bag. Okay, so it makes it a smoother process for the passenger, but it also makes it a more secure process for us as TSA to ensure that the passengers are getting to their destination safely. So with this 3D imagery, they're able to really detect explosives within the bag, and they're able to detect liquids that are in the bag, and they're able to ensure that what you are bringing into the checkpoint is safe and secure. So these ASL lanes, the automated screening lanes, and the computer tomography, it's a security feature, but it's also a customer experience feature as well. Because what it allows is everything stays in your carry-on bag. Everything must go in a bin. So when you get up to the screening X-ray, your whole carry-on bag gets placed in the bin. That means you get to keep your laptops in, you get to keep your electronics in, you get to keep your compliant 311 liquids and gels and aerosols in there. So it makes it a smoother process. You'll also see that there's 4 divest stations at each of our CT lanes, which means that 4 passengers can simultaneously divest their carry-on bags at the same time. So it speeds up the process going through the checkpoint and makes it a little bit more easier. Also equipped on the automated screening lanes is that once you put your items onto the bins, the conveyor belts put the items right into the X-ray tunnels. And as they go through the X-ray tunnel, our officers review the image. And then once the image is cleared and your item is cleared, that bin gets recycled back through the conveyor belts and is up at the front end for passengers to divest again. So it makes it a smoother, easier process when you're checking your bag at the X-ray operator. The other enhancement that is with these CT lanes is that we have a radio identifier within each bin. So it's an RFID tag, so that as a passenger places their carry-on bag in a bin, we are able to detect that bin all the way through the process, and so that we can match up once it gets to the other side, so that if there is a potential prohibited item in that bag, our officers are able to secure that bag through another conveyor system, bring you over to a secondary screening side in which the officer can match the bag with the RFID tag to ensure we got the proper bag that we are searching, and to ensure that we're searching the carry-on bag with the potential prohibited item in it. So these features, as well as a camera system that digitally takes photos of the contents of your carry-on bag, so that when the officer does have a potential match of the passengers are getting to their destination safely. So with this 3D imagery, they're able to really detect explosives within the bag, and they're able to detect liquids that are in the bag, and they're able to ensure that what you are bringing into the checkpoint is safe and secure. So these ASL lanes, the automated screening lanes, and the computer tomography, it's a security feature, but it's also a customer experience feature as well. Because what it allows is everything stays in your carry-on bag. Everything must go in a bin. So when you get up to the screening x-ray, your whole carry-on bag gets placed in the bin. That means you get to keep your laptops in, you get to keep your electronics in, you get to keep your compliant 311 liquids and gels and aerosols in there, so it makes it a smoother process. You'll also see that there's 4 divest stations at each of our CT lanes, which means that 4 passengers can simultaneously divest their carry-on bags at the same time. So it speeds up the process going through the checkpoint and makes it a little bit more easier. Also equipped on the automated screening lanes is that once you put your items onto the bins, the conveyor belts put the items right into the x-ray tunnels. And as they go through the x-ray tunnel, our officers review the image. And then once the image is cleared and your item is cleared, that bin gets recycled back through the conveyor belts and is up at the front end for passengers to divest again. So it makes it a smoother, easier process when you're checking your bag at the x-ray operator. The other enhancement that is with these CT lanes is that we have a radio identifier within each bin. So it's an RFID tag, so that as a passenger places their carry-on bag in a bin, we are able to detect that bin all the way through the process, and so that we can match up once it gets to the other side, so that if there is a potential prohibited item in that bag, our officers are able to secure that bag through another conveyor system, bring you over to a secondary screening side in which the officer can match the bag with the RFID tag to ensure we got the proper bag that we are searching, and to ensure that we're searching the carry-on bag with the potential prohibited item in it. So these features, as well as a camera system that digitally takes photos of the contents of your carry-on bag, so that when the officer does have a potential match of a prohibited item, these digital images are secured back into our viewing stations, where they have dual screens where an officer can manipulate the bag 360 degrees, and to ensure that they are protecting the passenger and securing the passenger if there is a prohibited item in that bag. So those are our CT lanes that we have installed here at the airport. Currently we have 2 in operation. 1 is currently being installed. We will have 14 in total by the end of October of this year at the Baltimore Washington International Airport. So these enhancements will be a greater experience for security, but they'll also be a greater passenger experience as well. One other item I'd like to just comment on is that we're going to be very busy, as I said, and our officers are here working very hard, working with the airport, the airlines, our local law enforcement officers all through summer, starting with the holiday coming up, 4th of July. So please take a moment to comment to them, thank them for their service as they come through, as you come through the airport, because they are working very digitally and very hard to keep you safe to get to your destination. And the final remark I'd like to say is Real ID. So starting May 7th, 2025, Real ID will be in effect. So if you are traveling domestically and you are using a state ID, you must make sure that your state ID is compliant with Real ID. Okay, there's more information on our website you can check out, but when starting on May 7th, 2025, you must be compliant with your state issued ID, and it must be a Real ID to get through our passenger checkpoints domestically throughout the nation. So if there's not any questions right now, we can take you behind here and see the ASLs. Yes, ma'am. I'm not 100% sure on that. I could get you that information afterwards.
You said there's currently 2 in operation?
There's currently 2 in operation here.
And total will be 14 by the end of the year?
That's correct. Any other questions before we go on our tour? All right. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. And thanks for coming out this morning.
All right, you're just listening in there to officials talk about a busy week upcoming here on the 4th of July as we enter this new month. So many people there getting out, summer vacations, traveling around the country and around the world. Of course, coming up on Thursday night, don't forget to tune in here to Live Now from Fox to see all of the major fireworks across America. Thursday, July the 4th, live coverage starting at 8 o'clock Eastern. We'll take you coast to coast from New York to Southern California to Seattle. They had a great show last year as well. So fireworks across America right here on Live Now from Fox coming up in just a few days. I'm Andy Mack. We're back after this. All right, welcome back in here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andy Mack. We're hearing from officials there talking about what's happening for the 4th of July holiday and transportation, getting through airport security. Let's take you right now out to the Secretary of Transportation, Pete Buttigieg, making remarks in Raleigh, North Carolina from earlier. Let's listen in to what he had to say.
Thank you. First of all, thank you, Santana, for the example that you have set, and it's so moving to hear about the growth and the work of your company. You're right. You're doing something that would make any father proud to see the extraordinary work happening, helping to create the infrastructure that a new generation can count on. And that generation of good-paying jobs and business opportunities reaching businesses that maybe weren't included in the past, is a big part of what motivates us to work so hard on this infrastructure legislation. I want to thank Governor Cooper for his leadership. He's right, it feels like it's always good news when I come to North Carolina. Part of why you're seeing me here so often is that his administration, the North Carolina DOT and the Secretary of the Staff and everybody he's been working with understand the importance of infrastructure and have made certain to work with us to make good things happen. This is something that any state would be proud of. Few states have stepped forward as vigorously as North Carolina under the governor's leadership to ensure that we meet this moment created by President Biden's infrastructure package to make this generational investment count. I want to acknowledge members of Congress who have been also a very important part of our work to get this done. Valerie Fouché, who I don't know if she's made it. I definitely saw her in committee a few days ago, and we appreciate her involvement. Representative Wiley Nickel, thank you for joining us. And I believe Representatives Davis and Ross were unavailable to join us today, but I know how passionate they are about the growth that's going on here. and to all of the local leaders and including the mayor, who we've celebrated with many times. Just great to be with you today. Last but not least, I want to take a moment to acknowledge Senator Tillis, who is among the Republicans who crossed the aisle to work with President Biden, work with Democrats around the principle that there's nothing Democratic or Republican about believing that Americans ought to enjoy first-rate infrastructure and excellent transportation. And we hope more of that bipartisan spirit prevails on more efforts that we have underway in Washington. Feels like it wasn't that long ago. It's December that I was in Raleigh to announce an $8.2 billion nationwide investment in passenger rail, including that commitment of over $1 billion for passenger rail right here in North Carolina. I've often said I feel like I have the best job in the federal government, and that's due in large part to projects like the ones that we're celebrating. I've been able to visit, just in the last 3.5 years, nearly every state in the union. I met with community leaders, business leaders, men and women working on these projects to see how President Biden's investments are making transportation safer, more efficient, and more accessible for more people. Every one of those projects is memorable, but I have to admit that this is pretty high on the list of ones that excites us, even out of the 57,000 projects and counting that we are supporting through the President's infrastructure package. Partly because this is something that has been in the works for years, long before my name had anything to do with transportation, unless you count my childhood dreams of being an airline pilot. This is something that's been talked about since the federal government first recognized the potential for world-class rail in the Southeast Corridor in the 1990s. I won't tell you what I was doing in the 1990s. But for too long, like so many compelling transportation visions, it was just on paper. We're changing that in the most literally concrete terms today. So on behalf of the Biden-Harris administration, it's a thrill to join you to celebrate the groundbreaking of the Durant Road grade separation, the first step toward building the S-Line passenger train from Raleigh to Wake Forest and ultimately onto Richmond. We've got a lot to celebrate by being here today. This really represents the beginning of a new era of passenger rail in North Carolina. And it's remarkable to think, while on one hand I can talk about the many years of vision and preparation and planning that led to getting here, also the extraordinary speed since the funding was announced. To get in 7 months from an award announcement to shovels literally going into the ground is something that is exceptional for projects of this size and complexity. And that really is a testament to everybody here who has been so focused on bringing this project together. But of course, it's also happening because we now have a president in Washington who has made investing in our nation's infrastructure and working closely with state and local governments a cornerstone of this administration. And with the partnership of people like Governor Cooper, Senator Tillis, and other members of Congress, and North Carolina DOT, President Biden is making good on his promises. And I'd be remiss if I didn't note that this is in contrast with what we have seen before. A prior administration that declared infrastructure week every year without any results until it became a punchline in Washington, a byword for all talk and no action. And that came after decades of disinvestment and underinvestment had become the norm in this country that stopped our infrastructure from reaching its potential, especially our nation's passenger rail. So I think this is a moment that is really a chance to change the way that that story has been headed. As you can tell, Governor Cooper is a passionate advocate for passenger rail. So I just want to say to the Secretary and to everybody at NCDOT, I know what it's like to have a boss who is very focused on getting results in passenger rail. And it's nice to be able to report to your boss that things are moving when it comes to passenger rail. So I'm glad to join you in making that a reality. Where we are today is one of several new crossings being funded in part by the $1.1 billion that we announced last year. Instead of being at the same level as the roadway, the new crossing runs below the road, which means people get time back in their days because they're not waiting at that crossing. And it means a safety benefit because there's no possibility of an accident or collision between vehicles and trains. Also, new tracks and upgraded tracks are being put down that will modernize the state's railways, getting that train running from Raleigh to Wake Forest and ultimately all the way on up to Richmond. And it's important to note that you don't have to be a passenger rail buff to recognize real value in this, because that brings an affordable as well as fast and convenient way to travel within the state and on up through the Mid-Atlantic and the Northeast at up to 110 miles an hour. It means economic growth and opportunity, first and right away in the form of the jobs that we're creating to get the work done, like what Santana was talking about. And then when it's complete, all the business and investment that comes once the project is ready. And it all starts right here at Durand Road, which just happens to be the first place that I have the privilege of visiting as part of what we're marking as a summer of construction across America. So I'll have the opportunity to tour some of the exciting projects we're supporting in North Carolina over the next couple days, looking at work that'll help reduce congestion, make travel safer through the Raleigh Beltline and the Winston-Salem Northern Beltway. There's a new multi-use path also in Winston-Salem. It's going to make it easier for residents to safely walk or bike in their community. And I'll be in Durham to see some of the work that we're doing to make it easier for people to access the city's busiest bus route. Every one of those projects and the 57,000 others that are funded and counting through President Biden's infrastructure package is really about one simple purpose, which is to make everyday life easier for the American people. And that is a mission for this administration that goes beyond our transportation work. Every part of what we're working on includes a focus on affordability. We know what happened to prices after COVID. We know that for many families, this has presented a tremendous challenge. It's why the administration has worked so hard to bring inflation down to 3% and has been willing to take on corporations caught in price gouging so that we can lower the cost of everyday essentials and reduce the bills that people are paying for groceries, gas, and more. Here in North Carolina, over 2 million seniors and Medicare beneficiaries will save on prescription drugs thanks to President Biden's cap on out-of-pocket costs. And 1 million North Carolinians were able to sign up for affordable health insurance thanks to the Affordable Care Act. Healthcare being another example of where the governor's extraordinary leadership, in concert with what the Biden-Harris administration is working to do, is changing lives. There's an enormous amount of work going on and an enormous amount of work ahead of us. But when it comes to passenger rail, to me, the bottom line is we're delivering a future where by the time my kids are old enough to ask, and by the way, I got some toddlers who would love to play with some of the heavy equipment I see. I think I'm finally going to impress my 2.5-year-old son about the work I do when he sees me in front of this heavy equipment. But by the time they're old enough to ask questions about it, they won't know a country that didn't care or didn't seem to care about passenger rail. And we will move on from the day where your cousin would come back from a trip abroad and say, why can't we have nice passenger rail like they do in every other developed country? And instead, people will return from their visits to places like North Carolina saying, I wish we had more of this wherever it is that they live.
All right, you're just listening in there to the Secretary of Transportation, Pete Buttigieg, making these remarks, talking in Raleigh, North Carolina. I'm Andy Mack here on Live Now from Fox. We're continuing to cover some of the top headlines of the day as the Supreme Court has now raised the bar for prosecuting former presidents, and that includes the former president himself, Donald Trump, who is now awaiting another trial, possibly during an election year. We're going to be joined right now in one of the battleground states to talk about this by Fox's Caroline Elliott, as we're hearing reaction from voters as well. Caroline, what are they telling you about this recent Supreme Court ruling and Trump himself?
Well, Andy Mack, when you ask voters how they feel about the Supreme Court's decision this morning, it largely depends on how they're voting in November. Trump supporters tell us this is a big win, but Democrats, not so much.
It's not really surprising. It's more of like, it's kind of disappointing if you're convicted for a crime and you're not held accountable to it, with anybody. So it's just, it's not really a surprise, though, based on the history of how things have worked.
We talked to voters in Norcross, Georgia today after the Supreme Court decision, and we heard some mixed reactions in an area both candidates are focusing on in the 2024 election. In 2020, Trump lost to Biden in the Atlanta suburbs, so this area is key to Trump's re-election. And some voters here believe Trump belongs on the campaign trail for now, not the courtroom.
Well, I've always felt that the presidency as itself has certain privileges, and whether it's Donald Trump or whoever the president is, I think they're entitled to that. So it'll be interesting to see how this ruling impacts the different, cases that he has going on against him now.
When you look at the country as a whole, the vast majority believe Donald Trump should be prosecuted. That's according to a Marquette University poll done in May. The poll asked voters, should former President Trump be immune from criminal prosecution for official acts done while in office? 30% said yes, 60% said no, and 10% said, I don't know. Trump's campaign posted to Truth Social today calling this landmark ruling a win. But Biden's team says this doesn't change the facts. Andy Mack.
All right, thank you so much for that. And that was very interesting to hear from some voters there in the battleground state. And do they think maybe people around them themselves might be swayed by this decision or even the debate to change their mind in who they're voting for?
Yeah, definitely. And some of the voters that we've talked to said at this point, after the debate, and again, just 5 months out from the election, at this point, their mind is made up. Of course, Trump supporters going to vote for Trump, Biden supporters going to vote for Biden. But there's a small fraction of voters right now, that independent voters, that both candidates are really focused on. So it'll be interesting to see how those swing voters decide.
All right.
Andy
Thank
Mack.
you so much, Caroline Elliott. I appreciate your time. As always, a big day there, a monumental day in the ruling from the Supreme Court. We appreciate your time as always.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. As we continue on here on Live Now from Fox, great conversation there about this and some key battleground state that we'll be following as we inch closer to November. A lot on the minds of voters in terms of that debate, in terms of the ruling from the Supreme Court, the recent conviction, much, much more as we head into this very, very consequential November date. I'm Andy Mack. We're back after this.